that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. Like, what are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, find out how Baltimore is feeling this morning as the Ravens come up short against the Lions. We'll get immediate reaction from Tim Barbalace on 105.7 The Fan in Charm City. Chelsea, I just learned this during the break. It's a very exciting day there in Hendersonville because it's picture day for young Blake. And how are you going to keep her from picking out what she wants to wear today?
There's going to be some hard bargaining going on in her house because, like, she loves neon. She loves rainbow. She likes, like, the most obnoxious clothes you can imagine. Like, do you ever see kids with, like, obnoxious, like, cartoon characters on their shirt and you're like, what an ugly outfit? That's what kids love. So, like, I'm going to have to, like, bribe her with, like, a toy or a treat or something because she will not be wearing that type of outfit just for one day.
Do you think you're going to get some blowback here, some pushback? I mean,
yes.
I would imagine this is going to be a journey for you this morning.
I mean, it's a journey every morning. She's not a morning person.
Okay.
So, like, even getting her out of bed, like, there's a lot of things I have to do. It's like, come on, little princess. And then it, like, elevates to, you need to get out of bed now. Do you want me to take away all your toys? So, like...
No, that's honestly... That's how I like to get out of bed. I like someone to say, come on, little princess. And I'm like, okay, let's go. No, it's such a nice way to
It doesn't work, though.
No, it never works.
It doesn't work.
It's like... Well, how are Ravens fans feeling as they're waking up this morning after last night's loss to the Lions? Let's find out. Bring in Tim Barbalace, our good friend, the co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Tim, so let me just ask you, what's your initial reaction? You've been able to sleep on it a little bit. The Lions come in, they get the win. How you feeling?
It's definitely jarring. You do not see what the Lions did last night to the Ravens much at all, especially in primetime, because Lamar Jackson's record in primetime, John Harbaugh's record in home primetime games, it was 22-3 yesterday. Heading into yesterday, Lamar Jackson, he only had 2 losses against an NFC team. But I think the most shocking thing was the Lions were just flat out the more physical team. They whooped the Ravens' butt yesterday, and the rushing yards allowed, them going for well over 200 rushing yards. It was the third most rushing yards allowed in Ravens franchise history, 224 yards. And even though the game finished just an 8-point win for the Lions, it really felt a lot more. It felt like a lot more than that.
I think it's really tough for people to recognize or, look at this offense and say somebody is stopping Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. But it feels like in the red zone, like, I don't know what happens. Like, can you put words to it? Like, what happens to this offense? Like, I understand they still scored 30 points, and that is something. But, like, the weapons that you have on this offense, I still feel like there's some disappointment.
Yeah, for sure. And look, this was a really, really good red zone offense last year. They were first in the NFL, and last night they were 2 for 4 in red zone situations. And, of course, they had that 4th down situation where Lamar ended up fumbling. But I think someone that they really miss in those situations, those short yardage, is their fullback, Pat Ricard, who he's been out well over a month now, going back to training camp with a calf injury. And I think just having that kind of unicorn, 300-pound, basically extra offensive lineman. But look, something's off with Derrick Henry. I think you have to say that now, where last week you went against a really good Browns defense, and you can just ask the Packers about that from Sunday. But 3 straight games with a fumble for Derrick Henry is shocking. I think he had 3 fumbles all of last year, and it's hard to say that something like that isn't in his head. And 2 of those 3 fumbles against the Bills week 1 and last night coming in critical spots in the fourth quarter. So that's definitely a situation to monitor.
We're talking with Tim Barbalais, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. So, Tim, when you look at the 2 losses for the Ravens thus far, it's against the Bills, it's against the Lions. These are 2 very good teams, and certainly, if 2 or 3 different plays go in a different direction, maybe we're talking about the Ravens being 3-0. Is that the right way to spin this, or do you have deeper concerns?
I think I definitely have deeper concerns, to be honest. Look, offensively, they're putting up points. They've scored 111 points, and the first team, that's the highest scoring output for a team with a losing record through the first 3 games of the season. But it's defensively, Jenks, where it's rough, man.
Yeah.
I remember coming on with you guys prior to the season where it felt like it would be different this year. Year 2 under Zach Orr, they added a lot in the secondary, and it just hasn't happened for this group. And to make matters worse, Nnamdi Madubuike, he was out yesterday with a neck injury, and I know he's probably not the biggest household name outside of Baltimore, but a really, really good defensive tackle who got paid a ton of money, $100 million contract, but there's fears with that neck injury that this could be a very long-term injury, and if he's out for a while, the pass rush takes a serious hit. You combine that with the fact that Kyle Van Noy, who led them in sacks last year, he's going to be out multiple weeks due to a hamstring injury. They got no pass rush last night. They got no pass rush on Josh Allen. They were able to get after Joe Flacco, but you know that he can't move at this stage of his career. I think the pass rush is a serious concern, and now you add to the fact that if opposing teams can run the football on the Ravens, it's shocking because that's always a hallmark of this Ravens defense is stopping the run, and that's why what happened yesterday was just so surprising. They were the best run defense in football last year.
Yeah. So next week, another big game on deck, and I understand a lot of people are down on the Chiefs this year, but the Ravens go on the road to Arrowhead. What's the confidence level in that game?
It's hard to be super confident, to be honest, Chelsea, just because this Ravens team, they've struggled against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. They've only beaten Mahomes once. They have not won in Arrowhead. I know that it is a very vulnerable Chiefs team, and I know that this is not the high-powered offense, and they haven't been able to run the football at all this year, but it's hard to be uber confident given the history, given the fact that they're on this short week, and they're beat up defensively. I think this offense is going to continue to score because that's all they have done these first 3 weeks, but it really is amazing, go back a few weeks, and if I would have told you, following week 4, one of the Chiefs or the Ravens will start the season 1-3, I would have said you're crazy.
Tim, just as a football observer, how impressed were you with the Lions? Because, of course, going into the season, it was they're going to miss Ben Johnson, but they certainly didn't look that way last night.
Super impressive. And I kept saying in the lead up into that game where I think we were going to learn a lot about these 2 football teams because they kind of mirrored each other in how they started the season. Lions had a really disappointing loss against the Packers week 1. Ravens had the fourth quarter collapse against the Bills. Then the Packers whooped up on the Bears. Ravens whooped up on the Browns. So you're still at the early stages of the season where you're still trying to figure out all of these football teams, and it really is a week-to-week league where last week, everyone's Packers, they're a serious Super Bowl contender. They lay an egg in Cleveland, and the Detroit almost seemed like an afterthought in that division, but then they have one of the more impressive wins of the weekend, talking about the Lions winning in Baltimore. I think this Lions team absolutely is legit. I was super impressed with their defense. They got after Lamar Jackson last night. I was seeing, what was it, Pro Football Focus, 30 pressures. That's hard to comprehend. 30 pressures against Lamar and the 7 sacks. That tied the most amount of sacks Lamar's been in a game. And that offense is loaded, man. They got weapons. Obviously, both those running backs are studs. Amon-Ra, he had a huge game last night as well. And Goff's a rock-steady quarterback. So it's hard to not come out of that game super impressed with the Lions.
I will say this. It leads to the Lions. You won't meet them until the Super Bowl, if that happens. How do you think the Ravens still stack up in the AFC? Because I will say this. The Bills are the favorite, and clearly the Ravens can go toe-to-toe with them. The Bills have some defensive concerns of their own. Is this still a Ravens team that can win the AFC?
What the Ravens have in their favor right now is this. I'm not impressed with the AFC North at all. I think the Steelers are there. You know, they have a very easy stretch in their schedule right now, and then it picks up later on. That offense is a mess. That defense still leaves a lot to be desired. Of course, Joe Burrow's out for the next 3 months, and they got destroyed against the Vikings. I still think the Ravens are absolutely the favorite to win that division for sure. In terms of the conference, and you know, it does seem wide open at this point. You mentioned it, the Bills, they just went toe-to-toe with them in week 1. I think the biggest concern with this Ravens team, and it's the same exact thing that we were talking about last year through the first 10 games, they got to figure out a way to patch these holes on this defense. And if Nnamdi Madubuike is out for a really extended time, maybe the year, does this necessitate Eric DeCosta taking a huge swing at the trade deadline? I know we're still a ways away from that, but do they take a huge swing at the deadline to bring in a D lineman, a pass rusher, something to put them over the top? If they can right the ship with this defense, absolutely, they can go as far as far as they want to go, because this offense is absolutely legit. But this defense, they need to be better, and they need to force more turnovers. That was a huge goal of theirs throughout the offseason. They talked about it ad nauseum, and they forced 2 turnovers against the Browns, but against the Bills and the Lions, 0.
Tim, before we let you go, which team has surprised you for better or for worse after 3 weeks?
I think you got to be impressed with the Colts, right? Yeah. I remember filling in on a BetMGM show during training camp, and we were previewing the Colts. And looking at the roster, it's a pretty good roster, but it was all going to depend on the quarterback play, right? And at that time, you didn't know if Anthony Richardson would start, Daniel Jones starting now, and they've been really, really good. And with the Texans starting 0-3 in that division where the Colts are 3-0, they're firmly in the driver's seat right now early on in September. And Daniel Jones has been playing really well. Jonathan Taylor is off to a fantastic start to the year. I think the Colts have been really impressive.
You can check him out as co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Also does work here on the BetMGM Network as well. It is our good friend Tim Barbalace. Tim, we always appreciate the time and insight. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anytime, guys.
Well, it's good to hear from someone like right there in the heart of it, waking up right there, covering the Ravens fans. And I sort of understand that frustration. I feel like things aren't as bad as maybe they seem if you're a fan of Baltimore, but you're just kind of tired of seeing this.
I think it's just tough because you have such high expectations, and you see the talent level on that team, especially on the offense, and you say to yourself, this is a team that should be contending for a Super Bowl every single year. So it's just tough when the expectations are that high. And granted, we're in September right now, and they have played some really good teams. So I don't think all hope is lost. It's just we have seen this script before where Ravens fans get their hopes up only to lose in these big-time games. So at some point, maybe you think that trend changes.
Yeah.
But again, it has to be really frustrating.
It's interesting, too, because I don't think any major changes are going to be made because John Harbaugh is still a very good head coach. But there's, whatever it is, there seems to be something missing in the dynamic to help a very talented team kind of take it to the next level. You know, Andy Reid dealt with this forever in Philly. And it's not the same because John Harbaugh has already won a Super Bowl. But it was like, you can only get to a certain point and you can't break through. And I feel like after winning a Super Bowl, sort of John Harbaugh has fallen back to that kind of narrative.
Well, and also it's a zero-sum game. And like most of the time, they're like ending their season at the hands of the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. Chiefs are a dynasty. So it's just one of those things where you look at all these great quarterbacks and like somebody's the odd man out. Like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, none of them have a Super Bowl.
That's true. Coming up next on the show, back to the diamond we go on this Tuesday since we don't have any football tonight. But which teams, which plays are getting our cash? That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Got our best bets. Got the Dogster ready to go. We're coming back on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because like I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But like I just could not believe, like not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Like, because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. Like, what are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a meltdown.
be against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem. Because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
Ooh. And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn. Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good.
This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. It is great to have you with us on a Tuesday. It's only Tuesday. Bummer. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. God, I tell you what, Chelsea. I have no idea what is in store for me today, because normally I go home and it's, make some breakfast, watch a little Law and Order, fall asleep, which I always do. But yesterday, the lovely Catherine came home and she was super stressed out. And she works all the time. As I always say, I work hard, she works harder. And she was so stressed out. And I was like, why don't you just take a day off? Like, you could use a mental health day. You're always working. You said you don't have any meetings tomorrow, which is a rarity for you. Everyone in your apartment takes days off on not a regular basis, but you haven't taken any days off. Just give yourself a day of rest. She was like, yeah, I think I will. Like, seriously, do it. You work all the time. And she's like, I will. And I was like, okay. And then I'll get home tomorrow around 9:30-ish. What do you want to do? She's like, I don't know. Maybe I want to go to Target. I was like, okay. Maybe we get coffee in the morning. I was like, well, we can do that. She was like, okay, but maybe get in the hot tub. I was like, well, yeah, we could do that too. I don't know. I might want to take a Pilates class. I was like, okay. So I have no idea what the day is going to throw me, but it could be a mishmash of all sorts of things.
I think that's the tough part of people who have very busy schedules is that you're so used to being busy that when you have a day off, you don't know what to do with it.
1,000%.
Like, because Jake always asks me, he's like, you always complain about like not doing anything fun for yourself. Because I don't. Like, I'm always carting people around. Mm-hmm. But then he's like, well, let's do something fun today. What's something fun you want to do? And you're like, well, I don't know. Right. When you have the opportunity, you don't even know what to choose because it has been so long since you do like fun things, and especially on weekdays. Mm-hmm. Like, what's the ceiling for like fun activities in like the window of like a Tuesday afternoon? It's not like you can go on a trip or something. So, like, going to Target does sound nice. And, like, that's, in the ballpark of, like, what I would do with the day off if I ever had one.
I think that's what we're going to do. My gut is I'm going to get home. I think she's going to sleep in. And so I'll probably crawl back into bed. We'll probably just chill till, like, 11, then wake up. Then I think we go get coffee. We mosey to Target. We come back. We watch a little bit. I work on the show for a couple hours. And then maybe we get in a hot tub, something like that, call it a day. I think we'll narrow down the number of activities and then go for it. But it should be a pretty good day. I'm excited for her. I'm just going to be, we're going to do it.
I think some days you need just days to not have things on the schedule.
Yeah.
Like, you need days for your brain to just be like, hey, I don't need to have like a itinerary for this day, where you can just relax for a second. And you don't have to be somewhere. But let me float this idea. And like, this has been, something I've been thinking about is, do you guys decorate for fall or Halloween? Because as a housewife, I've been thinking, I think it's time. I think it's time. I think the last week of September is when you put your Halloween decorations up. Because, like, think about it. If you go all out, like, that's only like a month. And then, of course, as soon as Halloween is over, you know Christmas is lurking around the corner. So I think we'll be decorating for that soon. So do you guys decorate for fall, or is it just Christmas?
Mainly Christmas. But what we will do, which we have to get on, is we have to decide what we're going to dress for Halloween. How we're going to dress for Halloween. Yeah, that's a big deal for us because we always go out every Halloween. We always dress up in pretty intricate costumes. So, you know, sort of along those same lines. I mean, it's going to be here in about a month. We got to figure that out. So that's something we'll probably discuss today as well. What will they discuss on Bet Sweats? Joe O, Sammy P. They're going to react to what we saw last night in Charm City. Lions and Ravens to look at early Heisman odds. Michael Felder joins the show at 10 o'clock to talk college football. And then Will Brinson from CBS Sports will join at 11 for more pro football. Coming up on this show tomorrow on the Daily Tip, Doug Bell, our good friend from CBS Sports, will join at 8 o'clock to preview the Ryder Cup. That should be exciting. And Michael Robinson, Super Bowl champion, 2005 Big Ten Co-Offensive Player of the Year at Penn State, will join us at 8:20 and help us preview Penn State and Oregon, a massive game this weekend in college football. Okay, our bets are set, got the cards ready to go, so let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea, a couple squad plays, which I like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm going to be betting on one of the most meaningful games on the slate today between the Tigers and the Guardians. If you didn't know, the Tigers are in danger of absolutely blowing it in their division because they only have a one-game lead over the team they're playing today, and that is the Guardians. But luckily for the Tigers, they've got their ace on the hill in Tariq Skubal, who has been very good against the Guardians. So the play that I'm going to make here is not banking on a cold Tigers offense. I'm going to bank on both of these starting pitchers to be really good because we have seen this in this matchup. So I'm going to go first 5 under 3.5 runs for minus 125 because both of these pitchers have good numbers overall, but even better numbers against this specific team. You look at Gavin Williams for the Guardians, 11 shutout innings over 2 starts against the Tigers. You look at Tariq Skubal this year against the Guardians, 22 innings, only 1 run against the Guardians this year, including a complete game shutout. So the fact that you get a 3.5 in the first 5 innings between 2 teams who are in the bottom 10 of WRC plus in offense over the last month, I think this is a bargain, especially when the full game total is 6.5. So first 5 under 3.5 runs between the Guardians and the Tigers.
All right, I will be on that as well. Also taking the Reds on the money line. We shopped around, found it at minus 154, hosting the Pirates. And this is a very good pitching matchup. I would maybe lean towards the under, but I just like the Reds on the money line instead. And this is really about what Cincinnati is playing for, which is trying to hang in the wild card hunt. You have Johan Oviedo going for the Buccos. He's been very good, made some money on him this season. But I do think he could regress here. Gave up 4 runs in 5 innings to the Cubs in his last start. Brady Singer gets the call for Cincinnati. Allowed 4 earned runs over his last 17 2/3 innings. Struck out 15 during that time. He's 8-4 at home this season. ERA of 3.07. And again, the Reds need this to stay in the wild card race. Season is over for the Buccos. Pirates are 23-52 on the road this season, straight up. Let's go Reds on the money line.
Yeah, I like that one as well. For all the reasons you mentioned, and shout out to you for finding the best price available. I think it's minus 160 at MGM, but for good reason. The Reds still have something to play for. They've been good at home this year, 44-34. Meanwhile, you look at the Pirates away from home this year, 23-52. So not a good team to back on the road. So I'll be with you on the Reds.
One more play. I'm going to go Royals, Angels over 8. I'm going to play it down from 8.5. If you want to play it over 8.5, that is just fine. You don't want to lay the juice. I get that. We're seeing some 9s in some places. Cole Reagan's going for Kansas City. Sam Aldeguerri going for the Halos. I wish I could find someone else on this game, but I like it. Here's the thing. Cole Reagan's back from rehab, but he is essentially the same pitcher we saw earlier in the year, right? ERA over 5. He's not going to go long because they want to keep him healthy. So then you get to that Royals bullpen, which is meh, okay. Aldeguerri has been, well, he's been a rookie in the majors. He's gotten roughed up. In his debut, went 2.5 shutout innings or 2 1/3 shutout innings against the Red Sox, then gave up 5 earned in his second start in just 2 innings. So he will not go long in this game. Behind him is the worst bullpen in the American League. And this isn't the most scientific way to bet. But if you look at when these individual pitchers have taken the mound, all we see is just these run-scoring, events where, look at Reagan's in his last 4 starts. Final score of 10-1, 10-3, 7-5, 7-5. Aldegari in his last 2, 11-9, 13-1. So, again, that's not necessarily something that ends up being something that you follow trend-wise, but there's no question that there's a lot of run support and a lot of runs given up whenever these two guys are on the mound. So I'm going to play this down to 8 and go over 8 out in L.A. between the Royals and the Angels.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially when you factor in the bullpens of these teams, because think about it. We are deep in September. You are pulling all the depth that you can muster. So it's a lot of young guys coming up from AAA, and, they're just thrown into the mix. So when you're talking about games that don't mean anything, it's just, guys that probably should still be in AAA. And that's why you mentioned the numbers for the Angels bullpen have not been good.
Yeah, and, a lot of pitchers this time of year, a lot of franchises are trying out some of these younger arms, just trying to get them some run, get them some experience. And this is one of those situations where I think you can take advantage of that. See a lot of people on Kansas City on the money line. I get that, but I like the over instead. Before we get to Sammy P, let's bring in the Donkster. He's ready to go. Donkster, get on in here.
Good morning. This segment is brought to you by Moby Dickies in Hendersonville, Tennessee, where Natalie works the afternoon shift and the fish spread is always $11.95.
Are you back on this again?
I wish I were back on Natalie.
Oh, whoa. Hey, Donkster,
boy.
let's not do that.
Her favorite meal is the Wham Bam Shrimp.
That doesn't make you sound very good. Yeah, I mean, that sounds good, though.
And tell him the Donkster sent you.
Okay. We'll do that. Do you have a bet?
Cubs, money line, -120, hosting the Mets.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Oh, how long have you been gambling? A day? Coming up next on Bat Sweats, there's our guy. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, ready to go. Sammy P. Good morning, buddy. How are you?
Wham Bam Shrimp.
Well, I think it's like Bam Bam Shrimp. Like, doesn't everybody have their own spin on that, but they can't call it Bam Bam Shrimp? So I'm sure that's what that is.
So,
Bam.
As you know, Chelsea, I'm very new in the Instagram game. My algorithm, believe it or not, is just all food. I'll send you a screenshot. It's all food. I've seen this new thing, orange chicken fries. They look outstanding.
Oh, those sound
Ooh,
good.
this is not a part of my algorithm. I wish it was. My algorithm, unfortunately, is because I have a lot of friends in the media business. It's like, oh, she likes attractive sportscasters. So it's like, no, I'm heterosexual. These are just my friends. So I would rather have the food algorithm.
Wow,
It's all food with the occasional, screen cap of Jenks. Just, with his mouth open.
Mouth wide.
Losing a bet.
They're never good. Losing his chin. Like, oh, it's a terrible look, and he lost all 4 bets. Hey, quick take on Lions-Ravens last. Are you over the Ravens?
I'm not over him. I was never on him. I don't trust the quarterback. I never have.
Well, I mean, can't deny what we saw last night. Under pressure, and once again, in a big spot, Ravens go down. Can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about it. Thank you, Sammy P. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and our entire fantastic crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks? You interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
Ooh. And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It wasn't catchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys coming up today over the next 30 minutes. A lot to get into. We're going to continue to preview the great college football slate that we have upcoming on Saturday. We're also going to dive into Week 4 in the NFL. We had some breaking news about 10, 15 minutes ago. Jackson Dart is going to start for the Giants. We'll talk about that game and look at some of the marquee games, including Ravens and Chiefs on Sunday. Two great guests going to join us today. Patrick Garvin in moments to break down Bama, Georgia, and then Nick Kenyon later on in the show to talk some NFL. Then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays today on the Diamond. Big week, final week of the regular season in Major League Baseball. We got some monster games today and a lot of good bets. So stick around over the next 30 minutes. Any questions, comments that you guys have for us, as always, chime in at the BetMGM Network. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. And anytime the Georgia Bulldogs are playing in a big game, we have our guy Patrick Garvin on. Give Patrick a follow on X at Patrick Garvin, UGAsports.com. Patrick, it is a big game. Anytime Bama, Georgia is on the schedule, it's always one of the biggest of the season. And, I mean, this one, so much anticipation, right? Bama could have their second loss before the month of October. Georgia, fortunate to get that win in Knoxville. But as we were talking before the show, this is always the team that Kirby has had problems with. He's only been able to beat them one time. But this is the first time that he's getting them in Athens. So what do you make of the matchup on Saturday?
Yeah, first time Georgia, Alabama, and Athens for a decade now. Yeah. And as you said, PJ, Kirby's just 1-6 against Alabama. And but this is the first time he'll get them at home. And I think, looking at this game on paper, it's a lot of things go Bama's way when I look at it. But Georgia's maybe their biggest edge is the fact that they're playing them in Athens and at home. And, the fact that this has been a monkey on their back. Kirby Smart has pretty much controlled every opponent he's faced. Georgia Tech, he's just lost once. Tennessee's just lost once. Florida, just twice. Auburn, just once. Bama, he's 1-6 against, like we said. So he not only has he not controlled them, but he hasn't even scratched the surface. And this is his chance here. And like I said, he's got him in Athens, and that's a huge advantage.
Patrick, what do you think it is about these matchups that give Kirby and Georgia so much problems? Obviously, a number of those losses have been to Saban. He's only faced DeBoer the one time, and that was last year. But as you go back and look through the games, what do you think is the common theme that has given Georgia issues in these games?
It's hard to point to it, to be quite honest. I thought for the longest time it might have been Nick Saban until last year. Georgia goes to Tuscaloosa as, I think, a 1.5 point favorite, and they lose there. And actually, they were lucky they didn't get blown out because that game got really ugly at the beginning. They came back at the end, actually led before losing. So, I think it's a big mystery, PJ, and I think that's also kind of adds to the essence of wanting to defeat Alabama. It just hasn't come, and I think that's why a win in Athens would be such a huge deal.
Looking at this game, Patrick, what would you say are a couple keys, determining factors that you see and, determining who's going to end up winning the game on Saturday?
Yeah, besides looking at any kind of home field advantage, I think – Bama has struggled to establish a run game this year. On the contrary, Georgia has actually done really well stopping the run game. That's against the pass they've struggled. Struggled a lot more than people ever envisioned. Against the run, they've been tough, and I think if they can stop that Bama run game, keep them to one-dimensional, I think that's going to be a huge, huge deciding factor.
Let's talk about
it's a big if, though.
Yeah, definitely is a big if. These kinds of games, it's usually about the line of scrimmage, which team's able to establish the run and stop the run. We're talking with Patrick Garvin here, previewing Bama and Georgia on Send It In. Patrick, one of the big talking points for Georgia coming into the season was Gunnar Stockton and how he was going to look for Georgia. I mean, a couple weeks ago against Tennessee, he looked pretty damn good, man. Led them down the field that final drive. Great throw on fourth down. They win the game in overtime. Was that enough for you to see that, okay, Gunner is the guy? Georgia can accomplish what they want to, win the SEC, win the national championship with Stockton. Was that performance against Tennessee enough for you?
I think it was. I've been saying all preseason, this Tennessee game was going to be huge. Granted, Gunner came into the SEC championship and, led them to a win. He faced Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl. He played in the first 2 games this year, but this was going to be the first true road test. And he went into Knoxville, and granted, they were down. He not only led them back, but just threw some great balls there at the end that I'm not sure if other Georgia quarterbacks, before him throw perfect balls like that. And led them back to just a great comeback win for Georgia. That game-tying touchdown pass, which essentially was, you could be considered one of the greatest plays, at least in the Kirby Smart era. Just a great win, and I think that answered a lot of questions, and including there should really be no question who should be guiding this team under center.
Up to this point, how do you feel like the receiving core has looked? That was one of the big questions of Georgia's season coming in. It was really one of the things that hurt them last year. Led the country in drops. Didn't really have that go-to guy on the outside. From what you've seen so far, do you feel confident in the receiving core this year?
I do. Guys have stepped up. Zachariah Branch, the former 5-star recruit, freshman All-American at USC, has stepped up not only receiver, but the return game. And there's guys still like Noah Thomas, who led Texas A&M in receiving last year, who's only caught a couple balls, I think, so far this year. He should be breaking out soon. So the receiving, they've been able to hold on to the football for the most part, which was the big problem last year, as you said. And it could even get it's even more capable, I guess, with guys that could even have even better seasons.
On the defensive side of the ball, Patrick, last time we saw this Georgia defense, they gave up 41 points to Tennessee, which usually doesn't happen. Kirby had never given up more than 20 to a Josh Heupel offense. They gave up 41 to Tennessee. These Bama-Georgia games tend to be high scoring. We think of Saban and Kirby Smart all these years in defenses, but as you know, those games tend to usually be shootouts. Do you think we could be headed for another one on Saturday and we see some points in that game?
I think part of Georgia's game plan is going to be they're going to really try to slow the game down and run the football. I think they're going to have to try to get it out of that Alabama offense's hands, that passing offense. They don't want those 2 receivers, Williams and Bernard, lighting them up. I mean, Williams last year had 177 receiving yards against Georgia. They can't have that happen again. I think they're going to try to slow the game down, and if they can do that and keep the game in the 20s, it's still going to come down to the wire. This game is, no matter what, whether it's scored in the 30s or the 20s. But I think Georgia's going to try to slow this game down. Whether they can or not, we'll see.
Patrick, do you feel like the winner of this game should be the favorite to win the SEC afterwards? You still got Texas out there. LSU and Ole Miss are going to play Saturday. Oklahoma has looked really good up to this point. A&M had that big win against Notre Dame. They get Auburn on Saturday. But do you think winner of Bama-Georgia, in your mind, the team to beat moving forward the rest of the season in the SEC?
Man, PJ, you just rattled off some good teams. Like, seriously, You ran through, and I'm like, that's right. They're in the SEC too, I think you could say, yes, the favorite. However, there's some really good teams there. And you could maybe say the favorite for 1 week. I mean, as Kirby Smart says, it's literally week by week, who you're facing, who everyone else is facing. Yeah, you could say the winner of this game is the favorite in the SEC, but I might tell you different, say a week from then.
Yeah, very good. Patch, before we let you go, need a score prediction from you on Saturday. Do you think Kirby Smart gets his second win against Bama on Saturday?
I'm going to say Georgia 27, Alabama 23. I do think he finally does get that win. I think, Georgia during this time, during this win streak, They're 8-0 against top 15 teams, 6-2 against the spread, 17-0 at night. I think this game just falls in the perfect position. Georgia wants it. They're hungry, and it's a night game in Athens, and Georgia's really, really tough to beat right now. I mean, ask Tennessee last year and 3 years ago. Ask Ole Miss 2 years ago. When you're a top-notch team and you come into Athens, it's really hard to beat them. So I say Georgia by 4, but it's going to come down to the wire. And like we were talking earlier, it could really go either way. But I say Georgia by 4.
Longest current winning home streak in the country. The Georgia Bulldogs, they'll look to continue that on Saturday. Always great having Patrick Garben join us. Give Patrick a follow on X at Patrick Garben, UGAsports.com. Patrick, enjoy the game on Saturday, my friend. We'll talk again soon.
All right, PJ. Appreciate it, man. You take care.
Great stuff there, Patrick Garben. Let's continue looking at some of these college football matchups that we have coming up on Saturday. Real quick, though, some breaking news. Mike Gundy fired from Oklahoma State. So the Cowboys looking for a new head coach. I believe they're on a bye this week. Shawnee Sharp, is that correct, Oklahoma State? Do we know if they're on a bye this week? Can look that up for me. If not, maybe look at Oklahoma State to bounce back with the fired coach, but I believe the Cowboys are on a bye this week. As for looking at some of the other top matchups we have in college football this week, Auburn and Texas A&M, talked a little bit about this game yesterday. I like Auburn plus the points. I like Auburn money line in the game against Texas A&M. You know, what I love about football is that as the weeks go by, some of these wins, some of these losses that maybe at the time looked really good or really bad, you tend to see maybe weren't the case. And that A&M win against Notre Dame was a great one. But every time we watch this Notre Dame defense, it just feels like things kind of get worse and worse. And we talked about the Auburn-Oklahoma matchup last week and why that was a bad one for Auburn, because the Tigers are all about running the football. And when they're able to do that, that's when they're at their best. You can't run on Oklahoma. You can, though, on Texas A&M. They give up over 140 rushing yards a game. So Auburn being able to run the ball and being the best defense that A&M has played all season, I like Auburn plus the points. I think they win the game. So give me Auburn against Texas A&M as Oklahoma State hosts Baylor. That's correct. This weekend is 20.5-point dogs. Indiana and Iowa is going to be a night game at Kinnick. This has been a super interesting game. Indiana, the early look-ahead line, was a 2.5-point favorite. They got all the way up to as high as 8.5. Now they're back down to 7.5. I think anything over 7 would be a look for me with Iowa, just because that is a really difficult place to play at night. And it's strength on strength. Indiana, top 5 rushing offense. Iowa, top 15 rushing defense. The key is that Iowa does not have a good pass defense, and Indiana is efficient passing the football. But Indiana usually beats up on other teams making mistakes, and the fact that they're so well coached and so disciplined, and Iowa is the same way. They're always amongst the leaders in the country in fewest penalties committed. They never turn the ball over. They know their identity, and again, they're really tough to beat at home, especially at night. And usually that's where top 10, top 15 teams go to die, so it would only be Iowa or pass for me. I do think Fernando Mendoza, when his passing props yardage comes out, I would look at that, because I think I'm probably going to bet the over, because again, Iowa's so good against the run. Mendoza probably going to have to make some plays through the air. Tennessee, Mississippi State, interesting game. Vols a 7.5-point favorite on the road against the Bulldogs. This was as high as 9.5, come back down to 7.5. Probably not going to be a play for me in the game. Tennessee should have won that game against Georgia, had a bye week to think about it. Now they go on the road against a much improved Mississippi State team that had a really good win a couple weeks ago against Arizona State. Would probably be Mississippi State or pass for me, but again, no strong thoughts on that game. Arizona is going to take on Iowa State. The Cyclones, a 6.5-point favorite against Arizona. Total in the game is 49.5. Arizona coming off, both teams are coming off a bye. Arizona, very experienced team with a good quarterback in Noah Fafita. Iowa State has had some nice wins, some nice performances already this season. Again, it feels like the line is right. I think Iowa State in a money line parlay, good option this week going up against Arizona. All right, two of the biggest games that we're going to have all season, Penn State and Oregon from Happy Valley on Saturday night. This is all about the number for me. If Penn State, if you get a -3, I would take Penn State. If you get a 3.5, I would only take Penn State on the money line. We all know James Franklin's track record in these big matchups and what he does against top 10 teams. If Penn State wins, it's not going to be a blowout because Franklin just isn't going to blow out. Oregon is extremely talented, but it's a whiteout game at Penn State. Oregon's rushing defense, I think, is a little bit of a question mark in this game, and that's not something that you want against Penn State. They have not looked impressive up to this point, but Penn State also hasn't played anybody yet this season. Feels like everybody's going to be on the dog in this game, but Oregon really hasn't played anybody either. Oklahoma State just fired their head coach. Northwestern's one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. Oregon State's a disaster this season. So neither of these teams have really played anybody. Penn State at home off a bye week. I like them. Again, -3, take Penn State, 3.5. I like Penn State on the money line. Georgia-Bama, going to be an awesome game too. Georgia, 3-point favorite in that game. I do like Bama in this game, you guys. +3, I like them on the money line as well. Bama is the more desperate team. They lose this game, they already have 2 losses on the season, and then they're probably going to have to run the table if they want to make it to the college football playoff. Kirby Smart, if there's one team he struggled against, as Patrick was talking about, it is Bama. He's only been able to beat them one time. And look, you're not supposed to tease college football. You're not supposed to do that. But if you were ever to tease a game, it feels like Bama +9 would probably be the spot for a teaser, because if Georgia wins this game with Kirby and how he struggled to beat Bama in the past, with DeBoer's track record in these high-profile games, and the fact that Bama needs this win, I think if Georgia wins, it's going to be a one-score game. So Bama +9 in a teaser, I think, is a good option this week. But I think they win the game, and I certainly like him at +3 as well. BYU is 6.5-point favorite on the road against Colorado. Nothing for me in that game. All right, let's dive into the NFL real quick before we check in with our guy, Nick Kenyon. Thursday night, we got Seahawks and Cardinals, and Arizona and Seattle to pick 'em on Thursday night. I like the Seahawks in this game. I think they win outright. You look at the matchup between these two teams. Last year, Kyler Murray really struggled against Mike McDonald and that defense. I don't think that's going to change because Seattle's defense is really good again this season. And Arizona's coming off an emotional road loss, and those are always things that I look for, and that was a tough loss against San Francisco on Sunday. So I like the spot for Seattle, and I like the matchup with this defense going up against Kyler Murray. So give me the Seahawks -110. We have a London game this year, Dublin game out in Ireland between the Vikings and the Steelers. Minnesota's gotten bet up. This game was about Minnesota -120, -1.5. Now they're up to -2.5. I don't think we'll get a 3, but if we do, I definitely like the Steelers at +3. I still lean towards Pittsburgh in this game. Look, it makes sense why people are going to want to fade the Steelers. They shouldn't have won that game against the Patriots. They got outplayed. New England turned the ball over twice in their end zone. But the Steelers, this is just what they do under Tom, man. They just find ways to win games. And I know all the metrics and underlying stats tells you that you shouldn't bet them. But you have the Vikings coming off a 40-point win. And even though the Steelers' defense has not been good, I think they're going to play Minnesota tough. I think there's a chance they win that game, but I'm waiting for a 3, seeing if we get that on the Steelers. Commanders and Falcons, too much unknown for me in that game. We still don't know whether or not Jaden Daniels is playing. The line tells you that they expect him to play, but there's no official word. And Atlanta, off of one of the worst performances that you'll see all year, for losing 30-0 to the Panthers. That is impressive. You would expect them to bounce back and play well, but until Jaden Daniels, his status is ruled in or out. No bet for me in that game. Bills and Saints, I mean, the Bills are 16.5-point favorites. We know they're going to win the game. They're my survivor pick this week. The total is 47.5. I kind of like the over a little bit. Feels like Buffalo's going to get 31, 34 points. Can the Saints get us 14, 17? I kind of think they could. Buffalo's defense is still very banged up, and how much is Buffalo really going to be trying in the fourth quarter? Could be very similar to what we saw with the Seattle Saints game, where it's out of hand in the first half, and then you get all these points in the fourth quarter from New Orleans. I kind of like the over, 47.5. Lions and Browns, very interesting game this week. Two teams coming off of massive wins. Browns with the big upset over the Packers. The Lions with the big upset over the Ravens. And I kind of think the Browns match up pretty well with Detroit, right? What did the Packers give Detroit so much issue with in that first game? It was the pass rush. It was the defensive line. And we know the Browns have one of the best defensive lines in football. Now the question is, can the Browns get enough offense from Flacco and company to keep this game close or possibly pull off another upset? That's why I just can't get there with the Browns. But I do kind of like the under in this game, man. I mean, the Lions were just able to run the ball, control the clock last night against the Ravens. Going to be tough to do that against the Browns off of a short week and a physical game like that. I like the under 45.5. That would be my look in Lions and Browns. Patriots and Panthers, it would only be Panthers or pass for me. I couldn't lay 5.5 points with Drake May. You don't really want to bet the Panthers off of such a dominating performance, and it is a nice bounce-back spot for the Patriots after a game that they should have won. But again, Drake May's only won 2 games as a starting quarterback. You got to lay 5.5 points with them, even though it's one of the worst teams in the league. I just can't get there. Chargers and Giants, LA favored by 6. The total is 44.5. We got the big breaking news. Jackson Dart is going to be the starting quarterback for New York. And now his odds are plus 875 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. So a couple things. First, I think the Chargers are an awesome teaser piece this week. So they're -6. Take them on the money line, -295. Even though they've played 3 straight divisional games, this could be a letdown for them. I mean, their defense is so good, and they are so well coached. I just do not see how they're going to lose to a rookie quarterback in his first start and one of the worst teams in the league. Giants team total under feels like another good play as well. But I think Chargers in Survivor, Chargers in teasers, all very good options this week. As for Offensive Rookie of the Year, you got Ibuka as the favorite, plus 350. Tyler Warren's 4-1. Genty is 7-1. Hampton is plus 750. Cam Ward plus 775. And then Tet McMillan 8-1. Jackson Dart plus 875. And his teammate Cam Scattaboo at 12-1. Right now, I kind of think Amarion Hampton is still the best bet at plus 750. He finally started to look good against Denver. And now that Najee is out for the season, it's really going to be Hampton's job, man. I mean, he's going to be out there a ton, and he's on a good team that's going to be winning a lot of games, and he's going to have a lot of opportunities to score touchdowns. So I still like Hampton, plus 750 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I wouldn't take Dart. That offense is still a big work in progress. They're throwing him in there because Dable needs to save his job. I don't like Dart in that market. I still like Hampton. And then Ravens-Chiefs, game of the week, game of the slate in the NFL. Week 4. Ravens favored by 2.5. Total in the game is 48.5. I just don't know how you can bet the Ravens in this game, laying 2.5 points. I don't know how you can do it. They're banged up on the defensive line, and their offensive line has a lot of holes as well. And just imagine, you're sitting there in the fourth quarter, right? You know this is going to be a one-score game. You know this game is going to play. It's a playoff game, essentially. Both teams are 1-2. Neither of them want to drop to 1-3. These games are always close, and this game is going to be the same way. I know the Ravens are the more talented team. They should be the favorites in the game, but the Chiefs will find a way to keep this game close. And with no pass rush, Mahomes is just going to run around, and he's just going to buy time, and he's just going to have these back-breaking third down conversions. And I think the Ravens are going to turn the ball over. They never force turnovers in these big games. I just don't know how you can bet the Ravens because you're going to be sitting there in the fourth quarter. It's going to come down to the wire. And it's like, do you want to trust Harbaugh and the Ravens, or do you want to trust Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Chiefs? It feels like it's Chiefs or pass for me. I also think they're a great teaser leg at plus 8.5 because if the Ravens win that game, they ain't winning it by double digits. It's going to be a one-score game. So I like Chiefs in a teaser. I like the Chiefs plus 2.5 as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM and Any Sport Parlay Boost Token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost Token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost Token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's get to our guy, Nick Kenyon, here on Send It In. Give Nick a follow on X, at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Nick been waiting patiently there in the waiting room. Let's get to some of your best bets, Nick. We had some upsets in week 3. Do you foresee potentially any upsets in week 4? Any dogs that you think are live to win this upcoming week?
I'm a little scared how aligned we are on the card, PJ. More on that later. But I don't know. It's tough to find like a spicy underdog that's going to win this week. If you're telling me, if you're looking at every number that's north of plus 3.5, Jacksonville jumps out a little bit. They're plus 150 at San Francisco, who, you know, they're hurt now. So we can't really take San Francisco seriously. So that price jumps out at me. If you're looking at price, PJ, I mean, Titans, come on. How is this spread 7? Like, this is just like a dastardly path to choose whether you want to take the 7 with Tennessee or lay it with Houston. But I kind of like that just from a price standpoint. And I agree with you on Carolina, but I'm a little concerned that you're buying high off their best win of the entire season. And yeah, I get your point on Drake May. If you like Carolina, I just think you take the money line there.
I think it's a good call on Tennessee. I mean, are we even sure Houston's going to score 7 points, Nick, with that offense? I don't know. They might not. So I like the Titans with you. Battle of 3-0 teams on Sunday. Philly, a 3.5-point favorite against a banged-up Tampa Bay team. Do you have any thoughts on that game?
Almost nothing. Mike Evans is hurt. I'm waiting to see if Tristan Wirfs is going to play. If he does, and you're still getting north of the key number, I kind of like Tampa Bay, but they're so hurt on the offensive line, and this is pretty much the last team you want to play when that's happening to you. So I don't think they deserve to win that game over the Jets. So, but the Eagles have been so lucky. There's no chance I'm laying 3.5 with them on the road. So it would be take it with Tampa or nothing, but it's probably going to be a pass for me.
Somebody's going to go 1-3, Nick, in Ravens and Chiefs. Who do you think that's going to be?
Ask me again on Friday because injuries are going to decide this game, I think. If Worthy plays for Kansas City and Madubuike and Van Noy don't play for Baltimore, I think it's a home run spot for the Chiefs. Like, we saw the Lions just dominate the interior of the Ravens offensive line last night. How are they going to stop Chris Jones? Like, Chris Jones might get 5 sacks on his own in this game against a really bad Ravens interior offensive line. Baltimore, quietly 19th in rush offense DVOA this season. That is not good for a Lamar and Derrick Henry unit. So I completely agree with you. There's zero chance you're getting me to lay points with the Ravens on the road. Short week, too, but I need to see something from the Chiefs injury report before I make a decision.
Nick, quickly here in about 30 seconds or so, any other plays that you like in week 4?
I'll go as quickly as I can. Cardinals team total under this week. Detroit team total under. I think if you can stomach that one, props to you. Atlanta jumps out at me because who's betting the Falcons off that performance? And I am waiting to see Steelers injury news. I kind of like to look at Minnesota's team total. Jordan Addison is back this week, which could help their offense. So, and then you mentioned it, Giants team total under, and then Cowboys first half team total under against the Packers on Sunday Night Football.
We really are aligned this week, Nick. What could go wrong in week 4, my
Nothing.
friend?
Literally, what could happen?
Real quick, survivor pick. Would it just be Buffalo for you? Would you take a shot? Chargers, Packers, Lions, any of the other teams? What would you do?
Lions for me. I don't think Cleveland can do it 2 weeks in a row, but I have to say, I kind of like Seattle as a survivor pick this week. Didn't use them last week. Might burn them this week as dogs in Arizona. They're clearly a better team.
I agree. I like the under Cardinals team total under as well. Nick Kenyon, give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Nick, always appreciate the time, my friend. Good luck this week.
Thank you. You too, PJ.
All right, good stuff there, Nick Kenyon. Let's wrap up the show, you guys, with our favorite plays of the day. And it's a whole lot of baseball. Mookie Betts is 9 for 20 in his career against Brandon Pfaadt. We're going to take him to get a base hit today against the Diamondbacks. My prop lock of the day. Oh, baby, I like this one. They're giving us Tariq Skubal over 18.5 outs today at plus 145 on BetMGM. All we need is 6 2/3 inning from Tariq Skubal. Folks, this is a playoff game. Tigers, Guardians, Detroit's 1 game up in the division. They might not even make the playoffs, considering where they were back in May and June. It's a must-win. You got the best pitcher in the planet on the mound. Hinch is going to let him go as long as he can. Over 18.5 outs for Tariq Skubal at plus money. Give me the Rockies as my dog of the day today, plus 1.5 against the Mariners. Seattle hasn't won the division in 20-plus years. They're not going to make it easy on themselves. They're playing the worst team in baseball. Like, does this just not scream because it's baseball? Give me the Rockies on the run line. And then finally, Red Sox, Blue Jays under 8 runs. Lucas Giolito against Kevin Gausman, who's been on fire. Give me the under in that game. Thanks again, Patrick Garvin, Nick Kenyon, for joining us today on the show. Another great episode of Send It In coming tomorrow. See you guys then. Happy Tuesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys coming up today over the next 30 minutes. A lot to get into. We're going to continue to preview the great college football slate that we have upcoming on Saturday. We're also going to dive into Week 4 in the NFL. We had some breaking news about 10, 15 minutes ago. Jackson Dart is going to start for the Giants. We'll talk about that game and look at some of the marquee games, including Ravens and Chiefs on Sunday. Two great guests going to join us today. Patrick Garvin in moments to break down Bama, Georgia, and then Nick Kenyon later on in the show to talk some NFL. Then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays today on the Diamond. Big week, final week of the regular season in Major League Baseball. We got some monster games today and a lot of good bets. So stick around over the next 30 minutes. Any questions, comments that you guys have for us, as always, chime in at the BetMGM Network. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. And anytime the Georgia Bulldogs are playing in a big game, we have our guy Patrick Garvin on. Give Patrick a follow on X at Patrick Garvin, UGAsports.com. Patrick, it is a big game. Anytime Bama, Georgia is on the schedule, it's always one of the biggest of the season. And, I mean, this one, so much anticipation, right? Bama could have their second loss before the month of October. Georgia, fortunate to get that win in Knoxville. But as we were talking before the show, this is always the team that Kirby has had problems with. He's only been able to beat them one time. But this is the first time that he's getting them in Athens. So what do you make of the matchup on Saturday?
Yeah, first time Georgia, Alabama, and Athens for a decade now. Yeah. And as you said, PJ, Kirby's just 1-6 against Alabama. And but this is the first time he'll get them at home. And I think, looking at this game on paper, it's a lot of things go Bama's way when I look at it. But Georgia's maybe their biggest edge is the fact that they're playing them in Athens and at home. And, the fact that this has been a monkey on their back. Kirby Smart has pretty much controlled every opponent he's faced. Georgia Tech, he's just lost once. Tennessee's just lost once. Florida, just twice. Auburn, just once. Bama, he's 1-6 against, like we said. So he not only has he not controlled them, but he hasn't even scratched the surface. And this is his chance here. And like I said, he's got him in Athens, and that's a huge advantage.
Patrick, what do you think it is about these matchups that give Kirby and Georgia so much problems? Obviously, a number of those losses have been to Saban. He's only faced DeBoer the one time, and that was last year. But as you go back and look through the games, what do you think is the common theme that has given Georgia issues in these games?
It's hard to point to it, to be quite honest. I thought for the longest time it might have been Nick Saban until last year. Georgia goes to Tuscaloosa as, I think, a 1.5 point favorite, and they lose there. And actually, they were lucky they didn't get blown out, because that game got really ugly at the beginning. They came back at the end, actually led before losing. So, I think it's a big mystery, PJ, and I think that's also kind of adds to the essence of wanting to defeat Alabama. It just hasn't come, and I think that's why a win in Athens would be such a huge deal.
Looking at this game, Patrick, what would you say are a couple keys, determining factors that you see and, determining who's going to end up winning the game on Saturday?
Yeah, besides looking at any kind of home field advantage, I think Bama has struggled to establish a run game this year. On the contrary, Georgia has actually done really well stopping the run game. That's against the pass they've struggled. Struggled a lot more than people ever envisioned. Against the run, they've been tough, and I think if they can stop that Bama run game, keep them to one-dimensional, I think that's going to be a huge, huge deciding factor.
Let's talk about
it's a big if, though.
Yeah, definitely is a big if. These kinds of games, it's usually about the line of scrimmage, which team's able to establish the run and stop the run. We're talking with Patrick Garvin here, previewing Bama and Georgia on Send It In. Patrick, one of the big talking points for Georgia coming into the season was Gunnar Stockton and how he was going to look for Georgia. I mean, a couple weeks ago against Tennessee, he looked pretty damn good, man. Led them down the field that final drive. Great throw on fourth down. They win the game in overtime. Was that enough for you to see that, okay, Gunner is the guy? Georgia can accomplish what they want to, win the SEC, win the national championship with Stockton. Was that performance against Tennessee enough for you?
I think it was. I've been saying all preseason, this Tennessee game was going to be huge. Granted, Gunner came into the SEC championship and, led them to a win. He faced Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl. He played in the first 2 games this year, but this was going to be the first true road test. And he went into Knoxville, and granted, they were down. He not only led them back, but just threw some great balls there at the end that I'm not sure if other Georgia quarterbacks, before him throw perfect balls like that. And led them back to just a great comeback win for Georgia. That game-tying touchdown pass, which essentially you could be considered one of the greatest plays, at least in the Kirby Smart era. Just a great win, and I think that answered a lot of questions, and including there should really be no question who should be guiding this team under center.
Up to this point, how do you feel like the receiving core has looked? That was one of the big questions of Georgia's season coming in. It was really one of the things that hurt them last year. Led the country in drops. Didn't really have that go-to guy on the outside. From what you've seen so far, do you feel confident in the receiving core this year?
I do. Guys have stepped up. Zachariah Branch, the former 5-star recruit, freshman All-American at USC, has stepped up not only at receiver, but the return game. And there's guys still like Noah Thomas, who led Texas A&M in receiving last year, who's only caught a couple balls, I think, so far this year. He should be breaking out soon. So the receiving, they've been able to hold on to the football for the most part, which was the big problem last year, as you said. And it could even get it's even more capable, I guess, with guys that could even have even better seasons.
On the defensive side of the ball, Patrick, last time we saw this Georgia defense, they gave up 41 points to Tennessee, which usually doesn't happen. Kirby had never given up more than 20 to a Josh Heupel offense. They gave up 41 to Tennessee. These Bama-Georgia games tend to be high scoring. We think of Saban and Kirby Smart all these years in defenses, but as you know, those games tend to usually be shootouts. Do you think we could be headed for another one on Saturday and we see some points in that game?
I think part of Georgia's game plan is going to be they're going to really try to slow the game down and run the football. I think they're going to have to try to get it out of that Alabama offense's hands, that passing offense. They don't want those 2 receivers, Williams and Bernard, lighting them up. I mean, Williams last year had 177 receiving yards against Georgia. They can't have that happen again. I think they're going to try to slow the game down, and if they can do that and keep the game in the 20s, it's still going to come down to the wire. This game is, no matter what, whether it's scored in the 30s or the 20s. But I think Georgia's going to try to slow this game down. Whether they can or not, we'll see.
Patrick, do you feel like the winner of this game should be the favorite to win the SEC afterwards? You still got Texas out there. LSU and Ole Miss are going to play Saturday. Oklahoma has looked really good up to this point. A&M had that big win against Notre Dame. They get Auburn on Saturday. But do you think winner of Bama-Georgia, in your mind, the team to beat moving forward the rest of the season in the SEC?
Man, PJ, you just rattled off some good teams. Like, seriously, You ran through, and I'm like, that's right, they're in the SEC too, I think you could say, yes, the favorite. However, there's some really good teams there. And you could maybe say the favorite for 1 week. I mean, as Kirby Smart says, it's literally week by week, who you're facing, who everyone else is facing. Yeah, you could say the winner of this game is the favorite in the SEC, but I might tell you different, say a week from then.
Yeah, very good. Patrick, before we let you go, need a score prediction from you on Saturday. Do you think Kirby Smart gets his second win against Bama on Saturday?
I'm going to say Georgia 27, Alabama 23. I do think he finally does get that win. I think, Georgia during this time, during this win streak, They're 8-0 against top 15 teams, 6-2 against the spread, 17-0 at night. I think this game just falls in the perfect position. Georgia wants it. They're hungry, and it's a night game in Athens, and Georgia's really, really tough to beat right now. I mean, ask Tennessee last year and 3 years ago. Ask Ole Miss 2 years ago. When you're a top-notch team and you come into Athens, it's really hard to beat them. So I say Georgia by 4, but it's going to come down to the wire. And like we were talking earlier, it could really go either way. But I say Georgia by 4.
Longest current winning home streak in the country. The Georgia Bulldogs, they'll look to continue that on Saturday. Always great having Patrick Garben join us. Give Patrick a follow on X at Patrick Garben, UGAsports.com. Patrick, enjoy the game on Saturday, my friend. We'll talk again soon.
All right, PJ. Appreciate it, man. You take care.
Great stuff there, Patrick Garben. Let's continue looking at some of these college football matchups that we have coming up on Saturday. Real quick, though, some breaking news. Mike Gundy fired from Oklahoma State. So the Cowboys looking for a new head coach. I believe they're on a bye this week. Shawnee Sharp, is that correct, Oklahoma State? Do we know if they're on a bye this week? Can look that up for me. If not, maybe look at Oklahoma State to bounce back with the fired coach, but I believe the Cowboys are on a bye this week. As for looking at some of the other top matchups we have in college football this week, Auburn and Texas A&M, talked a little bit about this game yesterday. I like Auburn plus the points. I like Auburn money line in the game against Texas A&M. You know, what I love about football is that as the weeks go by, some of these wins, some of these losses that maybe at the time looked really good or really bad, you tend to see maybe weren't the case. And that A&M win against Notre Dame was a great one. But every time we watch this Notre Dame defense, it just feels like things kind of get worse and worse. And we talked about the Auburn-Oklahoma matchup last week and why that was a bad one for Auburn, because the Tigers are all about running the football. And when they're able to do that, that's when they're at their best. You can't run on Oklahoma. You can, though, on Texas A&M. They give up over 140 rushing yards a game. So Auburn being able to run the ball and being the best defense that A&M has played all season, I like Auburn plus the points. I think they win the game. So give me Auburn against Texas A&M as Oklahoma State hosts Baylor. That's correct. This weekend is 20.5-point dogs. Indiana and Iowa is going to be a night game at Kinnick. This has been a super interesting game. Indiana, the early look-ahead line, was a 2.5-point favorite. They got all the way up to as high as 8.5. Now they're back down to 7.5. I think anything over 7 would be a look for me with Iowa, just because that is a really difficult place to play at night. And it's strength on strength. Indiana, top 5 rushing offense. Iowa, top 15 rushing defense. The key is that Iowa does not have a good pass defense, and Indiana is efficient passing the football. But Indiana usually beats up on other teams making mistakes and the fact that they're so well coached and so disciplined, and Iowa is the same way. They're always amongst the leaders in the country in fewest penalties committed. They never turn the ball over. They know their identity, and again, they're really tough to beat at home, especially at night. And usually that's where top 10, top 15 teams go to die, so it would only be Iowa or pass for me. I do think Fernando Mendoza, when his passing props yardage comes out, I would look at that, because I think I'm probably going to bet the over, because again, Iowa's so good against the run. Mendoza probably going to have to make some plays through the air. Tennessee, Mississippi State, interesting game. Vols a 7.5-point favorite on the road against the Bulldogs. This was as high as 9.5, come back down to 7.5. Probably not going to be a play for me in the game. Tennessee should have won that game against Georgia, had a bye week to think about it. Now they go on the road against a much improved Mississippi State team that had a really good win a couple weeks ago against Arizona State. Would probably be Mississippi State or pass for me, but again, no strong thoughts on that game. Arizona is going to take on Iowa State. The Cyclones, a 6.5-point favorite against Arizona. Total in the game is 49.5. Arizona coming off, both teams are coming off a bye. Arizona, very experienced team with a good quarterback in Noah Fafita. Iowa State has had some nice wins, some nice performances already this season. Again, it feels like the line is right. I think Iowa State in a money line parlay, good option this week going up against Arizona. All right, two of the biggest games that we're going to have all season, Penn State and Oregon from Happy Valley on Saturday night. This is all about the number for me. If Penn State, if you get a -3, I would take Penn State. If you get a 3.5, I would only take Penn State on the money line. We all know James Franklin's track record in these big matchups and what he does against top 10 teams. If Penn State wins, it's not going to be a blowout because Franklin just isn't going to blow out. Oregon is extremely talented, but it's a whiteout game at Penn State. Oregon's rushing defense, I think, is a little bit of a question mark in this game, and that's not something that you want against Penn State. They have not looked impressive up to this point, but Penn State also hasn't played anybody yet this season. Feels like everybody's going to be on the dog in this game. But Oregon really hasn't played anybody either. Oklahoma State just fired their head coach. Northwestern's one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. Oregon State's a disaster this season. So neither of these teams have really played anybody. Penn State at home off a bye week. I like them. Again, -3, take Penn State, 3.5. I like Penn State on the money line. Georgia-Bama, going to be an awesome game too. Georgia, a 3-point favorite in that game. I do like Bama in this game, you guys. +3, I like them on the money line as well. Bama is the more desperate team. They lose this game, they already have 2 losses on the season, and then they're probably going to have to run the table if they want to make it to the college football playoff. Kirby Smart, if there's one team he struggled against, as Patrick was talking about, it is Bama. He's only been able to beat them one time. And look, you're not supposed to tease college football. You're not supposed to do that. But if you were ever to tease a game, it feels like Bama +9 would probably be the spot for a teaser, because if Georgia wins this game with Kirby and how he struggled to beat Bama in the past, with DeBoer's track record in these high-profile games, and the fact that Bama needs this win, I think if Georgia wins, it's going to be a one-score game. So Bama +9 in a teaser, I think, is a good option this week. But I think they win the game, and I certainly like him at +3 as well. BYU is 6.5-point favorite on the road against Colorado. Nothing for me in that game. All right, let's dive into the NFL real quick before we check in with our guy, Nick Kenyon. Thursday night, we got Seahawks and Cardinals, and Arizona and Seattle to pick them on Thursday night. I like the Seahawks in this game. I think they win outright. You look at the matchup between these two teams. Last year, Kyler Murray really struggled against Mike McDonald and that defense. I don't think that's going to change because Seattle's defense is really good again this season. And Arizona's coming off an emotional road loss, and those are always things that I look for, and that was a tough loss against San Francisco on Sunday. So I like the spot for Seattle, and I like the matchup with this defense going up against Kyler Murray. So give me the Seahawks -110. We have a London game this year, Dublin game out in Ireland between the Vikings and the Steelers. Minnesota's gotten bet up. This game was about Minnesota -120, -1.5. Now they're up to -2.5. I don't think we'll get a 3, but if we do, I definitely like the Steelers at +3. I still lean towards Pittsburgh in this game. Look, it makes sense why people are going to want to fade the Steelers. They shouldn't have won that game against the Patriots. They got outplayed. New England turned the ball over twice in their end zone. But the Steelers, this is just what they do under Tomlin, man. They just find ways to win games. And I know all the metrics and underlying stats tells you that you shouldn't bet them. But you have the Vikings coming off a 40-point win. And even though the Steelers' defense has not been good, I think they're going to play Minnesota tough. I think there's a chance they win that game, but I'm waiting for a 3, seeing if we get that on the Steelers. Commanders and Falcons, too much unknown for me in that game. We still don't know whether or not Jaden Daniels is playing. The line tells you that they expect him to play, but there's no official word. And Atlanta, off of one of the worst performances that you'll see all year, for losing 30-0 to the Panthers. That is impressive. You would expect them to bounce back and play well, but until Jaden Daniels, his status is ruled in or out. No bet for me in that game. Bills and Saints, I mean, the Bills are 16.5-point favorites. We know they're going to win the game. They're my survivor pick this week. The total is 47.5. I kind of like the over a little bit. Feels like Buffalo's going to get 31, 34 points. Can the Saints get us 14, 17? I kind of think they could. Buffalo's defense is still very banged up, and how much is Buffalo really going to be trying in the fourth quarter? Could be very similar to what we saw with the Seattle Saints game, where it's out of hand in the first half, and then you get all these points in the fourth quarter from New Orleans. I kind of like the over, 47.5. Lions and Browns, very interesting game this week. Two teams coming off of massive wins. Browns with the big upset over the Packers. The Lions with the big upset over the Ravens. And I kind of think the Browns match up pretty well with Detroit, right? What did the Packers give Detroit so much issue with in that first game? It was the pass rush. It was the defensive line. And we know the Browns have one of the best defensive lines in football. Now the question is, can the Browns get enough offense from Flacco and company to keep this game close or possibly pull off another upset? That's why I just can't get there with the Browns. But I do kind of like the under in this game, man. I mean, the Lions were just able to run the ball, control the clock last night against the Ravens. Going to be tough to do that against the Browns off of a short week and a physical game like that. I like the under 45.5. That would be my look in Lions and Browns. Patriots and Panthers, it would only be Panthers or pass for me. I couldn't lay 5.5 points with Drake May. You don't really want to bet the Panthers off of such a dominating performance, and it is a nice bounce back spot for the Patriots after a game that they should have won. But again, Drake May's only won 2 games as a starting quarterback. You got to lay 5.5 points with them, even though it's one of the worst teams in the league. I just can't get there. Chargers and Giants, LA favored by 6. The total is 44.5. We got the big breaking news. Jackson Dart is going to be the starting quarterback for New York. And now his odds are plus 875 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. So a couple things. First, I think the Chargers are an awesome teaser piece this week. So they're -6. Take them on the money line, -295. Even though they've played 3 straight divisional games, this could be a letdown for them. I mean, their defense is so good, and they are so well coached. I just do not see how they're going to lose to a rookie quarterback in his first start and one of the worst teams in the league. Giants team total under feels like another good play as well. But I think Chargers in Survivor, Chargers in teasers, all very good options this week. As for Offensive Rookie of the Year, you got Ibuka as the favorite, plus 350. Tyler Warren's 4-1. Genty is 7-1. Hampton is plus 750. Cam Ward plus 775. And then Tet McMillan 8-1. Jackson Dart plus 875. And his teammate Cam Scattaboo at 12-1. Right now, I kind of think Amarion Hampton is still the best bet at plus 750. He finally started to look good against Denver. And now that Najee is out for the season, it's really going to be Hampton's job, man. I mean, he's going to be out there a ton, and he's on a good team that's going to be winning a lot of games, and he's going to have a lot of opportunities to score touchdowns. So I still like Hampton, plus 750 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I wouldn't take Dart. That offense is still a big work in progress. They're throwing him in there because Dable needs to save his job. I don't like Dart in that market. I still like Hampton. And then Ravens-Chiefs, game of the week, game of the slate in the NFL. Week 4. Ravens favored by 2.5. Total in the game is 48.5. I just don't know how you can bet the Ravens in this game, laying 2.5 points. I don't know how you can do it. They're banged up on the defensive line, and their offensive line has a lot of holes as well. And just imagine you're sitting there in the fourth quarter, right? You know this is going to be a one-score game. You know this game is going to play. It's a playoff game, essentially. Both teams are 1-2. Neither of them want to drop to 1-3. These games are always close, and this game is going to be the same way. I know the Ravens are the more talented team. They should be the favorites in the game, but the Chiefs will find a way to keep this game close. And with no pass rush, Mahomes is just going to run around, and he's just going to buy time, and he's just going to have these back-breaking third down conversions. And I think the Ravens are going to turn the ball over. They never force turnovers in these big games. I just don't know how you can bet the Ravens because you're going to be sitting there in the fourth quarter. It's going to come down to the wire. And it's like, do you want to trust Harbaugh and the Ravens, or do you want to trust Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Chiefs? It feels like it's Chiefs or pass for me. I also think they're a great teaser leg at plus 8.5 because if the Ravens win that game, they ain't winning it by double digits. It's going to be a one-score game. So I like Chiefs in a teaser. I like the Chiefs plus 2.5 as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM and Any Sport Parlay Boost Token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost Token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost Token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's get to our guy, Nick Kenyon, here on Send It In. Give Nick a follow on X, at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Nick been waiting patiently there in the waiting room. Let's get to some of your best bets, Nick. We had some upsets in week 3. Do you foresee potentially any upsets in week 4? Any dogs that you think are alive to win this upcoming week?
I'm a little scared how aligned we are on the card, PJ. More on that later. But I don't know. It's tough to find like a spicy underdog that's going to win this week. If you're telling me, if you're looking at every number that's north of plus 3.5, Jacksonville jumps out a little bit. They're plus 150 at San Francisco, who, you know, they're hurt now. So we can't really take San Francisco seriously. So that price jumps out at me. If you're looking at price, PJ, I mean, Titans, come on. How is this spread 7? Like, this is just like a dastardly path to choose whether you want to take the 7 with Tennessee or lay it with Houston. But I kind of like that just from a price standpoint. And I agree with you on Carolina, but I'm a little concerned that you're buying high off their best win of the entire season. And yeah, I get your point on Drake May. If you let Carolina, I just think you take the money line there.
I think it's a good call on Tennessee. I mean, are we even sure Houston's going to score 7 points, Nick, with that offense? I don't know. They might not. So I like the Titans with you. Battle of 3-0 teams on Sunday. Philly, a 3.5-point favorite against a banged-up Tampa Bay team. Do you have any thoughts on that game?
Almost nothing. Mike Evans is hurt. I'm waiting to see if Tristan Wirfs is going to play. If he does, and you're still getting north of a key number, I kind of like Tampa Bay, but they're so hurt on the offensive line, and this is pretty much the last team you want to play when that's happening to you. So I don't think they deserve to win that game over the Jets. So, but the Eagles have been so lucky. There's no chance of laying 3.5 with them on the road. So it would be take it with Tampa or nothing, but it's probably going to be a pass for me.
Somebody's going to go 1-3, Nick, in Ravens and Chiefs. Who do you think that's going to be?
Ask me again on Friday because injuries are going to decide this game, I think. If Worthy plays for Kansas City and Madubuike and Van Noy don't play for Baltimore, I think it's a home run spot for the Chiefs. Like, we saw the Lions just dominate the interior of the Ravens offensive line last night. How are they going to stop Chris Jones? Like, Chris Jones might get 5 sacks on his own in this game against a really bad Ravens interior offensive line. Baltimore, quietly 19th in rush offense DVOA this season. That is not good for a Lamar and Derrick Henry unit. So I completely agree with you. There's zero chance you're getting me to lay points with the Ravens on the road. Short week, too, but I need to see something from the Chiefs injury report before I make a decision.
Nick, quickly here in about 30 seconds or so, any other plays that you like in week 4?
Okay, as quickly as I can. Cardinals team total under this week. Detroit team total under. I think if you can stomach that one, props to you. Atlanta jumps out at me because who's betting the Falcons off that performance? And I am waiting to see Steelers injury news. I kind of like to look at Minnesota's team total. Jordan Addison is back this week, which could help their offense. So, and then you mentioned it, Giants team total under, and then Cowboys first half team total under against the Packers on Sunday Night Football.
We really are aligned this week, Nick. What could go wrong in week 4, my friend?
Nothing. Literally, what could happen?
Real quick, survivor pick. Would it just be Buffalo for you? Would you take a shot? Chargers, Packers, Lions, any of the other teams? What would you do?
Lions for me. I don't think Cleveland can do it 2 weeks in a row, but I have to say, I kind of like Seattle as a survivor pick this week. Didn't use them last week. Might burn them this week as dogs in Arizona. They're clearly a better team.
I agree. I like the Cardinals team total under as well. Nick Kenyon, give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Nick, always appreciate the time, my friend. Good luck this week.
Thank you. You too, PJ.
All right, good stuff there, Nick Kenyon. Let's wrap up the show, you guys, with our favorite plays of the day. And it's a whole lot of baseball. Mookie Betts is 9 for 20 in his career against Brandon Pfaadt. We're going to take him to get a base hit today against the Diamondbacks. My prop lock of the day. Oh, baby, I like this one. They're giving us Tariq Skubal over 18.5 outs today at plus 145 on BetMGM. All we need is 6 2/3 innings from Tariq Skubal. Folks, this is a playoff game. Tigers, Guardians, Detroit's 1 game up in the division. They might not even make the playoffs, considering where they were back in May and June. It's a must-win. You got the best pitcher in the planet on the mound. Hinch is going to let him go as long as he can. Over 18.5 outs for Tariq Skubal at plus money. Give me the Rockies as my dog of the day today, plus 1.5 against the Mariners. Seattle hasn't won the division in 20-plus years. They're not going to make it easy on themselves. They're playing the worst team in baseball. Like, does this just not scream because it's baseball? Give me the Rockies on the run line. And then finally, Red Sox, Blue Jays under 8 runs. Lucas Giolito against Kevin Gausman, who's been on fire. Give me the under in that game. Thanks again, Patrick Garvin, Nick Kenyon, for joining us today on the show. Another great episode of Send It In coming tomorrow. See you guys then.
Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
After the results of Monday Night Football, Detroit inching closer and closer to the top 4 of Super Bowl odds in the National Football League. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. This is Bet Sweats with you on a Tuesday morning, and we are now joined by CBS Sports' Will Brinson to talk about the National Football League. How you doing, Will?
Guys, the Detroit Lions, the demise of the Detroit Lions because they lost 2 coordinators may have been a bit exaggerated. Dan Campbell is a stud. Jared Goff, I mean, what a statement game. Like, you go into Baltimore and do that to the Ravens. I think you have to put – you put the Lions above the Packers when you're talking about, the best teams in the NFC North, best teams in the NFC. And then I think it's probably like a 7-team group of squads that I kind of trust at the top. And by trust, I mean like loose, right? I mean the Bills, Ravens, who I forgot to mention last time, Packers, Lions, Eagles, and I think I've got the Rams and the Chargers up there as well. That's kind of like I think they can blow a game at any point because it's the NFL, but that's sort of the group I trust at the top. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I feel very good about it. I'm also kicking myself. The human brain works in mysterious ways, obviously. When
you didn't.
Electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Yeah, and I think not only just Gibbs, but you have like all these, you have like five guys who can take over a game between Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, who was just sort of written off, I guess, because Jahmyr Gibbs is awesome. David Montgomery is still great. I mean, he's the hammer, like the heart and soul of that run game. And they're going to feed him the ball down by the goal line. He can still break off big runs. I mean, maybe not the full break. Like Jahmyr Gibbs scores that touchdown that Gibbs was trying to run to. I think, Sam Laporta, underused still, but very, very dangerous. And then, of course, Jameson Williams, who's an absolutely explosive playmaker. This offense went outdoors in primetime against a truck in the Ravens and took care.
Get ready to experience.
Like, go for it on 4th down in big spots. And what is it, that third and they don't get it on 3rd down. And Troy Aikman sort of like, Dan Campbell's told us, like, everyone on the team already knows if they're going to go for it on 4th down. And again, like, we can talk about how it works in big spots and when it fails in, conference championship games and all of that. But when the whole team is on the same page about going for it on 4th down, it just gives you a lot more confidence in what they're going to do, when they're going to do it. You don't feel like they're waffling in these moments. And I think Detroit, the coordinator stuff is just overblown. Like, they look great out there. Maybe they might have upgraded. I don't know. I mean, I'm not worried about the Lions in any facet whatsoever, and I think they're absolutely a viable Super Bowl contender.
Give me another take on NFC, because I think that's what's really interesting. Detroit is the 3rd favorite right now at 6-1. You clearly like them. People have questions about Philly. They're co-favorites with Green Bay. And then you go down the line, like we get the Bosa news with San Francisco. There's always expectation. The Rams are there. Tampa 3-0. All really close games, all field goal games, less than that. Washington, Minnesota, all of a sudden they look great against Cincinnati. There's another team we were talking about that's way down the board. Give me a take on somebody positive or negative that's not Detroit in the NFC.
I mean, I hate to beat the drum here, but I think the Rams are just live to win this conference and go back to the Super Bowl. If Puka Nacua's usage is insane through 3 weeks. I mean, this guy is getting fed the rock. Kyron Williams looks like his old self. I mean, he's not like super efficient, but he's just a grinder in that system. Blake Corum actually looks like he may have taken a step forward as that, kind of like backup option if something happens to Kyron. And then Devontae Adams, was it like maybe Underdog tweeted out, it's like, Unk still got it? I mean, dude, going down the field and catching deep balls. Like, if Matthew Stafford stays healthy, this defense is awesome. That game against the Eagles, and obviously, it's bet sweats. I'm sure you guys talked about it yesterday. One of the all-time bad beats in terms of plus 3.5. Like, there's no way you can lose 3.5 unless one very, very specific thing happens. And it's a really unlikely thing that's going to happen, especially when if it's like a different defensive player who's not 336 pounds and in like a superhumanly fast for his size is probably going down when he gets the ball because he's seen the ball in his hands before. But Jordan Davis just wanted that touchdown because he's probably only got 3 of them in his life. But I think, that game, that worries me a little bit for the Rams in the sense that losing that game, a game that you really should have won, when the Niners go and beat the Cardinals in that tough spot with Mac Jones as a backup, maybe that ends up costing you the division. Maybe it ends up costing you a look at the 1 seed. Maybe it costs you a home playoff game. Like, we'll see how that pans out. But if that's the case, I think it hurts the Rams' chances a little bit. But I just think I am so impressed with what Los Angeles has done in the first 3 weeks of the season, the way they've looked. Matthew Stafford's got to stay healthy, but they've done it against really good defenses and really good teams. I just think this is not something that's going to go away. If for whatever reason, the market and the general public doesn't love the Rams that much.
And as we turn the page to week 4, one of these teams will be 1-3. Baltimore, Kansas City.
I mean, was it Baltimore's like minus 2.5?
2.5.
Hey, yeah. I mean, it's like if the Ravens didn't have this propensity for blowing like games late, I don't know. To me, the Ravens are the better team. Yeah.
BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
How many points is the Green Bay Packers going to beat the Dallas Cowboys by?
21. The Packers can't. I mean, the Cowboys can't stop anything. Like, their defense is absolute trash. The Packers defense, I do think, the NFL, it's tough to find true trap games like you do in college, where, an NFL team is overlooking an opponent. But I think that was the ultimate trap game against the Browns for the Packers. You're going on the road. You're an 8.5-point favorite. You know that if you score 20 points, the game is over. And you have the Cowboys on Sunday night in the Micah Parsons revenge game on deck. And I think they really did fall for the, I don't know if they got too hyped up about themselves, but I just think it was the perfect trap game. And that's why I love the Browns catching 8.5. You still had to hold on for dear life to get the Browns, but they got home. I think you see a Packers team off a loss going into Dallas against a Cowboys team that will put up a fight to a degree, but I just think they're hapless on defense. And I don't know how, the Packers aren't that explosive offensively yet. We haven't seen it from them. If they can run, they're fine. If you can stop them from running, I think they're in a little bit of trouble. I just don't see Dallas slowing down their run game. And I think Parsons, you're going to play 100% of the snaps and come away with 4 sacks. That's the problem there. I just think there's a chance that the Packers blow them out. This would normally be a spot where I'd like to take the points because the Cowboys are good enough to cover the 7, but not with that Micah Parsons factor. He's going to come out just hair on fire in this one.
I knew we were on the Browns, and I loved your tweet Saturday night when the bartender came out, Packers, and you sent me the Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
When are you on the,
I have.
What?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No. I was going to say, was he on the Colts too? Because I feel like
yes.
I feel like the Titans were such a perfect spot. I can no longer back the Titans. Brian Callahan is a bad football coach who does not know what he's doing. And the Titans, he takes a delay of game and then kicks a 62-yarder with like 40 seconds. I'm like, how did you not know that was going to backfire into the Colts getting a field goal right before half, man? What are you doing? So like the Titans, I don't know if I can back. Who's your stinkier dog than the Browns plus 8.5, Sam?
So we have a bell here. It's called the can't do it bell. And when somebody says they can't do it, we just ring it. I'm taking the Titans plus 7.
Oh, no.
Yep. I'm doing it. Like, I'm doing it.
I mean, the Texans are the first team in 20 years to start 0-3 while allowing 55 points or less. Like, their defense is really good. They just cannot score. I mean, the offense is a dumpster fire. The offensive line is a train wreck. There are injuries all over at the running back position. Nico Collins got a little banged up at the end of that game, then came back in. CJ Stroud looks mid. I mean, I don't know if I can take. I can't take the Titans again this week, but I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to score to cover 7. So I think that's fair. Yeah. But yeah, Callahan, it's a disaster. So many penalties every week, and that's usually a sign of bad coaching, and we're seeing it there. You like the Rams. They are not going to be betting the Rams this week. No chance. They're taking all those points with the Colts. They already took 4.5 down to 3.5. We'll see if this gets a 3. You think the Rams cover?
Yeah, I do. I think the Rams are a better football team. Look, the Colts are really good. I think there's a chance for some regression here. You're not going to go the whole season without punting. Indiana Jones. I mean, we're not calling him Danny Dimes anymore. He's Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones ain't going to be perfect. He's going to lob a Kingdom of the Crystal Skull out here eventually in one of these weeks, and it's just going to be an absolute box office turd. And I think this is the week against a good Rams defense. To me, the fact that the number is staying at the hook, given how well the Colts have played and how they're sort of the darling now 3 weeks into the season, is a little telling. I think there's a couple of those lines out there this week where you're like, with the hook, like I'm definitely taking the dog here. And it might be a little bit of stinky cheese there. So I think I'd be careful. I like the Rams to win and win handily. I mean, they had the Eagles just put in a corner. And I think what we've seen from the Colts so far this season, now the Broncos game was a little bit closer, obviously, but the Colts have largely front run, right? What happens when the Colts aren't front running? When they can't just hand Jonathan Taylor the ball and let him get downhill? When the Rams come out and score early and score often and get let's say the Rams are up 14 to 20 points. Are the Colts? I don't know if the Colts are built to come back against a good defense like that. And I think the Rams will come out hot at home, put up some points, slow the Colts down, force them to punt a couple times, and then let's see what the Colts could do when they're not front running. Because I have an inkling that it may involve a Indiana Jones pick 6.
How fun is it to watch Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh work together?
It's awesome. I love Jim Harbaugh. I mean, like, he's one of my favorite coaches ever. I said, like 2 years ago, I think he's a Hall of Fame coach, and Pete Prisco, of course, is like, what are you talking about? Prisoner of the moment. And look, I mean, Harbaugh gets the best out of everybody. It is unbelievable. Like, Quentin Johnson is a star now. I mean, this guy couldn't catch a football 2 years ago. You lose Khalil Mack. Okay, no problem. You lose Rashawn Slater before the season. Okay, no problem. Najee Harris gone now. Like, it's not going to be a problem. Omari Hampton, I think will end up being the best rookie running back in the NFL this year. I got 16-1 like off-season ticket on him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
We got it together. We both got it.
Yeah. I think he starts to get there and really come into his own. I loved him at Carolina. Great player. They have 3 wide receivers who have a perfect combination of skill sets. They are very complementary. Quentin Johnson, the super deep threat. Lab McConkey, who, we thought would be at like a 30% target share, but hasn't had to be there this year. We're still due for a lad game. And then Keenan Allen having a renaissance season there. They've got the tight ends who block, who can catch passes. Greg Roman's dialing up a perfect game plan for Justin Herbert. They're passing more aggressively early in games and often. And Herbert looks, I think Herbert, 3 weeks into the season, it's early, right? But if you're talking about the MVP favorites, I mean, I should have grabbed him at 10-1. I think there are a lot of people that have those tickets. 5-1, I don't even think is that crazy, given what if the Chiefs fall to 1-3, because you got to win your division. I think Herbert's a good look for MVP.
Will Brinson, CBS Sports, thank you very much. Always appreciate you hopping on. Good stuff there. Joe O, Sammy P, we're going to take a look at some NFL awards before we get to our lightning bets on this Tuesday. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. I think we need Jake to go to the Wiener Circle today. Because they had this big promotion. If Caleb Williams throws for 4 touchdowns, free hot dogs for everyone. That would be today, Tuesday. And I guess that's what the deal is. I don't know if it's one per person or what it is. That's got to be a hell of a scene today. Just people excited about the Bears in Chicago, and then the Wiener Circle. If I don't know, how would you best explain it to people that have no idea what the Wiener Circle is?
It's a place where you go to be sort of berated by the staff.
Yes,
I guess it's a good way to put it.
Like the most vulgar of ways.
Now, I don't know that you're going to get that on a Tuesday. On a Thursday, Friday night, Saturday night, you have the full staff there, and there are some characters that work there. There's a video, if you're curious about the Wiener Circle and what it entails. Just go to YouTube and type in Triumph, the insult comic dog.
So good. Yeah. Do I remember it? I go back like on a yearly basis. Yes.
Yeah. So Triumph goes to the Wiener Circle and has this insane exchange with the staff. And it's one of my favorite videos on YouTube. Actually, I'm going to see how many views it has. I'm sure that people that aren't from Chicago like we are have never seen it. Okay, so it's a Conan O'Brien video that has 16.5 million views. And the headline or the title of the video is Jack McBrayer and Triumph visit Chicago's Wiener Circle.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And that is not an overreaction. It is, let's see, how long is it? I don't remember how long the video is. I feel like it's about 10 minutes or so.
So good.
McBrayer is so perfect. And here we go, 8 minutes and 4 seconds. And it's must-watch YouTube. It reminds me of, remember that restaurant that used to be right off the highway there? Would that be Ontario or Ohio?
Downtown? Yeah, where
Ed DeBevick's.
You get Ed DeBevick's was one. There was another one like near Navy Pier that Chris Ranji actually worked at. Like he was part of the staff that would rip on people. I forgot the name of that one too. Dick's Last Resort? Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
That is it.
Yeah, that's it.
So Ed DeBevick's used to be one. I don't know if it's still open. I haven't lived in Chicago for 6 years now, so I don't know. But you'd go in there and you'd be like, I'd like a double cheeseburger and a fry. And they'd be like, you don't need a double cheeseburger, fat ass.
Yeah,
and you'd be like, whoa. If you didn't expect it, you'd be like, okay. But they were just rude to the clientele, and that was the vibe. Go watch. I can't even possibly explain it better than just telling you to go to that YouTube video.
Go watch
Triumph at the Wiener Circle. I'm going to watch it after the show. It's so
me too.
funny.
I can't wait to see my girl Poochie. I cannot wait.
I couldn't remember her name. Poochie. That's right. And the comments are insane on the video. Here's a comment from 1 year ago. 11 years ago, this video uploaded, and I still watch this golden nugget of comedy. And then there's a quote. Do you kiss your pimp with that mouth? Oh, it's so funny. Oh, man.
I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking this out.
Poochie.
Yeah, so man, to have a job where you could talk like that, it's pretty awesome. I wonder if they have to tone it down because, like you said, middle of the day, I'm sure the camera crews from the local news will be there to cover this. Great way to get some free publicity. A lot of people are talking about it. It was funny because the reporters were asking the Bears players who have no idea what the Wiener Circle is about this. And Caleb was like, yeah, cool. Enjoy your free hot dogs. Like they have no idea what goes on there. But people in Chicago, people that have visited that area certainly know. Once you go, you will never, ever forget it.
So speaking of the Wiener Circle and speaking of Caleb Williams, I have a friend who watches our show all the time. and he doesn't bet everything we say, and oftentimes he goes rogue. He sent me a slip yesterday. He bet Caleb Williams to win the MVP at 80-1. BetMGM.
Holy. What was that?
I know.
Was that before yesterday?
It was after the game.
Yeah, yeah.
It's never before the game. It's always after the game. Still 80-1. That's the market at BetMGM. So similar players in that price range. Prescott is 80. Kyler Murray is 66. Brock Purdy is 66, and he's not even healthy. That's kind of crazy that Purdy is shorter than Caleb. And then on the other side, Trevor Lawrence 100-1, Saquon 100-1, Bo Nix 100-1. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just giving you the facts. Caleb Williams has the most touchdown passes in the NFL. Well, actually that changed because Jared Goff played last night. So that I didn't check that this morning. I guess I should.
They had 4 rushing touchdowns.
Okay, so the leading passing touchdown guys in the NFL right now, I should have had this beforehand. I apologize. Lamar has 9. Rodgers, Goff, Caleb have 7. Not bad.
The 80-1 price is correct. I agree. Fine with that. The Bears not only have to make the playoffs, probably have to win the division. They're 28-1 right now to win the division. It's probably what you need. You're going to need that level of success. I understand getting excited about the numbers and the 4 touchdowns. We're going to learn very quickly, was that more about the Cowboys defense or the Bears offense? And I think we're going to be talking about, if you have any fantasy players going against the Cowboys, you just load them up immediately. Like, there's no questions asked. That's the worst defense in the NFL. Eberflus's defense. That's really not much of a debate right now based on what we've seen. Was it all about the opponent? I don't know. We're going to find out. I get it if you think he's going to have numbers. I didn't think you were going MVP. I thought you were going 4,000 plus yards, offensive player of the year, something like that, something a little bit different, because MVP is going to be tough because you got to be typically a top 2 to 3 seed in your conference to get the MVP. And speaking of that, Brinson brought his name up. Herbert, that's the big mover this week. 6-1. He's a third favorite. The number for Josh Allen got even shorter because Lamar's team lost last night. So they were co-favorites before last night's game. And now what we have is Josh Allen is separating himself a little bit without even playing last night. So it goes Allen, then Lamar, then Justin Herbert, down to Love a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to make cases for somebody that not in the top 3 to 4.
What about Jalen Hurts? I'd like to have this conversation because there was a lot of people on X, some people that I might call a teammate at one company, saying, all right, Jalen Hurts, let's see what you can do. And super sarcastic, super passive aggressive. Like, oh, he can't throw him back in this game. They're down 19 points. Well, he did. And he was the reason they won that game. Well, the block kick helped, of course. But to get them in front, he was the reason they took the lead. Let me shape it that way. He's 18-1 at BetMGM. Same price as Mahomes, $2 shorter than Baker Mayfield. They are undefeated. He's going to have 15 rushing touchdowns, give or take, in what's probably the final year of the tush push. And they could go 13-4, 14-3. It's a very good football team. If he keeps silencing the critics and finding ways to get the Eagles home in games, he's going to be right there. Is he going to have the stats like Allen or Lamar? No. But he's probably, if Saquon continues this, what's the word? Slip from where he was last year? Slide. It's very hard to match what Saquon did last year. If the Eagles are going to run it back and win a bunch of games, it'll be because of the quarterback, not because of the running back. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Last night I was scrolling, watching Monday Night Football, and on the algorithm popped up something that Stuart Feiner said about Jalen Hurts, and then my daughter repeated it the rest of the night because I was laughing. She's like, what does he mean by that? It was actually positive. He was ripping on Jersey Jerry because he said something very negative about Jalen Hurts. It feels the stats play such a big part. Like the record for the Eagles is probably going to be up there, something that you need. But the stats play such a major factor that I just don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Rushing touchdowns, you throw that into the wash, yes, it's going to help him. But I understand your point. The quarterback of potentially the team with the best record. Like that's a good starting point. And you already won the Super Bowl. You're the Super Bowl MVP. What else do you have to prove to people? You still got people criticizing him. 22-1. I get your point on that number, that it probably should not be that. Is it going to be one of these top 2 names? Maybe. So what are we, top 3, all in the same conference? Like what's the best number for the NFC? It's Love, and that's 16-1. Jaden Daniels, who's hurt, has the same. I see people saying, oh, now Baker's got to be talked about for MVP. Baker's getting more love than Jalen Hurts, which I think is kind of crazy, even with the late game heroics that we've seen out of Baker. It's hard for me to find value in this market to go down the board. I'm more willing to go down the board in some of these other markets, but I think MVP is going to be tough to beat not only Herbert, but Allen and Lamar.
Sure. I bet Justin Herbert a couple years ago at 15-1. And I was clearly early. Mm-hmm. I believe it was how long has Harbaugh been there? Is this his 3rd year? I think it was the year before Harbaugh got there. Second. Okay. So I bet Herbert, you're right. He took the job before the 2024 season. So this is year 2. I bet it in 23, the year before Harbaugh got there. And I'm like, I love this kid. I love his game. And I bet it 15-1. And it didn't quite work out that year. So I got jaded because that's how it works. If you bet it once and it doesn't work out, you're like, oh, I can't do it again. And I'll be completely honest with you, I never even thought about it. Never even crossed my brain. And that's my fault. I mean, I should be better at that. I should be able to compartmentalize bets that were either bad or ahead of schedule or both. Had the right idea just a couple years early. But never thought about Herbert. And a lot was made about the Big Four. The Big Four every year. Lamar, Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow. And Burrow's not winning the MVP because he's not going to be on the field. Don't think it's going to be Mahomes earlier because that team is winning with defense, not offense. You could get cute and take a number, but Josh Allen's the best player in football. I've thought that for 2 years now. So know that if you make a bet at anybody 10-1 or higher, you might get good numbers. You might beat the number for a while. But if 17 is healthy in Western New York, he's the best player and he's the most valuable player.
OPOY. Jonathan Taylor's a favorite. Puka is your second favorite. That's pretty wide open. Like Taylor had the 3-touchdown game this weekend, so he's going to make that jump. That's an interesting market. And if you look at offensive rookie of the year, interesting as well. It's not Warren. Last week, Warren was the favorite. Every week, it's a different favorite, Sam. Now it's Ibuka. He's the guy that Baker goes to in a big spot, plus 370. Warren, plus 500. You're in a good spot with your Hampton ticket at plus 750. He's the guy moving forward with the Najee Harris injury. Cam Ward's 5th favorite, Genty 6. Dart is 7th at 20-1. I mentioned my Judkins bet. He's also 20-1. And Scattaboo is right there, 22-1. This market is changing more than any other awards market week to week.
I'm just going to sit on the Hampton ticket that we talked about after the draft, 16-1, see what happens, roll the dice. BetMGM is down to 12 on Dart, and you were telling people to bet 30 and 35, assuming that this would eventually happen. Now, he's got an uphill battle because he hasn't played. But if he does take the reins and finish the season, that's 14 games, and that's enough to win the offensive rookie, especially if he puts up numbers. I mean, they have weapons there. You know, guys like Neighbors and Scattaboo, and you know, they've got enough there to at least make some noise. With the MVP and the offensive player, though, I want to go back to offensive player.
Mm-hmm.
Gibbs and Brown are both unbelievable, but they're probably going to cancel each other out, right? That's the problem with Detroit. And because all the weapons are there, it probably removes Goff winning the MVP. Detroit's a very elite offense, but they have so many weapons that I don't know that one of them can win. Taylor's clearly the best player in Indy. Puka clearly in Los Angeles. McCaffrey clearly in San Francisco. Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. I feel like Gibbs and St. Brown are both so good that they take away from each other.
I think your CMC play looks good too. He had like 27 touches Sunday.
Stay healthy, man.
Where else is they going to go with the ball? Yeah, got to stay
on the field.
Yep. Yeah, that market's interesting. My guy JSN, he's down a little, but not a lot, 35-1. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets next, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming up in just a few minutes. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. I wish we had something with the room today, because that's peak. Just what's the room got? Let's go Oppo. How are we going to do it? Are we going to parlay it? What are you going to do? I'm sure people did that, and they missed it by that one freaking leg. But yeah, room goes 1-4 yesterday for Monday Night Football. Can't wait till Thursday till we find out exactly where they're at. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. Sam, we got a message from listener viewer Garrett, and it's about the Red Sox, a team that you are following closely. And he was looking for some angles, some advice, kind of in that hedge spot, final week of the Major League Baseball season, trying to figure out what he should do. It's a sizable ticket. So he's reaching out to us. He has his own idea, but he was curious what we would do. So here's the scenario for Garrett. He's got a Red Sox to make the playoffs ticket. His total risk is nearly $1,800. The payout, $39K. So this is significant. He says it's across 4 different parlays. He's got golf legs from the Open Championship tied to it. Best price he's seen on Boston to miss is 6-1. Would you hedge with that number at plus 600, or would you hedge the games daily? And he gives an example like tomorrow, put a little on the Blue Jays money line against the Red Sox. So Garrett was just wondering what's the best way to go about it. The Red Sox are in the playoff right now. They're up by a game. And just to have an idea how much of a favorite they are to make it, BetMGM has minus 900. On the low end, I see minus 800. High end, minus 1,000. So if you're making a move, what do? Or do you just sit and wait out these last 6 games, take it day by day?
If you're minus 900 to make the playoffs, it's hard to get too hedge happy, I would think. And again, it's very difficult for us to tell people what to do. I think we could only approach it from the school or the thought process of what would I do. Again, it's your money, it's your decision. But if your last leg to hit this parlay, you bet it at 6-1, yes. And the yes is now minus 900. It's very difficult to get too hedge happy. I guess the question is, how much is that money going to change your life? $39,000 is a lot of money. So do you want to bet 1,000 at miss at 6-1? Maybe that's a good place to start. So you either win 38,000 or win, what was the bet? You said how much to win 39?
So he's risking about 1,800.
Okay, so just doing the math here. I don't have my Michael Felder calculator. So
Boston is a dog tonight to Toronto at Toronto. BetMGM has Toronto at minus 170 favorite. Giolito on the bump for the Red Sox.
Yeah, but you have a clean hedge with betting the no, though, is my point. I wouldn't do the day-to-day because you could technically, if things go weird, it could get bad. Yeah. I mean, it just could. So if they make the playoffs, he wins 39,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to put a dime on the no at 6-1, that would be my answer, because then he'd win either 38,000 or he'd win 6,000 minus the 1,800.
I think that's the best way. You don't want to get too convoluted, and then you're just spreading money all these different places, and then you're doing this for 6 to 7 days, and then by the end you're like, well, crap, what happened to my winnings? It was like I was knocking on 40 grand and now I'm down to 35 or whatever. That's significant. Keep that in mind too. It may not sound like it's that significant, you're happy with 35, but why give money away if you don't have to? And I'm sure that's probably why he was reaching out to us. I think he's on the right path, because that's the first thing he brought up. So that means that's probably what he's closest to doing, and thinking, are there other creative ways? Yeah, I like being in a hedge spot where I can win both sides, but it's okay when we're talking about a ticket that's $39K. right? Is that kind of where you're coming from? Like, you're not going to miss that 1,000 if you're wrong on that. And really, you're not wrong. You're right.
Garrett, what I would say is you made a tremendous bet, and you are such a prohibitive favorite now. You don't want to take out of what you should win more than you have to, right? That's what I would say. That's what I would do if I made an $1,800 bet to win $39,000, and I'm a $9 favorite to cash this parlay. I would bet a very small amount from that big pot. You take the big pot and take a dime out and bet the no. Just in case it does happen, if the Red Sox fall apart, you then win the 6,000 and then you lose the 1,800. So you still profit either 4,200 or 38,000. That's my final answer.
It's probably nervous because if you go to tankathon.com, look at the remaining strength of schedule, the toughest in baseball belongs to the Boston Red Sox with these last 6 games. Blue Jays and the Tigers. So I understand being a little bit nervous here, but keep in mind how awful the Tigers have been over the last month. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. But Garrett, congratulations. Great bet. Best of luck with your decision. And I agree with Sam. Just go no, and you're not going to miss that grand or whatever you decide. But don't hedge too much. That's the biggest key here. Don't hedge too much. You're in a terrific spot. Hope that gets home for you. All right, Sam, lightning bets. What are you thinking today?
I will definitely end up on Penn State at some point this week. But let me be clear. I am not in a rush to lay 3.5 now. So that is not a lightning bet today. But I'm hoping for 3. And I do think eventually you're going to get that bet on Oregon at 3.5. I did notice this. They put up a poll on Instagram yesterday. They took our video about Oregon and Penn State. And as of this morning, I took a screenshot. Kate put a poll on the video. Mm-hmm. And the question on the Instagram was, will Oregon take down Penn State? Yes or no? What percentage do you think said yes, that Oregon will win outright of 100?
70.
75.
Wow.
So
it doesn't surprise me.
I don't think that Oregon support is going to stop. And I think we're going to get 3. And for Big Dave, you think Big Dave's going to let Oregon go into Happy Valley and win? Ain't happening. So I'm holding on Penn State. Again, not a lightning bet yet, but that's sort of what I'm thinking. If you'd like a bet, give you the Tennessee Titans +7. I'm there. I made it. Yeah. I made it on a Tuesday.
All right. Congratulations. I get it. The Texans should not be favored by a touchdown over anybody in this league, but the Tennessee Titans are barely in this league. So that's the trouble. That's a trouble spot. But you're right. It's disgusting, and it's the right play. I don't buy that Texas team at all. Stingley's hurt too. We're going to find out if he's going to be good to go. Key cog to that defense. How close are you in the Longhorns making the playoff? -150.
I think it's a really good bet.
Yeah. Thinking about it. All right. I'm going to go somewhere else. Both of us landed independently. Seahawks 7-1 to win the division.
Woo!
Bosa injury. Maybe we're all just wrong about them. And that is a lights out defense. And I don't think they're getting enough respect right now. And people are still looking at it and say, wow, the opponent matters. And I certainly understand it. But, man, yeah, we both landed on the same spot. That is way too much value for everything that they've already accomplished. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in on the Seahawks here. Why not in that division? I don't think it's going to be San Francisco. I mean, it's funny. I was reading stories. Why are the Niners so injured all the time? Why are the Niners so injured? And then the day that article comes out, I think it was from The Athletic, Bosa's done for the year now. Like, add him to the list. But yeah, Seattle loses a close game to start the season against San Francisco. Took out Pittsburgh on the road. Know about New Orleans. And then we get Thursday's game at Arizona. That's going to be a big one for this. But yeah, watch out. We may have been wrong about Seattle because I was not high on them coming into the season. So that's my look for today, to win the division. And if you want to do more, there's some big numbers. 30-1 for the NFC. Paul Aspin, what you got for the Lightning bets?
As a former Seahawks backer in years past, I wish you the best. I think it's interesting that the favorite has flipped in the LSU Ole Miss game, so that's kind of pointing me towards Ole Miss. Going to dive into it a little bit more, but so I've not gotten to the window on it yet, but that's an interesting one. And yeah, that's pretty much it for today. So I'll let Jake take off with a full baseball card.
Ooh, yeah. Full baseball card as opposed to yesterday. Only had a few games. I'm sure we'll talk about Dodgers D-backs, but Jake, let me run the people that they've thought out the parlay. Now you can boost it. Use this boost token on any Pro Football Same Game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win at BetMGM. What do you think, Jake?
So great to have these Diamondbacks positions and be one game out of the wild card. Here's Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. Oh, who do
They're
the Reds
minus
get?
150. Minus
Well,
150.
You may ask yourself who the Reds get. Johan Oviedo and the Pittsburgh Pirates in Cincinnati. Awesome. Sick.
Yeah,
I love that we've just moved on from the Mets, and it's like we're not even talking about
the Mets are anymore. The
It's
Mets
just
got
a Reds
raptured.
thing.
It's over. The Mets as an organization got beamed up. It's over.
And they got Horton tonight.
Yeah, that
luck.
team's cooked. But as long as the Diamondbacks can just stay in it, Reds have to play Skeens tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just saying. As far as other stuff, I like the Orioles on the money line. I like the under in the Red Sox Blue Jays game. And let's go Diamondbacks, please. Please win. Just please win.
Please.
They beating him?
Yes,
they beating
nicely.
Ohtani?
I did ask nicely. Sure. Let's official lightning bet Diamondbacks money line. Let's go down.
Oh
with the
my
ship.
God.
Let's go all
and
the
do
way.
yourself a favor. Go watch Triumph the Comic Dog at the Wiener Circle. Do it.
Yep. We're going to do that right now. Right as Paul's trying to run the show meeting for tomorrow. We'll be watching that laughing. Thanks for listening and watching Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. Back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. Continue to smash that like button, baby. Let's get those damn subscribers up. Please participate with us here on the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you'd like to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends. Once again, you can find it at BetMGM Network on Twitter. We got the crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Bill Zimmerman. He'll be back with us tomorrow. But Nick Costos, he will be joining us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on last night's banger Monday Night Football game that saw the Detroit Lions beat the Baltimore Ravens. What a win that was for the Lions. Nick will get into that to start the 4 o'clock hour, as well as his team, the New York Giants, the New York Football Giants, going with Jackson Dart as their new starting quarterback. We'll get into all of that coming up at 4 o'clock Eastern time, as well as throughout this 3 o'clock hour here on You Better You Bet. But as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, talking NFL, college football, Major League Baseball with the regular season winding down, final day coming up on Sunday. We got 4 division races, wild card races in both leagues. Make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts. We have 2 guests who will be joining us throughout the show, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern time. 3-time Super Bowl champion, color commentator for the NFL on Fox, Mark Schlereth, returns to us during his weekly Tuesday hit. Host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Stink does an awesome job breaking down the National Football League, and we're going to get his thoughts from what transpired in Week 3 in the National Football League. Then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern Time, betting analyst for NBC Sports Bet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast, the Whale Capper, Drew Dinsick, returns for his weekly hit on a Tuesday. Whale's going to give us his early looks for Week 4 in the NFL, which begins in 2 nights between the Seahawks and the Cardinals. And baby, we got movement in that betting market. We have a lot to get to over the course of the show. So let's get right into it because, man, like I said at the top, what a game last night. Detroit Lions beat the Baltimore Ravens 38-30. I was on the under, hand up. Didn't work out that well for me on the under, but it was a small bet. Like we said, hey, small bet to the under, 54.5. Game lands on 68 points. So just a little bit of a loser with that game. But you know what? I just wanted something to sweat in the game. Probably would not have bet the game if it was on a Sunday, just being quite honest. But I wanted something to sweat, so we'll wear it nonetheless. But man, that game was awesome. And that game was a reminder, in my opinion, and something that I've talked about throughout the course of the summer and also early on in this season as well. I know the conversation is, oh, the Detroit Lions are back in our lives. Wow, the Lions are back. Look at the Lions. Folks, the Lions never left. They never left. The team is so good. They have so many good players, and they reminded us that they're still here. Coordinator loss be damned. I know they lost Ben Johnson to Chicago. They lost Aaron Glenn to New York. So much was made about those coordinators going off to their head coaching jobs. Doesn't matter. The Detroit Lions are here because the culture is the heartbeat for the Detroit Lions. And the culture, damn it, is Dan Campbell. That is the culture for the Detroit Lions. As my dog said, dogs be barking last night, baby. 4.5 as the Detroit Lions got it done. But, like, just think about how that game played out. Like, the aggressive decision-making by the Detroit Lions. Like, how about Dan Campbell rolling the dice at midfield with the Detroit Lions, like, in a game where, hey, if they get those things done, like, all they have to do is just make sure that the Lions are going to go ahead and just take care of business. 4th and 2, midfield, they get the job done. Dialing up the gadget plays as well. Willow, please, be quiet, all right? I'm trying to talk to people here, okay? Please, be quiet. Okay, now we can get back on track. Like, the gadget plays in the high leverage spots for the Detroit Lions were incredible. 4th and 1, start of the fourth quarter, inside the 5-yard line, triple option with Jared Goff, handing it off to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, what a design that was. And it was a very familiar design by the Detroit Lions to go ahead and do that. I mean, this is something that we've seen many a times in the NFL. And in fact, I saw people sharing this quite a bit after last night's game. Like, this was a play that we saw in a Panthers-Cowboys game in 2003. And I think back to this one because I'm a Cowboys fan. Of course, like, I'm always going to think about, hey, like, this is the Cowboys. I remember this play growing up. But it was a Panthers-Cowboys game in 03. Quarterback Quincy Carter handing it off to Richie Anderson, who pitches it to Avion Cason. Names that nobody would ever remember, unless, like, you're a diehard Dallas Cowboys fan. But stick with me here, because this really does matter to what we saw last night. Like, the significance of that play is that Dallas Cowboys team was coached by Bill Parcells, whose assistant coach at the time was Sean Payton, now the coach of the Denver Broncos, Super Bowl champion. Sean Payton, of course, one of the great coaches that we have in the NFL. But the most important part of that play, once again, this is the handoff, the triple option play that we saw last night. Goff to St. Brown to Gibbs, touchdown for the Detroit Lions. The significance of that play back in 03 was that Dan Campbell was the tight end on the field for the Dallas Cowboys. Dan Campbell got his coaching start as an intern for the Miami Dolphins back in 2010 when Bill Parcells was the VP of football operations. He was later an assistant head coach for the New Orleans Saints from 2016 to 20 when Sean Payton was the head coach in New Orleans. I say all of that to say this. Dan Campbell has been through a detailed coaching education, learning from great coaches. All the meathead stuff that we all see, like, oh, like Campbell, like he's like such a tough guy, built for tough, Metallica, etc. That's all for the vibes. Like, Dan Campbell, the substance of the matter, is a very strong and cerebral head coach. That's what he is, and he always presses the right buttons. And you can point to, well, what happened in the playoffs last year? Yeah, like that game got away from them. Their defense was injured. Jaden Daniels came in and shocked the world. I get all of that. But as long as Dan Campbell's on the sidelines for the Lions, they're going to be all right. And last night was another reminder for the doubters, for all the naysayers, that this team ain't going anywhere. This team is an absolute monster. And what I loved about it so much last night is that the Detroit Lions stayed true to who they are. Up front, baby. The line of scrimmage, in the trenches, run the damn ball. That's what it was. They shoved the ball down Baltimore's throats. 38 carries, 224 yards. Montgomery and Gibbs, they combined for 4 rushing touchdowns in the game. They got whatever they wanted. And if this is how it's going to look for the Detroit Lions on the offensive side of the ball, I hadn't even gotten into what the defense was doing, with Aiden Hutchinson looking like the guy that we saw prior to the fibula injury. Like, he was in Lamar Jackson's face doing things. I mean, Muhammad last night, like they got guys coming out of the woodworks where it's like, I didn't know that guy could play like that. Like, that's how good this Lions team is, and that's how good they were last night. If they can do this, it confirms the preseason beliefs of, hey, 2 best teams in the conference reside in the NFC North. And that's where I think we sit here 3 weeks into the season. Like, Tampa Bay, I wanted to believe the injuries are starting to mount, and we got more injuries on Tampa, which we'll talk about a little bit later on here on You Better You Bet. But, like, I still think the 2 best teams, it's Green Bay and it's Detroit. And we said it before the week 1 start. I talked to Nick about this. I said, hey, like, what are the chances that this week 1 game is actually a preview of what we'll see in January? I think it is. These teams are awesome. They're the class of the conference until further notice. Like looking at the other, like Philly, I know they're the defending champs, yada, yada, yada. They don't look that good, guys. I'm just being honest. They don't look that great. Green Bay and Detroit, they look really good. I think those two teams are awesome. Now going forward on the Baltimore side, like usually they win these types of games. Unfamiliar opponent, in prime time, at home. That's when the Ravens typically flex their muscles. Unfortunately, last night, the defense did not allow that. This Ravens defense is a problem. And not in like the good way that we talk about people being a problem. Like, oh, so-and-so's a problem. No, it's just a flat out problem. Like this defense cannot be trusted to win in January. And I said this after they got lit on fire in that Sunday night game against the Buffalo Bills. Like the Ravens are way too uneven. Their defensive coordinator, Zach Orr, he's regressed to what we saw in the first half of last season when there were so many questions about what the Baltimore Ravens were doing. Like last night, the stats, they allowed 426 total yards, 6.5 yards per play. They gave up an 18-play, 98-yard touchdown drive and a 7-play, 96-yard touchdown drive in the same damn game. That cannot happen if you want to have a championship caliber defense. And yes, you could say, well, there's a bunch of injuries on the Ravens defense. I agree. Nnamdi Madubuike, he is out with a neck injury. Kyle Van Noy is out with a hamstring injury. Like, this defense is banged up. But I'll also push back and say this. With those guys healthy, they haven't been good either. Like, they have not been good. And the Madubuike injury sounds like, you listen to what the people are saying in Baltimore, that might be a long-term injury, like this neck injury that he has. He's their best defensive lineman. It might not go well. That could be an issue. Kyle Van Noy with the hamstring, I'm sure he'll be back in a couple of weeks, but still, with those guys on the field, it hasn't been what the Ravens are accustomed to putting out there on the field. Like, it's usually a really good defense, and that's just the defense. Offensively, Derrick Henry. When did he become a fumbler? Now he turned into like Amon Green from back in the 2000s, or like Tiki Barber before he changed up the way he was holding the football. Like, I don't know what happened to Derrick Henry. 3 straight games where he's now fumbled the football, all 3 games, and one of them you could point to directly cost them against Buffalo. Like that fumble that kind of set this whole kind of insane chain of events that took place where the Bills came back and beat Baltimore, and then last night, like, it's the fourth quarter. You're down by 4. And I get it. Like, Detroit just kicked the field goal to make it a 7-point game. But still, that put the Ravens up against it, that fumble. And after the game, like, he talked about it saying, hey, like, I got to be better. I don't know what's happening. I'm going to continue to work on it. But, boy, like, that did not look like the Derrick Henry that we all see out there. Like, Derrick Henry is typically a guy that is secure with the football, and he was not secure with the football last night, fumbling once again in a Baltimore Ravens loss, which sets up a very, very massive game Sunday afternoon between the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, that game, I think, is going to be a banger. Ravens-Chiefs, because usually, hey, they're 3-0, they're really good, both of these teams should be awesome. Like, no. It's now not do or die because there's still so much season left, but this is, you want to win this one. Both of these teams enter the contest 1-2, and one of them, after Sunday, will fall to 1-3. That is an incredibly high leverage game in the AFC for those betting markets, for the Super Bowl betting markets. You go to 1-3, it's no longer looking good. Baltimore right now is plus 260 to win the AFC, and you have the Ravens plus 550 to win the Super Bowl. Kansas City on their side, they're plus 650 to win the AFC, 14-1 to win the Super Bowl. Whatever happens in that game, like, I think like those betting markets are going to absolutely shift. And right now, looking at the betting market over at BetMGM for the game on Sunday, my early thoughts, Ravens, they're 2.5 on the road. Like, give me a 3, man. Give me a 3. And if we get a 3, I'm betting Kansas City. I don't care, because that defense that we saw against the Detroit Lions, that defense that we saw against the Buffalo Bills, that defense I would not trust against Patrick Mahomes. I don't care that the Chiefs don't have their wide receivers. Maybe Xavier Worthy's back, maybe he's not. We know Rashee Rice is suspended. Tyquan Thornton has now emerged as wide receiver 1 for Kansas City. Regardless, like, I do not care. give me Mahomes and Andy Reid to be able to figure out how to score points on the Baltimore Ravens defense. I think for Baltimore, we could be talking a week from now how the Ravens are in a world of hurt at 1-3 as a team that we all thought would be best team in the league, regular season juggernaut, all of a sudden up against it before the calendar even turns to the month of October. So last night's game sets up an absolute fork in the road moment in the AFC, and I cannot wait to see how it all unfolds coming up later on this weekend between the Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, later on in this hour, we're talking Heisman Trophy. Cannot wait. I still believe there's value in the market. We're going to break it down. Who should you be betting heading into a monster weekend in college football? But coming up next, the news did not stop today. All of the top stories that we have throughout the world of sports coming at you here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Randy, Lions in this one?
No, I'm going Ravens.
Ravens.
I think the Ravens are going to beat them pretty soundly, actually. I mean, I think the Lions are a good team, but just does the offense early on, especially, is not going to travel.
That's true.
So I'll take the Ravens. I think a statement game for Baltimore Monday night after what happened against the Bills, where they had that game completely in hand, and then
you're doing the Kate Constable narrative.
Yeah,
zigzag.
Yeah.
We love a good narrative.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I think that Baltimore is really good. I think the Bills are really good. And I think everyone else in the AFC is just kind of
the AFC sucks.
And then the Lions, you know, like week one they showed some flaws and they just played a bad defense last week and embarrassed them.
Also very true.
Yeah.
You think the AFC sucks? Going into the year, it's like the AFC is loaded. I know the Chiefs have not been what
bad,
we thought, but they still
AFC
are.
South bad as a whole. I mean, it's Bills. I mean, now Bengals. You don't want anything to do with them without Burrow, so it's just the Ravens.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, part
Texans
of it.
are not that great so far.
I mean,
They're
it's
0-2.
underwhelming Chiefs. It's Bengals injury, but I mean, like, the Chargers. I think that they could be really good, but that's 3 teams out of the AFC. Yeah. And then, I mean, you look at the NFC. It's Eagles. It's
Packers.
It's Packers. I still think people are high on the Vikings and the Lions as well.
Rams,
Niners, Bucks, Commanders. I mean, that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 teams that we just ripped off to varying degrees. Whereas, okay, let me put it this way. I think the AFC drop-off is much steeper than it is in the NFC. Because you get through 7 teams, you know, you go, I mean, we have it on the right rail here. It's Packers, Eagles, Lions, Rams, Niners, Bucks, Commanders. You got 7. And then it's the drop where it's like Cardinals, you got to kind of sell yourself on that. Whereas AFC, and I'm going to play director here, Max, if we get AFC up here, my king, love it, was already on it. It's Bills, Ravens, Chiefs still, but I don't know how much we believe in them. Chargers, you're at 4, and then the drop off of $6 to the Broncos. And we think the Broncos are frauds. And it's an even steeper drop to 25 with the Texans.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I kind of think that the Chiefs maybe just don't have the juice this year, or maybe not as good. Because also, historically, teams coming off their Super Bowl loss too, Kate, this is exactly what happens. It's the Super Bowl hangover of the loss, though, and they just come out flat, and they could still make the playoffs. Obviously, it's the Chiefs, but I mean, you got 3 teams there that you feel good about in the AFC compared to 7 in the NFC.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebfe hanging with you guys here on this Tuesday afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll hear from Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's Lions win over the Ravens, as well as his team, the New York Giants, turning to Jackson Dart as their new QB1. That news coming out earlier this afternoon. Russell Wilson to the bench. Jackson Dart, the rookie, you're up, buddy, for the 0-3 New York Giants. Nick will break that down coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. 20 minutes from now, though, we'll take a look at the Heisman Trophy betting market, where Oklahoma QB John Mateer is the favorite at 7-1 over at BetMGM. I'll let you know who's still the bet to be made right now heading into this upcoming weekend in college football. A massive, massive weekend in college football. Cannot wait for this Saturday. A lot of great games, even Friday, to be quite honest. I'll have bets in both of those Friday games, FSU, Virginia, and the other game as well. So cannot wait to get into some Heisman Trophy discussion in the next segment. But joining us right now, like you did yesterday, filling in for our guy, executive producer Bill Zimmerman, it's our guy, Mr. 340 himself, hanging with us at 320, the great Tyler Morales. Tyler, how we doing on this Tuesday afternoon?
Pretty good. I mean, a lot of headlines today. We were texting each other throughout before the show. It felt like news was breaking left and right. The only thing we were missing was like LeBron James retiring. That's how many random news bites we got during today. But everything's going well. Excited for the baseball playoffs. We haven't talked about it much. I have some postseason takes that are like percolating. I've been in the lab the last few days. A couple teams I want to target, but we'll talk about it throughout the week. But it's a great time in sports right now, so no complaints on my end.
Absolutely a great time in sports. A lot of complaints on my end, as I think many people heard in the last segment. Once again, I apologize. My dog Willow, who we've now had for a week, is now finding her voice. She used to be shy and sleep and just chill. Now she's finding her voice. She wants to participate. She wants to wagertain. I told her to wagertain her ass outside. Hopefully everything is all good to go. We'll check in on her coming up in the next break. But I just cannot function with that happening right now during the show, and I don't think anybody else appreciated that. So let's continue with the program. Tyler, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that the Giants are planning to start Jackson Dart on Sunday against the Chargers. Brian Daboll benches Russell Wilson after an 0-3 start and a real ugly performance against the Kansas City Chiefs, where the fans were chanting for Jackson Dart to play the fourth quarter. The Giants are 6.5-point underdogs at home against the Chargers. Nice, easy start for the rookie, right, Femi?
Oh, my goodness. Like, this is going up against a Jesse Minter defense as your first opening side. I mean, like, that is not how you want to draw it up, but also, to be fair, it needed to happen. And this needed to happen earlier this season. In fact, it needed to happen opening day. Why was Russell Wilson never the starter? We talked about this in August. Hey, Jackson Dart, like, looking like he can somewhat function. Everything looks to be okay. Like, let's just go out there and play the kid, because eventually you're going to play the kid. That's just how these things go. Russell Wilson was not going to save Brian Daboll's job. And I said that when they signed Russell Wilson earlier this offseason. It's been so obvious to anyone who's paying attention to what Russ has been over the last few years. He is cooked. he's washed. It's over, especially behind a bad offensive line. It's not gonna happen. So the Giants doing this, to me, this is Brian Dable kind of last-ditch effort, throwing the Hail Mary, saying, my goodness, can Jackson Dart please work out? Because if Dart works out, guess what? The general manager, Joe Schoen, and the head coach, Brian Dable, probably save their jobs because they at least can point to progress when John Mara calls them into the office at some point this season and says, why do you still need to be here? So Jackson Dart is their last chance to be that guy. I just don't think he is that guy. Like, the preseason's one thing. Now this is the regular season. Like, these quarterbacks that go in the 20s, tends to be more so teams reaching than those guys end up being like steals of the draft or whatever. Because if you're that good, you usually go in the top 10. And if you're not that good, then you go in like the second or third round. These guys in the 20s, think about your Kenny Pickett's, your Paxton Lynch's. Like, I don't know about those kind of quarterbacks. So I think that this is going to end up egg on the face of both Shane and Dable, but they got to try it. And the fact that they're trying it now means that they're incredibly desperate. Now, as it pertains to Offensive Rookie of the Year, well, I mean, this is when things get a little bit different, right? Because now everyone's talking about Dart. The market has moved. Like, the Dart craze is here. He was 30-1 a couple of days ago, down to 15-1. Now he's plus 750 in some sports books. He hasn't played a game. And he missed out on 3 games. I don't think that this is a guy that's going to win this award. If he's great, I'll be the guy that puts my hand up and says I was wrong. But I don't anticipate that happening. I think that this is end up going to be people chasing steam, and all of a sudden in a couple of weeks, Jackson Dart's going to be back out to 20-1, 25-1, especially if things go how I think they're going to go on Sunday when they take on the Los Angeles Chargers. Tyler, hit me with the next one.
Cowboys owner Jerry Jones was on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas earlier today and talked about if there was any extra motivation to beat Micah Parsons and the Green Bay Packers on Sunday.
Of course, I have said this time and time again. I think the world of Micah. And as an individual, and of course, know him well. And I might say I wish him well, except it's obvious I don't this weekend in terms of Green Bay winning the ball game.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry also called him Michael a few times during the interview. Jerry wishes him well, but I don't know if I really believe that. It's going to get ugly for your Cowboys on Sunday, isn't it, Femi?
I actually believe him when he says he wished him well, because like Jerry actually loves his star players. Like he even said himself, I don't wish him well this Sunday, which I think is the proper way to go about this, because he's going up against his Dallas Cowboys. Unfortunately for Jerry, it doesn't matter if you wish him well or not. Sunday might be a disaster. It might be a bloodbath, and the whole country's going to be watching when the Dallas Cowboys trot out their banged-up offensive line, because as much as we're talking about CeeDee Lamb, and rightfully so with his high ankle sprain, which the Cowboys still believe that they can reevaluate in 2 weeks and see where he's at. Guys, he's out for a month. Like, let's just stop the charade. He's going to miss 4 games. But, like, there's a Lamb injury. That's one side of it. Quietly, the Cowboys' interior offensive line is crumbling down like a house of cards. Their center, Cooper Beebe, injured his ankle against the Giants in that win. He's out for 6 to 8 weeks. And now their rookie right guard, Tyler Booker, who they drafted out of Alabama, he is now dealing with a high ankle sprain to where he's now out 4 to 6 weeks. So you have your starting center and your starting right guard hurt. And now you're facing the Green Bay Packers pass rush that has been terrorizing quarterbacks for about 3 weeks. Like, this is a bad setup for the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons, I think he's going to play this game like this is the Super Bowl and this is like the greatest thing ever. Like, they're so motivated, especially with Green Bay coming off of a loss. I don't like this setup for Dallas, and the betting market reflects that. This is now 7 in a bunch of sports books. I don't even know what, I mean, 7.5, I start to think about, okay, is Dallas a play here? But at 7, I kind of think this is just right. And if I had to bet the total, which I'm telling myself no more totals, especially after last night, another total going down the drain, I'd actually lean towards the under in a Cowboys game, because with no CeeDee Lamb, I think this Cowboys offense is going to go from really fun to now mediocre. And I do believe that Green Bay is just going to suffocate this game and take the air out of the ball and just professionally take care of this Dallas Cowboys team. So I right now think the market's just right. I think that the game is going to be entertaining if you're a Cowboys hater. And for me as a Cowboys fan, it's going to be a nightmare, but not as big as the nightmare that it's going to be for Jerry Jones, who I'm sure we'll see about approximately 147 times as the Green Bay Packers are dancing all over the star come Sunday night. Tyler, hit me with the next one.
After 21 seasons, Oklahoma State fires longtime head coach Mike Gundy. It was getting real bad for Oklahoma State of late. They've lost 11 out of the last 12 games, put up an all-time bad performance, and they lost to Tulsa last week. In 21 seasons, Gundy compiled a 170-90 record, one Big 12 championship, and 18 straight bowl games. He put together some really, really good teams people probably forget earlier in his career during his tenure as head coach. And, of course, gave us the legendary I'm a man, I'm 40 press conference.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Gundy, obviously what he did at Oklahoma State to keep that team competitive for so many years, like, you got to applaud that. But, I mean, sometimes it's up, you know? Time is up. And Oklahoma State felt the time is up right now because for a guy that was there for 2 decades, also played for the school, usually they let you finish this thing out. But, like, Oklahoma State had to realize it's not happening. And if he continues to be the head coach, we're going to have donors or people who are in the NIL collective lose faith in the program, because that's what things come down to now in college sports. Like, if you have a head coach that people just do not believe in anymore, got to get him out immediately, because money talks now, and you need money to participate and to compete in college sports, especially at a Power 4 program. And earlier this week, like, don't think that Mike Gundy's comments didn't lead to this, because Mike Gundy said, yeah, like, I expect to be back here at Oklahoma State. Like, I'll be here as long as they want me here, and until they don't want me here, I guess I won't be here. Like, those comments, kind of him like setting the table, thinking that I'll be back. I'm going to finish out my contract. I got 3.5 years left. I think Oklahoma State heard that and we're like, yeah, no, like, we can't even like make people believe that this guy is coming back. So let's just fire him right now. We know we're going to do it at the end of the year. Let's just rip the Band-Aid and do it right now. So for Gundy, yeah, that's how things go when you lose 11 of your last 12 games and have lost 11 straight games involving power conference teams. Like, that cannot happen after starting off 1-2 and losing to Tulsa this past weekend. Like, Oklahoma State losing to Tulsa? Like, what the heck is going on out there in Stillwater? Now, turn things over to this Saturday. Does it not set up to be like a dead cat bounce spot? Like, I feel like that's where we're headed. Baylor at Oklahoma State. Cowboys right now catching 21. They might be catching 21.5 by the time we finish this segment. I think a lot of people are anti-Oklahoma State, and I get it, but the dead cat bounce spot is tried and true. I will be on the Cowboys, not the Dallas Cowboys, the Oklahoma State Cowboys this weekend when they take on Baylor. Tyler, hit me with the next.
I can't believe this is a real headline that I'm about to read here. Colorado head coach Deion Sanders was on Travis and Jason Kelce's New Heights podcast and was asked about the best advice he's given to his son Shedeur Sanders as the Browns' backup quarterback.
You got to be ready when it's time. But when it's time, you're going to know. And it's coming up.
There we go.
You know, I got a prediction. I ain't telling nobody. I got a feeling when it's going to go down. But it's going to go down this year.
It's going to happen. All right.
Yeah, he's going to get a shot.
The best part of that, he says, I have a prediction. I'm not going to tell anybody. Then just tells Travis and Jason Kelce that, it's going to be this season. Deion thinks he's starting at some point this season. Femi, are you aligned with Deion's comments?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to start, but like, just why do you want to make these comments? Like, this was so unnecessary. It was not needed. And if I was Shedeur, I'd be like, bro, Dad, like, you got to stop, man. Like, focus on Colorado. Deion is a head coach of a Power 4 school. He's got bigger fish to fry. Like, focus on Colorado. Guess what? You got BYU coming to town this weekend. How about your game plan for that one instead of going on the New Heights podcast? Like, and I love it for us, from a content standpoint, because it's funny, it's interesting. But like, this does Shedeur no favors. Like, let's temper the expectations. Let's cool things down a little bit before we talk about Shedeur taking over as the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. Now, I would say if I'm Deion and everyone else that's out there wanting to see Shedeur play, might have to wait a little bit long, because Cleveland's coming off a victory, and Cleveland's defense, by the way, having played Lamar Jackson, having played Joe Burrow, and now having most recently played Jordan Love, in all 3 games, they've looked pretty good. The competition's going to take a severe step down from those quarterbacks over the course of the season. If this defense is as good as they've looked in the first 3 weeks, maybe Cleveland's actually competitive. And maybe Joe Flacco holds onto his job a little bit longer. But even if he doesn't, the next guy in command is Dillon Gabriel. We don't know what Dillon Gabriel looks like. He might be good. Like, you know, if Gabriel's good, we're not going to see Shedeur Sanders. I tend to think he's not. So I think we will see Shedeur, but we don't know that. We're not in between those white lines. We're not in the building and seeing what's going on in Cleveland. So like, this was just completely unnecessary. And if Shedeur plays, I hope he plays well, because man, all the pressure that's being put on him to succeed, like, I wouldn't want that on any rookie quarterback, let alone a 5th round rookie quarterback. Tyler, hit me with the next.
The New York Liberty parted ways with their franchises, winning as head coach Sandy Brondello after New York's first-round loss to the Phoenix Mercury. Brondello was the Liberty coach for 4 seasons that included 2 WNBA Finals appearances and 1 WNBA title. This news comes as a surprise to most people. Femi, what were your thoughts when you saw this?
Yeah, this is kind of a stunner. I was surprised that this happened because, like you mentioned, Tyler, they just won the title. And I get it, the way that they build their roster, it's a super team with Stewie and Ionescu and Jonquel Jones and all these players. Like they're supposed to be like the Golden State Warriors from like the late 2010s. Like that's how they built this roster out to be. And it came to fruition last year when they won the title. This year, it just didn't happen. And the biggest reason why it didn't happen is they were injured the entire season. Season starts, things are going well. The Liberty, great. Jonquel Jones goes down with a knee injury. She comes back. Brianna Stewart goes down with a knee injury. And on and on and on we went. They were injured the whole year. It's one of the reasons why we bet Phoenix to win the series prior to the start of last round. Because New York, 0 continuity, 0 chemistry playing together. Whereas Phoenix, they've been playing together all year long. Which one of these teams is going to win? I'll take my chance with the plus money and the team that has the home court advantage, and that's how it played out. I think this year was more so bad luck with injuries as opposed to Brondello not doing a good job. They would have been among the favorites again next season if she came back. So Joe Tsai and that ownership group, maybe it's just a quick trigger, but I think they got this one wrong. She's a damn good head coach and already won them the title just last year. Tyler, hit me with the last one before we head to break.
The Padres clinch a playoff berth last night after beating the Milwaukee Brewers. Right now, the Padres are slated for the 5th seed and would play the Cubs in the wild card round if the playoffs started today.
Yeah, I'm looking at right now the Padres price to win the pennant. They're 7-1. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not doing that. Like we did this whole thing last year. I don't want any parts of the Padres. Congratulations on them making the playoffs. In fact, tonight, I think this is the champagne spot. Team has the bubbles out. They're doing the whole thing, bottles, everything. I think we bet Milwaukee tonight to win tonight's game because I don't think the Padres, after last night doing it in dramatic fashion in the 11th inning, they're not going to be right tonight. Those dudes are hungover. Bet the Brew Crew to beat San Diego later on tonight. On the other side, we break down the Heisman Trophy market here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Touches the game, 6 carries for 30 yards, also a reception for 13. Yes. Of course, he's not even in here right now. I need him in because I'd like for him to score a touchdown. Of course, it's probably going to be Gibbs as he get the snap back. Oh, touchdown. Yeah, I think he's in again. Jahmyr Gibbs. Nope, they're going to calm down at the 1. Bring in mandatory Montgomery, you jerks. Give it
There's
to
our
him.
3.5 receptions.
Touchdown. Yeah, the 3.5 receptions is cash. All right, he's down at the 1-yard line. This is a tandem backfield. Make it fair, Dan Campbell. Just give my boy the damn ball. I got him in a lot of fantasy leagues. I am in the anytime touchdown market at plus 125. Jared Smith, I know you're waiting patiently, but I'm nervous as you know what right now. Oh, Gibbs out of the game. All right. Oh, there's a signal. Hold on. Get this live. I'm getting this live on my end. It's a little behind. Mandatory Montgomery and Jim Jacks Hells to the yes. He's in. Give it to him. Yeah. Woo! Oh, man. About damn time. Really?
Yes, sir.
Should be
Nice night. Hey,
'cause
nice
this
little night.
happened. Yeah, plenty of time left, and this game's setting up to be a shootout. All right, let's not waste Jared Smith's time any longer. I got to look at some live bets here in a second.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Tuesday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi and Bebefe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll hear from Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's Lions win over the Ravens, 38-30, as well as his team, the New York Giants, going with Jackson Dart as their starting quarterback this Sunday when they take on the Los Angeles Chargers. And for the foreseeable future, it is the Jackson Dart era in New York, and we'll see how it plays out starting this Sunday against the Bolts. That is coming up in 20 minutes. Right now, to wrap up this hour, let's turn our attention to college football. Let's talk some Heisman Trophy. Cannot wait to get into this conversation because I do think there's betting value ahead of what is a monster week in college football. And as we always do, we start with the favorite in the betting market. And right now, the favorite is Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer, who is coming off a big win over Auburn this past Saturday in Norman. Mateer led the game-winning touchdown drive, scored the game-winning touchdown on a run there to give the Sooners the lead for good as Oklahoma remains unbeaten, now a top 10 team in the AP poll as Mateer sits at plus 700. But as you've heard me say over the last couple of weeks about John Mateer, the schedule is difficult. That's one thing. Oklahoma's win total still 8.5 despite the 4-0 start. They're plus 115 to make the CFP because, hey, he's got some marquee games that are on deck, which are opportunities to impress, by the way. They don't have to be losses. Some of them can be wins. And if they're wins, those are almost counted as double given the competition. But they have Red River against Texas. They have Ole Miss, Tennessee, Alabama, Missouri, LSU. Very tough games on deck for the Sooners. That's one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is his stats. His efficiency numbers are not that good. In fact, they're nowhere close to what Heisman Trophy numbers look like. Right now in the country, John Mateer is 36th in QBR, which is the main efficiency number when you look at quarterbacks, a QBR of 74.2. In the win over Auburn, his QBR was 65.8, the lowest it's been this season. Once again, he makes awesome plays. People seem to like Mateer quite a bit. He's got the whole money line Mateer thing going. But right now, I think he's just the favorite because someone's got to be the favorite, right? And John Mateer has won a couple of big games, one over Michigan and another one over Auburn, both, by the way, at home. Let's see if he can do that on the road. But I think that's mainly why John Mateer is the favorite. He feels like a false favorite to me, to be quite honest. I don't buy it one bit, and I'm looking to take shots against Mateer as we've done over the last couple of weeks. Now, where are the marquee games this week? Of course, Happy Valley is the number one game that we're all going to be looking at. Oregon at Penn State. And you know how I feel about Oregon's quarterback, Dante Moore. We bet him before the start of the season when we did our Heisman predictions back in July. I said Dante Moore is the bet to be made. 25-1, 20-1, bet Dante Moore. It's down to 12-1, so I don't think people have missed the boat on this thing. Now, I wouldn't necessarily bet it this week, perhaps, unless you really feel strong about Oregon. If you believe Oregon's going to go in there and destroy Penn State or just win the game and Moore's going to play well, then yeah, you should bet 12-1 because guess what? He's going to be the Heisman favorite this time next week if those things happen. But I still think you can potentially wait on Moore just because, according to the betting market, there's a good chance they lose the game. And if they lose the game, that 12-1 probably is 20-1, 25-1, and we're back to square one, and you can go ahead and bet some Dante Moore then because Oregon will be favored in every other game the rest of the way. Now, we talk about quarterback efficiency. Dante Moore is 13th in the country when it comes to QBR. So a little off the pace, but not too far behind. And after a couple of big performances, can get right into the picture of where Heisman Trophy winners typically land with that statistic. His team is awesome. Win total of 10.5, so you don't have to have the team concerns like you do with John Mateer in Oklahoma. Oregon's minus 325 to make the playoff as opposed to Oklahoma, who's currently sitting at plus 115. And he does have a couple of marquee games on deck. Indiana now a marquee game, which the Hoosiers are going to have to go to Eugene. That'll be a tough game for them. And then you also host USC, a marquee game. Oregon, USC, always a fun game for West Coast college football fans. So Dante Moore, unless you feel really strong about Oregon this Saturday, I would not be betting Dante Moore this week. I would never bet the other quarterback in that game, Drew Aller, who right now at BetMGM is 30-1. On the surface, hey, Penn State's a national title contender. Drew Aller's favored on Saturday. Oregon, a 3.5-point dog, as Penn State's a home favorite in the whiteout game. 30-1. That sounds like a bet, right? Like, what if Penn State wins the game? They're favored to win it, and Aller plays well. Isn't that price going to drop down a little bit? Yeah, probably. 30-1 might become like 20-1, 15-1, something like that. But Drew Aller's stats suck, man. His stats are terrible. And they played nobody. That is alarming as far as I'm concerned. They've played Villanova, these other scrubbed schools in football. Their schedule has been cupcake soft. This is the first test game for Penn State of the year. And you would think when you're playing a bunch of nobodies, you would put up some big numbers. Well, it's been the opposite. Drew Aller, through 3 games, they're coming out for the bye, but through 3 games, he has a QBR of 38.8. That's out of 100. That ranks nationally. And think about how many programs we have, about 120 plus programs in college football. Drew Aller's QBR ranks 106th. Does that sound like the Heisman Trophy winner? Doesn't sound like it to me. And Drew Aller's been very polarizing. I know some people in the NFL love Drew Aller. They say this is the next guy. He's a franchise quarterback. I don't really see it. Just watching college football, being honest, don't see it at all. I don't think he's that good. And I think he just plays on a really good team. And just because you have a really good team, it doesn't mean that you deserve to have a Heisman Trophy winner. That's not how these things go. So for me, I would pass on Drew Aller entirely. I would not bet him. Even if Oregon loses the game and Penn State wins, I still don't think it's worth a bet because I don't think Drew Aller is going to win the Heisman Trophy. What about the Alabama and Georgia game? We have, on the Georgia side, of course, Gunnar Stockton coming off of a really impressive game against Tennessee a couple of weeks ago. Georgia's off the bye right now, but a couple of weeks ago, Stockton was nails out there on Rocky Top, leading Georgia from behind to win that game in overtime. Well, Gunnar Stockton's team is a 3-point favorite at home against the Crimson Tide, total 52.5. and he would make some sense. And if you feel really good about Georgia in the game, maybe put a little bit on Gunnar Stockton. I don't really have like a strong opinion with that game, at least early in the week. Maybe I'll get there on Saturday, but I think right now Stockton can definitely win. His QBR is 7th in the country. I just don't necessarily think that people believe he's the best player in the country. Like, I don't think people are going to be able to get there with Gunnar Stockton winning the Heisman Trophy. There's like a bias against these Georgia quarterbacks. Like, we saw it with Stetson Bennett. We've seen it with other guys. Are we really going to give Gunnar Stockton the Heisman? I don't really think so. So I would pass on Stockton, even though at 14-1, favored in a pretty big game. QBR, that kind of checks all the boxes. Other marquee games on deck against Auburn, Ole Miss, Florida, Texas, Georgia Tech. Like, I would still shy away from Gunnar Stockton. Now, the quarterback on the other side, his contemporary, Ty Simpson for Alabama, he is 20-1. I think Simpson has a chance. Now, I don't want to bet it once again because I don't have a strong opinion on the game. He's 15th right now in QBR, and the Tide are catching 3, total 52.5. I think for me, I just don't really believe that the team is going to win enough. They feel like they're like a fringy kind of playoff team. The win total's 8.5. It feels a lot like last year's Alabama team, to be quite honest. Maybe they finished 9-3, and we're arguing Alabama versus some 10-2 team from another conference. I think that's where we're headed with the Crimson Tide. Plus 120 right now to make the CFP. I think I'm good on Ty Simpson, although you can make the case because the numbers, they might be able to be there. And if they win this game, that 20-1 is going to be like 7-1, 6-1 in that range. He will be among the favorites, might even be the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy if Alabama beats Georgia. A couple of other quarterbacks that I find really interesting before we get to the guy that I do like. And we saw some big movers. One of them, Fernando Mendoza of Indiana. This one, like the ship has sailed. Like, you missed the train if you wanted to bet Mendoza around that like 50-1, 40-1, 30-1 price. Now he's down to 9-1 at BetMGM. I don't like Indiana on Saturday. Just like a spoiler alert, I do think Iowa covers the number. Maybe Iowa even wins the game. But Mendoza's numbers are awesome. He's coming off a really, really strong game. 14 touchdowns, 0 interceptions so far on the season. Win total now 9.5. And maybe there's like a groundswell of support for him because everybody loves this Indiana story. I'm just not going to get there because at 9-1, the move has already happened. I don't think I need to go ahead and chase that move. So there's other guys that we can look to. And then finally, TCU's Josh Hoover. He's at 15-1. They're a dog on the road at Arizona State Friday night. Nice marquee game for him, standalone game. He is 8th in the country in QBR, and his numbers are also sick. I just don't believe in TCU as a team. The win total 8.5, plus 400 to make the CFP. They got some marquee games, Iowa State, BYU on deck, but Josh Hoover, I just don't think he's going to win the Heisman. I think everyone's just trying to figure out, like, all right, who's the guy that's having the big game or whatever in a standalone spot? I don't think Hoover's the one. I think that move, yeah, it was justified to go down there, but now that it's down there, nah, I want no interest. Which leads me to the guy that I think you should bet. And spoiler alert, it's the same guy you should have bet last week. And the same guy you should have bet the week before that. It's USC quarterback Jayden Maiava, who's 20-1 right now at BetMGM. Maiava makes too much damn sense. And this morning, I added more Jayden Maiava. We are getting close to, like, burn the boats territory with Jayden Maiava to win the Heisman Trophy. His numbers are sick. I mean, last week against Michigan State, and I know it's Michigan State, and everyone says, oh, the competition's bad. Whatever. Drew Aller's playing bad competition. His QBR is 106th. All right? So, like, you can't knock Jayden Maiava for doing that. His QBR, first in the country at 95.5. USC's win total now 9.5, plus 250 to make the CFP. And quietly, everyone's starting to realize how good this USC team might be. Lincoln Riley appears to be back. Lincoln Riley kind of looks like the guy that we saw when he was taking Oklahoma to the CFP and almost took USC to the CFP, if not for a loss a couple of years ago to Utah in the Pac-12 title game. RIP the Pac-12. But why I like Jayden Maiava this week, again, as a bet, look at the betting market for Saturday's game at Illinois. 6.5-point favorite, total 59.5. I don't think that total is high enough. I think that bad boy's going over. I think Maiava continues to put up big numbers. And just for a fun comparison, first 4 games of Caleb Williams' 2022 season when he won the Heisman Trophy for Lincoln Riley at USC, 1,054 passing yards, 9 passing TDs, 2 rushing touchdowns. Jayden Maiava this year, 1,200 passing yards, 9 passing touchdowns, 4 rushing touchdowns. Neither guy threw an interception through the 4 games. He is outpacing Caleb Williams, and he is number 1 in every single quarterback metric that is out there that's measuring quarterback play. Jaden Mayava is not getting enough attention. We've been talking about him here for 3 weeks on You Better You Bet, and we're going to continue to talk about him after what I believe he will do this Saturday against the Fighting Illini. Mayava, 20-1 Heisman Trophy bet ahead of this upcoming weekend. On the other side, Nick Costos joins us with his thoughts on the Lions' win over the Ravens and Jackson Dart era beginning for the New York Giants.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I think for the Chiefs, what we're seeing is that everyone else is catching up. Like for a while, it was Kansas City is the class of the NFL. Then there's a drop down, and then there are teams who might have a chance to beat them. And now we're seeing Ravens, Bills, Eagles, Packers, Lions. Like there's a lot of different teams out there that look like they can hang with Kansas City or beat Kansas City. So now it just looks like, look, you guys in a given week can beat someone, and also you could lose because you're just not the team that you weren't. Also, they're older, too. Kelsey's getting older. Patrick Mahomes is still in his prime, but they don't have the receiving threats they used to, and it's just hard to maintain dominance for a long time in the NFL. Still Kansas City to a point, but not quite the team that we thought, oh, my God, dynasty, dynasty, dynasty. And we saw last night Travis Kelce and Andy Reid do what they do, which is get fired up and bang into each other. So this was very similar to what we saw in the Super Bowl, right? Remember when Kelsey banged Andy Reid and people were like, oh, my God, Taylor, what are you doing? You're dating a guy who acts like this? Oh, we can't have it. And so people have come around on that. All right, it's football, right? It gets very intense. We saw it again last night. It was Andy Reid bumping Travis Kelce and saying, they were going at each other. So Reid talked about this right after the game.
Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm an NFL junkie. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody. I love the National Football League.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
So shout out to us for picking the Bills in Survivor, and I'm sorry to anyone who had Green Bay, but see ya, sick. Turn out the lights. The party's over. We loved it. We danced on your grave. Are you kidding me with this nonsense? With Dable and this team? I gotta see Joe Shane up in the owner's box, looking with his suit, looking like he's going for his first communion.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific Football Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM. We are on YouTube, youtube.com/at the BetMGM Network. Like and subscribe to us there. We are on YouTube. We are on Twitch and heard on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, we've got tons of injury news in the National Football League. And Femi and I are going to go through all the big stories, all the news items, and we're going to tell you what to make of it from a betting and a fantasy perspective. From the Giants starting Dart, Jackson Dart will start on Sunday for the New York Football Giants. Russell Wilson heads to the bench. To what to expect from the 49ers both this week and the rest of the season without star pass rusher Nick Bosa. Tons of huge NFL news items, injury and otherwise. We will get to all of them over the course of today's edition of You Better You Bet. We are also going to get you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, set for what looks to be one of the great college football Saturdays in recent memory. And I know week one was really awesome. This might actually be better. This Saturday is absolutely stacked, absolutely ridiculous. Tons of amazing games. There's no way we're getting to all of them today. So we're going to stagger them throughout the week. We're going to have great guests join us throughout the week, breaking down this college football Saturday and college football Friday night. It is going to be amazing. We are going to come out of the chute today on Tuesday with our thoughts on a couple big games this weekend in college football, including the two big ones, Oregon and Penn State and Happy Valley, and Alabama visiting Georgia. Oh, hell yeah. And in the final hour, in the power hour, going to give you all our bets for tonight in the world of sports as we come down the stretch of the Major League Baseball regular season. Can Tarek Skubal and the Tigers snap their losing streak when they take on the Cleveland Guardians? Can the New York Mets get back into a wild card spot in the NL? We'll talk about the Mets. We'll get to the Cincinnati Reds. And I'll tell you why I feel like Luis Gil and my New York Yankees are in for a rough one tonight against the Chicago White Sox. All of that will close the show in the final hour, in the power hour. But we officially begin terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with one of the best Monday Night Football games in recent memory. This game last night kicked ass. I guess if you bet the Ravens, maybe not. But I didn't. I bet the Lions. I'll get to that in a second. But this game was electric last night. If you're a football fan, you love football. You had to love this game last night on Monday night as the Lions go into Baltimore and beat the Ravens 38-30. We've been saying this a lot this year because I think it's true. And but it's not true. I won't say it. I actually think this scoreline is not indicative of the game that we watched. This was, I want to stop short of saying a total beatdown from the Lions to the Ravens. It wasn't quite that, but this was a convincing win for Detroit over Baltimore that felt like it deserved to be more than a one-score final score, with Detroit going into Baltimore and bludgeoning the Ravens. Just a incredible performance from Dan Campbell and Detroit. And more importantly, an incredible performance by me. Lions plus 4.5. Lions on the money line. I'm back. I'm back, baby. I'm feeling confident headed into Thursday night with the Cardinals and the Seahawks, heading into the football weekend. Now, we can leave on the cutting room floor the fact that at the end of the show yesterday, I did a handicap on the prop market for Detroit, and I gave like 5 pieces of information, all of which hit and went over in the game. And the one bet that I gave out was Jameson Williams over 48.5 receiving yards. Had 43 on the first drive, and then didn't catch another pass. So the prop king, the prop king is currently locked in thy royal bedroom as the denizens of the prop kingdom have stormed the castle. Look, at some point we'll be able to marry sides and totals with props. And hopefully they will be in concert and we will all win together and win everything. For now, for a tough start to the season, it's early, baby steps. Side winner last night and a money line winner on the Detroit Lions. And even though I won those bets last night on Detroit, I'm going to be really honest with everybody. And I felt a lot of emotions last night during the game, and I mean that sincerely. And I'll get to a couple of them as we move along here to open the show. But the main one that I felt last night during the game, even as enthusiastic as I was and how happy I was watching Detroit, like my bet on the Detroit Lions, I love winning my bet. I loved how it played out. The emotion that I felt was shame. I felt like a frickin' idiot. An absolute moron. Like I turned my back on an old friend. Like I have had conviction on something. Strong conviction on something. Absolutely convinced of something. And all it took for that conviction to get shaken, a minor gust of wind. It turns out the roots of my conviction were not as deep as they should have been. A breeze off the pond, knocking me off center, making me feel like a fool, making me feel that I didn't go with my gut and that I turned my back on something that I knew to be accurate. I feel like a joke because I doubted Dan Campbell. I let this offseason and all the things that happened this offseason get me off Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions. Ben Johnson leaves to go to Chicago. Aaron Glenn leaves to go to the Jets. Frank Ragnow leaves to go to Cancun. And I'm stuck here thinking, man, you lose both coordinators. You lose like the anchor, the heart and soul of this amazing offensive line. The division's gotten better. I don't know if I have faith anymore in the Detroit Lions. What an idiot. What a jackass I am. Because I have spent years on this show on You Better You Bet, saying that I think Dan Campbell is one of the, if not the, best coaches in the National Football League. That I'm borderline sexually aroused watching Dan Campbell manage a game. Watching swashbuckling Dan Campbell go for it on fourth downs. Doesn't give a damn about what anyone says, about what anyone thinks. He's got conviction. He believes in his process, and he's going to do it. And win or lose, he's not going to doubt himself. He's the man. And I've said it for years, and I somehow talked myself out of it before the start of this season. Because I'll tell you what, last night, if you watched that game and you didn't pay any attention to what happened this NFL offseason, and you didn't know that Ben Johnson went to Chicago, you didn't know that Aaron Glenn went to the New York Jets, you would have thought that Ben Johnson was calling the offensive plays and Aaron Glenn was calling the plays on defense. That's how good it was. What a job by John Morton on offense. What a job by Kelvin Shepard on defense. And the offensive play calling in this game by John Morton and Dan Campbell. Because now you see, and I think Ben Johnson's great. This is not to take away from Ben Johnson, who's obviously magnificent. But you know that Dan Campbell absolutely had a hand in all of this. Because it's not like you go from one guy to the other and it just, like, they're exactly the same. It can't be. That's not how things go. Dan Campbell firmly has his imprint on this team. Some of the play calls on offense in this game, like, stirred something inside of me. Made me feel alive. First play of the fourth quarter. 4th and 1 for the Lions at the Baltimore 4. Game's tied at 21. You think Dan Campbell's kicking a field goal? Real? You think Campbell's sending out Jake Baked, sending out the field goal unit? Hell no. Instead, we get a play call that had everyone on social media in unison saying, wow. A handoff to Amon-Ra St. Brown, who immediately throws the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs, who scoots into the end zone untouched. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Unbelievable stuff from John Morton, Dan Campbell, and the Detroit Lions offense. How about, and we'll compare and contrast this with John Harbaugh and his decision-making when we get to the loser Baltimore Ravens. Lions have a 4th and 2 prior to the David Montgomery touchdown that put them up 38-24 at the end of the game and for all intents and purposes ended the game. 4th and 2. Lions could have punted there and hashtag trusted the defense. No. Dan Campbell's going to do what Dan Campbell does. He's going to go for it on 4th down. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to try and win the game. Coaching to win instead of coaching not to lose. And you get just this sick crosser, and you watch it develop as Jamison Williams takes the deep route and Amon-Ra St. Brown running over the intermediate middle of the field, and Jared Goff drops it in the bucket. Perfect play call, perfect pass, perfect execution. And it broke the Ravens' back because on the next play, David Montgomery takes it to the house. And no one on the Ravens is interested in tackling David Montgomery on that play. And Jared Goff, after the game, being interviewed by Laura Rutledge of ESPN on the sideline, Rutledge asks Jared Goff about that pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown on that 4th and 2. And Jared Goff says, I wanted to run that play all game. And coach, I don't know if he's referring to Campbell or Morton or both, they waited for the exact perfect moment to call it. And they called it at the perfect time. And Jared Goff made the perfect pass. And the Lions end up winning the football game. And all of it started on the first drive. And just to take everybody, pull the curtain back a little bit, like, I bet the Lions last night, right? And I thought they would cover. Like I even said, it's a small money line bet for me. Would I have been totally shocked if the Ravens won the game by double digits? No. Like, I didn't know this was going to happen last night, or else I would have been way stronger with my take on the game. So I've got Detroit, right? First drive of the game, Lions receive the ball, and they march right down the field. And you're immediately faced with a 4th and 3 at the Ravens' 11-yard line. And Troy Aikman, and I don't mean this to be a bash of Troy Aikman, because I'm on record saying I think the best TV booth in the NFL calling games, play-by-play and color guy put together, is Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on Monday Night Football for ESPN. I think as a team, they are the gold standard. So this is not a bash of Troy Aikman. But Aikman starts doing his thing, right? He's like, we're stuck in like the early to mid 90s here. Well, I don't know if I like this play call as they're coming out to go for it. I like taking the points on the road against a good team. That's what I would do. Dan Campbell knows field goals ain't beating the Ravens in Baltimore. The offense comes out to go for it, and I'm sitting and watching on my couch, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if they're going to convert this. I don't know if they're going to cover. I don't know that the Lions are going to win this game. But I love this call because this tells me that Dan Campbell will die on that field trying to get me and everyone that bet the Lions over the finish line. And the Lions do indeed get over the finish line, beating the Baltimore Ravens. On the other side, we will continue to praise Detroit, talk about some potential bets to be made as a result, and get to last night's losers, the Sultans of spreadsheets, the Baltimore Ravens.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Network. Please gamble.
If he wants to put a dime on the no at 6-1, that would be my answer. Because then he'd win either 38,000 or he'd win 6,000 minus the 1,800.
I think that's the best way to. You don't want to get too convoluted, and then like you're just spreading money all these different places, and then you're doing this for 6 to 7 days, and then by the end you're like, well, crap, what happened to my winnings? It was like I was knocking on 40 grand, and now I'm down to 35 or whatever. Like that's significant. Keep that in mind too. Like it may not sound like it's that significant, like you're happy with 35, but why give money away if you don't have to? And I'm sure that's probably why he was reaching out to us. I think he's on the right path because that's the first thing he brought up. So that means that's probably what he's closest to doing and thinking, are there other creative ways? Yeah, I like being in a hedge spot where I can win both sides, but it's okay when we're talking about a ticket that's 39K, right? Is that kind of where you're coming from? Like, you're not going to miss that 1,000 if you're wrong on that. And really, you're not wrong. You're right.
Garrett, what I would say is you made a tremendous bet, and you are such a prohibitive favorite now. You don't want to take out of what you should win more than you have to, right? That's what I would say. That's what I would do. If I made an $1,800 bet to win $39,000 and I'm a $9 favorite to cash this parlay, I would bet a very small amount from that big pot. You take the big pot and take a dime out and bet the no. Just in case it does happen, if the Red Sox fall apart, you then win the 6,000 and then you lose the 1,800. So you still profit either 4,200 or 38,000. That's my final answer.
He's probably nervous because if you go to tankathon.com, look at the remaining strength of schedule, the toughest in baseball belongs to the Boston Red Sox with these last 6 games. Blue Jays and the Tigers. So I understand being a little bit nervous here, but keep in mind how awful the Tigers have been over the last month. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. But Garrett, congratulations. Great bet. Best of luck with your decision. And I agree with Sam.
St. Brown in motion. Goff for St. Brown. He is there, and he's got it. Touchdown, Detroit.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Joe Buck with the call last night on ESPN. Unbelievable performance by Jared Goff, Dan Campbell, and the Detroit Lions. After that touchdown, Amon-Ra St. Brown was heard saying some things on an open mic that would get you in a lot of trouble if you said them out loud. It was a very, very funny open mic. Amon-Ra St. Brown not lacking for confidence, if anyone heard what he had to say last night on ESPN. This was an absolute humiliation from the Lions offense to the Ravens defense. And we've seen the Ravens defense. We saw it a couple weeks ago, right? Week 1 against the Buffalo Bills. We've seen them give up a lot of points. But usually it doesn't happen like this. This was death by 1,000 paper cuts. The Lions had touchdown drives of 98 yards, an 18-play, 98-yard drive that took up nearly 11 minutes of game time, and then a 7-play, 96-yard touchdown drive. The Lions ran the ball 38 times for 224 yards on the Ravens front. Jahmyr Gibbs, Sonic, 2 touchdowns. David Montgomery, Knuckles, 2 touchdowns. And the Baltimore Ravens doing the J.O.B. like Dr. Robotnik. And it wasn't just offense for the Baltimore Ravens that bludgeoned the Baltimore Ravens. The defense for the Detroit Lions was also magnificent. Now, you might look at the box score and see Lamar Jackson, 21 of 27, 288 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. And you would think, like, Lamar must have played pretty well in the game. Like, it's a really good stat line. And to be fair, if you had showed me that stat line prior to the game, said, who do you want to bet in the game? I would have ran over women and children to bet the Baltimore Ravens. So Lamar, 21 of 27, 288 yards, 3 touchdowns. But the most important number for Lamar Jackson last night, 7. He took 7 sacks last night. 7 at the hands of the Detroit Lions defense. And again, this is where actually watching the games matters. Because you would see that if you woke up this morning, 7 sacks, and think that this was a swarming performance by the Lions defensive front. And that they were beating the brakes off the Ravens offensive linemen, and that Lamar had absolutely no chance in the pocket. And it's really not what happened. What happened is Kelvin Shepard's defensive calls confused the hell out of Lamar Jackson, And the coverage in the back end was so good that these were like all coverage sacks. Like Lamar's holding onto the ball forever. They flummoxed him. They confused him. This wasn't like he gets the snap and immediately Aiden Hutchinson's in his grill. Or Al-Qadim Muhammad's driving him into the turf. Marcus Davenport and Brian Branch and the rest of the Lions. Anzalone, 7 sacks. No. This was Lamar gets the ball, and he's bouncing around in the pocket. He's doing his happy feet like his ballerina routine, because you can tell he's off his game, and he's a little nervous, and we'll get to that in a second when we talk about the Baltimore Ravens. And the Lions eventually get to him. Just a virtuoso, a maestro-level game called by Kelvin Shepard on the defensive side of the ball for the Detroit Lions. Just awesome defensive performance by the Lions. And I love me some Dan Campbell. After the game, Dan Campbell at the post-game press conference saying, quote, "Our best players are also our hardest workers. And that's not fake. You can come to practice and see it." Who needs Ben? Who needs Glenn when you've got Dan the man? Now, there are still some issues with this Lions team. This is not a perfect team, obviously. They got trucked in week 1 by Green Bay. It's a long-ass season. And every year we all need to remind ourselves of that. It's a long-ass season. I still think that they will struggle against teams that have an excellent interior defensive line. Enter the Cleveland Browns this Sunday. I can't wait to talk about that game with Femi later in the show. And that was one of the reasons why I really like the Lions in this matchup, because, Matabuke's not playing, and I don't even know if it would have mattered even if he did. Like, the Ravens defense, like, right up the middle, suffers and is not very good. So there will be matchups where I'm not going to like the Lions as much as I did last night. They're not going to roll over every defense like they did to Baltimore. They're not going to have 7 sacks every week. But this was a statement of intent by the Detroit Lions. A big-time statement of intent. That Ben Johnson might be gone, and Aaron Glenn might be gone, but this team ain't going anywhere. As far as the balance of power goes in the NFC, because I think this is like a hot topic for conversation today. Like, the Packers lost, the Eagles needed like the blocked field goal at the end against the Rams, and Detroit absolutely dominates Baltimore. Who's the best team in the NFC? You know my take already. Still the Philadelphia Eagles. I still think the Eagles are the best team. And think about what I just said, right? With Detroit, the interior of this offensive line, which was good last night, I'd love to see them do it against Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm not confident that they would get the job done in that spot. I'll still take the Eagles as number 1. I think the Packers are number 2. Lions 3. Rams 4. That's how I would stack up currently the best teams in the National Football Conference. And a bet that I'm thinking about making, haven't made it yet, and BetMGM has this open. It is the NFC to win the Super Bowl over the AFC. NFC minus 115, AFC minus 105. We'll talk about the AFC in a moment and the problems that the top teams in the AFC have. I think the elite teams, like the AFC, might have more parity and might have more good teams. I think the top of the NFC is better right now than the top of the AFC. You bet on this Tuesday. We do have some breaking news in college football. We will get to it to start next segment. Oklahoma quarterback and Heisman favorite, one of the Heisman favorites, John Mateer, is undergoing thumb surgery. He's going to miss 3 to 4 weeks. This has just come down. The market's getting pulled down everywhere. We will have analysis for you coming up next segment here on the show. John Mateer out like 3 weeks for Oklahoma, undergoing thumb surgery. We'll break down the Heisman Trophy market coming up in about 10 minutes here on You Better You Bet. But for right now, let's talk about the losers from last night. The Sultans of spreadsheets, the dominators of DVOA, the excellence of EPA, the Baltimore Ravens. If the games were played on a computer screen, the Ravens would be the eternal 72 Dolphins. They'd never lose. Best roster in football. Best team in the history of the sport per all these metrics. But when it comes down to it, in the critical spot against really good teams, they don't win. They don't win. Now, before I blast them, and I'm going to blast them, I want to be very clear about this. I still think the Ravens are making the playoffs. Even if they lose to the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday at Arrowhead, which, by the way, 1-2 Baltimore at 1-2 Camp. One of those teams will be 1-3 after this week. Even if the Ravens lose to the Chiefs, I think they'll make the playoffs. I'll bet them to make the playoffs if they're 1-3, if they lose the game to Kansas City. They're still a huge favorite to win the AFC North today at 1-2, and a huge favorite, obviously, to make the postseason. The Ravens are still really good. The roster's still really good. Lamar Jackson is still one of the best quarterbacks in the sport. Like, they're not going to miss the playoffs. The train's not going entirely off the track. So I want to be clear about that. I'm not saying the Ravens are bad or they're going to miss the playoffs. They will make the postseason. But that's what I said before the year also. My big take with Baltimore was, I don't trust in a big spot John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this partnership together. We've seen it too many times that they fail in the big spot. And don't just fail in the big spot. They get tight and they get nervous in the big spot. Now, the stat line for Lamar Jackson last night is good. But did you watch the game? And if you did watch the game, did you, when you looked at Lamar, especially after like a drive stalls, they have to send out the punting unit, you could feel the nerves. The anxiety is practically dripping, glistening on his skin like sweat. You can see it. And John Harbaugh, and I talked about this after they lost the collapse against Buffalo in week 1. He gets this far-off look in his eye in these moments, in games like this, where he used to be so confident. And now, when you look at him, and I dare someone to tell me that this isn't like what you think when you watch him. He looks like he's waiting for the other shoe to drop. And he's waiting for his team to yak it away. And he knows it's coming, and he's powerless to stop it. Now, compare and contrast what Dan Campbell did last night, how aggressive he was last night. Going out there and winning the game. Not leaving it to chance. Not leaving it to the field goal kicker. He wanted to win the damn game. And think about what we said the football Monday after week 1 when John Harbaugh decided to punt the ball back to Josh Allen. Ridiculous decision, right? How about last night? And I know it's 4th and a decent amount, and they're in their own territory. You cannot punt the ball back to Detroit in that spot. With the way that they've not just moved the ball on you, but methodically moved the ball on you. In soul-crushing, back-breaking fashion. Just lining up in the run game. Nothing exotic, nothing dynamic. They're just going straight at you. Duo, 2 guys on 1, pushing them into the second level. Here's David Montgomery. Here's Jahmyr Gibbs. And you can't stop it. You know what they're doing, and they know that you know what they're doing. And you can't stop it. And you give them the ball back. What a joke. How the hell do you do that? Is he coaching to win? Or is he coaching not to lose? And then think about the way that John Harbaugh used to coach for the Baltimore Ravens. He used to go for it all the time. Go for 2 at the ends of games to win. And he had a couple of those decisions go against him. And I thought it was pretty unlucky. And now he's like the evolved former Brandon Staley. And he's way better than Brandon Staley, obviously. But Staley let himself get psyched out after that first year with the Chargers by the media and because he went for it on 4th downs and it didn't go his way. And now John Harbaugh's too conservative in the big spots. It's a big problem for the Ravens. Also, Derrick Henry can't stop fumbling. Fumbled again in a monster spot for the Ravens and again cost Baltimore. Big time. At 28-24, they force a Lions punt, get the ball back. Henry immediately coughs it up. The Lions kick a field goal to go up 31-24. Can Derrick Henry hold on to the football? First ballot Hall of Fame running back? Too much to ask? Feels like it is too much to ask. And then there's this defense. And I said it last night that it was going to be a problem for the Ravens. The interior of the defensive line, the Lions are going to run straight at them. And these linebackers for Baltimore are a problem, both in the run game and in coverage, including Roquan Smith. And you can have this unbelievable secondary, right, with first-round picks and Kyle Hamilton. Nate Wiggins is absolutely awesome. Jair Alexander, we think will be back at some point. And when he's right, he's great. Awesome. You can have the best secondary in the world. You can have the Legion of Boom. If you can't stop the run and you can't get pressure on the opposing quarterback, it doesn't matter how good the secondary is. And they got a big problem right now as far as that's concerned. Because they can't get after that ass. They're not getting after the opposing quarterback. And teams that can run the ball, like Buffalo in week 1, and last night with the Detroit Lions, are going to have success running the ball on them. And I don't know that they can fix this problem. It's all these investments in young players on the defensive line. How many are stars? Like when Kyle Van Noy doesn't play, it's like a massive deal. Like, what year is this? Defense is an issue. Now, again, I'm not panicking as far as like the playoffs are concerned. The Ravens are going to win double-digit games. They're going to win the division. Yeah, even if they lose to the Chiefs on Sunday, I still think they're going to win the AFC North. Like, they're going to the postseason. Like, the train's not going off the tracks to that degree. But this is a January conversation with this team. And same thing with Buffalo. Except at least with Buffalo, like I've said before, Buffalo at least gets to the final stage and loses to the final boss. The Ravens don't even get to the final stage to lose to the final boss. Come January, are you going to trust this team? The excellence of EPA. The dominators of DVOA. The sultans of spreadsheets. Lose the game played on the field to great teams. And once again, we say, that's so Raven. More You Better You Bet coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet. BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Little bit richer this morning because of the Cleveland Browns. That was a scheduled loss for the Green Bay Packers. I was trying to calm everybody down today in Milwaukee, man. The Browns are a good football team. I think they might be a quarterback away from being a legit contender in the next couple of years. Like you said, really good run D, really good defense, top-ranked defense. Going into that game, they had outgained their opponents by 300 yards. The problem had been turnovers. Against the Ravens, you know, they gave them multiple short fields, and the Ravens also scored a defensive touchdown. I want to hit on these injuries really quick, man. The James Conner injury kills me because I'm in a dynasty league where there is nobody available on waivers, man, because there's like 20 people on every single roster. So I'm screwed at the running back position. So I'm trying to get Trey Benson right now. The guy won't budge.
Yep.
Najee Harris, that stinks, especially an Achilles injury. Man, I saw that because it was non-contact. Herbert was going to drop back and had to jump over him. And then the wide receivers. I think that's probably the biggest story because CeeDee Lamb, 3 to 4 weeks, absolutely stinks. Big if you're a George Pickens fantasy owner. And then it really sucks with Mike Evans. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. We don't know how many more good years he has left in him. But big if you're an Emeka Ibuka owner, and Chris Godwin looks to be coming back too. So just so much, man. You almost got to hit on like everything, but I think those fantasy injuries are the biggest, and it's that time of year where it's time to hawk the waiver wire.
Matier has a wide open receiver. Touchdown, Isaiah Satania. Busted coverage for Auburn. And a 24-yard score for Satania.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Sean McDonough with the call on ESPN. Major breaking news in the world of college football. Femi Abebefe, what do we got as it concerns Oklahoma quarterback John Matier, the Heisman Trophy market, etc.?
Yeah, this is a massive one. John Matier of Oklahoma suffered a broken bone in his throwing hand, his right hand, and that happened in the first quarter of the Auburn game. This is according to ESPN's Pete Thamel. The estimated timeline, Matier needing surgery, is about a month. And John Matier right now over at BetMGM is the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy, plus 700. We discussed this in depth at 340. We're going to get into it some more now, but obviously didn't know this was happening at 340 when we're talking about it with John Matier. But he's set to have surgery tomorrow in Los Angeles. And right now we're looking at about 3 to 4 games missed for the Heisman Trophy favorite, which pretty much knocks him out of this market. You can miss 1 game, maybe 2 games. You miss 3 or more, you're done for winning the Heisman Trophy. So massive news, which we can talk about from a betting standpoint as well. But John Matier out for at least a month with hand surgery on his right hand.
And for everyone that's watching and listening to the show live right now, whether you're on YouTube, Twitch, on the radio, wherever, Odyssey app, however you're consuming the show, BetMGM is making it legendary right now by having John Matier still listed as the Heisman Trophy favorite. I'm on BetMGM right now. Matier is the favorite right now at plus 700. He's out a month. Oklahoma tweet. This is not like an unconfirmed report. The University of Oklahoma put out a press release with quotes from Brent Venables that Michael Hawkins is going to start and Matier underwent surgery and he's going to be out like at least 3 games. He's the favorite at BetMGM plus 700. So there has to be a betting opportunity here. Femi, what is that betting opportunity? What should people do right now? Like, don't wait. Do it now.
Right now, it's something I've been saying for the last couple of weeks, and it's something I said at 340. Right now, you should be betting USC quarterback Jaden Mayava to win the Heisman Trophy. He's not the only person that you should be betting, but that's a guy that you need to bet right now today at 20-1 over at BetMGM. You also need to bet whoever you like, the quarterback in the Alabama-Georgia game. If you have a strong opinion, whether it's Gunnar Stockton or Ty Simpson, I tend to like Mayava more, but whichever your opinion is in that game, there's going to be a winner, and that price is going to drop quite a bit after that game, a marquee game in that 7:30 window. You also need to bet that. I'm not into Drew Aller. I think his stats suck. His team is awesome. I would never bet Aller even with this price. But Dante Moore, if you're bullish on the Oregon Ducks this Saturday, you also need to bet Dante Moore to win the Heisman Trophy over at 12-1. There are guys that you need to like these are static numbers right now where we make it legendary. There's a lot of value, but Mayava is the number one guy you need to bet right now today to win the Heisman because he has the best numbers of any quarterback in the country. And now he has a prime time spot, big noon kickoff taking on Illinois, a defense that's just allowed 63 points this past Saturday. Mayava and USC, that offense has been the best in the country. That's a guy at 20-1 that I would be betting and already bet this afternoon. Just happened to be good luck, I guess, or whatever, good fortune that this ended up happening. But Mayava right now is a bet to be made as of this moment.
Drew Aller 30-1 at BetMGM. Dante Moore, Oregon quarterback at 12. It looks like the new favorite whenever BetMGM changed it, takes Mateer off the board. The new favorite will be Fernando Mendoza, the Indiana quarterback. Femi, in case people are thinking, like, should I bet Fernando Mendoza? Indiana taking on Iowa this weekend. Demolished Illinois, obviously, this weekend. Kurt Cignetti and company. What about Mendoza, the line for Indiana?
I would not bet it. The move has happened. If you bet it last week prior to the game against Illinois, congratulations. You have a great number, and you're kind of in the dance right now to see if you can go ahead and get this one home. I just don't believe that Indiana is good as what we saw last week. I think that was more about Illinois, to be quite honest. Indiana's going to be a good team, probably win 9, maybe 10 games this season. The win total's around that range. I just think that other guys are going to win this award, even though his numbers are really good. Like, we saw Nathan Rourke's numbers were really good last year as well. Like, we're starting to learn that this Kirk Cignetti offense and what they're doing is really strong, but these quarterbacks, I don't think are going to get the actual credit because their marquee games against the Big Ten upper echelons, your Penn States and your Oregons, how do you think those games are going to go? Like, we all love this story, but they're not on that level.
I want to interrupt to say this, Femi, because I'm refreshing it now. So Mendoza is now the favorite at BetMGM. Mateer is still listed and is the second choice on the board. So Mendoza plus 650, Mateer plus 700. So like Mateer is zero to win this award in your estimation.
He is a zero. He's an absolute zero. He's going to miss a month. That is an absolute zero to win this award. The next time we see him is probably in November. Buddy, out of mind, out of sight. Like, that's not going to go well for
Mayava is still 20. Ty Simpson of Alabama is still 20. Gunnar Stockton is still 14. Dante Moore is still 12. Drew Aller is still 30. So this is like it's moving, but it's moving at a glacial pace here. Mateer still listed. I'm refreshing again to see where we're at. Yes, John Mateer is still listed. Nothing else has changed except for Mendoza being moved to the favorite.
Yeah, that's not right. It's just not right, flat out. Like, these guys that we talked about, those numbers should not be the same. Like, the market should completely be different than what it is. And other sportsbooks have changed their numbers or whatever, so make sure you make it legendary and take advantage of this. But that is just not right. Like, those guys should not be 20-1, 14-1 or whatever, because there's somebody in there taking up 7-1 kind of win probability who literally cannot win the award. It's over for John Mateer. And I'm sorry to anybody who bet him. Like, that's a bad beat, and it sucks. We've all been there before in these awards markets. We were there with Franz Wagner for Most Improved Player, where we're jamming cash outs trying to get money last year in the NBA. It happens. It's unfortunate, but the guy literally cannot win the award. He's a zero and should not be priced as such.
And he's plus 700. He's the second choice. I will refresh one more time here. We'll move on. Yes, Mateer is still listed. So per Femi, whoever the quarterback of the team that you think will win, Oregon and Penn State, Dante Moore is 12, Drew Aller is 30. The quarterback of the team that you think will win, Georgia, Alabama, Ty Simpson, 20 of Alabama, Gunnar Stockton of Georgia is at 14. Femi likes Jaden Mayava, the USC quarterback. He is at 20. As I'll tell you what, man, this is absolutely fascinating, this Heisman Trophy market right now. Jeremiah Smith's at 16. Joey Aguilar at Tennessee at 15.
Nobody's grabbed control. I love Mayava just because we know what Lincoln Riley's background is. Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray. He produces
Mateer's
Heisman
off
Trophy
the board.
winners.
Mateer's been pulled by MGM, so he's no longer listed. Well, no, he is listed. He's 20. Now he's 22-1.
we know where these things are supposed to go with USC and Lincoln Riley. Like Caleb Williams had a strong year. Kyler Murray obviously won the award. Caleb Williams won the award. Baker Mayfield won the award. Is Jaden Mayaba those guys? We're going to wait and find out. But so far, statistically, he's them and even more. So I like buying in, especially at the price.
Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth will join us coming up in 10 minutes. Femi and I will run through NFL injury news next hour as well. It's a good job by Femi breaking down the Heisman Trophy market over at BetMGM. All right. An NFL piece of news that I want to discuss here to end hour number one. The New York Football Giants, my New York Football Giants, did and made official exactly what I told you was going to happen yesterday when Brian Daboll was non-committal about Russell Wilson remaining the starting quarterback. Once he said that we're evaluating everything, there was a 100% chance that Jackson Dart would be named the starter. And that happened earlier today. So Russell Wilson to the bench. Jackson Dart will start for the New York Football Giants on Sunday at home against the Los Angeles Chargers. And there's a million reasons why this is the right move for the Giants. And I've seen some say that, they're rushing Jackson Dart because, Daboll wants to save his job and they're going to get booed out of the building if they play Russell Wilson. And I certainly understand that. Like, I understand everyone that thinks like maybe they're rushing this a little bit. I get it. But you have to play the kid. Like, you have to. You cannot throw Russell Wilson out there again. You can't play Jameis Winston after you invested first-round capital in Jackson Dart. Like, you don't draft Jackson Dart not to play him when the other quarterbacks aren't going to win you games. So I agree with this, even if I think Daboll and Shane are the worst, and I do. I agree with this decision to play Jackson Dart on Sunday. Now, under the umbrella of you can't make this up, I failed to mention this yesterday in my fury about the Giants, that for the third consecutive year, Graham Gano is hurt entering a game, and he's the Giants kicker during the game, and he can't kick. For 3 straight years this has happened. The Giants signed Younghoe Koo to their practice squad. It's just like an SNL routine. Like, you can't, I want someone to come out and tell me, like when Tom Pelissero hit send on the tweet, that Younghoe Koo will be like the Giants' new kicker. I want him to then post a video saying, live from New York, it's Saturday night, because it can't be true. And yet it is. So let's talk about the Giants game this Sunday against the Los Angeles Chargers with Jackson Dart under center. Now, this is not going to be the same offense that the Giants have been running with Russell Wilson, and it's not going to be the offense that the Giants ran with Daniel Jones the last 3 years prior to this one with Brian Daboll. The Giants are going to run like a college gimmicky offense. Like, that's what they're going to do. That's what they did in the preseason. Like, Jackson Dart has been in the NFL for 3 regular season games. There's no way that the Giants are running like a full-on pro-style offense game one with Jackson Dart. So I think that they're going to cater to his strengths. I think you'll see a lot of RPOs. I think you'll see a lot of quick game, and they'll take advantage of Jackson Dart's arm and his athleticism. This is not going to be a pro-style offense. And I like that. I like that in this matchup against the Los Angeles Chargers. And I said this yesterday, and this has nothing to do with Jackson Dart as far as this matchup goes. We saw the Chargers' offensive line absolutely fail to protect Justin Herbert this past Sunday against the Denver Broncos. And if the Giants can do one thing at least decently on defense, it's rush the passer. With all these good pass rushers, Thibodeau, Burns, Carter, Sexy Dexy. The point spread of this game prior to the Dart news being announced was Chargers -6. BetMGM now has Chargers -6.5. I actually think the point spread's a little too big. I don't think the Giants are going to win, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, get over my skis here on the Giants winning the game. But I do think that the Giants defense can impact the Chargers offense. I do think this pass rush can get at Justin Herbert. And let's be crystal clear about something. It's possible that Jackson Dart's going to stink. And that after the game, we're going to say, he's way worse than Russell Wilson. But before the game starts, how can you possibly think that Dart will be as bad as Russell Wilson was on Sunday against the Chiefs? I think the Giants got better at the quarterback position. And that's an indictment on Russell Wilson. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We start the hour talking all things NFL. Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, Mark Schlereth.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
This is a tricky game, too. Irish only 6-point favorites on the road in Fayetteville with a total of 64.5. Part of me wants to take a contrarian under in this game. Both offenses are terrific. Both offenses are putting up like 40 a game, and both defenses are awful. So everybody's going to want to bet the over in this game. I just want to see how high it can get. We're at 64.5 right now. Can we get a 66? Can we get a 67? Probably not. But that is something I would keep an eye on, maybe see how high it can go, and maybe bet a contrarian under, because as you guys know in betting, usually when everybody's on one thing, the other tends to happen. So that's my first thought on the game. As for the side, it would probably be Arkansas or pass for me. It does feel a little fishy that Notre Dame is such a small favorite. It opened at 7, then went to 6.5. Now it's at 5.5. We haven't seen any buyback yet on the Irish, so no play for me. Probably be Arkansas or nothing at this point, but an under would also be a play that I would consider. Another team that's taken a ton of money so far has been the Washington Huskies. Look ahead early line for this game last week was Ohio State minus 13.5. Now we are all the way down to 8.5. There has been nothing but Washington money coming in on this game. Feels very familiar to Tennessee, Georgia, and Georgia Tech, Clemson, where those games opened at 7 and they just got bet down immediately, and you never saw any buy, especially in the Clemson game. You never saw any buyback from Clemson in that game. If we don't see any buyback from Ohio State, if this just stays at 8.5 or maybe keeps going down, I would take Washington plus the points, and I'd also take some money line as well. When the schedule came out, everybody was looking at Ohio State, Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan. This was the game that I had circled, though, was Ohio State going out to Seattle against a talented Washington team. And I think Washington's going to hang around. Crazy stat that I saw about the Buckeyes is that they have won 20 straight games off of a bye week. They're coming off a bye week this week, so if Washington does get up early, you can get a nice plus money bet on Ohio State. Might be a good live bet opportunity as well, but certainly another interesting game. And then finally, LSU and Ole Miss. Ole Miss, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is sitting at 55.5. Has anybody's resume aged worse than LSU? We all thought that Clemson win beginning of the season was terrific. Now look how Clemson's turned out. Thought the Florida win was a decent one. Now look how that's turned out. So we don't really know what LSU is at this point. Problem is, we don't really know what Ole Miss is at this point either. This is a absolute stay away from me. I think it's a great game to bet live, and you should never tease college football. but LSU plus 8.5 does feel like a decent teaser this week against Ole Miss.
The biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Just taking a look at the Heisman Trophy market at BetMGM, just to update that with the John Mateer injury. Fernando Mendoza remains the favorite at plus 650. John Mateer is listed. He is 22-1. Femi Abebefe says he is a 0 to win the award. So opportunity exists right now for you, dear listener, and you, dear viewer, to make it legendary at BetMGM and bet good numbers on the player of your choice. Femi likes Jaden Mayava of USC. Maybe you like Dante Moore of Oregon, Drew Aller of Penn State, Ty Simpson of Alabama, Gunnar Stockton of Georgia. They're playing each other this weekend. Maybe you like one of those guys. I'd look to make a bet sooner rather than later with Mateer still listed. He's out a month with a thumb injury, and that is per the University of Oklahoma. All our bets for tonight will close the show. We look forward to that, and Femi and I will preview an epic college football Saturday later this hour. But joining us right now to take a spin around the National Football League, our good buddy, Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast, and Mark did an awesome job breaking down the Green Bay Packers following their loss to the Cleveland Browns this weekend. People can check that out. The Stinkin' Truth podcast, you can find it wherever you find your podcasts. NFL on Fox as well. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Mark, welcome back to the show. It's Nick and Femi. What's going on, sir?
Nothing, man. I'm just out here in Tampa Bay. My granddaughter turned 9 yesterday, so we had a little birthday party. And right now I'm just kind of grinding on tape and looking at what went down over the weekend and prepping for my game this weekend.
Absolutely loving it. Happy birthday to your granddaughter. We love that. Let's hit some of the big news. Stink, and get your take. The New York Football Giants will start Jackson Dart this weekend at home against the Los Angeles Chargers. I said, Stink, to end this last hour, and I am a Giants fan. I just want to say that. I think Dart has to be an upgrade over Russell Wilson. I guess he doesn't have to be. I think he's going to be. I think the Giants can keep this game close this weekend against the Chargers with their pass rush against that Chargers offensive line. What say you? Expectations for Jackson Dart, the Giants 6.5-point home underdogs this weekend against the 3-0 Chargers.
Yeah, well, my expectations are that they play hard and they kind of try to bail out the young quarterback. I mean, listen, this was something I said on the Stinkin' Truth 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago. I'd just cut Russell Wilson and start him from day one. And, here we are 3 weeks in and they've already moved on. And, that series down by the goal line, first down and goal from – what was it, the 4-yard line, and you throw one so far out of bounds that you get a flag on intentional grounding, and then you have a little quarterback draw where, you get 3 or 4 yards, and now it's third down and 14, third down and goal from the 14-yard line. You throw another one out of bounds, and then fourth down and 14, you throw it out of bounds again. What are we trying to protect legacy? Like, we don't want to throw our third pick of the day, so we're going to throw it out of bounds on fourth down. Like, those are all fireable offenses to me. At some point, you got to give your team an opportunity to catch the ball and see if they can run it in or break a tackle and at least make it, fourth and goal from the 2 or whatever. It's mind-boggling to me. So I'm surprised it took this long to make the move. And I think, like you said, the Giants' pass rush is really good. The Chargers struggled a little bit from a pass protection standpoint on offense. A lot of injuries on their offensive line. And then you get that spark if you're the Giants. Like, hey, man, let's go see if we can help this kid out. Let's go see what this kid can do. He's played some. He's scrambled around a little bit. They've had some design QB runs for him. That'll open that aspect of the offense up because they haven't done that stuff with Russell. So I think it's a good move. I think they'll make it closer than a lot of people think.
I hope you're right, because I'm going to bet the Giants this weekend plus the points against the Chargers. Stink, I wasn't planning on asking you this question this early in the interview, but you used the word fireable to discuss Russell Wilson, and it jogged a thought in my head. I'm dying, because your takes are so great and so fiery and so funny. I'm dying to get your opinion on Tennessee Titans head coach Brian Callahan and what he's done in his first 20 games, 3-17, like what happened at the end of the first half, not knowing the rules in week 1 against the Denver Broncos. He just gave relinquished play calling duties to the quarterback coach, not even the offensive coordinator, try and spark things for Tennessee. They're 0-3. What say Mark Schlereth on Tennessee Titans head coach Brian Callahan and what this will look like the rest of the season for the Tennessee Titans?
Well, I mean, obviously you look at where Tennessee is, and when he took over, the coverage were pretty barren, but that doesn't excuse you from making bad decision after bad decision. And now, like, when you relinquish your play calling duties, it's basically saying, hey, listen, we're gonna move in a little different direction. Maybe it was the fact that I haven't managed the game well and all those things. It's almost one of those things that you take some pressure off yourself. But they've been beyond bad. The other thing is you've got a young quarterback in Cam Ward who really played exceptionally well week 1. You've got to give that guy an opportunity to continue to develop it and to, ultimately to have a chance to win. And listen, man, Brian Callahan so far, and I don't think he'll last the season. And he may be a better coach, and maybe we'll see as he relinquishes play calling duties, maybe he'll have some success like Nick Sirianni did. Nick Sirianni turned over play calling duties. I think Philadelphia was 2-5 when he did, and they went on to press to the playoffs. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that operates. But usually, guys, for most young coaches, it's the second go around where they have some success. And certainly they haven't had a lot of talent there, but they certainly haven't played well at the same time. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what it looks like. My gut reaction is it's not going to look good, and eventually they'll move on from Callahan.
So just to make it clear, Stink, like you don't think I agree with you, by the way. This is not like a gotcha question. You don't think Brian Callahan makes it through the season as Tennessee Titans head coach?
No, because I don't think they're going to win. And, I mean, ultimately, if you're already making that move here in week 3, that's a move to me that signifies, hey, I know my job is on the line, so let me do something preemptively to help save it. So if you're saving your job in week 3 by giving up play calling duties, I already feel like you already know the writing is on the wall. And it's one of the reasons I said, about the Giants, Nick, that they should have done this right off the bat, because at least, like, the longer you wait, and I'm glad they pulled the trigger early, but the longer you wait, the less opportunity the kid has to continue to work through it in a game situation to develop. So that's why I said start it from day one, go through your lumps, go through your growing pains. Right now you're sitting here 3 weeks in, and now you're making the move. And to me, you've wasted a preseason and 3 opportunities to grow that kid up. So that was kind of the reason I did it. And like I was sitting there saying, Brian Dable in New York, you're fighting to keep your job. The best way you can keep it is have a young quarterback all of a sudden develop, and 8, 9, 10 weeks in, 11 weeks in, you're sitting there going, hey, man, we got us one. This is the right move. This is the kid. And you delayed that process, which to me was idiotic.
You better you bet on this Tuesday. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth is our guest. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Stink, when you come on the show, we're always honest with you, right, about bets we like and how that can kind of like influence the type of question we ask. So I want to be upfront about this. I bet the Denver Broncos last week. I did not lose my bet. I had Broncos +3 against the Chargers. They lost by 3. I thought Denver was going to win the game. It was the thing I felt best about all week, and they should have won. I know you know this, right? Bo Nix missing 3 layup touchdowns to wide open receivers, 2 to Marvin Mims, and then 1 at the end of the game to Cortland Sutton. Maybe Sutton doesn't score, but it certainly puts them in field goal range. And Mark, I loved the Broncos coming into the year, and now I'm sitting here thinking after 3 games, has Bo Nix regressed? And I'm worried about the Broncos moving forward here. You're obviously very close to this organization, and you follow the team very closely. What's your worry meter right now about Bo Nix in year 2?
My worry meter is I don't want to call it high, but it's there. And, it's the frenetic nature that he's playing with is really bothersome. You talked about, the one of the deep ones to Mims off the flea flicker. And if you go back and watch it, I mean, he catches a flea flicker and then he sprints up into the pocket, and essentially runs into one of his offensive linemen. I think it was Wattenberg, as he's throwing it. So it affects the throw. And consistently speaking, he has been off target. And I think he's been off target because of the frenetic nature that he plays with. And I get that you're a competitor, and I get that, you're trying hard and you're doing all that stuff. But the bottom line to me is you got to calm down. You got to slow down. And like that play was pretty typical of what we've seen from Bo Nix in regards to just being off and frenetic. And, it's funny. Like you look at the rest of the Denver Broncos, and this just isn't Bo Nix. You look at, hey, first down. You get tackled in the backfield. You make it 2nd down and 12. All of a sudden, 2nd down and 12, and and your quarterback throws an incomplete pass, and it's an off-target pass because you got a little anxious, or you passed up somebody who's open to try to pick up all 12 yards right off the bat. And it's been a consistent theme in Denver. And again, you're going to the right places. You went to Cortland Sutton. It's the right call. He was open. You miss it. You go to Mims. It's the right call. You miss the throw, and then a Mims touchdown down the seam that was wide open that he overthrew that one too. So all those things to me are the reason that those guys or that Bo Nix is struggling, and it really has to do more with just, to me, frenetic feet and almost I call it spastic in the pocket.
Stink, we got a couple of minutes left here. Wanted to get your thoughts on the 2 1-2 contenders we have in the AFC. It kind of feels like this 1-2 feels a little bit different. Kansas City coming off a victory, albeit against the New York Giants. And of course, we all saw last night the Baltimore Ravens losing to the Detroit Lions. In about 60 seconds, which 1-2 contender are you more concerned with? Is it the Chiefs or the Ravens heading into this weekend's game?
It's the Chiefs. I mean, guys, give me one thing the Chiefs do well on the offensive side of the ball. Like, they don't run the ball well because, I mean,
Mahomes scramble. That's it, right? Just Mahomes scrambling. That's
scramble. It. That's pretty much all they do. And Andy Reid has never wanted to win a game running the ball. I mean, that is like his kryptonite. He just refuses. Go back to that Super Bowl they lost to Tampa Bay, where they're essentially inviting him. Light boxes, linebackers playing with 7 yards depth, saying you can run it, you can get 6 yards of carry if you want it, and Andy Reid going, that's not how I win games. It was football hubris. as far as I'm concerned, that game against Tampa Bay. And so, like, that's not how he wants to win. He's never done that. Right now, you see Travis Kelce and Andy Reid yelling at each other on the sideline. He doesn't have that burst at the top of his route. He's not getting open. He's never been a guy that wanted to block people. And at the receiver position, they have nobody that threatens anybody. And O-line wise, by the way, they've drafted guys and they've changed up the left side of their offensive line. Their right tackle has always been kind of average at best. The one thing he's good at is lining up off sides or jumping the count. Other than that, I think he's a guy. They're just not very good. I mean, that's the bottom line. They're not very good, and I don't think Patrick Mahomes is playing all that well. And a lot of that can be attributed to the people he's got around him. But they're not a very good football team. There's nothing they do offensively that I would look at and go, wow, they're doing that well. I mean, not one thing.
I'm going to lead the show with it tomorrow, Chiefs-Ravens, and I think I'm going to agree with a lot of what Mark Schlereth just said. And it pains me to say it. He's right about Patrick Mahomes and Mahomes' play thus far this season. Stink, we love having you on the show. You're the best. Again, happy birthday to your granddaughter. We absolutely love to hear that. Stay well. Safe travels this weekend. Have a great call of the Pats and the Panthers. We'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
That was Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. On the other side, we're hitting all the injury news in the National Football League, including Nick Bosa out for the year for the Niners.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Here's how the game works. I'm going to give you my teaser legs, which if you're new to betting, here's how it works. You get 6 points in your favor. The goal of this is to go through as many key numbers as you possibly can. I am partial to picking underdogs in this because I do think, if a team is getting a couple points and they have a chance to win, I like it a lot more if they're getting 8.5 or 9 points and you go through a bunch of key numbers. So let's start with this one. This is not my favorite option, but it's one of the teaser legs. But the Steelers plus 8.5 in Ireland against the Vikings. So the Vikings are favored here, but it is an overseas game. And I do think sometimes there is some chaos, but usually that would lend itself towards the underdog. I don't think I'm buying into the Vikings. I know they just had that huge blowout win over the Bengals, which ruined last week's teaser. But Jenks, I don't see the Vikings ruining this week's teaser. So the Steelers are in at plus 8.5. Next up, we're going to go Bucks plus 9 at home against the Eagles. What scares me about this one is the fact that we haven't seen like one of those dominating wins from the Eagles just yet. But the Bucks are one of those teams in the NFC that I feel like are quiet contenders that nobody ever wants to give any credit to. So I think they can keep it within 9 points, especially the way the Eagles offense is looking right now. Next up, we're going to the revenge game of the week, the Packers at the Cowboys. So this line is 7. Packers laying 7 on the road in Dallas. We tease it down to Packers -1. That Cowboys defense is terrible. Plus Micah Parsons. Like, that Packers team is going to try to win this one for him. And I don't think they really need extra motivation. They are the much better team, and I think it's a buy low spot on the Packers, who just lost to the Browns. And then finally, this is, I believe, the Monday night game. The Jets plus 8.5 at the Dolphins. Do we think the Dolphins are going to beat anybody by 9 points? I think not. So there's your teaser. We got Steelers plus 8.5, Bucks plus 9, Packers -1, Jets plus 8.5.
Midfield. Murray being chased by Huff, throws on the move, and it's incomplete for McBride.
Nick Bosa is limping off the field, walking gingerly to the near side for San Francisco.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
NFL on Fox this past weekend. Nick Bosa. The initial report said that he would not miss the entire season, that his ACL was intact. The news coming down yesterday while we were on the air. Nick Bosa out for the season with a torn ACL for the San Francisco 49ers. We've got a bunch of injury news. That's the headliner. CeeDee Lamb out for a while. Mike Evans going to miss time for the Bucs. Terry McLaurin possibly out this weekend for the Commanders. I pass the baton over to the great Femi Abebefe. Femi, let's run through all the injury news in the NFL and give some betting spin. What do we got?
Yeah, this Nick Bosa injury is obviously big. And like you look right at the division market for the NFC West over at BetMGM, that's exactly where my attention went. Usually with these injuries, like maybe they have an awards implication. I never really felt that Nick Bosa was going to win DPOY. He was never the favorite to win that award. So I don't think there's as big of an application to that award where you have the rightful favorite being Micah Parsons. But for the NFC West, I think this is where it gets interesting. And why it's really interesting is that the game that we have Thursday night between the Seahawks and the Arizona Cardinals, because right now over at BetMGM, Seattle and Arizona, they're both 7-1 to win the NFC West. Like those are massive, massive prices for teams that are going to be sitting after 4 weeks, 3-1. And I'm going about this by looking at the Rams as a team that I still want to continue to fade and be against just because of the fickle nature of this Matthew Stafford back injury. Starting off pretty well right now. Everything looks good, but we don't know. It's one hit away. So I want to go ahead and still bet against that guy early in the season. And part of me, Nick, thinks that, like, do I want to bet both of these? I'm still back and forth as to who I think is going to win the game. I lean Arizona right now, but I think that Arizona to win the division at 7-1 plus 725.
I see an 8 at MGM right now, so that price has been moving. Plus 800 right now at BetMGM.
Like, I get it. The team didn't look, and they haven't looked good at all. Like, they didn't look that great against New Orleans. They didn't look that great against Carolina, at least in the fourth quarter. And, of course, we all saw what happened.
Like, they suck. I'll say it. As I was Mr. Arizona Cardinal before the season. Like, Kyler sucks. He doesn't suck. He just hasn't gotten better in 5 years. He's the same quarterback now that he was in 2020. The same exact quarterback.
Can the defense carry them, though? Because that's the thing. Like,
Gotta get
defenses
healthy.
look pretty good. And when they do get healthy, especially at corner, like this defense is good. And in a division where Brock Purdy obviously is coming back from his injury, but the Niners have a bunch of injuries, and we're all just holding our breath. Hopefully he stays healthy, but McCaffrey.
The Cardinals
like,
have the worst quarterback in the division.
Situation.
I'm being serious. Like, that's not facetious.
No.
Like, it's impossible
No,
that you'd rather have Darnold than Kyler Murray. I'm
not.
being serious. I think it's a conversation.
It might be a conversation, but it's a quick one for me. I would rather have Kyler Murray than Sam Darnold. Yeah, I'm not there with Sam Darnold.
As someone who has money invested in Arizona, I'd consider right now, if you could a straight up trade, I'd consider Sam Darnold.
So do you want to bet Seattle around that 7-1? I guess 6-1 right now on the right rail, but I saw some 7-1 earlier today at BetMGM. Yes, it's since moved since I saw it earlier today. Say it's 6-1 right now. Like, do you want to bet Seattle? Because they're now the favorite on Thursday night.
So I want to. So the injury, we had like an estimated injury report yesterday on Monday for the Thursday night game. So obviously both of these are West Coast teams. So we're not going to get an injury report until maybe honestly in the next hour. I think that's usually when they come out. They're usually on the air when the West Coast injury reports come out. So let's see who's practicing for Arizona. It looks like, based on the estimated injury report, that everyone's going to be back for Seattle. Or at least it's possible that they're going to be back. Witherspoon's going to be back. Charbonnet's going to be back. Julian Love's going to be back. Emin Warry's going to be back. Now, they might not. We don't have the injury report yet. Mm-hmm. But this might be a Seahawks team that's pretty healthy against a banged-up Cardinals team. If all things are equal and we get the injury reports today and tomorrow, and it looks like Arizona is pretty good health, and we'll see what happens with Seattle, I'm going to bet the Cardinals. So that's my stance here. I can't do it right now until I know what the injury situations look like for both teams.
So let's say Seattle's healthy, Arizona, couple guys, let's say Paris Johnson comes back at offensive tackle, but the corners are still hurt. Seattle's laying 2.5. You betting Arizona in the game?
I mean, if the spread's going to be 2.5, then yeah, I'll probably bet Arizona.
Yeah.
But if it's Seattle -1, I already, the funny thing is, and I appreciate you're right to ask the question. I would ask the question if I were you also. I basically have a bet on the Cardinals already.
You're leveraged.
I'd really like for them to win.
Yeah.
I
so
might
it's
bet
why
them,
double down?
Well, if I feel like the numbers, if I feel like it's off, I'll bet it. I don't feel like at this moment it's off. Now, Seattle's favored right now, but that'll change if their injury report's bad and Arizona's good. The Cardinals will flip to the favorite if that happens. So I think it's kind of more shall be revealed in this spot here. I will just say on the NFC West in totality, and I was on this train also, and it's not that I want to get off the train with the fade the Rams train, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Rams are the best team in the division.
Yes.
They're actually the best team. Now, San Francisco's even money despite losing Bosa because the Niners' schedule is an absolute joke. It's the easiest schedule of all time. If I had to make a bet in this division right now, Femi, as lame as it sounds, I'd bet the Rams +200. I'd rejoin the Ramily. I think they're the best team. So.
Yeah, I just with the back injury, I don't want to be invested long-term with that team. It's good now until it's not good, which is why I'm just going to be anti-Rams. And then maybe we get to November and he's fine. And it's okay, cool. We can do the Ramily train or whatever, and we can feel a little bit better. But I still think it's early to me to want to do that. The Dallas Cowboys.
You agree with me though? Are the Rams the best team in the NFC West?
Yes, 100%. I think our read on them has been correct throughout the offseason. Was hey, if
shouldn't
this back
they be the
is
favorite?
Real, you want no parts. Yes, but the Niners schedule, and I still think the betting market's kind of skittish about Stafford. I don't think that it was just jokes this training camp. I think that was real. He just happens to be healthy right now. But that can quickly turn. It's the NFL. He's going to get hit. And how does he respond? And that's where the big thing for all the Rams people, that's where Judgment Day happens, where it's okay, are these bets going to be good, or are these bets all done and all of a sudden Stafford's out 6 to 8 weeks? That's why I think I understand the numbers, but I just don't want to invest because it's just way too much season left to go, that you too many hurdles that you have to climb over for those tickets to eventually cash with a guy that's dealing with a back injury and happens to be 37 years old. The Dallas Cowboys injuries are pretty brutal, though, too, Nick. Like CeeDee Lamb, high ankle sprain. Tyler Booker now high ankle sprain. The offensive line is in shambles. Wide receiver, best offensive player on the team, is now out for the next 4 games. In my opinion, I know they say that they want to reevaluate after 2 weeks. Guess what? They're going to reevaluate and find out he's going to be hurt for another 2 weeks. I'm not buying the optimism coming out of Dallas. I think this offense is about to become a very, very mediocre at best. In fact, it might be bad. And I think what we saw against the Chicago Bears this past week was not a good sign of what's to come. Comeback player of the year right now for Dak Prescott. He's the second choice in the market behind Christian McCaffrey. I'm already kind of on McCaffrey, especially a running back coming off of calf and Achilles injuries.
I like
really
a bet in this market, by the way. And I forgot to do it earlier in the show because I got Hutchinson.
I think we're on the same
right?
guy. 100%. Aiden Hutchinson for me at 9-1. Like, I think that usually this goes to quarterbacks, but Hutchinson is such a big name and such a good player.
And he had splash plays last night in primetime against the Ravens. Like,
yes.
And they were talking about, and they were showing, I mean, dude, they were showing Hutchinson's parents like this was Taylor Swift, like at a Chiefs game.
And there's mom and dad, and like, shout out to his family. I'm sure they're nice people. They're supporting their kid as they should.
I'll tell you what, good looking family.
It is. Yes, I agree. But like,
it's a statement of fact. I'm not trying to have weird comments like the good look. Like they're good looking people. It's very obvious when they're on camera, right?
He's got good genes. He's got great genes. Yeah, he's a good looking guy. He's an awesome athlete. His dad played football too. Like he's got it all. And he's got his leg back, and he looks really good. And I think he's going to continue to look good. And this goes off of all the reporting that we saw over training camp where everyone said Aiden Hutchinson looks awesome. He looks even better than he was prior to the broken fibula last year because it was such a high-profile injury in a game that a lot of people were watching, that Lions-Cowboys game. Like, this is the story that I think people can rally behind. I don't really believe in the other injury stories. They're just regular injuries. But this one was pretty gruesome. And I think Hutchinson, comeback player of the year at 9-1, that feels pretty good, especially when a guy like Dak Prescott, who could win this award, is now going to be up against it over the next month with his O-line and his best wide receiver hurt.
I love that angle. We're on the same page here with Aiden Hutchinson. And just, maybe you're a Cowboys fan. Just give me a quick take here before we move on to like Mike Evans or whatever else you have planned. And let's talk about the Cowboys-Packers game for a moment on Sunday night. Obviously, Micah Parsons returns to Dallas, and the Cowboys without CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Booker. So it looked like we were going to hang out around like Green Bay 6 prior to all this news being announced. I think the expectation was CeeDee was more likely to not play than play.
Yeah.
With what this looked like on Sunday at Open. Now we're at MGM. We're at Packers 7. Now the 7 is juiced towards Dallas, but Green Bay 7, 47.5. Do you have a thought on this game, like how this is going to go early in the week with CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Booker both out for Dallas, and Green Bay coming off the loss to the Cleveland Browns?
I actually think 7 is the correct number in the game. At 6.5, I'd bet the Packers. At 7.5, I would reluctantly bet the Dallas Cowboys. I think that this is actually like the perfect number. This needs to be a full touchdown. I am very concerned about this Cowboys offensive line against this Packers front and like what they've been able to do to O-lines. Like they embarrassed Detroit's offensive line. They embarrassed Washington's offensive line. They even had a really good showing against Cleveland. Their offense just didn't come to play. But like now this Cowboys O-line banged up, and we all know the motivational spot for Micah Parsons. I think the Cowboys are going to struggle to score. If you really need to bet the game, I'm saying this as somebody who's been getting killed on totals. Like the under feels kind of good to me with this game, just because I think Dallas's offense is now a little bit overrated in the market given all the injuries. But yeah, this feels right. And whichever side of 7 we're on is probably the bet that I'll make. And I hope that it's not 7.5 because I really don't want to bet Dallas. But at that price, I think you kind of have to.
Yeah, I'll save my thoughts on this game for later in the week on the Packers Cowboys. I was looking to bet Dallas prior to like all these announcements being made and making it official. Nope, really I haven't made a bet on the game yet. It's not great. It's also a gigantic number on the road.
Also that.
Yeah. A gigantic number on the road. Doesn't mean they can't win and cover. Just saying. It's a great point. The Green Bay closed Green Bay closed 7 at Cleveland last weekend. Green Bay right now is 7 at Dallas. Just food for thought.
Yep.
Food for thought.
One team has Joe Flacco. One team has Dak Prescott. Let's go to the South, though. Mike Evans. He's got the hamstring injury, multiple weeks.
One team has Myles Garrett, and one team used to have Micah Parsons.
Yes. Also that. Maybe they have Diggs. Oh, no, he hurt his shoulder. What about Deron Bland? Oh, he's got a foot injury. What about DeMarvion Overshown? Yeah, it's and on and on and on we go. The NFC South, though, I think is very interesting with Mike Evans now dealing with this hamstring injury. I think Tampa's going to still hang on to win this division, but I also really, really do want to entertain Atlanta at plus 450. And I'm saying this as somebody who bet Atlanta before the start of the season, took some plus 225. So this would be doubling down. But look at Tampa's next 3 games. It's not easy at all. So they're 3.5 at home against Philly this upcoming Sunday. Tough scene there. At Seattle, likely not going to have Mike Evans. Home Niners, maybe he's back, maybe he's not back. And then at Detroit. This 3-0 Tampa team that's by the way, they've needed last-second victories in all 3 of these games. Against Atlanta, against Houston, and then, of course, this past Sunday against the New York Jets. Now has to go Philly, Seattle, San Francisco, Detroit. Would it shock you if they're 3-4? Or at best, 4-3? It would not shock me at all. So doesn't that mean there has to be value on the Falcons at plus 450? I know Atlanta could obviously screw the pooch as well, but there has to be some kind of value at plus 450 on the Falcons. I kind of want to double down.
So that is a phrase in common culture, screw the pooch. I think that we should probably eliminate it from the show vernacular, just like an editorial decision.
We'll remove that one.
It is something that gets said, colloquially.
Yes.
So it's not but I just probably straddling the line there, I would say.
Habitual line stepper, not me.
So I like the Eagles this weekend. I said yesterday on the show I laid 3 with Philly. The number's 3.5 now. It doesn't mean that I'll win my bet. At Seattle, home San Francisco. Femi just gave you those 3 games. It is worth noting, I think Wirfs and Godwin will both be back this weekend. Right now, I'm a little spooked by Michael Penix and his performance last weekend.
I mean, it was really bad.
It was
really
actually bad. I think it was more than really bad. I think it was kind of alarming. How it doesn't mean that he can't be back to being good this weekend, but it was. He plays like that again this weekend against Washington. Kirk Cousins is going to be starting in Week 5. So I can't get there with you on Atlanta right now. I mean, maybe.
It's kind of an out.
I can't get there with Atlanta stuff. Not now. Not until I see a better Penix performance. On the other side, we'll hit a couple other NFL injury notes, and we'll start breaking down an epic college football Saturday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I'm warming to the idea of betting Texas to make the playoff. Texas over the win total, 9.5 at plus money now to go over. plus 110, plus 115. Win the SEC. You could get 450 in the market. The market still respects Texas. And again, I can't see the odds at BetMGM for some reason. But you look at the title market, and it's Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, Texas. That's the market. Now, some books have Georgia higher than Texas, but still a top 5 team in terms of winning the title. I'm not betting Texas to win the title because I don't trust Sark to win multiple games in a row. I trust Franklin more than I trust Sark, which is crazy. But their red zone offense has been abysmal for years. Not just this year. It's been that way. But their defense is unbelievable. Unbelievable defense. So, yeah, they're good enough to make the playoff. That's a bet that I'm thinking about right now. You wanted a bet? Yeah. Texas to win the SEC, plus 450. Why not? Who's decidedly better than Texas in the SEC? Nobody.
Here is Wentz. He's got his man. It's over for the touchdown.
Right here, you got to throw it like that.
He's got a touchdown pass to Hawkinson.
I've always been a fan of his. I told him, when we took him out of the game, I was the least surprised person in the whole building today.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
CBS Sports courtesy of The Call. Carson Wentz, 1-0 as Minnesota Vikings starting quarterback. You heard some highlights from the game. And the last voice you heard, Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell. We'll talk about Carson Wentz. We'll talk about Terry McLaurin in a second. And we will get to our bets for the biggest college football games this weekend, our preview of the biggest college football games this weekend in a moment. But first, we got to tell you to swing big on your next Major League Baseball parlay by using today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. And as always, to everyone that's listening to the show right now, live, watching the show on YouTube or Twitch, please subscribe to the show in podcast form. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Like and subscribe and leave a 5-star review. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And please like and subscribe to our YouTube page and also our Twitch page, youtube.com/@ the BetMGM Network and twitch.com/the BetMGM Network. Heaven forbid we could have the same URL for both. Too much to ask for. YouTube.com/at the BetMGM Network. If you're on YouTube right now, like and subscribe. And please, everyone watches stuff on YouTube. You want all our content, like you can get it on YouTube in visual form. YouTube.com/at the BetMGM Network. Twitch.com/the BetMGM Network. Great job by Mike Brown heeding the call that I made on the air yesterday and creating a graphic for the YouTube promotion. All right, Femi, let's do Carson Wentz. We'll do Terry McLaurin, and we'll move on to the college football slate this weekend.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connell was kind of pressed by the Minnesota media earlier this week asking, hey, like when J.J. McCarthy is back and healthy from this high ankle sprain, is he your starting quarterback? And KOC said, you know what? I'm not required to give that answer right now, is what he said. Paraphrasing a little bit there, but pretty much said, I don't want to talk about that. Like, let's just deal with what's going on right now. Sort of leaving the door open for the potential that Carson Wentz could potentially be the starting quarterback going forward for the Minnesota Vikings when J.J. McCarthy is returning from this injury. Now they have the 2 games overseas. McCarthy, do we know, did he make the trip or is he staying back in the States to rehab? I'm not sure. I haven't seen what's been going on with that one, but we're anticipating it's going to be Carson Wentz for the next couple of weeks. I think regardless of what happens, it's season over for Minnesota. And I'm saying that as somebody who has an immense respect for this coaching staff. KOC, I love him. Obviously, what he did for us last year was great. Brian Flores, one of the elite defensive coordinators that we have in the league. I don't think you want either of these guys starting at quarterback. And maybe McCarthy can improve. He can definitely improve. He's only played in 2 games. I think we've gone a little bit crazy with like bashing J.J. McCarthy. But as it stands right now, he doesn't look like he's there yet in a pretty competitive NFC. And from what we saw with Carson Wentz last week, I know he is not there because they just went up against one of the worst defenses in the NFL. And Carson Wentz put up a QBR sub 50, which for those who don't know about QBR, the average is 50. He had a below average game at home against the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't think Wentz is it. And if they stick with Wentz, God bless him. But I don't think it's going to work out. So I think for the Minnesota Vikings, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier, Nick, this morning on the call when we're getting ready for the show, like missed the playoffs. I think there's only 2 teams from that north that make it, Green Bay and Detroit, in whichever order you like it. But I don't like it for Minnesota. I think this year they take a step back because the QB play is too bad for them to overcome, even though they have all these injuries and the guys are going to eventually come back. I don't like the setup one bit.
McCarthy apparently is making the trip overseas, but we did get the report from Tracy Wolfson from CBS on Sunday morning that McCarthy would be out through the bye week. So just in case people don't know, and Femi, you may have alluded to this, that the Vikings are going to become the first team in NFL history to play back-to-back international games, or 2 different countries.
2 different countries.
With I was going to say continent. I was like, that's not right. Ireland and then England in the next 2 weeks for Minnesota, and then the Vikings will go on their bye. So Let's could bring up the NFL standings here. Let's look at the teams.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think the Eagles are a playoff team.
Yep.
I think the Commanders are a playoff team. Green Bay's a playoff team. Detroit's a playoff team. That's 4. The winner of the NFC South will make the playoffs. Let's just call it Tampa for now. That's 5. The winner of the NFC West will make the playoffs. That's 6. I think if they make it, they're the 7 seed. But it's hard to disagree with you, man. It's hard to disagree. If it's going to be, and I'm on record, I said it yesterday, I'm dying for a 3 on the Steelers, and I will bet Pittsburgh this Sunday. Mm-hmm. I hope we get it. So I think Pittsburgh will win on Sunday against the Vikings. I actually really like this take from you. Now, you have to lay a minus 175 on Vikings don't make the playoffs, right? Is that something you're willing to do? I can't disagree with you, man, with the way McCarthy looked the first couple of weeks. And if Carson Wentz is going to be the quarterback, like none of that is good. I have to agree with you.
Yeah, minus 175 is not like a price that you're like dying to lay right now in a bet that's not going to cash until January. But I think the exercise is try to find the other playoff teams.
What do you think it is?
So the way I see it kind of playing out, I think 3 teams from the West make it. Like I actually have only 1 team in the East. I don't think the Commanders are there. And we can talk about Terry McLaurin here quickly. Like Washington, to me, they just look old. And Daniels is awesome, and I have immense respect for Jaden Daniels. I think he's one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL. But I just don't see it with that roster. I don't see it with that team whatsoever. So I think if Stafford stays healthy, I think you got the Rams in. I think the Niners make it. Either Seattle or Arizona is going to make it. This game coming up on Thursday is going to go a long way in helping determine that. And then you have your 2 from the North, and then you just have your division winners being Philly, and then probably Tampa. Maybe it's Atlanta, as I was trying to hopefully get the Falcons to get there at plus 450. But I think there's only going to be like one team.
So let's do this. Let's do this as an exercise here, just for the listeners and the viewers. So if we had to do like a collab here on the teams that we think, I don't want to use the word lock because like injuries can happen, but the teams that we think will that we
feel good about.
That we like these teams will, and we both agree on it. Philly,
correct.
Green Bay,
yep.
Detroit,
yep.
NFC South champion, like Tampa or Atlanta, whoever it is, like one of those teams.
Yeah.
Someone has to go. I think you can make the case for any team in the West to make it.
I think so as well.
And so there, I want to say like the Rams would be the one I feel best about, but what if Stafford gets hurt? The Niners have an easy schedule. Also, like both, I guess like San Francisco's 3-0. The Niners are probably going to make it.
Yeah, but I just think those NFC West teams, because one of the reasons with the West is that they get the easy schedule. Like they get the AFC South, which
let me just
let
me. I just want to take us to the spot that I'm trying to get us to here. Do we want to agree on San Francisco?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so for everyone out there that's
hurt again, but
yeah, of course, pending health. For everyone out there that's listening and watching, right? If you agree with Femi's premise that the Vikings, who are a team that we both liked before the season, that Minnesota's not going to make it, with McCarthy looking the way he did, and now Wentz is going to be playing for like who knows how long, right? We have come to a consensus that we think the Eagles, the Lions, the Packers, the NFC South champion, and the 49ers are going to make it. That's 5 teams. If you're out there listening and watching and you agree with us that those 5 teams are going to make it, then it's up to you to figure out what is the team or team at a longish price that you would like to bet if we are taking the Vikings out. Is it the Commanders? Is it the Bears? Is it the other team in the NFC South, like Atlanta or Tampa, the team that doesn't win the division?
Yep.
Is it Arizona? Is it Seattle? Is it the Rams? It's fascinating, right? And that's where kind of beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, and it's up to the individual to make his or her own decision. But I think that's like a good way of breaking it down, right? And I like the way you said that there. Which team's going to make it if we're taking Minnesota out and we liked Minnesota prior to the season?
100%. I think that's how you're supposed to look at it. And like for me, like I don't like Minnesota. I don't really like Washington either. So it opens things up even more because I'm looking for 2 teams to go out there and replace those teams from last year in the postseason. And I do think that like I've warmed up a lot more to Seattle as somebody who was anti-Seattle earlier this season. I have obviously warmed up to like the Rams. I think there's going to be 3 teams from the West. And of course, we all feel how we feel about the teams in the North. And I think that's your NFC playoff picture. Now, the prices aren't like the greatest on the Cardinals to make it or the Seahawks to make it. They're plus 140 and plus 130 respectively. But you bet both of those, I think you're getting at least one just based on how this hangs out. And maybe you get 2 and you get the jackpot. But I think you're at least getting 1, which at plus money right now, I think that feels really good. And you can even wait. Like, let's say you feel really strong about one of those teams Thursday night. Just bet that team. And then after the game, when the other team loses and the price then goes to like plus 170 or plus 180, then you can go ahead and bet that one as well afterwards. But I think one of those 2 teams is going to get in addition to Niners if healthy, Rams if healthy.
Anything else for injury stuff in the NFL?
That's all we got in the NFL. Busy week, though. Busy week, man.
Do we
get into the
feel
award
like
stuff with O'Roy and all that stuff coming up tomorrow?
We feel like McLaurin's not going to play on Sunday?
I think it's 50-50 right now. Let's see what tomorrow is probably going to be DNP, but I feel like
am I going to bet the Falcons on Sunday? I think I'm going to. Am I? I don't know if that's true.
It's down to 1.5, but like you just need the pop of Daniels coming back.
If Daniels is going to play, I don't know if I can bet Atlanta because I love Penix, but I don't love him more than Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels versus Michael Penix in a coin flip game. What do you want to do?
Well, I mean, the game was they played last year at the end of the year on Sunday Night Football, and like the Falcons covered the game against Washington. The Washington won, but the Falcons covered. It was 3.5, right? And the Falcons lost by 3.
That was the game that won the division for the Ramley. That was like the weird tiebreaker thing, like needing like Washington to win that game. And I celebrated that night. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah, the Ramily, baby. Tyler writes in the Tyler's talking about Survivor in the chat. I said to you off air, and the whole first segment of the Power Hour is going to be college football for this weekend. I kind of just want to take Houston. Do you think there are some other choices? And we'll table this for Thursday, but I think Houston's our best choice.
Houston's on the big board. They're not number one for me. I'll just say that.
I'm fascinated to know who your number one team is then.
It's not
Chargers. I don't know. Houston's thrived. I think Houston's won. Houston's won for me. All right, Power Hour, final hour coming up on the other side. The whale capper Drew Dinsick will join us. All our bets for tonight in the world of sports. But coming up next, we hit all the big games for college football Saturday, including Oregon and Penn State in Happy Valley.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I would never bet the other quarterback in that game, Drew Aller, who right now at BetMGM is 30-1. On the surface, hey, Penn State's a national title contender. Drew Aller's favored on Saturday. Oregon, a 3.5-point dog, as Penn State's a home favorite in the whiteout game. 30-1. That sounds like a bet, right? Like, what if Penn State wins the game? They're favored to win it, and Aller plays well. Isn't that price going to drop down a little bit? Yeah, probably. 30-1 might become like 20-1, 15-1, something like that. But Drew Aller's stats suck, man. Like, his stats are terrible. And they played nobody. That is alarming as far as I'm concerned. They've played Villanova, these other scrubbed schools in football. Like, their schedule has been cupcake soft. This is the first test game for Penn State of the year. And you would think when you're playing a bunch of nobodies, you would put up some big numbers. Well, it's been the opposite. Drew Aller, through 3 games, they're coming out for the bye, but through 3 games, he has a QBR of 38.8. That's out of 100. That ranks nationally, and think about how many programs we have, about 120 plus programs in college football. Drew Aller's QBR ranks 106th. Does that sound like the Heisman Trophy winner? Doesn't sound like it to me. And Drew Aller's been very polarizing. I know some people in the NFL love Drew Aller. They say this is the next guy. He's a franchise quarterback. I don't really see it. Just watching college football, being honest, don't see it at all. Like, I don't think he's that good. And I think he just plays on a really good team. And just because you have a really good team, it doesn't mean that you deserve to have a Heisman Trophy winner. That's not how these things go. So for me, I would pass on Drew Aller entirely. I would not bet him. Even if Oregon loses the game and Penn State wins, I still don't think it's worth a bet because I don't think Drew Aller is going to win the Heisman Trophy.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. The Power Hour presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app, visiting BetMGM.com, and betting off-market numbers on the Heisman Trophy. Where John Mateer's out for a month, and I'm going to take a look at the Heisman market right now at BetMGM. Let's see if Mr. Mateer is still listed. He is. He's 22-1. He's out for a month. He can't win. He's taking win probability away from people that can. If you like someone in that market, BetMGM is the place to make that bet. John Mateer is still listed. The People's Sportsbook. Make it legendary. The whale capper Drew Dinsick will join us in 20 minutes. His NFL bets for week 4. Our bets for tonight will close the show. Femi, before we get to college football for Saturday, we have a huge baseball game that's starting at 6:40. As the Tigers, collapse is almost complete in the American League Central. The Guardians, a game behind the Tigers. Tarek Skubal on the mound tonight for Detroit as they desperately try and stop the bleeding. Any thoughts from you on this Tigers-Guardians game? First pitch in 40 minutes.
Yeah, I do like Detroit to win the game. The betting market likes Detroit. I think Skubal in these spots is someone that you can rely on. Like, he was really good in the playoffs outside of that one bad game that he had against Cleveland, and they ended up losing the game and failing to get to the ALCS. But I do like the Tigers tonight. If you can find, parlay it with something, maybe like it with some WNBA. I do like a couple of bets in the WNBA as well. We can get into that a little bit later on this hour. But Detroit to win tonight. But I'm not so sure they're out of the woods if they do get tonight's victory. That price on Cleveland tomorrow will be interesting. That is what I'm looking to bet. Tigers tonight, roll that over into Guardians to win the AL Central tomorrow. Because I think Detroit's going to collapse, but I think they do get it done tonight and kind of put their fans at ease for at least about 12 hours or so before the series continues tomorrow.
I want to bet the Guardians. I haven't yet.
Against Skubal?
I feel like
or just
momentum
in general,
is such
to win the Central.
Momentum is such a son of a bitch, man. And I guess it's as good as your next day starting pitcher. I don't know. I'm on the fence here.
Gavin Williams, it's okay. It feels like the Cleveland Guardians have the juice, and Detroit is in a free fall.
I want to get to college football in a second here. I'm gonna put a small bet in on the Guardians. Not even close to a big bet.
Then too.
And a smaller bet than my small bet yesterday on the NFL. So it's gonna be a small bet just for peanuts, just for something to watch and enjoy the game. So I'm gonna bet Cleveland here, and I'm gonna do it during the segment. But for now, Femi, let's and the rest of our bets for tonight coming up to close the show. Let's preview some of the biggest college football games this weekend. And this is probably going to be the best college football Saturday of the entire year. We counted this morning, and there's actually more than this. There's 13 games that you can make the case that for us on a national sports show that we can discuss and not turn off the audience. There are that many good games. They're awesome. Mm-hmm. The two headliners are Georgia, Alabama. Georgia, the home team in that game, and then Penn State, whiteout in Happy Valley, hosting the Oregon Ducks. Let's start there, Femi. And over the course of the next 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll have great guests on throughout the week, as always, here on You Better You Bet, getting you set to bet and win on college football. Femi and I will give you takes on all the big games this weekend, starting now. Penn State and Oregon. Penn State is a 3.5-point favorite right now at MGM. It is juiced towards Oregon, so maybe we'll come down to 3. The total's 52.5. Femi, you liked Penn State to win the Natty before the year. I'm guessing you like the Nittany Lions.
If I had to bet this game, I would look to play Penn State. I think they're going to win. I think, but I do think they're going to win it. Of course, you can't talk about a big Penn State game without talking about James Franklin and how this is a massive spot. Because if they lose this game, those loud talks of like, hey, Franklin can't get it done, it's going to get even louder, especially with this being a home game, whiteout against a quarterback in Dante Moore that's still relatively inexperienced in comparison to some of the quarterbacks around college football. Like, I think they're going to win it. My only thing with this game is that, do we actually get the number? Because right now we're 3.5, and I know there's probably going to be a lot of public support towards Oregon, but like, where's the influential money coming? If that's on Penn State, I don't think we're going to get that 3 minus.
Who do you think it's going to be on?
It feels like pros versus Joes. It does feel like that to me.
I agree. I feel like influential money is going to be on Penn State. I agree with that.
Yes, which is why I'm probably just going to be on the sidelines because I don't want to lay 3.5. And like, my opinion is baked into the market. The market thinks they're going to win. I think they're going to win. At 3, hey, let's dance. At 3.5, I think we're just fine here. But I do think Penn State ekes out a win. It might be ugly because Penn State likes to play ugly football, as we've seen through the 3 weeks of the season so far with them coming off of the bye. I just think that we're going to see a lot of money on Oregon from public bettors, but nah, I'll probably pass the game. But I do think the Nittany Lions are going to finally get over that hump, and James Franklin can get a big win at home.
I want to quote someone that I think is really smart, who asked this question last year to me. Is this a big game this weekend?
Yes.
Do you want to bet James Franklin in a big game?
At 3, I do.
Okay.
I do at 3.
I'm quoting Femi, who last year when Penn State played Ohio State asked me that question when I bet Penn State.
The famous Purple Devil game.
Do you want to bet Penn State? Do you want to bet James Franklin? Also, like, you sent me the Purple Devil emoji a couple days ago. I'm like, I'm just saying, like, I don't like it.
That's why I send it.
It's like the Purple Devil emoji should be reserved from, like, honestly, I think it's like girl to guy. I don't even think it's like guy to girl.
Not even guy to girl. It's a one-way street. Purple Devil.
I'm a big, like, when I was single, like, I never ever sent emojis in text to women ever.
Was that like you like flexing like your masculinity, or was like what was?
Well,
because emojis are fun, you know.
Yeah, well, I would say it's less flexing my masculinity and more like trying to like pretend to be extremely masculine. I think is probably more appropriate. If I'm being honest, if I'm being very honest.
Fair
like
enough.
The Purple Devil is like a girl who wants to hook up and she sends you the Purple Devil emoji. It should not be reserved for like one heterosexual man texting another about being on the different sides of a bet. Just my opinion. At 3.5, I'd consider betting Oregon. I'll be honest. I don't think I have a great read on this game, at least at this point in the week. So pass for me right now. If I had to bet the game, I'd take 3.5 with Oregon, and I would be on the side of the public.
It feels like these two teams have been in like the preseason. Isn't that kind of what it feels like? Like, hey, the
Definitely.
first 3-4 weeks preseason football, and now this is week 1, and now we're going to find out what they actually are. Which are the most
usually
fun
in
college football games.
In the preseason, when you beat the brakes off an opponent, the coach doesn't get fired. And shout out to Mike Gundy, who is a man on the unemployment line after Oklahoma State fired him today, and obviously like lost to Tulsa last week, but getting pummeled by Oregon a couple weeks ago certainly didn't help Mike Gundy. So if I had to bet the game, okay, can I ask another question? Who do you think's a better college quarterback? Not like better prospect. And give this to me in like 10 seconds because I want to get on to Georgia-Bama at least here. Who's a better college quarterback? Drew Aller or Dante Moore? Like, who do you trust more?
Dante Moore.
And you're gonna lay Penn State 3. Like, I know you don't want to lay 3.5. You're gonna bet Penn State if like you think the coach is a choke artist and you think Oregon's quarterback's better.
I mean, Happy Valley home field advantage is a big thing, man. Like Oregon has been in the friendly confines of Autzen Stadium at home, now on the road in a hostile environment. Like, this is like the best home field advantage in the country, the whiteout game. So yeah, at 3, I want to bet Penn State.
Okay. I haven't bet Oregon, and maybe I'll change my mind and I'll bet Penn State. Just wanted to ask those questions. You bet here on this Tuesday.
Questions.
Georgia and Bama. Obviously, like when these two teams played last year, ridiculous game. Bama jumps out to that massive lead. Georgia comes all the way back. Bama wins at the end with Ryan Williams. The Bulldogs, 3-point home favorites here over Kalen DeBoer, Ty Simpson, and the Tide. 52.5 the total, Femi.
So for this game, under 3, I'm going to bet Georgia. And there actually might be some 2.5 outs out there right now. I'm just going on like which coach do I trust the most, and which program do I think is the toughest one. Georgia, I think, is a tougher program than Alabama. like the Saban days are gone. This is the Kalen DeBoer era, which I love Kalen DeBoer. Like obviously, like what he did at Washington, forever grateful for that. But like I think Georgia's just built for it, and I don't think Alabama in these kinds of games against physical opponents, I don't think they're built for it. We saw Florida State push them around. Now you're going on the road between the hedges. I think Georgia's going to get it done. Also, too, like for Ty Simpson, like this is a big time spot on the road. And this is a bigger spot than what was in week 1, and they didn't handle that one well. I think Georgia gets the job done. I think Kirby Smart gets his guys ready. I like Georgia quite a bit coming off of the bye.
I'm going to like Georgia also in the game, Femi. I want to wait to see how this market like matures and what happens with it. I was so impressed by Gunnar Stockton at the end of the Tennessee game, like making that fourth down. I just think hey, he's I agree completely. My other thought would be at this point in the week, and we'll finalize our bets on Friday. I'm going to say what I'm about to say is ridiculous. Like it is. It actually really is. I think the total mital be like 10 points too low.
Ooh.
Now, obviously, if that were the case, like it would be higher, and it's not. So, like the total, like a lot of money gets bet into these markets. So it's a crazy statement. It shouldn't be 62 if it's 52. How does this game not going over? Like, how's that happening? Georgia's got issues in the secondary. Here's Ryan Williams. Like, how is Georgia stopping him? And on the flip side, how is Georgia not scoring a ton of points in this game? So, over for me. Most likely that will be a bet, and I want to bet Georgia. I have not placed the bet as of yet. Ole Miss and LSU. So there's this weird storyline with, like, Lane Kiffin's daughter is dating, like, a linebacker on the LSU team or something. Is that? Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, he tweeted, like, take the over or on Instagram. I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know. He's good, too, Whit Weeks.
What a name, Whit Weeks. Whit Merrifield's brother. Just as the father of a daughter, father of a girl, I don't like any of this. I'll just say that.
I mean, it's just strange. It's like, why is this playing out in public?
Like, yeah. Just I find it to be like not cool at all. And you out there listening and watching, you can disagree. That's your prerogative. I have the microphone. That's my opinion as a dad to a girl. Ole Miss a 1.5-point home favorite against LSU, 54.5 the total. We think that the Trinidad Chambliss, right, all gold everything, is going to be the starting quarterback for Ole Miss in this game, right? Not Austin Simmons. If you had to bet this game, what would you do?
I don't think I'm going to be sweating. Woo! I like Ole Miss in the game. I just do not like LSU. And like the further removed that we get from that LSU over Clemson result, I think LSU is just mediocre. They're average. I think once we really get into the depth of the SEC play, we're all going to find that out together. Give me Ole Miss at home. And Trinidad Chambliss, he's been good. Yes. I think he's better than Austin Simmons, to be quite honest. Like Simmons was a starter, but like,
can I say this?
Chambliss
Can I give my opinion?
Good.
I think they're both really good.
Yeah, because I guess Simmons was hurt when he was out there trying to play, and like that probably had something to do with why he didn't look that great, especially against Kentucky. But I mean, Chambliss has been really strong since he's come in. Super efficient. Lane Kiffin, obviously one of the better play callers in the country. At home, like give me Ole Miss, man. Especially at these pick'em numbers, I'm gonna take with Ole Miss. Like I like Ole Miss quite a bit.
So I think this setup's really fascinating. I loved LSU in week 1 against Clemson. They won, and I walked away from that game thinking LSU's a national championship contender. Now LSU's obviously undefeated still. Beat Florida, and did pick off Lagway 5 times in that game. Florida might just stink, and I think Clemson almost definitely stinks. So how good are these LSU wins? And we have yet to see like Garrett Nussmeier and this LSU offense like really explode the way that we thought that they would. And Nussmeier might be like a top 5 pick in the draft next year in the NFL. So we have yet to see it. So I understand, Femi, why you or others would like Ole Miss. I think Nussmeier is a legit real deal NFL quarterback, and I might be the sucker here. I am going to bet LSU on Saturday. I'll take LSU.
Yeah. Something's wrong with that offense. I don't know what it is. Something's wrong with it.
We'll circle back to this game as the week moves along. I want to hit one other quickly here. I'm guessing, since you like Maiyava to win the Heisman, that you like USC laying 6.5 on the road at Illinois. I think it's right.
I'm more like, go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to throw this out there. Do you think that everyone's going to like USC this weekend?
Unfortunately.
The number hit 7 should we, dude, and I hate handicapping games. I think it's such a lazy way to handicap games. But, Mayava's getting Heisman buzz. USC's undefeated. Illinois just got embarrassed in a high-profile game by Indiana. They're going to be 7 at home. Isn't Illinois a good bet just on principle?
100%. Early kickoff too for a West Coast team.
I think I'm gonna take 7 with Illinois.
I'm just gonna bet the over and pray that USC wins the game.
All right. A ton more college football coming up over the course of the week. But on the other side, we turn our attention back to the National Football League. The very sharp Drew Dinsick, the whale capper, joins us to dish on Week 4.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Florida -7 at Virginia. Fade or follow?
Yeah, this was one of the first bets that I placed today. I did grab the 7.5 with Virginia. I still like it right now at 7. You're getting the best price at BetMGM, 7 -110. I like this Virginia team. I did go over on their win total. I like Chandler Morris enough. They didn't cover for me, unfortunately, against NC State, but other than that, they have all season long. Chandler Morris has looked really good. Already over 1,000 passing yards, 8 touchdowns, only 1 interception, and they've been really good in pass protection. He's only been sacked 1 time. They have 2 running backs with over 200 rushing yards. Jamari Taylor has 298 already, and then Harrison Whaley has 214. And I like the receivers. Trell Harris, 321 yards. Cam Ross, 252 yards. Who do we get in the end zone right there? Was it Bateman, maybe? Bateman! It is Rashad Bateman. Thank God. I'll take that as well. What a good start to the night. But also, Brad, going back to this game real quick, a lot going on. It's also a classic look-ahead spot for Florida State, who I do like, but on deck the following week, a really good Miami team. So we get a look-ahead spot, and we get a really good Virginia team on a Friday night. Yeah, give me Virginia here to cover, keep this game maybe within a field goal. So I like the Cavs.
All right, going to go with the Cavs. I think the Cavs are a great call there. Love them, +7.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All our bets for tonight: Major League Baseball, WNBA playoffs. How about Sandy Brondello fired by the New York Liberty?
Ooh, man.
The Libs decided to own her. The Libs got owned last week by the Mercury. Now the Libs decided to own their former coach, who won the title last year. So we'll give you our bets in the WNBA, our bets for Major League Baseball, 20 minutes from now. But joining us right now, the dish on Week 4 in the National Football League, the very sharp and very handsome Drew Dinsick from NBC Sports and the Deep Dive Pod on Twitter at Whale_Capper. Whale, welcome back to the show. What's up?
How do we live in a world where Sandy's getting canned and Bill and what do you call it? Mike McDaniel and Brian Callahan still have jobs. What's going on here?
There's a really funny political joke to be made, and I'm running on not enough sleep to be able to come up with it. But there's one there about owning the Libs and something else. Maybe work Nick Bosa in there, little Jimmy Kimmel action. I'm not there yet to be able to do this. So let's just turn our attention to Week 4 in the National Football League. Drew, as always, when we start with you, what is your favorite bet, side or total, this week in the National Football League, and why?
Ooh. Man, so much stands out. This is going to be the best week of the season for betting sides and total. No, I'm kidding. I am having a really, really tough time so far this season, so I'm firing from a place of extreme lack of confidence. But
I feel that.
Of the sides,
I feel that. Man. I feel that.
If you can still get a cheap 7 or a 6.5 for Green Bay, I like that against the Cowboys. Consider me not impressed with the Cowboys defense at all this season. I think this is a bottom 3 unit, and it's very clear that the Packers should be able to move the ball pretty comfortably on both sides, even in the absence of Zach Tom, assuming he can't go. And then on the flip side, we now have a cluster injury that Cowboys are dealing with. Rookie Booker goes down on top of their center. They already had issues, in my opinion, with both tackles. Really, Tyler Smith, the only guy you can write home at all about on that offensive line, and now they face the fearsome pass rush that the Packers bring to the table. This looks like a huge problem for a Cowboys team that's going to be without CeeDee Lamb. Doesn't have really much else to go on in terms of elite game breakers. So I think the Packers can keep the Cowboys pretty in check here. Cowboys probably projecting, let me look, under 17 points. So we need the Packers to get to 24 or better to cover a 7. So Packers laying the 7 for me is favorite bet of the week as we look at the board right now.
All right, so Packers on Sunday Night Football at the Dallas Cowboys. Drew, biggest game of the week in the National Football League, and it's funny to say this, right? That I feel like the Ravens losing last night to Detroit makes Chiefs-Ravens even more compelling than it would have been if both teams were 3-0. One of these teams will fall to 1-3 with a loss on Sunday at Arrowhead. As it stands right now at BetMGM, Baltimore, a 2.5-point road favorite. The juice is towards the Ravens, so maybe this goes to 3. But right now we're hanging out at 2.5. The total in the game, I believe, is about 47.5, right, with the Ravens and the Chiefs. Drew, if you had to bet Ravens-Chiefs, 48.5 now. It's gone up a little bit. If you had to bet Ravens-Chiefs, what would you do? Do you like this game?
I'm probably going to end up on the Ravens here. My numbers are not in favor of this. So this is literally kind of going almost entirely by matchups and just general expecting, a special amount of opening up the bag of tricks for the Ravens here to get involved with them at all the way that they're playing right now. But I think ultimately both the Ravens and the Chiefs are going to make the playoffs regardless of this outcome. So whoever comes out of here as 1-3 is probably the buy low in terms of make the playoff price. Chiefs finished the season with a really, really soft run, and I think they'll ultimately get in as a wild card. Right now, I have the Chargers pretty heavy favorites to win the West, but not enough enthusiasm about anyone in the middle class of the AFC at all to say that the Chiefs, if they get to 9 or 10 wins, are not going to be in the mix as a wild card in the AFC. And then similarly, the Ravens, I think, still win the AFC North, even if they drop to 1-3. A lot of what we saw from the Ravens to this point in the season has felt like preseason, extended preseason. I don't really think we're seeing a lot of the kind of typical. I mean, we're clearly not seeing the typical aggressiveness that Harbaugh is known for, and I don't 100% understand why it felt like the throttle was turned down on Lamar Jackson breaking the pocket and using his legs last night. But presumably that kind of goes out the window if you take the lessons learned from week 1 last year, where it felt like Ravens really turned up the throttle on him being a game breaker with his legs. So my general sense is the Baltimore Ravens make a statement in this one. And, obviously the availability of both Matabuke and Kyle Van Noy will matter a lot. However, the Ravens have been pushed around by elite offensive lines and outstanding running attacks in their 2 losses to this point in the season with Detroit and Buffalo, and the Chiefs can't get anything going on the ground that is worth writing home about. So even if Worthy is available for limited snaps, even if the Ravens defense is a couple of men down, the Ravens to me look like the right side under 3.
We are 100% in alignment of this game. I was saying to Femi off air before. I think the number's fine. Ravens less than 3. Also, I think the Ravens might win like 31-10. And I actually, if Matabuke and Van Noy both don't play, I actually don't think it matters, and because the Chiefs can't do anything. I don't even think it matters. They're not facing Detroit or Buffalo anyway. You bet on this Tuesday. Drew Dinsick, the Whale Capper, is our guest on Twitter at Whale_Capper. Rams Colts. Fascinating game in Los Angeles. Rams currently 3.5-point home favorites against Danny Dimes and 3-0 Indy. Total 49.5. Will you be betting this game, and if so, how?
I will be, but I want to give you a hat tip first. Pretty sure that the score you called was Week 4 Ravens over Bills last year was 35-10, if I remember correctly. And I think that was the number you called. So the idea that that's what the Ravens have in their bag, and as kind of their statement, it does feel very possible. Rams Colts, I agree that the Rams are 3.5-point favorites in this one. My number is actually 3.9. So I have a little bit of value on the Rams, not enough to bet the side here. I love the Rams defense matchup against this Colts team in terms of actually finally testing this Colts offensive line in their pass pro. I think the Colts offensive line to me looks like one of the best run blocking units in the National Football League, but the pass pro is a question mark. It is. And Daniel Jones under extreme pressure from this pass rush could be a little bit of a wake up call for him and all the people that are just kind of googly eyes looking at his EPA per play and his total EPA generated this season. Daniel Jones may end the season as kind of a top 10 guy in these statistics based on how good the skill position group is and how weak the Colts schedule is. But this feels like a hard coming back to earth opportunity for a Colts team on the road against a Rams defense that I think is being still a little bit underrated. It took some wild 4th down conversions and, of course, the 2 block kicks for the Eagles to overcome this Rams team on the weekend at home. I think the Colts are in a bit of a bad spot here. And I played some under 49.5 here. My fair total is 48. So not a huge edge there, but certainly some question here about how the Rams handle an Anarumo defense that doesn't blitz a lot, that has some pretty kind of disciplined tackling and can match up well against the Rams rushing attack. So this one to me looks like it's going to be a little bit more rock fighty than the 49.5 body total that we see. Surprised a little bit that this was adjusted to the north by a total of 3 points off the open in the look aheads, which I don't really know what is driving that, because there was no injuries to either of these defenses that would suggest this is just going to all of a sudden be a shootout. So if you only let me have one total on anything on the board this week, this one feels like the one, and it's going to be an under.
Man, I wish you the best of luck with these totals. These totals have been absolutely drilling me. I'm gun shy completely on these totals. But you mentioned the Rams, their loss to the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles now on the road at Tampa, where a place that's kind of been a house of horrors for this Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni version of the Philadelphia Eagles. They're laying 3.5. Total is sitting at 43.5 over at BetMGM. No Mike Evans this week for the Buccaneers. These two teams had the blocked kicks in their games. Good for the Eagles, bad for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers until they actually won the game. How do you see this playing out from a betting standpoint? Philly on the road at Tampa.
Yeah, this feels like Eagles send a message. The Buccaneers injury situation is really, really problematic. They are potentially going to get Wirfs back for some snaps in this one. They may get Godwin back for some snaps, although I'm less bullish that he will actually be available. But this is still kind of a rotating cast of characters across this offensive line who are set a record for offensive holding penalties against the Jets team that had huge issues at the linebacking and secondary levels in that game. So the Eagles don't have those issues. The Eagles are going to make this much tougher for Baker Mayfield to hit the explosive pass plays. And I think in general, the Eagles defensive line can generate pressures against this overmatched offensive line. This has the makings of a pretty complete Eagles win, in my opinion. I think the two-headed, the wake up we saw from A.J. Brown combined with just in general, Hurts feeling a little bit more comfortable in the passing game and a little bit of a kind of snapped some of the, run first mentality that we saw from him through 2.5 weeks, I think was a positive sign. And I would expect that the Eagles do a little bit of flexing in this one. Tampa Bay, of course, is outstanding in run defense. The Vita Vea is eating 2 and 3 blockers at a time. It feels like in the middle of this, this unit, and the edges are playing phenomenal cleanup on run D. So I don't necessarily expect Saquon Barkley gets going in this one, but there's definitely a world where he could be, put this thing away with an explosive play or two in the second half. So Eagles land the points for me this week, largely based on the Tampa Bay injuries and not really being able to fairly price that in. A dream scenario is Wirfs gets ruled in, has a good practice Wednesday, Thursday. This comes down to 3. And then at that point, I'm going to be pretty heavily into Philadelphia.
Any desire to take 7 with Cam Ward and the Titans on the road in Houston against the Texans offense that can't score?
I was kind of flirting with the other way on this one. I was considering, do we really know how low this number should be? The offensive play calling for the Titans has obviously been an atrocity so far this season. Callahan is rightfully extremely under scrutiny for not just his construction of this offense, but the way he's handling in-game decision-making is just, it's embarrassing. I don't know how many examples you could find, but find me the last time a coach took a delay of game attempting a field goal out of a timeout. Like it's unspeakable.
2 timeouts.
And it's just very clear that this team is not kind of up to the standard of professional football. And outside of Jeffrey Simmons, I'm not sure what you're excited about on the defense right now. So there's definitely a world where the Houston Texans get a little bit of their frustrations out at home and put a pounding on this team. And in that world, 7 might feel cheap after you're, kind of sitting there seeing 21-0 at halftime or whatever the score might be.
Yeah, this is one, and I said this. So I bet a little Titans plus 7.5 on Sunday night because I was high. I was hitting the pen, and I felt like the number wasn't going to last. And I was being honest, and I hate myself. Because I feel like that's like a number edge on the Titans for me, at least it was. But then you're right. How can you accurately price this team with Callahan being the absolute disaster that he is? Probably one more game here, Drew. What do I want to ask you about? Okay, let's do. Okay, I actually think the number in the Lions-Browns game is a little big. What say you? Detroit a 9-point favorite. You like? I haven't bet the Browns yet. I'm going to.
It's a big number. It's really big. I feel like I'm higher on Detroit than anyone in the world. I've been higher on them than the market every week so far this year. And still, I'm like, I can't get to 9. This Browns team, I don't really know how you could convince me that they should be worse than like a +3, like a -3 in terms of a neutral power rating. And the Lions, +4, maybe +5, add a little bit of home field in there. And okay, I guess I can squint and get to 9, but I definitely think there are enough advantages with their D-line and the way they're playing right now to disrupt Goff in this one. I think this is going to be a pretty ugly game. And in general, I think this is Browns or pass on the side, under or pass on the total.
30 seconds to go. One bet that we haven't discussed that you like for week 4.
Give me points in New England, Carolina. I've bounced all around what to do with this one this week because the look ahead here was like 3.5. It opened at 5.5. And, considering that Carolina coming off of their best result as a franchise with Bryce Young as a quarterback, you might be like, well, wait a minute. Whoa, why are we adjusting 2 points in the direction of New England? Does that make sense? And New England is a really tough handicap right now because they obviously have clear known limitations offensively and defensively. The secondary is weak. The offensive line is still a work in progress. But divorcing yourself from kind of the results and in particular trying to take the turnovers out of the equation, Drake May is playing really, really good football so far through 3 starts, and he's going up against the Carolina Panthers defense that can generate pressure and can cover especially well. So this, to me, has shootout potential. I'm going to go over 43.5 in New England.
Femi and I both laid the Patriots earlier in the week, so we'd love to see the Patriots score a lot of points at a minimum. Drew, you're the best. On Twitter at whale_capper. NBC Sports, the Deep Dive Podcast. Good luck this week. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, best luck, guys.
Drew Dinsick joining us on the show. On the other side, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I've been intrigued with this conference, thinking it was pretty wide open, that we don't know a lot since the summer. And I still kind of lean that way. Here's where I'm at this morning, and I want to throw it at you.
Colin, can I write this team down first before you say it? Because I really have a team. I dropped my notepad. I have a team that's down the board that I'm thinking, like, I never thought this in the summer, but I'm thinking it now. And it's not in the 10-1 range. It's not. So you go first, and let's see if we're on the same page.
What if we were all wrong about Seattle? Oh, boy.
I knew
30-1 for the NFC.
I knew it.
Yeah. What if we were all wrong?
I got the.
And I'm not.
I got the goosebumps right now.
This is not. This isn't even a Bosa thing. Like, but now that helps. They're 7-1 for the division. They've been impressive. That's a hell of a defense, and maybe it's just going to take McDonald a year to figure things out. Get a real offensive coordinator. Man, they look good. I don't want to overreact. To one game, especially when it's against New Orleans. But they look super impressive, and that division is open now.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All our bets for tonight in the world of sports are coming up in a moment, but how do I start this segment? I start it the same way every day.
Thanking all the guests that we have.
No, but there's like a line that I use. It's like, well, we'll wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet in a moment, but first we have some thank yous to dole out. That's what I do.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm like a robot, and sometimes I like short circuit. It happens. Anyway, we have some thank yous to dole out. But even before the thank yous, we have some reads to do. Our show sponsor is BetMGM, and we want everybody to swing big on your next Major League Baseball parlay by using today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. And as always, please download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. We know our live audience is tremendous and it grows all the time. I get the reports from our guy, Andrew Williams. I'm a huge pain in the ass. I'm like on his ass for this stuff. Andrew, I appreciate it.
I got a report from him too today.
What was the report?
I'll be joining you Sunday morning for a countdown to kickoff.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
That was the report that I got right before the show. Shout out to you, Andrew. I love you, buddy.
We were texting, and he's like, "Did you have you told Femi off air yet?" I said, "No, but I mentioned it on the air." So I'm sure he knows it's coming. Sorry, Femi.
He texted me.
Blame Sam. Subscribe.
I'm blaming his friend for having a fall wedding.
Yeah, it's really Bush League. Download and subscribe to the podcast wherever you find your podcasts, and also. Subscribe to the BetMGM Network YouTube page, youtube.com/@the BetMGM Network. Everyone watches stuff on YouTube, Year of Our Lord 2025. Support us and like and subscribe at the BetMGM Network on YouTube. That is youtube.com/the @ key. I don't know why we have that in there, but it's there. So like shift 2 at the BetMGM Network and twitch.com/the BetMGM Network. Like I say, God forbid everything could just be stock across the board. Everything's got to make this as difficult as possible for everybody. Mike says that's how YouTube handles usernames. I don't know. You know what? I wanted to make a censorship joke, but people get really. It's just a joke.
The block might be too hot right now. Maybe in a couple.
It might be right. It's fair. You know what? That's fair.
The block is pretty hot.
It is.
It's pretty hot.
It is, and I understand. So we'll leave that on the cutting room floor for now. Two tremendous guests joined us on the program: Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth, and you just heard from the whale capper Drew Dinsick. Our executive producer Tyler Morales, our technical director. Who is the technical director? Sean. Sean, smile on his mouth, hand on his jaw. Thank you to Sean. Our engineer is Jake Hassan. Our associate producer is the great Addie Bates. Oh, Tyler is the technical director also.
Oh, Sean's out today?
Yeah, Tyler, Captain Wagertainment. And our video producer is Downtown Mike Brown, who, for people that have been keeping score at home, has been unable through 4 weeks to get Mark Schlereth on video. So we're now 0 for 4 getting Mark Schlereth on video.
I think I mispressed
Coming up
that
after
mark
us is
a
a
couple
4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvath and our guest at this time, the great Brad Evans. Brad, welcome to the show. Happy Tuesday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos. Happy Team Huevos Tuesday to you and yours.
Brad, I don't know who your video producer is. Are you having issues getting your guests on video like we seem to have issues every day on this show?
No, my guests are always locked and loaded. If they are willing to do video, I prefer my guests to do it shirtless. That is insider ask. That always have. Nobody really abides to that wish, but they do show up on camera, thankfully.
If you could have one of your regular guests, even like semi-regular guest, do an interview on your show shirtless, who would it be and why?
Allen Robinson. Dude is absolutely cut. One of my favorite receivers from back in the day. He won me a couple of fantasy leagues earlier this century as a member of my Chicago Bears. So I am indebted to him. I've imagined him without a shirt, and I would love to see it in reality.
All right, let me ask a better question, because you answered the question I asked. That's my fault. Non-former athlete guest on your show that you would like to do the interview shirtless. Who is it and why?
Oh, goodness. Non-former athlete and a regular that we have. We don't have too many regulars outside that. media member. Joe DeLeon is an attractive young man, and he knows college football through and through. So I guarantee he's rocking a six-pack.
Okay, so yes. What's your best bet tonight in the world of sports, my friend?
Oh, yeah, get us back on track there, mi amigo. Let's look ahead to a hashtag Tequila Thursday. You already got lines that have dropped in the player props market there at BetMGM, and I already bet on this earlier today. Give me the over on Trey Benson, 3.5 receptions at a plus 105, taking on those Seattle Seahawks. James Conner, again, out of action with that gruesome ankle injury. He's done so for the season, and a guy was averaging over 14 routes run per game. He was seeing 10.2% of the team target share. Much of that work, the bulk of it's going to rotate to Benson. DeMarcado will occasionally supplant him on pass down. So Benson, guy's already got a 4-catch game under the belt. One of his first 3 efforts of the season is catching balls left and right, rinse and repeat. I think he's going to be a busy man working in the short field as Seattle has allowed the second most running back receptions, 22 in total so far through 3 weeks. So Trey Benson over 3.5 catches at plus 105. I'm locked and loaded, baby.
So Joe DeLeon is a college football analyst, correct?
Yes, he is. He picked Illinois last week, so I owed him something. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out in my favor.
Yes, money. Money is probably the answer since Indiana beat them 500-0. What about one of your NFL regulars or semi-regulars in the media? Shirtless interview on your show, non-athlete. Who is it?
Definitely Senior Fun Buns. I affectionately call him Brandon Funston from The Athletic, man that I worked alongside for a number of years.
This is a
and
cop-out
true story.
answer. This is a cop-out
No,
answer.
it's not.
You
story.
Because you guys did a show together, right, on Fantasy Sports Radio on Sirius. This is a cop-out answer.
We did on Sirius. We did Fantasy Football Live for
on
13
Yahoo forever,
years at Yahoo. We have shared a bed together. Let me tell you. Brandon Funston shirtless all day, every day.
Honestly, like you gave us gold with Joe DeLeon. That's good enough. Brad's the best. I mean, I'm very happy that you do this on our show. I appreciate it, and we appreciate it. On Twitter at Noisy Huevos, BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern weeknights on the BetMGM Network. My friend, have an awesome show as always.
Jackson Smith and Jigba over 6.5 catches at plus 100. I'm going to see him shirtless if this hits. I'm out.
Brad Evans joining us on the show. It should also go noted, I asked Brad what his best bet for tonight was in the world of sports, and he gave us 2 bets for Thursday Night Football. I appreciate it.
He's locked in, baby.
Honestly, like, I need to like learn about Joe DeLeon.
Yes. Brad wants to see him shirtless. You know, he's rocking a 6-pack.
An unbelievable answer. All right, let's get to our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Jake, drop the dope ass beat. Femi, we're at the end of the baseball season basically, and there's a lot going on here, right?
Yeah.
Tigers. We gave thoughts on that. I bet the Guardians. We are 0-0 right now in the first inning of Tigers Guards. Like, we have the Reds game is underway against the Pirates. The Reds were pretty big favorites.
Massive.
The Reds are trying to stay away from the Mets, stay ahead of the Mets. They own the tiebreaker right now for the third and final NL wild card spot. A lot going on in baseball. Femi, what are you betting tonight on the Diamonds?
Yeah, I'm going to start off with the game in San Diego because I like Milwaukee quite a bit in this game. I'll go ahead and back the Brew Crew. This is just a fade of the team that just clinched, like the champagne spot. Bottles came out, made the playoffs. San Diego in dramatic fashion, extra innings. They got it done. All right, great. I don't think they're going to bounce back tonight against this Brewers team that's been the best team in the National League throughout all the summer months heading into the postseason. Don't really believe in them in October, but at least in the regular season, I think they can get it done. So give me Milwaukee just to win the game on the money line. It's around like that coin flip price, -110, depending on where you do your shopping. I like the Brewers quite a bit. I'm also just going to try to parlay the Mariners with everything that I like in the WNBA because I want to root for the Seattle Mariners, and I actually do feel like they got some mojo after sweeping the Houston Astros
right?
over the weekend. Yeah, man. Like Cal Raleigh and that lineup is cooking. I'm a little bit concerned about the pitching. If they can make the playoffs, a little concerned about that. But to sweep the Astros, I would never have imagined that based on the many years that I've seen the Mariners collapse in September. That was something this past weekend. So hopefully they carry it over into tonight.
Give me your WNBA bet in like 10 seconds, then I want to do a little more baseball. Let's clear the WNBA.
Got 2 bets in the W. Let's back the Aces laying the 8.5. The market's pretty much the same as it was in Sunday when they lost game 1. I think they bounce back, even up the series. And I'm also going to bet on the birthday girl. Happy birthday, Nafisa Collier. Wish you won MVP. You didn't get it done. But I'll go over 21.5 points as she turns 29 today as they're taking on the Phoenix Mercury.
I was considering betting the Fever. And I'm being serious.
Yeah? I mean,
just
tricky
like
matchup, but this Aces team has been absolutely
I don't want to do
dominant.
this. I don't know anything. That's just because I feel like everyone's bet. I can't name one player. I know Asia Wilson. I know her. That's it. And Caitlin Clark, who's not playing. Let's just move on.
Kelsey Mitchell been hooping.
Yeah. Any desire from anyone on our crew to bet the Diamondbacks tonight against the Dodgers? As Arizona tries to push. We like that, right, Jake?
As somebody holding Diamondbacks 300-1s for a World Series, yes, I would very much like them to win as many games as possible.
Okay, yes, I know. Like you
Ohtani
want
on
them
the
to
mound?
win, but will you would you bet them tonight to beat Ohtani and the Dodgers?
Already did. So if you want to join me in the foxhole, or I guess the snake hole, as it were.
Okay. Yeah, well, it'll be the snake pit. So here's what I want to do: small bets here because I'm not in them baseball betting streets like I am football.
Open up that fan grass, buddy.
I like the Mets tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
David Peterson.
So I'm gonna Mets minus 110 on the road in Chicago against the Cubs. I like White Sox first 5 against the Yankees, against Luis Gil, who I don't trust at all. And I get a big price here with the Chicago White Sox, plus 160 first 5 against my Yankees. I like Toronto. I don't know what to do with them tonight because they're a big favorite. Maybe I'll moneyline parlay them with the Mets, or maybe I'll do Aces moneyline since you like them, Femi. And, yeah, I'll bet the Diamondbacks tonight. These are small bets for me. I'm not the world's best baseball bettor, but I'd like to have action. So that's what we're looking at tonight for Tuesday night.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll be asleep by like 9:30. So, I don't know if I want to watch any of the games, but there you go.
Yeah.
That does.
You'll miss out the Milwaukee win. So shout out to the Brew Crew. Let's get it done.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. This is my night to catch up on sleep. All right, that does it for the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet. We will catch you tomorrow on a wonderful Football Wednesday. Big and moved, great guest list. The show is going to be spectacular. And until then, dear listener and dear viewer, I am Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Joe DeLeon joins BetMGM tonight. Coming up next, I actually don't know if that's true.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Clemson is this year's Florida State and will end the season at best 5-7.
Ooh. I understand the parallel that you're making here, but if Clemson does what Florida State did last year, it feels like this would be an absolute disaster. Because Mike Norvell is a good coach, and he had that run where they should have made it to the college football playoff. But he is not on the pantheon that Dabo Swinney is on right now. Like right now, Dabo Swinney is considered one of the best head coaches in college football just because of his resume. You know, there was a stretch where he was dominating college football, and it felt like he was in the college football national championship every single year. And the fact that he also runs his mouth a bunch and, you know, puts this in our face about his resume. If this team, with all of this talent, one of the teams that was supposed to be one of the best teams in college football with one of the best head coaches in college football, if they go 5-7, like, I think, you know, it will be absolute pandemonium in Clemson. So I get what you're saying, and I do think that this is a possibility with the way that Clemson is trending, but it would be a much bigger deal than, like, if, you know, you're comparing it to Florida State last year.
I agree, Double D. I totally agree here. It's all about expectations, right? Florida State a couple seasons ago, it was like, all right, this is their revenge season, right? They got shut out of the playoff. They should have made the playoff, and then the bottom falls out. And then this year for Clemson, it was this is the year that Clemson has been building toward for the past couple of years. I mean, they dip into the portal, but this was supposed to be Dabo's sort of piece de resistance. Like, I build and develop players, and it's all going to come to fruition in 2025 where we win a national title. And now just the wheels are falling off. They could absolutely end up 5-7, and it would be akin to having such a drop-off relative to high expectations. So, yeah, I'm with you.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Now, the boisterous edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm the loud one, Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by my much smarter and much more controlled colleague, the one, the only, the outstanding Ryan Horvat. And boy, do we got an exciting show for you this evening. Of course, going to reveal our top 3 bets on our cards here momentarily, followed by another edition of Choose Your Own Adventure. A lot of pertinent and important news flying off the shelves in the National Football League. We're going to get to that here in a second. We're going to have even more bets after that. Parlay Pete going to drop on by, get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend, roll the shoulders, and get seduced by the juice. And, of course, working some bonus time bets as well. From there, fade or follow college football week 5 edition. We featured a 4-pack of games last night. Have a brand new 4-pack of games tonight. So I'm going to break down all the favorites and those matchups and simply ask Ryan Horvat, is he going to fade or follow the favorites in those games? You want to stick around if you're wanting to scratch the itch in the college football betting world. Then in seg 4, we got Tim Grunhard talking nothing but Kansas City Chiefs, followed by Sean Marash talking nothing but New York Giants. Big news come out of the Big Apple today as Jackson Dart is going to be at the controls immediately as Russell Wilson, bye-bye, adios amigo, sent to the bench, and Dart era is about to get underway there in the NYC. We're going to ask Sean about that, followed by little quarterback flames, lames, and shocker specials looking ahead to the main slate in NFL week number 4. And then we're getting down with our guy, Rob Brown. Little mixed bag of college football and also some NFL discussions with him. And then we're going to do a game of believe or make believe, talking about some trends that I am seeing right now in the world of fantasy football. And I'm going to ask Horvat if he is going to buy or sell some of the statements that I make. And then also as well, hashtag Team Huevos. It is a hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday here on the show. We're going to get some plus money on the board. Yes, in the NFL and college football coming up in Seg 9. So action-packed and quite busy program this evening. Let me go ahead and bring in my esteemed colleague here. Actually, I'm going to do that here momentarily. Friendly reminder, if you want to talk to us about fantasy football, maybe got some questions, maybe got some waiver wire moves that you want to make. By the way, we broke down our hawk of the waiver wire last night. So if you want to listen to our takes on what you should be doing in free agency for fantasy, you can always download, listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe now to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. But if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk sports betting as well, simple way to contact us here on the show. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions or comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what struggling running back through 3 weeks is the ultimate buy low in fantasy football? Your options are Ashton Genty of the Raiders, Chase Brown of the Bengals, Travion Henderson of the Patriots, or Breece Hall of the Jets. So far, nearly 300 votes cast. Go ahead and make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now I'm going to bring in my fancy pants colleague, the one, the only, the outstanding Ryan Horvat, for another edition of Choose Your Own Adventure. Here are your topics this evening, my friend. Topic number 1, Tyrone Tracy out 2 to 4 weeks with a shoulder setback. What is Cam Scattaboo's value over that duration? Option number 2, staying in the NYC. The Giants, of course, moving on from Russell Wilson as Jackson Dart is set to get the start this week against the LA Chargers. That story broke by Mike Garofalo. What are the expectations? Story number 3, Rick Stroud of the Tampa Times reports my cousin Mike Evans is going to miss 3 to 4 weeks with a hamstring ailment. Who steps up for the Bucs? And option number 4, more wide receiver injury news. Terry McLaurin's available. Very much a doubt with that quad injury. He's getting a second opinion, which is never a good thing you would want to hear when it comes to injury setbacks. And Commanders take on Atlanta. Hello, who, as a result, in that passing attack, maybe with Jaden Daniels, maybe with Marcus Mariota again. So out of Tyrone Tracy, Jackson Dart, whoever steps up, absent Mike Evans in Tampa, whoever steps up, absent Terry McLaurin, more than likely in the nation's capital. Horvat, choose your own adventure.
Oh, the Mike Evans injury sucks. I'm just glad that we get to see him again this season. I think Emeka Ibuka, his stock obviously continues to rise. And then I actually picked up Sterling Shepard as well. But I want to hit on the Giants, man, because I tried to make a deal today for Scattaboo with the Tyrone Tracy shoulder injury because, he's going to get the majority of the carries, obviously, now. 6 yards per carry. Pretty good. I don't think that's sustainable, right? Especially this matchup coming up against a really good run defense in the Chargers. But you brought up Jackson Dart is going to be making his first start. And he's going to see some tough defenses. So I think there's a lot of check down, especially in PPR opportunities here. He had 6 receptions on 8 targets so far, Scadaboo. So let's roll with this Cam Scadaboo Express, man. I'm trying to make a deal for him right now. His stock continues to rise his rookie year in New York, especially with Jackson Dart taking over, I think.
Yeah, look, I like Scadaboo quite a bit because he has a multi-dimensional skill set. He's a battering ram with the ball in his hands. Appreciable yards after contact per attempt. We saw it in action on Sunday night against Kansas City. You know, just breaking tackles left and right, bouncing off dudes. He's got ultra soft hands as well with the 6 receptions. You know, he could get upwards of 18 to 20 touches this week. So based on volume alone, you're probably looking at a back-end RB2 against the LA Chargers here in week number 4. After that, at New Orleans, love him in that game. He could be an RB1 through and through, even in 10-team leagues. And then it's a really tough 3-game set after that matchup against the Saints. You get Philadelphia at home, at Denver, and then the Eagles again on the road. So you got to kind of pump the brakes on Scadaboo here over the next few weeks. You know, obviously take advantage of that Saints matchup. And he's got much more favorable matchups down the home stretch of the season in the second half. But, yeah, I think he's going to be here to stay. This is his opportunity to prove his mettle, to prove that he should be the main man in this offense. And I don't think he's ultimately going to disappoint. So based on volume alone, I think he's a back-end RB2 moving forward. And occasionally he is going to spike into the RB1 class in 10-team, 12-team leagues, again, based on the matchup week in and week out. Outstanding stuff there. We'll have more, plenty more, on what is going down in East Rutherford with that New York Giants organization a little bit later on in the show. But right now, we got to get after it with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays possibly of the night. All mine are going to be baseball related, so I'm going to try to make you some moolah this evening. Horvat, however, is looking on the immediate horizon, not only the NFL, but also college football week numero 5. So, my guy, what do you got at numero uno on your card tonight, mi amigo?
I'm going to go to Thursday night, so a couple days away here. Let's go Sam Darnold over 223.5 passing yards, minus 110. You know, I really was high on Arizona's defense coming into the season, but they've been really beat up on the defensive side of the ball, especially in the secondary. And I couldn't believe this when I saw it, but they've really struggled against play action passes. Right now, they've given up a 100% completion rate and a 142.8 passer rating on play action passes. That's where Sam Darnold, you know, I worried about a little regression, man. He leaves Minnesota. I didn't think the offensive line would be as good in Seattle. I worried because Kevin O'Connell was no longer calling plays, but this Seattle team looks really good, man. And Jackson Smith and Jigba is unstoppable right now. 4.61 yards per route run. I think he's going to eat this matchup. And Sam Darnold's protecting the football and running the offense, man. A 1.2% turnover-worthy play rate. So I like him over 223.5 passing yards against Arizona. I think this number is going to go up, so I played it today.
Plenty more on JSN coming up a little bit later on the show, so stay tuned. I'm going to give you a market that I immediately locked and loaded earlier today. Numero uno on my card tonight. Look at the diamond on the left coast. Give me Logan Webb to record the dub against our arch rival, the Chicago Cubs fans, the St. Louis Cardinals. Grab that at plus 105. You look at the WRC plus. The Giants have been rather stanky scoring here in the last couple of weeks. Just number 29 in that category. St. Louis, a middling number 15 in WRC plus during that 14-day span. Now you look at Webb at home, outstanding. 3.18 ERA, 7 wins in 17 starts. Also with a 9.72 K per 9. That sinker ball has been magical at times this year. It really doesn't put a lot of guys on base either with the free passes. 1.81 walks per 9. And Andre Palante is going to be a toe of the rubber for St. Louis. A disgusting 5.88 ERA in his last 5. So maybe the Giants offense will wake up and give Webb the necessary run support. So give me Logan Webb to record the win against the STL at plus 105. There at BetMGM. Numero dos on your card. And you're looking at college football next. What do you have?
Yeah, I spent my entire day watching all of Oregon and all of Penn State. Even when we went to make our annual Tuesday Costco trip, my wife got all excited because we saw a big Penn State flag, and she was like, there you go. It's a sign, because she even knows I'm going to be locked in on this game. Way too much money involved in this game. I bet it in the summer. I bet it again today. I love Penn State in this matchup. Now, they haven't looked very good. I'm hoping that they're playing with their food. I also did a little something with Drew Aller. We'll talk about that. But I can see Oregon winning in this game. I prefer Penn State in the whiteout. Dante Moore's look really good. 962 yards passing, 11 touchdowns, just one pick. But now he has to make this start on the road at Penn State, whiteout game. Drew Aller, the numbers aren't jumping off the page right now. 626 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick. I think they're going to get the ground game going with Katron Allen, who's been awesome so far this season. 8 yards per carry. And Nick Singleton's only averaging 4 yards per carry. I think he gets going this week. He's got 5 touchdowns. I think he gets in the end zone, not once, but twice. Penn State wins this game by at least a field goal. So I went money line, minus 160. Now it's at 3.5. I still like it. So Penn State, 3.5, we'll call it.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to be telling you and riding your coattails on that one, given the high confidence that you have.
Yeah.
Again, you bet it months ago, and you're maybe quadrupling down on that wager. So I'll ride with you, mi amigo. All right, numero dos on my card tonight. Give me the Cubs on the money line at Wrigley Field, taking on the New York Mets at a minus 120 juice. Why? Horton Here's a Who is on the mound. Cade Horton for the Chicago Cubs. He has been masterful over the second half of the season. 1.55 home ERA, sub-2 ERA as well in his last 5 starts, going against David Peterson, who's got a 9 flat. Let me repeat that, 9 flat ERA in his last 5 starts. The Cubs are number 9 in WRC plus over the last couple of weeks. The Mets in the same vicinity at number 11. They haven't been slouches at the plate. Cubs, yes, 5-5 in their last 10 straight up. They just got swept by the Cincinnati Reds, so they got to right the ship in a hurry with the playoffs on the immediate horizon. The Mets, meanwhile, they have dropped 7 of their last 10 on the road, and they have lost 5 straight games away from the NYC. So again, give me the Cubbies, baby, on the money line. All they got to do is win straight up against the Metropolitans. Do that, I cash in at a minus 120 juice. Numero tres on your card, Horvey. Bring it home.
All right, I was going to talk about this on Saturday, but not going to be able to wait because it was 14. Now it's 13.5. I still like the spot for Florida Atlantic. So you better get ready to learn Caden Veltkamp this weekend. He's got 8 touchdowns and 7 picks. Florida Atlantic's not very good, right? But this is just a perfect spot, I feel. Perfect letdown spot for Memphis, who just beat Arkansas outright. If Memphis takes care of business, they're going to be in the college football playoff. But I like Florida Atlantic at home to keep this game close. Perfect letdown spot after Memphis knocks off Arkansas. So 13.5, I think too many points.
Hooty-hoo! Rolling with the Owls there. Like that one quite a bit. Numero chase on my car. Give me Cole Reagans of the Kansas City Royals on the over 6.5 Ks. Taking on the Angels. The Angels have the highest K rate at 34.8%. That's outlandish over the last 14 days. And Reagans a 13.76 K per 9 and 31.2 call plus swing and strike rate on this season. He should punch out at least 7. All right, we got to punch out right now and take a little siesta. When we come back, Parlay Pete, Seduced by the Juice, Sledgehammer Special, and more. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Indiana and Iowa is going to be a night game at Kinnick. This has been a super interesting game. Indiana, the early look-ahead line, was a 2.5-point favorite. They got all the way up to as high as 8.5. Now they're back down to 7.5. I think anything over 7 would be a look for me with Iowa, just because that is a really difficult place to play at night. And it's strength on strength. Indiana, top 5 rushing offense. Iowa, top 15 rushing defense. The key is that Iowa does not have a good pass defense, and Indiana is efficient passing the football. But Indiana usually beats up on other teams making mistakes, and the fact that they're so well coached and so disciplined, and Iowa is the same way. They're always amongst the leaders in the country in fewest penalties committed. They never turn the ball over. They know their identity, and again, they're really tough to beat at home, especially at night. And usually that's where top 10, top 15 teams go to die. So it would only be Iowa or pass for me. I do think Fernando Mendoza, when his passing props yardage comes out, I would look at that because I think I'm probably going to bet the over because, again, Iowa's so good against the run. Mendoza probably going to have to make some plays through the air. Tennessee, Mississippi State, interesting game. Vols a 7.5-point favorite on the road against the Bulldogs. This was as high as 9.5, come back down to 7.5. Probably not going to be a play for me in the game. Tennessee should have won that game against Georgia, had a bye week to think about it. Now they go on the road against a much improved Mississippi State team that had a really good win a couple weeks ago against Arizona State. Would probably be Mississippi State or pass for me, but again, no strong thoughts on that game. Arizona's going to take on Iowa State. The Cyclones, a 6.5-point favorite against Arizona. Total in the game is 49.5. Arizona coming off, both teams are coming off a bye. Arizona, very experienced team with a good quarterback in Noah Fafita. Iowa State has had some nice wins, some nice performances already this season. Again, it feels like the line is right. I think Iowa State in a money line parlay, good option this week going up against Arizona. All right, two of the biggest games that we're going to have all season, Penn State and Oregon from Happy Valley on Saturday night. This is all about the number for me. If Penn State, if you get a -3, I would take Penn State. If you get a 3.5, I would only take Penn State on the money line. We all know James Franklin's track record in these big matchups and what he does against top 10 teams. If Penn State wins, it's not going to be a blowout because Franklin just isn't going to blow out. Oregon is extremely talented, but it's a whiteout game at Penn State. Oregon's rushing defense, I think, is a little bit of a question mark in this game, and that's not something that you want against Penn State. They have not looked impressive up to this point, but Penn State also hasn't played anybody yet this season. Feels like everybody's going to be on the dog in this game, but Oregon really hasn't played anybody either. Oklahoma State just fired their head coach. Northwestern's one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. Oregon State's a disaster this season. So neither of these teams have really played anybody. Penn State at home off a bye week. I like them. Again, -3, take Penn State. 3.5, I like Penn State on the money line. Georgia-Bama, going to be an awesome game too. Georgia, a 3-point favorite in that game. I do like Bama in this game, you guys. +3, I like them on the money line as well. Bama is the more desperate team. They lose this game, they already have 2 losses on the season, and then they're probably going to have to run the table if they want to make it to the college football playoff. Kirby Smart, if there's one team he struggled against, as Patrick was talking about, it is Bama. He's only been able to beat them one time. And look, you're not supposed to tease college football. You're not supposed to do that. But if you were ever to tease a game, it feels like Bama +9 would probably be the spot for a teaser, because if Georgia wins this game with Kirby and how he struggled to beat Bama in the past, with DeBoer's track record in these high-profile games, and the fact that Bama needs this win, I think if Georgia wins, it's going to be a one-score game. So Bama +9 in a teaser, I think, is a good option this week. But I think they win the game, and I certainly like him at +3 as well.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brian the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to get some more bets on the board for the masses that are out there. Parlay Pete's got to mosey on over, get his parlay of the day out to everybody listening in attendance. So we're going to say hello to our little friend, this little chamber special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time bets as well. Also, do not forget, a phone line still wide open if you have any important fantasy football dilemmas. Maybe already starting to think about what guys you want to start or sit this week ahead of the week 4 action. Maybe you're debating some trade offers, or you're shuffling around priorities on the waiver wire. We are here to assist. Also, if you have any sports betting hot takes that you would like to share, go ahead and pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. A lot of baseball action tonight, which is the perfect opportunity to tell you about this offer at BetMGM. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use the Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. So opt in right now if you want a little bit of action to increase the dollar-making opportunity on the diamond with that MLB Parlay Boost token only at BetMGM. And pardon me for a second, I got to yell at this giant jackass at the bar. Hey, yeah, you pirate guy, come over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and he's itching to get some action in Major League Baseball. And how about a game that has some meaning for one of the participants, that being the LA Dodgers, and that's what he's going to go with against the Arizona Diamondbacks on this SGP leg. Numero uno from Parlay Pete, Mookie Betts, 2+ HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as hair and leg. Numero dos, Shohei Ohtani, hopefully showing Parlay Pete the money which you can spend at the bar, another shot of rum, 5+ K. So before I gave you the juice on that, straight from the cold dead hand of one Parlay Pete, I got the reasons right here in my mitts. Again, leg numero uno on that same game, Parlay Mookie Betts, 2+ on the her bets, facing Brandon Pfaadt, a guy who's absolutely torched in his MLB career, 9 for 20 lifetime against Pfaadt with a double and 2 home runs, also with 1,300 OPS. So you look at Pfaadt, his ERA is rather plump, 5.40 in his last 5 starts. On top of that, too, Betts has teed off against Arizona this season, batting .372 on the year against the slithering Snakes, and he's also hitting overall .327 in his last 30 days. That's why Parlay Pete has supreme confidence. He's going to hit the over on the 2+ HRR. Meanwhile, Shohei Ohtani, 5+ strikeouts. He's done this in 5 of his last 6 starts. 11.85 K per 9 as a hurler this season. A pretty damn good 29.9 call plus swinging strike percentage. Sure, Arizona is only number 26 in K rate over the last couple of weeks, striking out just 17.7% of their plate appearances. But Ohtani has been on point. That's why Parlay Pete is digging him to get at least a handful of Ks. So, yeah, shiver me timbers. To recap, same game parlay from Parlay Pete tonight in Major League Baseball. Mookie Betts, 2+ hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as hair. And Shohei Ohtani, 5+ strikeouts. That works out to a cool +120 at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete, a bit of a mini slump right now, but still up 10.79 units lifetime on his parlay plays shared nightly right here on BetMGM tonight. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. There it is. There it is, and we're calling an audible. I debated this all day, and I'm going to do it. I need a little action tonight. I don't want to do anything on the diamond until we get to the postseason. I'm going to go to the W. We got the playoffs, and the other night, what a great story, man, right? Indiana, the Fever, the Fighting Marios, as I like to call them, all beat up. No Caitlin Clark, and yet they still take game 1, 89-73. Great story. They're the number 1 public bet tonight, and they're catching 8.5. 9 in some spots. They're 5-2 against the number in their last 7 road games. Here's where we fade them. We're going to take the better team. We're taking the Aces tonight. We're laying the 8.5. No way that Wilson plays as bad. They only shot like 40% from the floor. No way she's going to go 6 of 22. That's what I believe she went game one. Vegas only shot 41%. I think there's going to be some positive regression. I considered the under. The under's 8-2 in Indiana's last 10 games. That would be my lean, but I'm going to fade them, man. I think that they get blown out tonight. So give me the Aces, 8.5-point favorites. That one goes off in about 2 hours, so still some time to kill until it. But I'm excited for it. Let's get it done.
All right, well, I'm going to follow your lead in the WNBA playoffs. So, Daddy won, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it, brother. Let's go! Crank that Peter Gabriel there in the background, or want to be Peter Gabriel, because we don't have copyrights to those copyrighted songs. But I like Nafisa Collier. A lady that was nearly the MVP of the WNBA in the regular season. I like the over on 7.5 rebounds in her matchup against a PHX. Of course, she is the baller extraordinaire of the Minnesota Lynx. That's at a -125 juice. I'm willing to pay the little bit higher vig as a result. Why? Because the matchup is delightful on paper. Look at Phoenix over the last 10 games. They've allowed the third most opponent rebounds per game at 35.8. Collier has faced Phoenix 4 times this season, and this is what she has logged in the rebounding category. 9 rebounds, 7 rebounds, 11 boards, and 5 boards. So she's been over 50% of the time in 2 of those 4 matchups there in the regular season, and including the one matchup partner in this postseason, averaging just south on the entire year in rebounds per game at 7.3. But with everything on the line, I say Nafisa Collier absolutely crashes that glass. Give me the over on 7.5 rebounds against the Phoenix Mercury at a -125 juice. All right, let's get some more plus money on the board. It's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Thank you, bartender, as always, for the handsome and generous pour. Let's belly up to the bar. A little Papa squat action, throw back a couple of shots, have a conversation, fire off some bets, and hopefully make some moolah. So what do you like tonight or in the immediate future at plus money, mi amigo?
This brings me a lot of pain, but we got to do it. Arkansas +4.5. That actually got bet all the way down to 5.5, now all the way down to 4 in Arkansas money line. +160. BetMGM has the best price right now. Notre Dame on the defensive side of the ball is a mess. If you're a fan of Notre Dame, if you're an alum, I think we have to do something about this. I think there's got to be a GoFundMe to buy out Chris Ash to get a new defensive coordinator. Start fresh. By week 5, by week 6, start fresh. This defense is atrocious, right? Tough start to the season. You see Miami, right? You see Texas A&M. They gave up 30 points last week to Purdue. I know Arkansas lost to Memphis, but it's a game where they scored 31. I think they're going to go up and down the field. Notre Dame is all beat up right now in the secondary. Offensively, I've been pretty pleased, but the defense is a mess. Chris Ash has to go. Arkansas wins this game outright, and then there's no more talk of 10-2 Notre Dame. Do they get in? Because they don't go 10-2. They lose this game coming up on Saturday. It's over. Arkansas. Lay it. Don't even lay it. Grab it. +180. Love them.
Yeah, the Knights, Fighting Irish are number 88 right now in all college football in defensive efficiency. They're not wrapping up a soul. There's no doubt about it. All right, I'm going to roll the shoulders on a little baby seduced by the juice on Trey Benson on Thursday Night Football, #Tequila Thursday night game, taking on the Seattle Seahawks. And I'm going to bet the over on 3.5 receptions at +105. Might want to grab this immediately before the plus money goes bye-bye, and I think it will by kickoff. Really, this should be like -115 or a -120 juice. Remember, no James Conner. He's done for the year after suffering that gruesome ankle setback, a guy that's averaging right around 14 routes run per game. He was seeing 10.2% of the team's target share. That was 9 overall targets. Now, bulk of that action is going to shift to Trey Benson. Amari DiMercado, we'll still playing him on occasion on pass downs, but I fully see Benson getting the more heavy side of the overall volume. A guy that's already been terrific in the past game, averaging 12.5 routes per game. Was 41.7% of his snaps play run out a route. He's already cashed the over on this prop. Again, in limited action back in week 2, did that against Carolina with 4 grabs. And I love the matchup. You look at Seattle. They've allowed the second most receptions, 22 in total, to the running back position this year. The CMC Football Factory cashed the over with 9 grabs. Jaylen Warren cashed the over as well with 5 grabs in recent past. So you put all together, I think Trey Benson is going to be a busy dude operating the short field as a safety valve for the Docs of the Desert there in Kyler Murray. So give me the over on 3.5 catches against those Seahawks at a plus 105. Again, grab it now if you're tailing me at BetMGM. All right, it's time for bonus time. Whether you're looking ahead to Thursday Night Football or the main slate, NFL Week 4, whether you're looking ahead to college football, it does begin in earnest on Thursday. A couple of key games on Friday, or the bulk of the action on Saturday, or maybe in some of the other sports that are available right now at BetMGM. All I ask, Ryan Horvat, is for you, good sir, to give me another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
All right, it's time for the Ryan Horvat Third Eye Blind special of the night, the Never Let You Go. And that is our Duke Blue Devils. I told you guys, I know they let us down once. I know they let us down against your boys, but I told you they would bounce back and win outright and cover for us. And that's exactly what they did. So we're going back to the well against Syracuse, who beats the living hell out of Clemson as 17.5-point dogs. But they also lose Steve Angeli. I don't really want to lay the 5.5 with Duke, though. So what we're going to do is fade Syracuse's defense, and we're going to buy in right now on Duke's offense, especially they just hung 40 on NC State. So I think they score at least 34. The team total over 32.5, minus 110 against Syracuse. Go Blue Devils. Go Mensa. Go John Shire. Get it done this weekend against Cuse.
Yeah, do it for Grant Hill. And just make you all the dollars as well. So, again, Talon Duke, that is a timeless passion of yours, apparently, Ryan Horvat here on BetMGM tonight. A timeless passion of mine is tailing everything on the over with JSN, also known as Jackson Smith and Jigba. Just an extraordinary volume you're seeing right now. So I'm going to take the over on 6.5 receptions. I grabbed it at even money, plus 100. Go to BetMGM now before that juice skyrockets. Should be like minus 125, minus 130 in the grand scheme of things. But you look at JSN, facing an Arizona Cardinals defense. Arizona respectable number 13 in pass EPAD so far in the young year. Only Ricky Pearsall has gone over this prop, the 6.5 catches so far this season. But again, you look at Jackson Smith and Jigba, 40.3% team target share. That's 11.5 targets per game. That's outlandish. It's astronomical, the amount of volume that he is seeing. Number 34, respectable mark there in catchable target rate. Thank you, Sam Darnold. He's gone 9 catches, 8 catches, and 5 catches. So he's been over in 2 of his first 3 games. Got to see a lot of Denzel Burke in coverage. Burke's only given up a 50% catch rate and 71.3 passer rating to his assignments on the season, but it's all about pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance, and I'm going to be cutting some rug in my living room on Thursday Night Football, or here in the studio, Casa de Evans at Jackson Smith and Jigba cashes the over on 6.5 grabs against those Desert Birds at plus 100. Quickly, Horvat, fade or follow? I think you're going to follow me on this one, right?
Follow, absolutely, man. 4.61 yards per route run. He's a monster. I knew this coming out of college, but now he's wide receiver number 1. No more DK. Love him in this matchup.
Yeah, the former the Ohio State product, the guy certainly get it done, becoming one of the true elite possession receivers in the NFL. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're talking a little action on the junior circuit, college football fade or follow in Week 5, including that game, and it could be god-awful between the Trojans and my Illini. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Wake up, Illinois!
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I would never bet the other quarterback in that game, Drew Aller, who right now at BetMGM is 30-1. On the surface, hey, Penn State's a national title contender. Drew Aller's favored on Saturday. Oregon, a 3.5-point dog, as Penn State's a home favorite in the whiteout game. 30-1. That sounds like a bet, right? Like, what if Penn State wins the game? They're favored to win it, and Aller plays well. Isn't that price going to drop down a little bit? Yeah, probably. 30-1 might become like 20-1, 15-1, something like that. But Drew Aller's stats suck, man. Like, his stats are terrible. And they played nobody. That is alarming as far as I'm concerned. They've played Villanova, these other scrub schools in football. Like, their schedule has been cupcake soft. This is the first test game for Penn State of the year. And you would think when you're playing a bunch of nobodies, you would put up some big numbers. Well, it's been the opposite. Drew Aller, through 3 games, they're coming out for the bye, but through 3 games, he has a QBR of 38.8. That's out of 100. That ranks nationally, and think about how many programs we have, about 120 plus programs in college football. Drew Aller's QBR ranks 106th. Does that sound like the Heisman Trophy winner? Doesn't sound like it to me. And Drew Aller's been very polarizing. I know some people in the NFL love Drew Aller. They say this is the next guy. He's a franchise quarterback. I don't really see it. Just watching college football, being honest, don't see it at all. Like, I don't think he's that good. And I think he just plays on a really good team. And just because you have a really good team, it doesn't mean that you deserve to have a Heisman Trophy winner. That's not how these things go. So for me, I would pass on Drew Aller entirely. I would not bet him. Even if Oregon loses the game and Penn State wins, I still don't think it's worth a bet because I don't think Drew Aller is going to win the Heisman Trophy.
I've been intrigued with this conference, thinking it was pretty wide open, that we don't know a lot since the summer. And I still kind of lean that way. Here's where I'm at this morning, and I want to throw it at you.
Colin, can I write this team down first before you say it? Because I really have a team. I dropped my notepad. I have a team that's down the board that I'm thinking, like, I never thought this in the summer, but I'm thinking it now. And it's not in the 10-1 range. It's not. So you go first, and let's see if we're on the same page.
What if we were all wrong about Seattle? Oh, boy.
I knew
30-1 for the NFC.
I knew it.
Yeah. What if we were all wrong?
I got the.
And I'm not.
I got the goosebumps right now.
This is not. This isn't even a Bosa thing. Like, but now that helps. There's 7-1 for the division. They've been impressive. That's a hell of a defense, and maybe it's just going to take McDonald a year to figure things out, get a real offensive coordinator. Man, they look good. I don't want to overreact. I don't want to overreact to one game, especially when it's against New Orleans, but they look super impressive, and that division is open now.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. First pitch down A Avenue of the game. Off the hand of Cade Horton. Bye-bye. Sayonara. See you later. Francisco Lindor hits it at Oppo Taco. And over the fence, 1-0 already for the New York Mets as Juan Soto is at the dish right now. Cubs really on the circle bus. They have got to right the ship in a hurry ahead of the Major League Baseball playoffs. Again, we're keeping you up to date on that. We're going to get to some college football fade or follow here in a minute ahead of another 4-pack of games in Week 5. Friendly reminder, folks, we have our pole dancing poll question day live right now on X at BetMGM Tonight. And it's asking you this: what struggling running back through 3 weeks is the ultimate buy low? Again, ultimate buy low in fantasy football. Your options are Ashton Genty of the Las Vegas Raiders, Chase Brown getting down with my guy of the Cincinnati Bengals, Travion Henderson of the New England Patriots, or Breece Hall of the New York Jets. So far, just over 290 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and my personal favorite, SGP. So take advantage right now of the Any Sport Parlay Boost token only at BetMGM. All right, with that put to the side, it's time to get after it with another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM Tonight.
All right, we're going to get to another 4-pack of college football games. Going to be tossing out the favorite and the matchup in each one of the games. The numbers here is going to come out, give you a little bit of a statistical background. Then I'm simply going to ask Ryan Horvat, are you going to fade or are you going to follow the favorite? And he's going to break it down with his point of view. Before we dive in, I know you were big on this guy this season for the Oklahoma Sooners, but we got some devastating news about John Mateer dealing with a shoulder injury. I don't think he's been ruled out for the season yet, but it's undetermined how long he is going to be out. It's going to be an indefinite timeline. What was your instant reaction outside of possibly rolling and smoking the tickets you had on him to win the Heisman?
Oh, man. Cried, not going to lie. 25-1. I came into the kitchen and I told my wife, I said, John Mateer's hurt. And she looked at me and she said, who the F is John Mateer? And I said, the Oklahoma quarterback, the guy I was telling you about. And she goes, the guy that lost week 0? And I said, no, that was Avery Johnson. This is our other Heisman hopeful. This is the one that actually had a shot. But from 25-1 to 7-1, and he's going to miss some time. And when he does come back from hand surgery, man, I don't know what it's going to look like. So they're hoping that he could come back for the shootout for the Texas game. But king of wishful thinking right there. So what I did today was I looked at the board. Right now, Fernando Mendoza is the favorite to win the Heisman coming off that performance against Illinois. That's burning money. Plus 650, don't bet him. Dante Moore is interesting if you like Oregon against Penn State on the road. 3.5-point dogs. He's only got 1 interception. He's looked really good running that offense. They're going to have a top 5 offense in the country. He's 11-1. Jeremiah Smith is 11-1. Ohio State looks really good. Big game coming up for them this weekend against Washington. I don't trust Julian Sayin this weekend, so I'd stay away from him. Carson Beck's look really good for Miami. He's 12-1. But I kind of like going down the board a little bit here. Drew Aller, I like Penn State in this game against Oregon. He's 25-1. If you like Alabama against Georgia catching 2.5, their quarterback, Ty Simpson, since that week 1 stinker against Florida State, he's looked good. He's still 20-1. So I think there's Garrett Nussmeier, 16-1. I think there's value right now down the board because Mendoza, Indiana's going to lose at least 2 games, man. So I wouldn't bet him right now, at 650. So the Mateer injury sucks. Hopefully he could come back, but it looks like those Heisman tickets are going to go in the fireplace right next to Avery Johnson.
Condolences to you not once but twice on the pair of quarterbacks that you were very high on. All right, let's go ahead and get after with another edition here of Fade or Follow. Let's start off with my ILL. Still in pain and misery at what I had to witness in that 63-10 throttling at the Hannah Mendoza and Company there in Bloomington last Saturday night. I'm going to be in attendance. So was REO Speedwagon for you fans of the 80s rock icons. They met at the University of Illinois. Played the first gig ever in Urbana. Champaign-Urbana, the Twin Cities, the Urbana side. That's where they played their first show at a bar, which is still standing in that community. But anyway, I digress. USC minus 6.5 against Illinois. We've seen this line dramatically spike due to the myriad injuries Illinois is currently going through. The numbers there, it says this. Football Power Index says SC at number 8 in the country, Illinois at number 37. Offense efficiency, according to Pro Football Focus, SC at number 6 in the nation, Illinois at number 36. Defensive efficiency, USC. Fight on Trojans, number 11. A lot of balance on this team. Illinois, after giving up 63, they really slipped. They're at number 42 now in that category. So USC minus 6.5 in Champaign against my ILL at a minus 110 juice. Horvey, fade or follow?
All right, so I'm going to fade USC. I did bet Illinois. I think Illinois might even be live in this game. So bad spot for USC, who I bet last weekend against Michigan State, and they did not cover for me. And that game ended up being a shootout. This is a 9 a.m. kickoff Pacific time for USC. 9 a.m. for college kids. They have to kick this game off in Champaign. Since 2013, USC, I'm not the biggest trends guy like I always say, but since 2013, USC is 1-12 outright and 1-13 against the number when they play in Central and Eastern time. This is early, man. And Illinois is coming off a 63-10 blowout loss. They were feeling themselves a little bit. Top 10 team, 18 starters back. I know they got some injuries, and I know USC's good. They're really good. I hate the matchup on paper on the field. Mayava has 9 touchdowns, no picks. Wayman Jordan already has 500 rushing yards. Mekhi Lemon already has 24 grabs, 3 touchdowns. They're really good on the offensive side of the ball. They remind me more of Lincoln Riley's teams at Oklahoma. But I think Illinois is going to cover, man. I think this is at least, like, worst case, field goal game. So 9 a.m. kickoff for USC. Give me the ILL. They're bouncing back, baby. No way they're losing by 50 this week.
All right, from your lips to God's ears, I hope you are correcting your assessment. And thank you, Fox Big Noon Kickoff, for making this absurdly early for the Trojans. And Matt Leinert's squad there is going to be on set for that broadcast. Hopefully Illinois shows up and actually shows out. Notre Dame, you already given your answer on this one, so I know where you're at. They're laying 4.5 now at Arkansas. The numbers nerd says this. Football Power Index has the Fighting Irish at number 13, Arkansas number 25. Offense efficiency, according to Pro Football Focus, Notre Dame 44, Arkansas at number 15. Defense efficiency, this is where it gets ugly for the not-so-Fighting Irish. Notre Dame at number 88. Arkansas at number 34. So put all together, fade or follow your boys. Notre Dame minus 4.5 at Arkansas.
Fade all the way, man. Even though Arkansas couldn't even win last week against Memphis. Memphis is a good football team. Notre Dame gave up 30 points to Purdue. And I think Notre Dame, I would only bet the over in this game. I did bet Arkansas, and I sprinkled on the money line. I think Taylor Green is going to have himself a day, as long as he doesn't turn the ball over a billion times, because he's got 12 touchdowns, 4 picks so far, over 1,000 yards through the air. He's also their leading rusher with 360 yards. Notre Dame can't tackle, and they're beat up on the offensive side of the ball. And now they're without Leonard Moore and Devontae Smith. They both sat out. They're 2 starting defensive backs. So I don't think it gets any better. I think they lose this game outright. No more talk of does 10-2 Notre Dame get into the playoff, because they are at best a 9-3, 8-4 football team. They get beat by Arkansas.
Oh, wow. Okay, picking the upset there with Woo Big Suey. All right, let's go on to another basketball powerhouse. It's the Dukies, baby. Of course, we're talking about football, though. You're already on Duke on the over on the team total, which I think is a clue of where you're going to lay the action here. They're laying 6, and that line has jumped a point and a half just today alone. Taking on the Syracuse Orange, coming off their monster win last week over the Clemson Tigers. Numbers there, it says this. Duke at number 62 in the FPI. That tracked at ESPN. Syracuse number 53. Offense efficiency at PFF. Duke at number 27, Ashley. Syracuse at number 16. Defense efficiency. Duke at number 95. Yikes. Double yikes. Syracuse at number 91. Maybe we should be betting the over in this contest. Again, Duke laying 6 on the road against the Qs. Fade or follow.
Yeah, we're doing this for a friend of family, Marcus Stroman. This was his warm-up. Somehow I got it now. We're going with Duke, man. I like this Duke team when they're not coughing the ball up 5 times. Syracuse, shout out to them. I mean, it cost me money, but it was kind of funny watching them just run up and down the field on Clemson and then watch Dabo make even more excuses. Guy's making $11 million, and he just lost as a 17-point favorite by 3 scores to Syracuse. But it sucks for them. They lose Angeli. The backup played pretty good, but I don't trust them against Duke. I think Duke is finally starting to round into form, and they have to win 8-9 games. To justify paying Darian Mensah $4 million, they have to at least, make a New Year's Bowl game. So I like Duke here, even at a bigger number. It's only going to continue to climb because Syracuse is a little bit beat up and coming off a really nice win.
All right, quickly, going to roll through this last game. Louisville, and this line has moved from 3 now to 4.5. They are layering there at Pittsburgh. Football Power Index has the Cardinals at number 38, Pittsburgh at number 60. Offense efficiency, 48 for Louisville, number 80 for Pitt. Defense efficiency, Louisville at number 18. Meanwhile, Pitt at number 9. So, but altogether, Louisville laying the 4.5 on the road against the Panthers. Fade or follow.
Here's the points. You could keep them special of the week. Pitt not only covers the 4.5, they win this game outright. I'm still waiting to see if Desmond Reed plays. We're going to need him. I'm a wee guy when it comes to Pitt this year, but they bounced back from that loss to West Virginia. They beat Louisville and shocked the world, or the 20% of the people on the planet that are watching.
All right, stick around. We're talking to Tim Grunhard next. All Kansas City Chiefs all the time right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I don't find myself thinking Detroit can't make a run this year. In fact, after week 1, when they lost to the Packers, they went out to 4-1, and we thought, man, that's a big adjustment. After one game, they were 4-1 to win the NFC North. Now you look at the price there, 2-1, BetMGM. How about them being 10-1 to win the NFC? right back to where they started for the most part. BetMGM right now to win the NFC has Detroit 475. I'd bet that before I'd bet Philly or Green Bay. This team has really stuck to its guns, and they look for real. They do. I think they're going to gamble less too. I think somehow, like, I'm warming to Dan Campbell, which I never saw coming. Last year, I thought it was all smoke and mirrors. This year, I feel much differently. Like, I'm not rooting against the Lions. I think that they could actually make a run. I do.
Do you think the gamble was more Ben Johnson?
I don't know. I just last year you just felt it wasn't real. And this year I don't feel that way. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it.
Clemson is this year's Florida State and will end the season at best 5-7.
Ooh. I understand like the parallel that you're making here, but if Clemson does what Florida State did last year, it feels like this would be an absolute disaster. Because like Mike Norvell is a good coach, and he had that run where they should have made it to the college football playoff. But he is not on the pantheon that Dabo Swinney is on right now. Like right now, Dabo Swinney is considered one of the best head coaches in college football just because of his resume. You know, there was a stretch where he was dominating college football, and it felt like he was in the college football national championship every single year. And the fact that he also runs his mouth a bunch and, you know, puts this in our face about his resume. If this team, with all of this talent, one of the teams that was supposed to be one of the best teams in college football with one of the best head coaches in college football, if they go 5-7, like I think, you know, it will be absolute pandemonium in Clemson. So I get what you're saying, and I do think that this is a possibility with the way that Clemson is trending, but it would be a much bigger deal than like if, you know, you're comparing it to Florida State last year.
I agree, Double D. I totally agree here. It's all about expectations, right? Florida State a couple seasons ago, it was like, all right, this is their revenge season, right? They got shut out of the playoff. They should have made the playoff, and then the bottom falls out. And then this year for Clemson, it was this is the year that Clemson has been building toward for the past couple of years. I mean, they dip into the portal, but this was supposed to be Dabo's sort of piece de resistance. Like, I build and develop players, and it's all going to come to fruition in 2025 where we win a national title. And now just the wheels are falling off. They could absolutely end up 5-7, and it would be akin to having such a drop-off relative to high expectations. So, yeah, I'm with you.
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Waivos Tuesday. We're going to be talking to our buddy Tim Grunhard. All Kansas City Chiefs all the time, an organization he knows and loves. He was a Pro Bowl center there back in the day, played for 11 years with the Kansas City Chiefs. So can't wait to break everything down with Tim Grunhard because that team right now looks discombobulated, to say the least, offensively. So we'll get the inside scoop from him. I give you some timely fantasy football insights and maybe some interesting inside information as well to help you make some of those sports bets, whether in the side, the total, or the player props market ahead of Kansas City's colossal matchup this week, taking on the Baltimore Ravens. All right, friendly reminder before we bring Tim on, if you have any fantasy football questions for us that you would like to share, maybe you're trying to decipher guys on the waiver wire, you got a trade offer in front of you, thinking about some of those timely start-sit decisions ahead of week 4, we are here to help. Some way to contact Horvat and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, let's go to the phone lines and talk to our buddy Tim Grunhard. Again, Pro Bowl center, spent 11 seasons in the NFL with the Kansas City Chiefs. He went to a certain institution in South Bend, Indiana that Ryan Horvat knows and loves. Oh, he just faded his boys against Arkansas this weekend. Of course, that's Notre Dame. And make sure you follow Tim Grunhard on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Grunny61. Again, on X at Grunny61. Tim, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, let's start with the positive side of things offensively for the Chiefs. Tyquan Thornton has emerged as Patrick Mahomes' primary D threat, even when Rashee Rice returns in a couple of weeks. Do you expect the rising field stretcher to maintain a sizable role in this offense? What have you heard from the staff about his development? And how do you see him matching up this week specifically against that Ravens D?
Yeah, it's great to be on with you guys once again, and a colossal game between the Ravens and the Chiefs this weekend. Both 1-2. I bet if we said something about this game 4 or 5 weeks ago, we would never have thought that both were 1-2, and never thought that Thornton would be the number one receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs, but because of suspension and injuries, he's become that guy. You know, we talked about it earlier in the summer when I was on with you guys that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to make it a point of emphasis to try to get the ball down the field. I'm not sure if they've really accomplished that feat of yet, but at least they're giving it a shot, and Thornton has been the key to that happening for him so far this year. Xavier Worthy, all indications are that he may play this week, so that's a good sign for the Chiefs. But, yeah, Thornton, he's done a nice job of making some plays. Had a close drop against the Giants, and then a couple plays later made an unbelievable catch. So that was positive. But you're right, there's not a lot of positive to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs offense right now. Their defense is playing well, but they're going to have to play well against the Ravens. This is a epic battle. You know, both teams 1-2, and I'm not saying that these teams are out of it if they lose, but it's an uphill battle. They both have quarterbacks that are storied quarterbacks, that you just can't count out. But man, it's hard to come back from 1-3 and only win one game in the first quarter of the season.
Tim, last time we had you on, I told you I was going to buy low on the Chiefs this year and buy low on Mahomes because there was a lot of conversation and hot takes that they were washed and it was over. And, so far, the numbers aren't really jumping off the page, except for the rushing numbers, of course. But like you said, Xavier Worthy expected back. Eventually, they do get Rashee Rice back. But I wanted to ask you about the deep ball, man, because it was a short sample size, but we saw him hit a couple deep balls in the preseason. Do you think they're just missing the vertical threat? I know he's missed a couple of these throws. I don't know that we're going to get back to like 50 touchdown pass Mahomes, but what is he missing, or what has changed the last couple of years other than not having a threat like Tyreek Hill down the field? Because, he's not throwing for as many yards. He's not throwing for as many touchdowns. They're still winning games, but I just feel like the offense looks a lot different, and Pat looks a little bit different the last couple of years as well.
Yeah, it's the old chicken and the egg. Do you run the ball to throw the ball, or do you throw the ball to run the ball? And right now the Kansas City Chiefs are struggling to run in the football, and they're going to have to do that against the Baltimore Ravens this week because the Baltimore Ravens struggle. We watched that game last night
against Detroit, where they ran for almost 240 yards combined with both of their backs. But yeah, Patrick Gillison, it's certainly easy to say, hey, listen, we want to throw the ball down the field, and I talked about it all summer about making these big plays down the field, getting back to chunk plays, but the reality is that you got to protect, you got to have the guys to throw it to, and you got to have the willingness to make the throw. I'm not sure if Patrick doesn't have the willingness to make the throw. I just don't know if he has all the time to make the throw. I think the offensive line has struggled, especially at the right tackle position, and there's been key penalties there, and he's been running around for his life. And when Patrick Mahomes is your leading rusher for the first 2 weeks, that's not a good thing. He's not a rushing quarterback. So, Travis Kelce, listen, he started out better than I thought he was going to start out, but he had a key drop or tip ball against the Eagles, which really cost him. Every game comes down to 2 or 3 plays, and that was certainly one of the plays that went against the Kansas City Chiefs. You just can't have happen. I'm not going to say it cost the game, but it certainly didn't help. So he's been struggling a little bit. Not having Xavier Worthy after the first 3 plays in Brazil against the Chargers certainly didn't help. But, yeah, they have to find their rhythm. They just look out of rhythm. The first half of that football game last week was one of the ugliest halves of football I've seen the Chiefs play in a long time. That was really bad. They were able to bounce back, but they just did not look right. They don't look like they're in a rhythm. They don't look like their timing is right. Doesn't look like there's a lot of confidence. They bounced back a little bit in the second half, but boy, they can't start out like that against the Ravens. The Ravens are a great football team that is 1-2. I'm not sure I could say right now the Kansas City Chiefs are a great football team that's 1-2. I think they're good. I think they have the ability to be great, but they certainly haven't shown it yet.
Yeah, I want to hit on actually that division really quick. A lot of people like Denver coming into the season, and I really do like that defense, but I don't fully trust Bo Nix. Justin Herbert, they're throwing the ball more on early downs. He looks like a legit MVP candidate. They've had some injuries, but I really like Harbaugh. Do you think that right now the Chargers, and I know that it's, we saw this game a couple weeks ago, do you think they are the team to beat this year in the division?
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, they are. Obviously, they're undefeated. I believe they're undefeated. They won this weekend, right? It's such a blur with all the darn games this weekend. So they won this weekend, and so they're undefeated. And, I think Harbaugh's an excellent coach. Listen, he's a Michigan guy, and I'm a Notre Dame guy. Then he went to the Colts, and he beat me in a 95 playoff game, which was a disaster. So I'm not a big fan of Harbaugh. But the reality is he's a heck of a coach. He's done a really good job of getting that team to believe. And listen, I think we talked about it last time. The teams in the AFC West have been proactive to find ways to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, whether it's through the draft, free agency, or just, the schemes that they've studied over the summer and over the years to go out and beat the Chiefs. And the Chiefs have got to react, and they've got to bounce back. They've got to throw a counterpunch. This would be a great weekend for them to do it. But right now, the Chargers are the team to beat. I think the Raiders are beatable, and I agree with you on Denver. I think Bo Nix, listen, he had a great year last year, and a sophomore slump is a real thing. I think he's too talented. I think he's a good quarterback. I think he'll bounce back by the time the season, kind of winds up. But you're right. The Chargers right now are the team to beat, and Herbert's playing well, and their defense is playing well, and they're able to run the ball pretty effectively. So, yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs have got to find that rhythm on the offense. But conversely, on the defensive side, they're playing very, very well. So at least they're staying close right now when the offense being as dysfunctional as it's been.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're talking to Tim Grunhard right now. Pro Bowl center, has been 11 seasons in the NFL with the Kansas City Chiefs, and a guy that attended Notre Dame as well. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Grunny61. Again, on X, at Grunny61. Tim, outside of Mahomes' scrambles, Kansas City's run game is non-existent. Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt appear to be running in quicksand through 3 games. This week's on-paper matchup versus Baltimore, however, is downright delectable, as the Ravens are number 31 in rush EPAD through 3 weeks. Does the ground game show signs of life, in your opinion, here in week 4? Is it going to be more of the mundane, more of the same?
Well, it can't be. They've got to find a run game. If they're going to do the things they want to do this year offensively, they have to establish the run. The Ravens. Listen, the Ravens, when you look at, once again, talking about being proactive and setting up your team to beat the other teams in the AFC West that are the big challenges, the Ravens have been set up to beat the Cincinnati Bengals and the Kansas City Chiefs. They play a lot of coverage. They play a lot of cover 2, cover 4. They have good corners. They have a decent secondary. Hamilton, another Notre Dame guy, is one of the best safeties in the league. But they've struggled against the run. The Chiefs have got to find a way to run the ball. They've spent a ton of money on that offensive line with re-signing guys and bringing guys in and spend some draft capital on a number 1 draft pick. Those guys are built to run the ball. They just haven't done it. Now, it's not just the offensive line. If you watch the game, it's Isaiah Pacheco struggled with his vision. There are times and there are some holes and there's some gaps and there's some seams to run in, and he's been running into the offensive lineman. He just doesn't look like he has, once again, I'm going to go back to the word rhythm. It doesn't seem like this offense has a rhythm right now, and it starts with Patrick Mahomes, and then it goes to those those running backs, and the running backs haven't found a rhythm either. So this is an opportunity for them to find a rhythm in the running game. They're going to have to run the ball effectively against the Ravens, or this game isn't going to be close. Listen, this is the first time in a long time. I can't even remember the last time the Chiefs were a home dog with Patrick Mahomes at the helm at quarterback, but they are this week. And Patrick Mahomes is 5-1 against Lamar Jackson. So the bettors in Vegas, they know something, they feel something, they see something, and very rarely are they wrong. So the Kansas City Chiefs have got an uphill battle to find that rhythm and get themselves going this week. Because once again, going back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier, starting out 1-3, and in the NFL, we always break down the seasons in quarters. So really the first quarter is the first 4 games. Now I get it. There's 17 games now and not 16, yada, yada, yada. But the reality is the first quarter, you start out 1-3 in the first quarter. Boy, that puts you behind the 8 ball, and it's hard to dig out of that hole, especially in this league where everybody is competitive and the league is made for parity. So one of these teams is going to have a big-time uphill battle. I like the Chiefs at home. If this game was in Baltimore, I wouldn't feel very comfortable with it. I'm not sure if I'm going to put any kind of wager on this game because I just don't know what Kansas City Chiefs team is going to show up. But the team better show up. They can run the ball, protect the quarterback, and they're going to have to tackle, and they're going to have to do a good job of limiting Lamar Jackson because Lamar Jackson is a special football player. Even though he lost yesterday, but he got sacked 7 times. I mean, once again, you can't run around in the pocket like that and expect to win football games.
Tim, we'll get you out here in this. Got about 60 seconds left. In preparation for Sunday's Ravens showdown, as you already talked about, what matchup do you believe will give Spags and this Kansas City defense the most fits? Is it Lamar Jackson or someone else?
Yeah, I think it always starts with Lamar Jackson. Listen, this guy is just so athletic, and he's under Monken. He's done a really good job of being more of a pocket passer. But when he wants to run, he certainly can make that work too. And he did a good job of getting the ball to his tight end yesterday. He's just an excellent football player. Henry, he'll get his, but I don't think he alone can beat you. We saw that when he was with the Titans back in the old days. So I think Lamar Jackson is the guy they got to stop, and they'll have a spy on him, whether it's Tranquil or Bolton. One of those 2 guys will be living in his grill most of the night.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that showdown at Arrowhead Stadium, the marquee matchup of the weekend. Awesome stuff from Tim Grunhard, Pro Bowl center, 11 seasons in the NFL with the Chiefs. Also attended Notre Dame. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Grunny61. Again, on X, at Grunny61. Tim, we appreciate the time and enjoy the action this weekend.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, guys. Always great to be on with you.
Yeah, always a pleasure on our end as well. There he goes, Tim Grunhard. I completely agree, man. They have got to run the damn ball. If they can't get any kind of effective runs, Isaiah Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, it's going to be a wrap against the Ravens, even at home. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We got another interview on the immediate horizon. Sean Marash is stopping by, talking all the massive news. They came out of East Rutherford, New Jersey, and the New York Giants. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
Indiana and Iowa is going to be a night game at Kinnick. This has been a super interesting game. Indiana, the early look-ahead line was a 2.5-point favorite. They got all the way up to as high as 8.5. Now they're back down to 7.5. I think anything over 7 would be a look for me with Iowa, just because that is a really difficult place to play at night. And it's strength on strength. Indiana, top 5 rushing offense. Iowa, top 15 rushing defense. The key is that Iowa does not have a good pass defense, and Indiana is efficient passing the football. But Indiana usually beats up on other teams making mistakes, and the fact that they're so well coached and so disciplined, and Iowa is the same way. They're always amongst the leaders in the country in fewest penalties committed. They never turn the ball over. They know their identity, and again, they're really tough to beat at home, especially at night. And usually that's where top 10, top 15 teams go to die. So it would only be Iowa or pass for me. I do think Fernando Mendoza, when his passing props yardage comes out, I would look at that, because I think I'm probably going to bet the over, because, again, Iowa's so good against the run. Mendoza probably going to have to make some plays through the air. Tennessee, Mississippi State, interesting game. Vols a 7.5-point favorite on the road against the Bulldogs. This was as high as 9.5, come back down to 7.5. Probably not going to be a play for me in the game. Tennessee should have won that game against Georgia, had a bye week to think about it. Now they go on the road against a much improved Mississippi State team that had a really good win a couple weeks ago against Arizona State. Would probably be Mississippi State or pass for me, but again, no strong thoughts on that game. Arizona's going to take on Iowa State. The Cyclones, a 6.5-point favorite against Arizona. Total in the game is 49.5. Arizona coming off, both teams are coming off a bye. Arizona, very experienced team with a good quarterback in Noah Fafita. Iowa State has had some nice wins, some nice performances already this season. Again, it feels like the line is right. I think Iowa State in a money line parlay, good option this week going up against Arizona. All right, two of the biggest games that we're going to have all season, Penn State and Oregon from Happy Valley on Saturday night. This is all about the number for me. If Penn State, if you get a -3, I would take Penn State. If you get a 3.5, I would only take Penn State on the money line. We all know James Franklin's track record in these big matchups and what he does against top 10 teams. If Penn State wins, it's not going to be a blowout, because Franklin just isn't going to blow out. Oregon is extremely talented, but it's a whiteout game at Penn State. Oregon's rushing defense, I think, is a little bit of a question mark in this game, and that's not something that you want against Penn State. They have not looked impressive up to this point, but Penn State also hasn't played anybody yet this season. Feels like everybody's going to be on the dog in this game, but Oregon really hasn't played anybody either. Oklahoma State just fired their head coach. Northwestern's one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. Oregon State's a disaster this season. So neither of these teams have really played anybody. Penn State at home off a bye week. I like them. Again, -3, take Penn State. 3.5, I like Penn State on the money line. Georgia-Bama, going to be an awesome game too. Georgia, a 3-point favorite in that game. I do like Bama in this game, you guys. +3, I like them on the money line as well. Bama is the more desperate team. They lose this game, they already have 2 losses on the season, and then they're probably going to have to run the table if they want to make it to the college football playoff. Kirby Smart, if there's one team he struggled against, as Patrick was talking about, it is Bama. He's only been able to beat them one time. And look, you're not supposed to tease college football. You're not supposed to do that. But if you were ever to tease a game, it feels like Bama +9 would probably be the spot for a teaser, because if Georgia wins this game with Kirby and how he struggled to beat Bama in the past, with DeBoer's track record in these high-profile games, and the fact that Bama needs this win, I think if Georgia wins, it's going to be a one-score game. So Bama +9 in a teaser, I think, is a good option this week. But I think they win the game, and I certainly like him at +3 as well.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be talking to Sean Marash here momentarily. All New York Giants all the time. A little bit of news came out of East Rutherford today, so can't wait to get Sean's thoughts on that. I may work in a question, too, about Cam Scattaboo, as there was some additional news that came out of Jersey earlier this afternoon as it pertains to that offensive backfield. By the way, friendly reminder, we got our pole dancing poll question today right now live on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and it's asking you this. What struggling running back through 3 weeks is the ultimate buy low? Again, ultimate buy low in fantasy football. Your options are Ashton Genty to the Raiders, Chase Brown to the Bengals, Travion Henderson to the Patriots, or Breece Hall of the Jets. Over 290 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's not waste a second of time. Let's bring in Sean Marash, host on Evan and Tiki on WFAN 660 in the NYC. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Sean Marash. Again, on X at Sean Marash. Sean, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Let's start with the big news today. Jackson Dart is going to get the start, is what I should say. He's a guy that a lot of people were kind of expecting to be brought along slowly, not really throwing the fire right away. We talked to a couple of Giants insiders just weeks ago and said, hey, there's even a chance he may ride the pine the entire year. It's only week 4. So what the hell changed so fast that Jackson Dart has got to get inserted in the starting lineup right now? We all knew the Giants' schedule was going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I'd love to know who the insiders you talk to because, to be honest, Brad, when you draft Jackson Dart, and the Giants did, there was some thought coming over from that Ole Miss offense. Would he be ready for the NFL? And then he got in the building, and I think this changed in the beginning of August. And I know I was doing some of the shows on BetMGM on Sunday mornings, and every week this would start to build more and more. He took this locker room and he took this playbook and he took everything and they say aura farming, aura changed. He really pushed the envelope here. Now 0-3 obviously helps, and that leads to why they're doing this. There was a promise made between Brian Dable and Russell Wilson when he signed that Russell Wilson, no matter what they did in the draft, would start the year as a starting quarterback. Brian Dable honored that promise. But Russell Wilson has been a hindrance to this Giants offense for 2 of these 3 games, scoring less than 10 points. And this is not just purely desperation 0-3. This is the best quarterback on the roster needs to start football games for this team. And make no mistake about it, the Giants absolutely believe that Jackson Dart is that guy. And to be honest, if not for that promise made, just training camp proved it alone. Jackson Dart basically won a job where a competition wasn't to be had in training camp. And if there were no promises, he probably would have started week 1.
Yeah, big day for me, Sean. I'm able to now delete all my burner accounts that I started, hashtag start dart. So what I did today was I played a little plus 800, 8-1 offensive rookie of the year. And I don't even know if he's going to be any good, man, right? But I know Cam Moore doesn't look very good. And
Nobody does.
Right? And that's the thing. Ibuka looks great, but he's a wide receiver. So you got a New York quarterback. I like the weapons. I like Robinson. Obviously, I like Neighbors, like Scattaboo. What do you think about that price, 8-1, man? Do you think, especially if the defense comes alive? Yeah?
Yeah, Ryan, here's the deal. I love that just from the standpoint of, you don't know if he's going to be good, but what have we seen from the rookies early to start the year? You mentioned Ibuka. He also got banged up already here early in this season. Ashton Genty, I mean, the Raiders going to be playing from behind. I still think that was kind of a wasted pick. And you mentioned Cam Ward. They're already changing play callers over there. Look, no matter what about this Giant coaching staff, if they get fired, if not, this is Brian Dable's puppy dog. He handpicked Jackson Dart. He is going to handcraft the offense to him. And how many times can a rookie step in and say, I may have the best wide receiver in football on my team? Like, I know that's an argument, but you have Malik Neighbors there, and you're going to get the Scatterbo in a little bit. He's really emerged as a running back. And this team just got Andrew Thomas back at left tackle in the last game, which was also something I think they were waiting for. The pass protection, oddly, has been pretty good. I know nobody wants to talk about that because usually it's negatives on the Giants' offensive line. Jackson Dart, unless coaching is that big a disaster, is actually set up to succeed from a statistical standpoint. The only red flag, I think, truly is how difficult the schedule is going to be on him. But remember, feet wet early here with the Chargers, Saints next week, which could be a little layup for him to kind of get a little confidence going.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, man, because I really do like Brian Daboll. So do you think this buys him at least another year? I mean, depending, right? If Dart is miserable, they don't win another game, and he throws 22 picks, he's probably out. What does he have to do? Like, what do they have to show? Because that's a tough schedule. Is there like a certain amount of games and they just have to stay competitive? How does he keep his job?
I think it's about competitiveness, and obviously Jackson Dart has to show that he's the future, and that not only is he the future, that Brian Daboll can be a big part of that future. I've been a big pro-Daboll advocate, but even I must say through these first 3 weeks, not that I was expecting a ton of wins. There have been just serious coaching detriments and questions. I mean, you just look across the league. You're supposed to be an offensive mastermind. You're not creative at all. I have my doubts more than I ever have. However, I know this. The Giants feel like they screwed up Daniel Jones. Ownership felt like they screwed up Daniel Jones from the beginning when they fired Pat Shurmur after his rookie year. Insert joke here, right? They had Joe Judge, Jason Garrett, and now you kind of see what Daniel Jones is doing in Indy. I still think that's a little bit of an aberration. But I say that to say the Giants feel like because they fired Pat Shurmur, the head coach who drafted Daniel Jones, that made a big part after 1 year of why Daniel Jones failed here. I think he failed for a numerous amount of reasons, but they think that was a big one. I don't think ownership is in a hurry, if it's even borderline 50-50, to do that to Jackson Dart and not see this out. But, I mean, this is a team that's lost 13 of its last 14 games. So it's not about winning a ton of games, but you also just can't go out there and be a 2-win football team now the rest of the year, go 2-15. There's got to be progress with Dart, but win the games you think you should win. You got to beat, no offense, Brandon Combs, the Chicago Bears later in the year. You got to beat the Saints in 2 weeks. So I don't know if there's a magic win total, but you got to show some promise that the offense is moving in the right direction.
We're talking to the great Sean Marash right now, host on Evan and Tiki on WFAN 660 in New York. Also, follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Sean Marash. Again, on X, at Sean Marash. Sean, we'll get you out of here on this. Cam Scatterbo has been rather impressive as a short-lived, more or less starter in this offense. Of course, we got the news today that Tyrone Tracy going to miss the next 2 to 4 weeks with that bum shoulder. And you look at Scatterbo on a per-touch basis right now. Dude has been ultra-efficient. He's top 20 in yak per attempt at PFF. He's top 15 in total missed tackles forced. He's only at 23 rush attempts. He's got a daunting schedule upcoming, but let me serve it up to you this way. Over or under 18 and a half touches this week against the Chargers, and 2, when Tracy comes back, do you see him beating the indisputable starter in this offense rest of the season?
All right, so first question there, I'm taking the over. Think about it. It's a rookie quarterback making his first start versus a very good defense. And they're going to do a lot of read option stuff. Scatterbo is going to be the answer. They'll mix in Devin Singletary a little bit. The thing about Scatterbo that Brian Daboll loves, the guy doesn't go down. I mean, he's like John Favreau's character in The Replacement. Just get me the ball, get me the ball. He's an insane maniac. And the only reason he doesn't hit that over, if he doesn't, sadly, I mean, I think this guy could get hurt at any turn the way he just runs through people. But right now you have to ride that hot hand. As far as when Tracy comes back, look, Tyrone Tracy really emerged last year. He was a 5th-round pick, a day 3 pick like Scatterbo. They love that he kind of gives that lightning element where Scatterbo is more of the thunder element. I do think that they will go back to some kind of share, but, man, it's all right in front of Scatterbo right now. This is a desperate coaching staff with a rookie quarterback that's coming in. If Scatterbo is playing like a man-possessed, and that's the kind of energy the Giants haven't had in years, they are going to live and die with him, and he very well could be the steal of this entire draft. So right now is the time certainly to ride that hot hand. I would be betting any and all overs on Cam Scatterbo, even in the receiving game, catching passes. He has been that important, and in the red zone, that is their only answer right now if they get near that goal line to try to score.
Yeah, I totally agree. I can't wait to see what his lines come out in terms of receptions, receiving yards, rushing yards, total yards.
The juice on that is going to start to drop, too. He's going to become a minus 110 anytime touchdown guy in due weeks. So cash in on him now.
Yeah.
Yeah, better take advantage of what the soft lines are coming out from the books because, they really don't know where to set those lines. And straight from Sean Marash's mouth and hopefully to the gambling gods' ears, he is going to be the main man, not only this week against the Chargers, but moving forward, even when Tyrone Tracy does return. Awesome stuff. We appreciate you joining us on short notice. Sean Marash, host on Evident Tiki, WFAN 660 in New York. Follow him on X. Do it now at Sean Marash. Again, on X at Sean Marash. Sean, we appreciate the time and enjoy the Jackson Dart era.
Start Dart.
I can't wait, boys. I can't wait. It's a darty party. Take care, everybody.
Yeah, a darty.
It is a darty party. Yeah, start Dart. I mean, we were already hearing the chants of last game. Start Dart, start Dart, start Dart. You knew New Yorkers would lean into that belief, would lean into that narrative straight away once they saw Russell Wilson showing any signs of crumbling. And my God, he was like a pebbles, just a lump out there on Sunday night in a matchup in which, they were somewhat competitive in the first half, largely because Kansas City was so inept offensively. But Jackson Dart, that era begins. A man that could really survey the field. He was pinpoint surgical in the preseason. Obviously, you're playing against nothing but vanilla scheme, so it will be different. But it's going to be ultimately a very, very much a proving ground this week against a stiff, stout, unyielding defense that Harbaugh's running out there in the L.A. Chargers. So I can't wait for it, and I love his take, too, on Cam Scatterbo. Folks, he is here at a minimum to be a back-end RB2 rest of season, even when Tyrone Tracy comes back. I think he's easily a top 20 running back this week based on volume alone, Horvey.
Totally agree, man. Loved him at Arizona State, right? And that's why I downgraded Arizona State. They won a bunch of games last year that they should not have won because of Cam Scatterbo, right? In the NFL, running back gets hurt or you lose a running back to free agency. It's like, maybe worth a half of a point to the market. Dude, he willed that team to victory. He could get it done in the pass game like we talked about, catches the majority of his targets, decent route runner. He could run you over. And he's got all the intangibles. Like you saw, Russell Wilson he's been in the league for how many years? Former Super Bowl winning quarterback, and Scatterbo just walks up to him on the sideline, grabs him by the jersey. Let's effing go, brother. You need one of those guys, one of those Macho Man Randy Savage type hype men in every single locker room, and that's what he is. And I'm excited. The Giants all of a sudden are a fun football team. I wish they would have made this move and just thrown him to the Wolves last week in primetime so we didn't have to sit through 3.5 hours of Russell Wilson, because now all of a sudden I'm not going to hate watching the Giants on all these primetime standalone games, man. It's Dart. It's Scatterbo. Like Marash said, Malik Neighbors might be the best receiver in the league, and they got a lot of talent on the defensive side of the ball. Abdul Carter, the more and more they get him on the field, he's only going to continue to get better. Giants are a fun football team. I don't know if Dayball's the guy, but they're going to get that thing figured out here in the next couple of years, I would say.
Yeah, and I like Wan'Dale Robinson, a decent possession receiver as well. Can be a nickel and dimer underneath, the occasional deep ball down the field. Like, they have some adequate weapons there. Let me ask you a random question. What do you think? Play handicapper for me, an odds maker. What Jackson Dart's rush yards prop is going to be, because if it's anything below 20, I'm slamming the over.
Funny, I was going to say 21.5. 21.5 I'll go with. Maybe 18.5. Anywhere I would say 18.5 to 21.5, and I'm definitely going over, man. I think there's going to be some design stuff, and I think there's going to be plenty of scramble opportunity. Yep.
Yeah, look, he's going to feel the heat. There's going to be ratchet pressure. It's the Chargers. They're not one of the most blitz-happy teams by any stretch of the imagination in the NFL, but those pockets will occasionally collapse. And, Dart being a greenhorn and a guy that's relatively inexperienced, he's going to see it, he's going to read, react, and take off, and hopefully earn that bling that he's sporting there around the neck, one of the thickest chains in the NFL. It's Justin Jefferson-like. Absolutely outstanding. Guy's got a lot of swagger to him. He can just throw absolute darts, appropriate last name, and he will run. So I'm with you. I think that number is going to be south of 21.5. If I am a betting man, which I am, I think it's going to be in that 15.5 to 20.5 range. I think it's going to be 17.5 or 18.5, and I'm with you, man. I'm dunking the over on it. Is it live? It is? Oh, get out of here. Okay. 33.5 rush yards is the opening number. Firm pass. I'm sorry. I rescind everything I just said.
33.5. Let me double check that. That seems a bit high. I have not looked because I did not want to cheat for predict the prop purposes, but that's a little too high for me. Could go over this, of course. No, wow. Yeah, it definitely is, man. 33.5. The under is minus 114. I would rather play an anytime touchdown at plus 300, 3-1.
Yeah, I would too, and I might look at some alt markets, but 33.5 is outrageous for Jackson Dart on rush yards. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, more plus money bets. It is a Team Huevos Tuesday after all. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
We'll be right back with more bets, more sweats, and more fantasy right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I would never bet the other quarterback in that game, Drew Aller, who right now at BetMGM is 30-1. On the surface, hey, Penn State's a national title contender. Drew Aller's favored on Saturday. Oregon, a 3.5-point dog, as Penn State's a home favorite in the whiteout game. 30-1. That sounds like a bet, right? Like, what if Penn State wins the game? They're favored to win it, and Aller plays well. Isn't that price going to drop down a little bit? Yeah, probably. 30-1 might become like 20-1, 15-1, something like that. But Drew Aller's stats suck, man. Like, his stats are terrible. And they played nobody. That is alarming as far as I'm concerned. They've played Villanova, these other scrub schools in football. Like, their schedule has been cupcake soft. This is the first test game for Penn State of the year. And you would think when you're playing a bunch of nobodies, you would put up some big numbers. Well, it's been the opposite. Drew Aller, through 3 games, they're coming out for the bye, but through 3 games, he has a QBR of 38.8. That's out of 100. That ranks nationally. And think about how many programs we have, about 120 plus programs in college football. Drew Aller's QBR ranks 106th. Does that sound like the Heisman Trophy winner? Doesn't sound like it to me. And Drew Aller's been very polarizing. I know some people in the NFL love Drew Aller. They say this is the next guy. He's a franchise quarterback. I don't really see it. Just watching college football, being honest, don't see it at all. Like, I don't think he's that good. And I think he just plays on a really good team. And just because you have a really good team, it doesn't mean that you deserve to have a Heisman Trophy winner. That's not how these things go. So for me, I would pass on Drew Aller entirely. I would not bet him. Even if Oregon loses the game and Penn State wins, I still don't think it's worth a bet because I don't think Drew Aller is going to win the Heisman Trophy.
I've been intrigued with this conference, thinking it was pretty wide open, that we don't know a lot since the summer. And I still kind of lean that way. Here's where I'm at this morning, and I want to throw it at you.
Colin, can I write this team down first before you say it? Because I really have a team. I dropped my notepad. I have a team that's down the board that I'm thinking, like, I never thought this in the summer, but I'm thinking it now. And it's not in the 10-1 range. It's not. So you go first, and let's see if we're on the same page.
What if we were all wrong about Seattle? Oh, boy.
I knew
30-1 for the NFC.
I knew it.
Yeah. What if we were all wrong?
I got the.
And I'm not.
Look, I got the goosebumps right now.
This is not. This isn't even a Bosa thing. Like, but now that helps. They're 7-1 for the division. Even impressive. That's a hell of a defense, and maybe it's just going to take McDonald a year to figure things out, get a real offensive coordinator. Man, they look good. I don't want to overreact. I don't want to overreact to one game, especially when it's against New Orleans. But they look super impressive, and that division is open now.
Place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the big noise happens with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. Awesome conversation with Sean Barash in the last segment. Breaking everything down, the Jackson Dart era has begun in New York for the G-Men. Going to get the start this week, though a daunting one against the L.A. Chargers. Really all of the matchups upcoming, except for one, is rather intimidating for this franchise. They just have a brutal slate of games over the entire year. Here are the next 5 games, if you don't believe me, for the NYG. Again, the Chargers at home. They're at the Meadowlands. Then at New Orleans, that's their saving grace. And then they follow up with Philadelphia at home, at Denver. Oh, and guess what? You get Philly again on the road. So you might want to temper some of your expectations for Jackson Dart, but we're going to see what he can show on the field. He's going to be able to prove his mettle as a passer, prove his mettle as a runner as well. The opening lines right now, 192.5 pass yards currently at BetMGM. The over-under, we just discussed this at the end of the last segment, 33.5 rush yards, which is sky high. I ain't touching that. I'll probably play that in an alt market. But Horby, I think he'd like the over on pass yards of 192.5. I think he'll throw for 200 in his debut, don't you?
Yeah, seems a little short. 192. I could see him finishing. I figured it would be low 200s. 203.5, 205.5. I think he throws for at least 200. I was with you. I wanted to bet the over on the rushing yards, but that's a little inflated. So I lean under on the rush yards, over on the pass yards week one for him.
Yeah, a little too rich for my blood at 33.5, but maybe he's going to be running like a madman, like a Patrick Mahomes, who has been the leading rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs this year. And we did talk to Tim Grunhard a couple of segments ago about all things KC. If you missed either the interview with Sean Marash or Tim Grunhard, do yourself a favor. Subscribe, download the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you download your stinking podcast. Subscribe now to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Also, friendly reminder, phone line still wide open here on BetMGM Tonight. If you want to talk fantasy football with us, we are happy to help you out, whether you're trying to decipher some of those decisions on the waiver wire, getting those priorities in line when everything processes overnight tonight, whether you're looking at start-sit decisions in week 4, maybe that trade offer they have right now in your inbox. Pick up the phone, fools, and dial us at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. It is a Team Huevos Tuesday, so it's only appropriate here in this segment we get our Team Huevos plus money plays out to the masses. Could be in college football, could be the National Football League. Ryder going to bat leadoff, so give me something that caught your eye that could be a handsome payoff come year's end, and you're going to start in the National Football League, aren't you?
Yeah, dabbled in a couple futures this past week, and a team that I did not buy into coming into the season, but probably should have, was the Seattle Seahawks. And right now, you could get them to win the division at plus 650. Now, I was really high on Arizona coming into the year, but they lose James Conner. They've had some injuries on the defensive side of the ball. A lot of drops last week from Marvin Harrison. I also really like the Niners. They play the easiest schedule in the league, but they've had a ton of injuries, and now Nick Bosa has a torn ACL. He's going to miss the rest of the season. I like the Seattle team. Sam Darnold has looked really good. Talked about this before the show or during the show in the first segment. I bet the over on his pass yards. He has a 1.2% turnover-worthy play rate. I really like Mike McDonald as a head coach. I think they could have one of the better defenses in the league. You brought up JSN. I love him not only this week, but everything that I've saw the last 2 seasons. And this year, 4.61 yards per route run. So better than 6-1 to win the division, man. Seattle might be for real. Plus 650. Had to take a stab with that. I really did like the Mike McDonald hire 2 years ago. And won't shock me if they win that division, especially because these other teams are all so beat up already. We're not even at week 5 yet.
Yeah, and the proof is really going to be in the pudding, I think, on Thursday night. You go down to the desert, and you knock off the Arizona Cardinals, who you and I are both buyers of. We believe that franchise is going to be a playoff team. Let's say they sneak by and get that win on the road. Yeah, I think the Seahawks are the real deal Holyfield as a result, especially with that 1-2 punch to the ground at Kenneth Walker III. And Zach Charbonnet got a full practice in today, so it looks like he is going to be good to go to return after missing last week's action. All right, I am going to also work in an NFL prop, and I'm going to look at the futures market. Jonathan Taylor has been balling. I think he's going to lead the NFL in rush yards. You can still get this a plus money right now, and it's significant plus money at plus 250. Now, if I recall correctly, right before week 1, it was like around 14-1. 13-1 on that Jonathan Taylor prop. So it's come, cascading downward, but I still think there's a little bit of value left here on the board. You look at the strength of schedule rest of the season from a fantasy football perspective, he's only number 23 in terms of easiest strength of schedule for fantasy running back. Not the greatest there, but he has become far more efficient on a per-touch basis than we've seen the last couple of years. He is number 4 right now in yards after contact per attempt, 4.35 extractive PFF. Numero dos, trailing only Bijan Robinson in missed tackles force with 16, which is just crazy good for Jonathan Taylor. Guys getting massive opportunity share at 77.4%. His next 3 games, you look on the immediate horizon against the LA Rams, that'll be a tough one. Vegas, also a tough one. In Arizona, all those defenses, except for the Rammies, inside of the top 7 in terms of rush EPA defense. So, he's going to have to go out and prove it against some stiff and stout opponents. But if he's routinely putting up like 75, 80 yards at a minimum on the ground, and I think he will in a very generally conservative offense, but the emergence of Daniel Jones has certainly helped him out and lightened a lot of those fronts. I think Jonathan Taylor will be your league leader in rush yards, barring the dastardly injury imp wreaking havoc. So like that price at plus 250 for him to do exactly that. All right, going to college football, Ryan, what's your next Team Huevos plus money play?
Yeah, one that I bet today. So I'm fascinated right now with the Heisman market because we got the biggest weekend of college football, a lot of big games. And so a lot of these teams, now that we're in conference play, are going to start playing actual schedule. So I think these are the last opportunities you're going to get on a couple guys. So I do like Bama against Georgia, so I'm not going to bet Gunnar Stockton because I already have Ty Simpson from June, 66-1, and you're only getting 20-1. But that would be a buy. And then I'm going to buy Drew Aller right now at 28-1. He closed in the summer at 25-1, so you're getting a better price because right now the numbers aren't really jumping off the page. Only about 600 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception so far. But they haven't played anybody, man. They've played Villanova, they've played FIU, and they've played Nevada. This weekend, they're 3.5-point favorites at home against Oregon. We talked to Jared Smith, Penn State fan, last night. He said the same thing that I'm thinking. Oregon is probably going to look to stack the box, look to shut down Singleton and Allen, and force Drew Aller to beat him with his arm. If he does that, and then he does it to Ohio State later on this season, man, he's at least going to get the invitation to New York. So I'll grab the 28-1 right now. And if you don't have any Ty Simpson, I think he's going to ball out against Georgia. So I would grab him at 20-1. But Drew Aller for me to win the Heisman, 28-1. Good price.
All right, my next one up here. I so very much believe in my Chicago Bears, at least one player, and that is Rome Odunze. Rome wasn't built in a rookie season very clearly, but, man, he is absolutely balling out so far here through 3 weeks. I think he's going to lead the NFL in receiving touchdowns, so get it right now on 10-1. They're at BetMGM. He is tied with Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Trey Tucker, of all people, the Raiders, in that category. But I think when the dust settles, provided he plays a full slate of games, Odunze is going to be your pack leader in the category. The next 3 games are outstanding for the Bears in their vertical attack. You get Vegas this week on the road, number 27 in drawback EPA defense, in the bye week. Come out of that, you face the Commanders, number 19 in drawback EPA defense, and then you get the Saints in Chicago, number 29 and a drop back EPA defense. Outside of that, strength of schedule, rather tough. The 4 toughest for a fantasy wide receiver. But again, he is a wide receiver 2 right now, and all of fantasy scoring, 28.4% of the team target share. He's seeing 10 targets per game. He is number 2 in red zone target share, as well as seeing a 130.2, at least he has scribbled this, 130.2 passer rating when targeted. So really in line right now with Caleb Williams, and that was a buzz in Bears training camp. Rome Odunze, the balling out is going to continue. He leads the NFL in receiving touchdowns this year at 10-1 odds. Ryan, you're going to quadruple down on this same bet. You gave it earlier in the show, not once but twice. Do it a third time. What is it?
Yeah, I didn't realize I was going to talk so much about Jackson Dart, and then we had Sean on, and he agreed. So I like Dart right now 8-1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, because I'm just looking at everybody else, man. I mean, Emeka Ibuka has been excellent, but he's a wide receiver, and he's dealing with a hip and a groin injury. And Chris Godwin's going to come back. Eventually, Mike Evans will be back in a couple weeks as well. Cam Ward hasn't been very good, and I don't think Tennessee is going to get any better this season. I think that's going to be a little bit of a project. So let's go with Jackson Dart, man. He's got a top 5 receiver in Malik Neighbors. You got Cam Scatterboo. The defense is probably only going to improve once they get a little bit healthier. And if they win a couple games, I think he's going to be in the running. He's a New York quarterback. So at 8-1, I'll buy right now. Although, man, you might want to wait because he's playing some tough defenses. You might get a better price. I'm a sucker, though, so I bet this twice today. Give me some Jackson Dart, plus 800, Rookie of the Year.
All right, let's get an additional hashtag team, or not Team Waivos. It is a Team Waivos bet for a hashtag Tequila Thursday, I should say. Trey McBride, the Bridezilla, I think is going to go off the box score. Give me 75-plus receiving yards. Also take it for 7-plus receptions. Also, both those props at plus 125. Zeroing in on just the yards. He's gone over this once in 3 games start the season, but he is numero uno in team target share among tight ends, seeing 8 looks per game. Number 7 in total air yards, number 6 in catchable target rate, number 4 in total yak. The dogs agree as well. You look at Seattle, number 7, and most tight end yards allowed. I think Trey McBride goes nuts on Thursday. All right, we're going to take a little siesta. We come back. We're getting down with our guy, Rob Brown, and we got to feed some dogs as well, so stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I don't find myself like thinking Detroit can't make a run this year. In fact, after week 1, when they lost to the Packers, they went out to 4-1, and we thought, man, that's a big adjustment. After one game, they were 4-1 to win the NFC North. Now you look at the price there, 2-1, BetMGM. How about them being like 10-1 to win the NFC? right back to where they started for the most part. BetMGM right now to win the NFC has Detroit 475. I'd bet that before I'd bet Philly or Green Bay. This team has really stuck to its guns, and they look for real. They do. I think they're going to gamble less too. I think somehow, like, I'm warming to Dan Campbell, which I never saw coming. Last year, I thought it was all smoke and mirrors. This year, I feel much differently. Like, I'm not rooting against the Lions. I think that they could actually make a run. I do.
Do you think the gamble was more Ben Johnson?
I don't know. Last year you just felt it wasn't real. And this year I don't feel that way. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it.
Clemson is this year's Florida State and will end the season at best 5-7.
Ooh. I understand like the parallel that you're making here, but if Clemson does what Florida State did last year, it feels like this would be an absolute disaster. Because like Mike Norvell is a good coach, and he had that run where they should have made it to the college football playoff. But he is not on the pantheon that Dabo Swinney is on right now. Like right now, Dabo Swinney is considered one of the best head coaches in college football just because of his resume. You know, there was a stretch where he was dominating college football, and it felt like he was in the college football national championship every single year. And the fact that he also runs his mouth a bunch and, you know, puts this in our face about his resume. If this team, with all of this talent, one of the teams that was supposed to be one of the best teams in college football with one of the best head coaches in college football, if they go 5-7, like I think, you know, it will be absolute pandemonium in Clemson. So I get what you're saying, and I do think that this is a possibility with the way that Clemson is trending, but it would be a much bigger deal than like if, you know, you're comparing it to Florida State last year.
I agree, Double D. I totally agree here. It's all about expectations, right? Florida State a couple seasons ago, it was like, all right, this is their revenge season, right? They got shut out of the playoff. They should have made the playoff, and then the bottom falls out. And then this year for Clemson, it was this is the year that Clemson has been building toward for the past couple of years. I mean, they dip into the portal, but this was supposed to be Dabo's sort of piece de resistance. Like, I build and develop players, and it's all going to come to fruition in 2025 where we win a national title. And now just the wheels are falling off. They could absolutely end up 5-7, and it would be akin to having such a drop-off relative to high expectations. So, yeah, I'm with you.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to to BetMGM tonight. Brad, the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Waivers Tuesday. Going to be getting down with our dude, our guy, our man, Rob Brown here momentarily. Before we bring on Rob Brown, friendly reminder, phone lines are made wide open, and we are here to be your helpline. We are here to be of your assistance for all your fantasy football needs. If you have any sports betting hot takes you would like to share as well, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions, comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, through the power of animated picture and sound, we're bringing on our guy, Rob Brown, host of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate and the BetMGM Network as well. Make sure you give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, at the Rob Brown Show. Robert, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. And straight away from me, amigo, Justin Herbert, in my estimation, has a look of an NFL MVP entering the night. He's 6-1 to take home the coveted honor. Is it just recency bias, or do you believe the Chargers will continue to roll? I mean, they got the Giants, for God's sakes, this week, and they're going to be going against Jackson Dart, as we learned earlier on today. This really should feed my Herbert MVP belief. If he's not your pick to win a most valuable player, then who is?
Well, the easy layup answer there is, and you hate it because it's not the number you want. The easy layup answer is Josh Allen. Like that's the easy layup answer. You're looking quarterback. You're looking quarterback for a team that is going to stack wins, and you're looking for a quarterback who's going to do it with passing yards and touchdowns. Now, all that said, all accurate about Josh Allen, I would say the addendum there is I think Justin Herbert can be right there in that group too. You're talking about a cat that is number 1 in the league in passing yards. He's I think number 5 in passing touchdowns right now. He's done it against not terrible teams. Actually, I shouldn't even say not terrible teams. 2 pretty good teams in the Chiefs and the Broncos, and then a Raiders team that a lot of people had high expectations for. And I don't think they're going to get worse. So I look down the rest of the list at the non-divisional matchups that this team has down the line, and it seems like, hey, it's a good Colts team. But it's a Colts team that'll give up some points. It's the Titans down the line. It's the Jags on the road. It's Dallas, which, okay, whatever. Like, I think he can absolutely keep stacking those numbers. The question mark is, and this is the reason I didn't take out a ticket preseason, Jim Harbaugh's been saying since he showed up with the Chargers, we're going to be a rushing team. Horvey, you and I were both big on Amari and Hampton, and I kind of thought that was going to be because they were going to go running back by committee. We're going to platoon guys in and out. It's going to be a heavy run team. Through 3 weeks, Jim Harbaugh's a filthy, dirty liar because his team's airing it out like a whole bunch. So the question is that who they are? Or is there a point that they go, okay, we've done enough, like let's just go run teams into the ground? But through 3 weeks, I don't see any reason to believe that's going to be the case. I think Josh Allen is still your MVP. It's early, but what a run the Bills have had to start this thing. But if you want a longer shot ticket, I absolutely think Justin Herbert is a good one to take.
Rob, it is the best weekend all season in college football. If you have a wedding, if you have a concert, if you have anything to do, I suggest going and finding the nearest pole and licking it and catching COVID and getting yourself a spot on that couch, man, because lots of action this weekend, boy. Let's start with the one I can't wait for, Oregon and Penn State. Hearing a lot of people making the case for the Ducks, catching 3.5 now on the road. Penn State hasn't looked all that good. No style points against the likes of Villanova. Where are you going in this game? Nittany Lions or the Ducks? James Franklin finally win the big
I'm back and forth. Let me start with this, boys. Your boy, despite years of being #end fall weddings, ended up having a fall wedding last year on the 21st. Now, the wifey was out of town last weekend for her BFF's bachelorette trip, so we're celebrating this coming up Saturday. And as soon as she said that, I was like, oh, no. And clearly the expression left your fella's face over here, but I married a unicorn because the young lady that decided and had enough booze, I guess, to say yes when I asked her to, said,
it's okay. Pick a restaurant that has a bunch of TVs. And I went, #keeper. That's why I married you, woman. That's the reason right there. Now, that being said, buddy, I'm all in on these Oregon Ducks. This is a team, you and I did a couple of shows over the summer, Horvat, where I was like, I think it maybe is a bit of a fall off here. I love Dan Lanning. I think Dan Lanning might be one of the best 2 or 3 coaches in college football. I love the talent there, but when you've got to reset the offense, especially with a new quarterback, a young quarterback, in a conference that the last couple of years has kind of been built around defenses, Michigan defense, Ohio State defense, Penn State defense. It's not like Drew Aller has been a stellar quarterback. It's all been defense. I thought there might be a bit of a step back. And yes, I know the Ducks haven't played anybody, but buddy, they're out there dropping 60s and 70s on nobodies. Like, that's what a great team does in those types of games. And I have gone from, hey, this Dante Moore kid's a pretty good player, to, hey, this Dante Moore kid might be the Heisman favorite for me right now. Like, it's been for him the last 2 weeks. It's been him and John No Fear Mateer back and forth, which the news today is tragic that he's going to miss a few weeks with a thumb injury. But now it's Dante Moore's time to shine, and what a way to start. Here's the thing I like the most. To me, I don't think Penn State has truly, genuinely been tested through the air yet. I needed to see one pass last week for Dante Moore. That tutty he hit to a streaking in-cut route over the middle of the field was the definition of a dart, boys. That was a Heisman caliber throw that he made into a window in stride for a 60-plus whatever yard touchdown it was. Buddy, I love Dan Lanning, so I don't know why I doubted, but I think Dante Moore might be your Heisman frontrunner coming out of this week after the Oregon Ducks go in and cover over the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Pick your poison. Bama, Georgia, LSU, Ole Miss. Which side do you feel stronger about?
First off, I love these two games. I love these two games for 2 reasons. I'll start with LSU, Ole Miss. Hot take, fellas. I think LSU might be a little bit overrated. I do. I know they're good. I'm not saying they're not good.
Yeah.
I think they might be a little bit overrated. That Clemson win at the beginning of the year, which was kind of a premier win. Now it looks like a booty cheeks win, fellas. Like, it's not impressive anymore. Syracuse went into the crib and beat Clemson worse than LSU did. So that win kind of took a step back there a little bit. No disrespect to Fran Brown, who I freaking love and adore, by the way, but we can come back to that. And then you look in week 2, they have a sluggish get-go against, I don't even remember who it was, Louisiana, some directional school out of Louisiana. They can't get it going. Clemson. Yeah, like, I think this LSU team's a little bit overrated. And you all know what the hell Joey Freshwater's cooking up down there in Oxford, Mississippi, fellas. Like, this is an Ole Miss team that feels like they are there. They feel like Jackson Arnold got they feel like the quarterback in the mix got disrespected. They feel like Lane Kiffin has been disrespected, not being placed up there. And Lane Kiffin's made it obvious that he feels that LSU gets preferential treatment because this game, which is a rivalry game, is always at 3:30 in Oxford, but it's always a nighttime game in LSU. And Lane Kiffin kind of took that as an insult. Y'all don't view us the way that you view the powers in this conference. So it's a sentimental game if Ole Miss is going to be in it, but I think Ole Miss can cover in this game. I think they've got the talent, and I think LSU's getting too much credit. Georgia, Bama, this might be my hot take game of the weekend, fellas. Give me Alabama in this football game. I know the Florida State loss looks bad, but look at what Florida State's done since then. They've hung 70 burgers on a couple of cupcakes. That's a real good team. I like Georgia, but they haven't really been pushed around any yet at all. Alabama has responded, and they're fully healthy for the first time, guys. They're getting their running back. They're getting their offensive line back. They did not have them in those first games, and all they've done since then is beat up on a bunch of cupcakes, put the cupcakes in front of them. My hot take game of the weekend is Alabama over the Georgia Bulldogs.
Do like that.
Oh, yeah. I love that hot take for the one, the only outstanding Rob Brown. Joining us right now, host of the Rob Brown Show in the Fan of States. And also right here, a voice you hear on the BetMGM Network. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, at the Rob Brown Show. Let's go to the Big Ten, Rob. I think Horvath is off his rocker back in my Illini after the slaughter, the massacre, the evisceration that everybody witnessed last Saturday night in Bloomington, Indiana, as the Hoosiers waxed my guys 63-10. Right now, the Trojans of USC are favored by 6.5 in Champaign. Early start, 9 a.m. Pacific time, but it is homecoming. Oreo Speedwagon, my man. Oreo freaking Speedwagon is going to be in the house. Of course, they formed at the University of Illinois. So who takes this? Illinois, USC, you lay in the chalk? Or do you think my Illini somehow, some way are going to have the will, the intestinal fortitude to fight back and score the dub or at least the cover?
Let's start with a couple of things. Number one, I respect an REO Speedwagon showing, but we're not going to sit here and disrespect that the Oregon Ducks are doing a whole ass Grateful Dead night up there in the ORE. So, good get on REO Speedwagon, but it's not the Grateful Dead. So, let's walk that one back a little bit. Second off, Bradley, I need you to know that last Saturday I was looking up mental health check-in facilities up there around your area just because I got very concerned about you. Look, I think two things have happened. I think number one, I think we all have to acknowledge Indiana's for real, right? Like they lost 2 games in the regular season, and the 2 games they lost last year in the regular season were to the 2 teams who played for a national championship. Fernando Mendoza is better. That being said, I have always subscribed to the philosophy that you're not as good as your best game and you're not as bad as your worst game. But if you guys are half as bad as your worst game, you only lose by 30 to Indiana last week. That's not good. And I got to tell you, maybe I'm overhyping because USC hasn't really played anybody that has a top-tier pass defense yet. They haven't really played anybody that has a top-tier offensive line yet. We're kind of still in cupcake season. But offensively, it kind of looks like maybe Lincoln Riley has finally delivered the offensive package he promised to Hollywood, California a couple of years ago. And right now, the question is, do you believe that the Illini are able to go like Ted Lasso, be a goldfish, and put that in the 3-second memory and move on? Those kind of beatings, listen, Alabama did, right? We talked about them a minute ago. They got that ass whooped by Florida State. They put that in the rear view, and they went out and they took it out on somebody. The problem is Illinois doesn't really have a tune-up. They got an offense that throwing the ball around the football field, is flying around the football field. Do they have flashbacks to Mendoza going 21 of 23 and averaging 12 yards a pass last week and bail out a little bit and open the door up? And unfortunately, I'm afraid that is a possibility and a reality here. If you are asking, am I supporting Brad by not supporting Brad's team? The answer is yes.
I will be in attendance. I'm probably going to crack my first beer at roughly 7 a.m. Central Time or Illini time to try to gut through the 3.5 hours, and it just could be a smack down again. Hopefully not, for the sake of Oreo Speedwagon. Rob, we'll get you out of here on this. Jackson Smith and Jigba is becoming one of the premier WR1s in the NFL. This imbecile bet on him to lead the league in receiving yards last week at 8-1 on BetMGM. What are your early thoughts on Seattle catching a 1.5 Thursday in Arizona? I kind of like the Hawks.
I am a little bit confused by Seattle because on one hand, Sam Darnold looks sharp. On the other hand, he's Sam Darnold. On one hand, the Seattle Seahawks look sharp. On the other hand, they put up 44 and they ended that game against my poor. This is what I get for making fun of Illinois. Against my Saints in the first quarter of that bleeping football game. They put up 31 against the Steelers, lose to the Niners. We're healthy back in week 1. I am still a little bit in flummox about what this football team is. I really like Jackson Smith and Jigba. The only thing I would have against that bet is I think at some point Sam Darnold comes back to the median. I think he kind of comes back down to real earth. This is not a Kevin O'Connell offense, right? Like at some point I think that they slow up, and I think it's going to be less what Jackson Smith and Jigba is capable of and more what Sam Darnold is capable of. That would keep you from winning that bet, Brad. But as far as this game, I actually will take the Seahawks. They were kind of able to get a little bit of a rest, a little throttled down game against New Orleans. It is a short week. The Seahawks lose James Conner. The Cardinals lose James Conner. They've been in 2 real tight games the last couple of weeks. I will go with the Seahawks here, but I am not on this team as an NFC playoff team long term.
Yep, great call there. Rob, we're up against it. As always, we appreciate the time. Host of the Rob Brown Show, the Fan of State, right here on the BetMGM Network. Make sure you follow him on X at the Rob Brown Show. All right, when we come back here on BetMGM tonight, believe or make believe, a fantasy football version. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. ILL!
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Indiana and Iowa is going to be a night game at Kinnick. This has been a super interesting game. Indiana, the early look-ahead line, was a 2.5-point favorite. They got all the way up to as high as 8.5. Now they're back down to 7.5. I think anything over 7 would be a look for me with Iowa, just because that is a really difficult place to play at night. And it's strength on strength. Indiana, top 5 rushing offense. Iowa, top 15 rushing defense. The key is that Iowa does not have a good pass defense, and Indiana is efficient passing the football. But Indiana usually beats up on other teams making mistakes, and the fact that they're so well coached and so disciplined, and Iowa is the same way. They're always amongst the leaders in the country in fewest penalties committed. They never turn the ball over. They know their identity, and again, they're really tough to beat at home, especially at night. And usually that's where top 10, top 15 teams go to die. So it would only be Iowa or pass for me. I do think Fernando Mendoza, when his passing props yardage comes out, I would look at that, because I think I'm probably going to bet the over, because, again, Iowa's so good against the run. Mendoza probably going to have to make some plays through the air. Tennessee, Mississippi State, interesting game. Vols a 7.5-point favorite on the road against the Bulldogs. This was as high as 9.5, come back down to 7.5. Probably not going to be a play for me in the game. Tennessee should have won that game against Georgia, had a bye week to think about it. Now they go on the road against a much improved Mississippi State team that had a really good win a couple weeks ago against Arizona State. Would probably be Mississippi State or pass for me, but again, no strong thoughts on that game. Arizona is going to take on Iowa State. The Cyclones, a 6.5-point favorite against Arizona. Total in the game is 49.5. Arizona coming off, both teams are coming off a bye. Arizona, very experienced team with a good quarterback in Noah Fafita. Iowa State has had some nice wins, some nice performances already this season. Again, it feels like the line is right. I think Iowa State in a money line parlay, good option this week going up against Arizona. All right, two of the biggest games that we're going to have all season, Penn State and Oregon from Happy Valley on Saturday night. This is all about the number for me. If Penn State, if you get a -3, I would take Penn State. If you get a 3.5, I would only take Penn State on the money line. We all know James Franklin's track record in these big matchups and what he does against top 10 teams. If Penn State wins, it's not going to be a blowout, because Franklin just isn't going to blow out. Oregon is extremely talented, but it's a whiteout game at Penn State. Oregon's rushing defense, I think, is a little bit of a question mark in this game, and that's not something that you want against Penn State. They have not looked impressive up to this point, but Penn State also hasn't played anybody yet this season. Feels like everybody's going to be on the dog in this game, but Oregon really hasn't played anybody either. Oklahoma State just fired their head coach. Northwestern's one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. Oregon State's a disaster this season. So neither of these teams have really played anybody. Penn State at home off a bye week. I like them. Again, -3, take Penn State. 3.5, I like Penn State on the money line. Georgia-Bama, going to be an awesome game too. Georgia, a 3-point favorite in that game. I do like Bama in this game, you guys. +3, I like them on the money line as well. Bama is the more desperate team. They lose this game, they already have 2 losses on the season, and then they're probably going to have to run the table if they want to make it to the college football playoff. Kirby Smart, if there's one team he struggled against, as Patrick was talking about, it is Bama. He's only been able to beat them one time. And look, you're not supposed to tease college football. You're not supposed to do that. But if you were ever to tease a game, it feels like Bama +9 would probably be the spot for a teaser, because if Georgia wins this game with Kirby and how he struggled to beat Bama in the past, with DeBoer's track record in these high-profile games, and the fact that Bama needs this win, I think if Georgia wins, it's going to be a one-score game. So Bama +9 in a teaser, I think, is a good option this week. But I think they win the game, and I certainly like him at +3 as well.
This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
6. Herbert to the air. Pipkins the block at the right tackle. Got away from Allen. Herbert alive and the throw. Caught. Touchdown. Allen. What a play.
Oh, credit to CBS for that highlight rejoinder. Justin Herbert has been wheeling and dealing. A guy very much in the NFL MVP conversation. Love him right now for a value play at 6-1 odds. Of course, everybody looking up right now at Josh Allen, who is your front runner at +250. Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans here alongside my guy, my dude, my main squeeze, Ryan Horvat on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. I'm a bit miffed right now because the Cubs were up 6-1, and Rogers comes in, promptly gives up a 3-run bomb. Of course, with a couple of guys on, so it's all of a sudden now 6-6. Cubs at a bit of a shootout here, top of the 6th inning at Wrigley Field, and they have got to get right. They dropped 3 straight, got the brooms broke out against Cincinnati Reds. So they really need to get the dub under their belt. But right now in a dogfight with the Metropolitans, again, 6-6 in the top of the 6th. We'll be running down our cards coming up here a little bit later on, if we have time, because we squeezed in an extra interview tonight with Sean Marash, breaking the news down, and the big, massive news that surfaced right before the show that Jackson Dart is indeed getting the start, much to the pleasure of those New York Giants faithful who were calling from the stands for Jackson Dart to be under center. Oh, you got your wish. He got the call. Brian Dable is going to insert him in the starting lineup this weekend against the LA Chargers. So Godspeed to you, Jackson Dart. We'll see what you can do against one of the league's best overall defenses. All right, we're going to play a little game of believe or make believe here in this segment. I'll explain it. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk to us, don't be shy. Don't be a wallflower. Don't be scared. We are here to help you out with your fantasy football decisions. We are here to listen to your hot and spicy sports betting takes. Either or, if you want to share those with us, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's go in and get into another edition of Believe or Make Believe. These are statements that I actually wrote. So I'm going to read the statement, and then I'm going to pitch it to Ryan Horvat. Are you believing what I wrote, or do you feel that it's more make-believe? So a different version of kind of buy-sell with a Disney twist to it, if you will. So hopefully the pumpkin carriage is not going to arrive, and we actually get through this entire segment. So, all right, Horvat, let's go ahead, and I'll give you my first statement. And again, you get to decide, do you believe or do you feel it's make-believe? And here it is. The Bengals are a certifiable dumpster fire. Sell no matter how low on Chase Brown over T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Okay, again, sell no matter how low on Chase Brown over T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Do you believe in that statement, or do you feel it's make-believe?
I'm kind of torn between the middle, right? But I'm going to go make-believe. So I have some serious concerns about the Bengals' offensive line. It's not even week 5, and they've already off Joe Burrow. Run blocking has been a huge issue. And the metrics right now, the numbers aren't good for Chase Brown. Yards before initial contact, not breaking many tackles, but still a lot of season to go. And that was Jake Browning's first start, and that's a tough first start when you're on the road. Really tough place to play in Minnesota and against a Brian Flores defense. I thought Browning would have fared better against the blitz like he did 2 weeks ago against Jacksonville, but this is why I bet Minnesota in the game. So, the problem is, though, man, Brad, here's why I'm torn. Look at the upcoming schedule. Broncos defense. That Lions defense was actually pretty solid last night. Packers after that. Steelers, Jets, Bears. But, the next couple weeks still could be a little rough for Chase Brown. But I don't want to just sell for anything. I'm going to hold on Chase Brown. I might look like an idiot here in a couple weeks, but I'm going to hold with the Bengals.
Look, it's make-believe. I have the maple syrup here. I'm a major Chase Brown getting down enthusiast.
There you go.
And a guy I was extraordinarily high on to begin the fantasy football season. But, of course, that was with Joe Burrow. And what I thought would be at least a somewhat, that's all I'm asking, a somewhat competent offensive line. And they've been a turnstile, man. A bunch of Casper the Friendly Ghosts here up front. Very transparent, very translucent. It's a major issue. Next to Ash and Genty, Chase Brown, those are the only two backs that are negative right now in yards before contact in the NFL. That's extraordinary to me. Now, given the sample size being 3 games in, the schedule's not great for Chase Brown upcoming. You get the Denver Broncos, a number 16 rush EPA defense. Then you get Detroit, a number 2 in rush EPA defense, and Green Bay on the road, number 11 in rush EPA defense. It's not going to get better over the next 3 weeks, but you can't sell maybe 50 cents on the dollar right now? The one saving grace for Chase Brown is he is number 1, numero uno among all running backs, an opportunity share at 95.6%. He's number 19, respectable standing there, and total yards created, number 20 in total missed tackles forced. However, 2.04 yards after contact per attempt because he has no breathing room. He's getting swarmed under immediately when he touches the rock. He's got the 13th easiest remaining strength of schedule. Again, it will get better from week 10 on. There is a slim chance that Joe Burrow could return in December in time for the fantasy football playoffs. I'm going to hold as well on Chase Brown. Truth be told, I have Jamar Chase in 2 leagues. I'm shopping him right now to see what bites. I give him the big name, and I'm not going to sell him for just on the cheap. I'm not going to ship him off for a 6-pack of Schlitz anytime soon. But I'm going to see what the market bears. Chase Brown, I already know the market's way down, so there's no point in shopping his services. All right, let's move on to another believe or make believe, and here's the statement. Jahmyr Gibbs and Dave Montgomery, off impressive showings in Baltimore, are legit fantasy lame. Again, keyword lame material week 4 versus Cleveland. Do you believe in that statement, or is it make-believe?
I'm going to say make-believe. Bad matchup, right? Because this Cleveland defense is number 1 in the league. They're damn good. They just held Josh Jacobs in check. He didn't have over 35 rushing yards in that game. But with Gibbs' skill set, he could still catch 10 balls, right? Especially in a PPR league, man. Even if it goes for 30 yards like it did against Green Bay, you're still going to rack up some points. So I'm not benching Gibbs. Montgomery worries me a little bit, especially with his running style, the short yardage stuff, the goal line stuff against that front. But I still do like Gibbs, and I'm still keeping him in my lineup this week.
Look, I'm not going to advocate for benching Jahmyr Gibbs because he's kind of a jack of all trades. Given that multidimensionality, as you just outlined, he could get bottled up in the trenches. Honestly, he wasn't that great between the tackles last night against the Ravens, who were number 31 in rush EPAD after that showing last night. I mean, they've been a team that he could take advantage of up front, but he can beat you in myriad ways. Again, as a pass catcher, heavily utilized there. But I'm going to say believe. I think Dave Montgomery, yes, me, the advocate for mandatory Montgomery and Jackals. I think his fantasy lane material this week. He was outstanding last night. $151, a couple of touchdowns, had a catch for 13 yards. Extraordinary effort by mandatory Montgomery, you Jackals. But you look at Cleveland, number 8 in rush EPA defense. Second fewest fantasy points allowed the running back position. 2.25 yards per carry, only 68 total yards per game. They allowed 1 touchdown to who? Chase Brown. Oh, that was back in week 1, but they limit him like under 2 yards a carry in that game. I think mandatory Montgomery gets bottled up. He's touchdown or bust. He didn't score against Green Bay earlier this season. Only had like 40 combined yards. Could be more of the same. So I believe in what I just wrote there. All right, next statement. Ashton Jeanty should be considered a supreme buy low candidate given his RB31 standing and overall scoring and half-point PPR league. So do you believe, or is that make-believe, that Ashton Jeanty is that supreme buy low candidate?
Oh, man. It's tough to believe right now because the Raiders' offensive line has been a damn mess. So I'm going to have to say make-believe. I wanted to believe that the offensive side of the ball, that their scheme was going to improve because they bring over Chip Kelly. You look at his history with running backs. It's Pete Carroll is the head coach, Geno, all those weapons, but it doesn't look very good. And so I don't know, man, because they're not getting much push up front. And this was the case a couple of years ago with Josh Jacobs. Then he leaves, he goes to Green Bay, and he has a career year. So I'm going to say make-believe. Love the player, don't right now love the system or the players around him.
I believe. Look, he's having some issues with his vision, right? He's leaving yards on the field, but I think he's going to steadily improve. He's still getting it done in the advanced metrics categories. Let me give the proof of the pudding on that. Ashton Jeanty, number 21 in yak per attempt, outstanding 3.11 in that category. He is number 4 among all running backs in the NFL in total missed tackles, forced with 13. So he's got that shim, he's got the shake, he's up there in yards created per touch as well. The opportunity share is massive at 78.3%. It is number 7 in the NFL in that category. And look at the schedule coming. You get the Bears, number 23 in rush EPA defense. You get Indy, number 27 in rush EPA defense. And you get the Tennessee Titans, dead last in rush EPA defense. Better days are on the immediate horizon. The buy low window is about to slam shut on Ashton Jeanty. So pitch that low ball offer now while you still can. All right, let's work in more believe or make believe. One more. Quentin Johnston is one of the highest recommended sell high candidates among wide receivers. Currently, he's WR4 in fantasy scoring. So Quentin Johnston, is he a sell high candidate? Believe or make believe?
I'm going to say believe depending on need, right? I don't think he's going anywhere in that offense. Justin Herbert really trusts him. He's actually hanging on to the football. He could create separation. Perfect fit for that offense when he's catching football. But, depending on your need, like right now I'm really desperate for a running back. So I'm going to say, yeah, I would sell high on Quentin Johnston. I don't know if this is sustainable. There's going to be more colder weather games. It's been a nice start to the season. They're really pass happy right now. Still Greg Roman, though, calling plays. That going to be the case all year long, man, especially when the season wears on. So I would sell high right now if I really needed a running back or a tight end or, other needs.
All right, to go William Wallace, Mel Gibson, and Braveheart. Hold. Just wait. Pump the brakes on that because here's the schedule upcoming for the LA Chargers. Again, at the New York Giants this week, number 24 in dropback EPA defense. Then you get the Commanders the following week, number 19 in, dropback EPA defense. And then at Miami, dead last in dropback EPA defense. That's in week 7. So after that 3-game span, I think Johnson's got to probably ball out a couple of those games. Then I would entertain shopping his services and seeing what you could get in return. He does have the 11th easiest remaining strength of schedule for a fantasy wide receiver. Again, a guy that's absolutely crushing it right now, top 10 in overall fantasy points, 22% of the team target share, that's 7.0 targets per game. He's number 15 in total air yards, number 13 in total yak, 17.1 yards per catch, the 7th highest mark among eligible targets. Number 11 as well in red zone target percentage. Very encouraging there. 133.9 passer rating he has generated when targeted. So, again, he's been quite special this season, but I'm going to wait until he gets through this really soft part of the schedule, and then I sell high. I might be mistaken, not taking advantage of the bull market, but I think it's going to be even stronger here in about 3 weeks, and you get selling them for top on the dollar money in return. So one way to think about it. John Mulaney is in the house. I'm watching the Cubs broadcast. He's in the booth, got the Cubs jersey on, of course, from the city of Chicago. Big Cubs fan. Cubs are blowing this game. It's 7-6 now in New York. Again, the Cubs are up 6-1, and the bullpen just immediately came in and coughed it up, gave it away. And now the Cubs are in full catch-up mode. Still plenty of time to go, but, man, they sorely, desperately need to get a win to get back to their winning ways in time for the Major League Baseball postseason, because right now they are sleepwalking as they're hurtling toward October, Horvey.
I know, man. And that's like a couple of weeks ago, I told myself, hey, just excited to be here, right? There were the years where I was excited for Kevin Ory and a bunch of, Brent Brown. So I'm just happy to be in the postseason. But you know what? Damn it. No. This is a top 3 market, and I want to win. I at least want to win a postseason series. I want to at least, make a trip to the NLDS, to the NLCS, because this team does have the talent. And I was so excited the first couple months of the season. And then, they've kind of sleptwalked their way through the second half. So hopefully they can at least make October fun for us. Stay around.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Quarterback Flames, Shocker specials ahead of Week 4. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I would never bet the other quarterback in that game, Drew Aller, who right now at BetMGM is 30-1. On the surface, hey, Penn State's a national title contender. Drew Aller's favored on Saturday. Oregon, a 3.5-point dog, as Penn State's a home favorite in the whiteout game. 30-1. That sounds like a bet, right? Like, what if Penn State wins the game? They're favored to win it, and Aller plays well. Isn't that price going to drop down a little bit? Yeah, probably. 30-1 might become like 20-1, 15-1, something like that. But Drew Aller's stats suck, man. Like, his stats are terrible. And they played nobody. That is alarming as far as I'm concerned. They've played Villanova, these other scrubbed schools in football. Like, their schedule has been cupcake soft. This is the first test game for Penn State of the year. And you would think when you're playing a bunch of nobodies, you would put up some big numbers. Well, it's been the opposite. Drew Aller, through 3 games, they're coming out for the bye, but through 3 games, he has a QBR of 38.8. That's out of 100. That ranks nationally, and think about how many programs we have, about 120 plus programs in college football. Drew Aller's QBR ranks 106th. Does that sound like the Heisman Trophy winner? Doesn't sound like it to me. And Drew Aller's been very polarizing. I know some people in the NFL love Drew Aller. They say this is the next guy. He's a franchise quarterback. I don't really see it. Just watching college football, being honest, don't see it at all. Like, I don't think he's that good. And I think he just plays on a really good team. And just because you have a really good team, it doesn't mean that you deserve to have a Heisman Trophy winner. That's not how these things go. So for me, I would pass on Drew Aller entirely. I would not bet him. Even if Oregon loses the game and Penn State wins, I still don't think it's worth a bet because I don't think Drew Aller is going to win the Heisman Trophy.
I've been intrigued with this conference, thinking it was pretty wide open, that we don't know a lot since the summer. And I still kind of lean that way. here's where I'm at this morning, and I want to throw it at you.
Colin, can I write this team down first before you say it? Because I really have a team. I dropped my notepad. I have a team that's down the board that I'm thinking, like, I never thought this in the summer, but I'm thinking it now, and it's not in the 10-1 range. It's not. So you go first, and let's see if we're on the same page.
What if we were all wrong about Seattle? Oh boy.
I knew
30-1 for the NFC.
I knew it.
Yeah. What if we were all wrong?
I got the goosebumps right now.
This is not. This isn't even a Bosa thing. Like, but now that helps. They're 7-1 for the division. They've been impressive. That's a hell of a defense, and maybe it's just going to take McDonald a year to figure things out, get a real offensive coordinator. Man, they look good. I don't want to overreact. I don't want to overreact to one game, especially when it's against New Orleans. But they look super impressive, and that division is open now.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
And we're back. Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Team Lambos Tuesday. Going to be taking your phone calls and working in some flames, lames, and shocker specials at the quarterback position ahead of week 4 of the NFL slate. If you have any questions for us, by all means, fantasy football related or sports betting, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Our buddy Mike in Miami did exactly that. Mike, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. How can we help?
Hey guys, I made a trade earlier today. Just wanted to get what do you guys think about it? I traded away Jalen Warren, Aaron Rodgers for Bo Nix and Chris Olave. Knowing that I have my running backs pretty stacked with Genty, Hampton, Dobbins, and Trey Benson now stepping in, so I needed a quarterback help in a 2-quarterback league. So I have this week I have obviously Bo Nix now, and I was kind of debating should I bench Kyler Murray this week for maybe if Mariota plays or Carson Wentz. I'm kind of nervous about Kyler Murray now. Now he's lost James Conner, and he hasn't been producing much this year. So, what would you guys?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, and great trade, by the way. I highly recommend it. You traded from strength, and that's the key. With Trey Benson now ascending into the captain's chair to be the man in the backfield for the Arizona Cardinals. Nice upgrade going from Aaron Rodgers to Bo Nix. And Chris Olave has been a PPR machine because Spencer Rattler only has eyes really for 2 wide receivers in that offense. It's Olave and Jawan Johnson, and that is about it. And I keep betting on those guys repeatedly. So what do you think? Are you going to play the Dachshund of the Desert against the Seattle Seahawks, or would you go off the beaten path with, say, a Marcus Mariota?
No, I have Kyler. I'm rolling with Kyler against Seattle now. Scary matchup against a really good defense, a really good secondary. Mike McDonald, good defensive coach. But I know there's no James Conner, and I know we're really high on Trey Benson. I do think he's going to catch some balls, but now that's more on the plate for Kyler. So I think he's going to use his legs a little bit more. Big game, right? Divisional matchup, standalone game. So I'm playing Kyler. Not the best matchup, but I'm not going to bench him, and I'm not going to do so for Marcus Mariota. Nice week 1, but right now there's like a little bit more tape. and that was against the Raiders defense. So I'm going to pump the brakes on Mariota. I'm playing Kyler.
Yeah, especially against the ATL, which that defense I feel is very legit. They have greatly improved on the back end. Mariota will certainly have some different looks. I think it'll be a different story. Give me Kyler Murray as well. Mike, we appreciate the call. All right, we got to get to some quarterback flames, lames, and shockers specials right now. Let's start with the fantasy flames. These are guys started at under 60% of Yahoo leagues, and I love your selection, and I cannot wait to see the player props market open on this dude who is.
Yeah, so now I'm going to go with two guys that I have to start in my 2 quarterback leagues here, and it's gross. This guy hasn't been great yet. Geno Smith, but he's still right now, or the Raiders are, I should say, top 10 in passing plays because they're not playing with the lead a whole lot. They're trailing in a lot of these games. Geno Smith right now 4th in ADOT, 9.8 yards. He's going to look to push the ball down the field, especially against the Chicago Bears, who are all beat up in the secondary and outside the top 20 in like every metric. Geno, 19 to 29 passing for 289, 3 touchdowns in week 3. So I'm rolling with Geno Smith against the Bears this weekend.
Would you like to do an impromptu edition of Predict the Prop? Because his pass yards prop just posted on BetMGM. So Horvat, Geno Smith pass yards. Predict the Prop.
252.5.
Ding, 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 ding. Almost exactly right. 251.5. Do you think he gets to like 255, 260, or you're not touching it?
Yeah, you know what, Eve? I think he gets closer to 265, 270 in this game, maybe even 300, especially if this game's close. And I think this is going to be a back-and-forth game. I like the Bears. But I will roll with the over here. I'm going to bet the over here, actually. It's a little short.
Okay, yeah, good call. I think that over is going to come through as well. It could be another like 1st to 40 win scenario, so it could be a high-scoring affair there in Sin City. I could really light up the scoreboard. I am flaming over some Justin Herbert. Only 56% started right now in Yahoo leagues. In New York, taking on the G-Men. Everybody talking up Jackson Dart, but the guy that could rain on the parade is the L.A. Chargers starter, who is a front-runner in the MVP market. They look at the Giants. Number 24 in drop back EPA defense. They've allowed the 11th most fantasy points to opposing signal callers, giving up only 6.87 pass yards per attempt, but they're also allowing 272.7 pass yards per game, 4 passing touchdowns in total. Herbert, modest number 20 adjusted completion percentage, but he is number 9 in red zone completion percentage at quarterback 6. I think it's at least like 260 and a couple of airstrikes for Herbert, and may raise the floor with around 10 to 15 rush yards as well. So I think he's a fantasy flame. Wrote about him on my site, thegamingjuice.com today. So check out that column if you want more. All right, flip side of the coin, fantasy lames. Guys started right now in over 50% of Yahoo leagues. Who could disappoint? And interesting, you're going to go with a guy we're going to see on Thursday we just recommended to a caller.
Well, I didn't know. Okay, so I didn't know Mike was going to call and ask about Kyler. And Mike, you got to suffer with me, pal. But I am going to put Kyler Murray in the fantasy lames here because short week, and he's going against the Seattle defense. Meets the criteria here, over 50% started. And anytime I need Kyler in a big spot, I'm off to a 3-0 start. He lets me down. But man, Marvin Harrison, a bunch of drops last week. James Conner hurt now. So I don't know. There's a lot of matchups I really like for the top quarterbacks. I kind of like the guy that you're going to go with here. So I am just going to fade myself this week because things are going way too well for me. So I'll go with Kyler. But fingers crossed, Mike, that we come out on top. I'm playing him over Mariota.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Play him over Marcus Mariota. I have no fond feelings for the Dak attack this week. I think they're going to be, rather mundane, the effort overall for him. No CD Lamb. 76% started Yahoo leagues, largely because he faced the Bears. It was subpar in that game, which is a mother of all matchups kind of scenario. Now you get the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay, number 6 in drop-back EBA defense, and they've allowed the fewest fantasy points to opposing quarterbacks on the season. They're only going to have 4.85 yards per attempt, 189 pass yards per game, 3 total touchdowns to the quarterback position. Dak's at quarterback 17 right now. Yeah, he's on number 2 in air yards. Thank you, George Pickens. But who's going to step up for CeeDee Lamb? Nobody. I think he could finish outside the top 20 this week. Very down on Dak. All right, let's go to a shocker special. These are guys under 15% started in Yahoo leagues. And honestly, Geno Smith already qualified. So give me another deep pull. Who do you like here in week 4?
This is even grosser, man, but this is the league I'm telling you about where there's nobody available, and I got to go with Spencer Rattler against the Bills. The reason I like him, though, so they're, 16.5, 17-point dogs, so they're going to be trailing here. And because of that, Spencer Rattler right now is averaging 15.3 fantasy points per game, 4th highest scoring waiver wire quarterback. I was looking at this, right? And now the PFF passing grade isn't that great, but he's top 3 in dropbacks. Like I said, there's 16.5-point dogs in this game. And, he's giving you some rushing yards, too. He had 4 carries for 29 yards against the Cardinals, 4 for 14 against the 49ers. Hasn't scored a rushing touchdown, but I'm desperate. They're going to be trailing. He could throw for 300 yards in this game. So I'm rolling with Spencer Rattler, who I don't even know that he's on a roster other than mine.
That's absolutely disgusting, but I could see it. You make a sound argument there, my friend. I'm going to go with Michael Penix, who may have the wonkiest mechanics of any quarterback in the league. I jokingly wrote about him again on thegameandjuice.com. If he was like a Major League Baseball prospect, they would have completely deconstructed and rebuilt his release in the minor leagues. Well, there's no minor leagues in the NFL, so you just got to go out there and hopefully can fix it on the field. You look at him, only 10% started right now in leagues, but you get the Commanders, number 19 in drop-back EPA defense, have a lot of 12 most fantasy points opposing signal callers, giving up 7.72 pass yards per attempt, 249.7 pass yards per game, 5 total touchdowns. Penix is number 35 and adjusted completion percentage. They fired Ike Hillier, the wide receivers coach. Feed your damn receivers. You got Drake London. You got Darnell Mooney. You could check down a Bijan Robinson. He got Kyle Pitts at tight end. He's got the weaponry. Maybe there's going to be some added motivation out of Hilliard's out. Maybe it's another 20 fantasy points. I'm banking on it against the Commanders. I think Atlanta's going to win, and I think Penix will actually show signs of life as a fantasy producer. All right, there's your Flames, Lames, Shocker Specials, a quarterback in week 4. Let's give the pole dancing. Poll question results right now. The question, let me go and shut that down, was asking you this. What struggling running back through 3 weeks is the ultimate buy low in fantasy football? Your options were Ashton Genty of Vegas, Chase Brown of Cincy, Travion Henderson, New England, Breece Hall of the New York Jets. Officially 295 votes cast. Horvat, who led the way?
I will go with, oh, man, that's a tough one. Let's go Chase Brown. Let's go Chase Brown.
He was the bronze medalist at 22.7%. Your leader, Ashton Genty, at 29.8%.
Damn it.
Travion Henderson, second place, believe it or not, at 27.5%. I mean, you can get him for a song right now. And last, Breece Hall at 20%. One of the tightest races we have ever had in our pole dancing poll question of the day. Honestly, if I'm firing off on somebody, I would entertain Chick of the Tree with Ashton Genty. Also with Travion Henderson. Gotta wait. Chase Brown over this rough stretch. The price for him could drop even further come week 7, week 8, and the schedule begins to really kind of open up. So appreciate everybody that participate. We'll have another pole dancing poll question today tomorrow on a whole day edition of the show. We're going to do our fantasy draft, Hump Day, Hail Marys, more college football breakdown, interviews, awesome action as we always give right here on BetMGM tonight. Stick around for the bonus hour with Ryan Horvat. I am exiting stage left. Until next time, adios, amigos. Finish them, Cubs.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I don't find myself like thinking Detroit can't make a run this year. In fact, after week 1, when they lost to the Packers, they went out to 4-1, and we thought, man, that's a big adjustment after one game. They were 4-1 to win the NFC North. Now you look at the price there, 2-1, BetMGM. How about them being like 10-1 to win the NFC? Right back to where they started for the most part. BetMGM right now to win the NFC has Detroit 475. I'd bet that before I'd bet Philly or Green Bay. This team has really stuck to its guns, and they look for real. They do. I think they're going to gamble less too. I think somehow, like, I'm warming to Dan Campbell, which I never saw coming. Last year, I thought it was all smoke and mirrors. This year, I feel much differently. Like, I'm not rooting against the Lions. I think that they could actually make a run. I do.
Do you think the gamble was more Ben Johnson?
I don't know. I just last year you just felt it wasn't real. And this year I don't feel that way. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it.
Clemson is this year's Florida State and will end the season at best 5-7.
Ooh. I understand like the parallel that you're making here, but if Clemson does what Florida State did last year, it feels like this would be an absolute disaster. Because like Mike Norvell is a good coach, and he had that run where they should have made it to the college football playoff. But he is not on the pantheon that Dabo Swinney is on right now. Like right now, Dabo Swinney is considered one of the best head coaches in college football just because of his resume. You know, there was a stretch where he was dominating college football, and it felt like he was in the college football national championship every single year. And the fact that he also runs his mouth a bunch and, you know, puts this in our face about his resume. If this team, with all of this talent, one of the teams that was supposed to be one of the best teams in college football with one of the best head coaches in college football, if they go 5-7, like, I think, you know, it will be absolute pandemonium in Clemson. So I get what you're saying, and I do think that this is a possibility with the way that Clemson is trending, but it would be a much bigger deal than, like, if, you know, you're comparing it to Florida State last year.
I agree, Double D. I totally agree here. It's all about expectations, right? Florida State a couple seasons ago, it was like, all right, this is their revenge season, right? They got shut out of the playoff. They should have made the playoff, and then the bottom falls out. And then this year for Clemson, it was this is the year that Clemson has been building toward for the past couple of years. I mean, they dip into the portal, but this was supposed to be Dabo's sort of piece de resistance. Like, I build and develop players, and it's all going to come to fruition in 2025 where we win a national title. And now just the wheels are falling off. They could absolutely end up 5-7, and it would be akin to having such a drop-off relative to high expectations. So, yeah, I'm with you.
Madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight. Ryan Horvat with you here. We got 60 more minutes to go, 3 hours in the books, 1 more hour to go here on this Tuesday, September 23rd. Big weekend. Great weekend of college football. Probably the best weekend of the year for that sport. NFL Sunday, of course. NFL Thursday and Monday as well. But I'm really excited for the golf this weekend. I think we all are on this show. You can listen, of course, to this show, BetMGM Tonight, Monday through Friday, live anywhere, of course, with the Odyssey, now iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps, and you can download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you find your podcast. Let's talk some golf right now with one of the best to cover the sport, Bob Herrick, golf writer for Sports Illustrated, also author, Drive, the Lasting Legacy of Tiger Woods. Bob, thanks so much for giving us some time. I know it's a busy week. How have you been?
I'm doing well, Ryan. Thanks a lot for having me.
So, I think that I saw you comment on this as well. I keep seeing these like clickbait articles. Is Tiger Woods playing this weekend? What's the status of Tiger Woods? And I have no idea what's going on unless you've been living under a rock. Obviously, Tiger Woods not playing in this event. But the other headline that keeps popping up, is this one. Will Scottie Scheffler find success Tiger Woods struggled to achieve, obviously, at the Ryder Cup? And again, for him to have the top score, he's plus 300, the overwhelming favorite. Your thoughts on Scottie heading into the weekend? I know that at the press conference said he was a little humbled because 2 years ago, Europe won in convincing fashion. But your thoughts on Scottie heading into the weekend?
Yeah, look, you need your best players to step up at the Ryder Cup. I mean, there might be an instance here or there that you've seen if you watched the highlights, you read, where a more obscure player wins a big point or comes through with a clutch putt. But generally what you see is the star players have really good records. And, you look back, you mentioned Tiger, really hard to believe that he played on only one winning Ryder Cup team. And his overall record is a losing record in the Ryder Cup. And, so is Phil Mickelson, so is Jim Furyk. Did the teams lose because their best players weren't good, or were their best players poor records because the teams lost? There's a lot that goes into all that. And as it relates to Scheffler, he did not have a good Ryder Cup in Rome. And for all the talk about the captain's picks and things such as that, when your best players don't step up and earn you a few points, it's going to be hard. I mean, Xander Schauffele didn't really have a great Ryder Cup the last time. Only one player, Max Homa, who's not on this team, had a winning record in Rome. So, yeah, I kind of think Scottie needs to be, one of the U.S. best this week. He needs to play the way he's played the last 2 years in individual events and really lead them. Does that mean winning all your matches? No, but it probably means not, when the other team beats your best player, that it's almost more than a point, and it fires, it's galvanizing, and that's, I think, what happened whenever Tiger would lose, and so maybe the U.S. needs to look at that as it relates to somebody like Rory or John Rahm. Try really hard to take those guys down, because it's huge when your best don't win.
Yeah, completely agree. Rory, second best odds, around 6-1 for a leading scorer this weekend. So I also wanted to get your opinion on Bryson DeChambeau. I saw some of his teammates defend him. What kind of weekend are you expecting from him? A lot of criticism, obviously, heading into the weekend. How do you think he performs?
Yeah, Bryson is another one where, the U.S. could really use him to be a force. He's not played in the Ryder Cup since 2021. He had a good run that year. But before that, he wasn't great in the Ryder Cup. And it's going to be really interesting to see how he's used. Foursomes, the format that they start with, which is alternate shot, it's a very sort of awkward way to play golf. It's not what they're used to. And Bryson hasn't played it in a long time. In fact, he played it in 2018, one match with Tiger, one with Phil, lost them both. Didn't play that format at Whistling Straits. But do you sit Bryson on the bench on Friday morning and not play him at foursomes? Yeah. Do you leave one of the most popular players on the U.S. team off? I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine that. So I think you've got to put him out there. And, frankly, I would put him off first and let him try to drive that first green and get everybody fired up. But I think he's going to be very, very motivated to play well. Bryson has had, look, I think it's been understated almost. The fact that he made this team on points, one of the top 6, with only 8 qualifying events. Obviously, as a live player, he was not earning points except for in the majors. And he did it all based on that. And that's really impressive. And, I think the U.S. needs him, just like I was saying about Scotty. I think the U.S. could really use a boost from Bryson.
Yeah, and so I'm looking at it right now. The USA is still a minus 160 favorite, so a pretty big favorite. Top overall point score market. Scotty Scheffler plus 330, Rory at 6-1, then everybody else 8-1 or better. Are you surprised at all to see the U.S. as a 160 favorite, especially after the dominant win that we saw 2023 from Europe? And do you like the U.S. this weekend?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we've had 5 straight Ryder Cups where the home team has dominated. Yeah. And so even though it's virtually the same European team, I mean, it's every last name is the same. It's just the one brother, Rasmus Højgaard for Nikolai. That's the only change for Europe. It's playing over here. It's playing against the U.S. crowd. You could argue that a few of their players aren't of the same form that they were in Rome. But look, I'd also argue that you've got some U.S. players with some big question marks. It's not been a great year for Patrick Cantlay. Obviously not a great year for Xander Schauffele. And look, his wife just had a baby a few weeks ago, and that's understandable that he would have been taking a little time away from preparation. He didn't go to Napa and play the Procore event with the other guys, but he hasn't played since the BMW in mid-August. So there's a lot of questions about his game, and him and Cantlay are supposed to be one of the best foursomes teams the U.S. has. As great as that win was for J.J. Spaun at the U.S. Open. He's never done this. Not only has he never played a Ryder Cup, but never even a President's Cup. So, I think the U.S. has questions too. So in that regard, I do think it's a little surprising that they're favored that much because you know how solid Europe is, and there's some questions on the American side.
Completely agree. We talked about the matchup. The other thing is, I always, Bob, like a really good narrative. And I think, one of the more interesting or intriguing storylines is what you wrote about today. I read it this morning on SI about how one team being paid to play and the other is not. So obviously the U.S. players are getting paid. The European players are not. Do you think there's some extra motivation?
Yeah, that's an interesting topic. And it was sort of, inevitable that it was going to become an issue. How does one team get paid and the other not? Europe can really use that to their advantage. They're doing it for the pride of playing for their continent. It's not about the money. They can say things like that, which was going to always put the U.S. in an awkward position. And I think the players have found themselves in an awkward position having to talk about it. Where I would defend the U.S. players on this issue is I can't tell you, and nobody knows, and if they do, they've not been saying, what American players ask to be paid. Like, why did they change it? I know there was some chatter about it 2 years ago, and perhaps the PGA of America felt they needed to get ahead of it and get out, and do something. And they had been giving these guys money to give to charity, which they're still doing. 300,000 of the 500,000 is earmarked for charity. The question is, are we really worried about these guys pocketing $200,000? And most of them are saying that they're not going to. I guess where the optics are bad is, these guys all make a lot of money. I think I counted up 7 of the American players made more than $8 million on the course this year. Wow. So they're not hurting, and obviously all their expenses are paid. But the other side, and I try to point this out, and every time I write about this, the event generates huge sums of money, and there's no professional sport where we keep score where the athletes aren't paid. So why shouldn't they be paid? And now I look on the Europe side, the Ryder Cup Europe and the DP World Tour. This helps fund their tour. The players sort of see it as a sense of pride, and they're playing to help their tour. In 2 of the 4 years, of Ryder Cups, they are underwriting their purses with money made off the Ryder Cup alone, which shows you how lucrative the event is. That's not the case here. The PGA of America is not the PGA Tour. The PGA Tour is not really getting much out of this financially. The players aren't, they don't have a financial stake. The European players do indirectly. So there's a lot to that. There's a lot of nuance to it, and it's just kind of a shame it ever got to this because I think most players would agree that they do not need to be paid. They're happy to play in it.
Bob, I think a lot of people are a little bit worried about the weather, how that's going to affect everything on the course this weekend. We're already seeing some changes. Looks like, I'm not asking you to predict the weather. You're not a weatherman, of course, or a meteorologist. But what do you think about the course? What is it going to look like this weekend? It looks like rain maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, I think the forecast for the weekend is better than it is for like Thursday. When we could get up to an inch of rain, they're saying, which is going to obviously make the course very wet, very, very soft. And even though it's a difficult golf course anyway, it's not set up difficult. Like, it's not set up like they've had it for majors. It's not deep rough. The course is pretty straightforward. The greens have generally been regarded as fairly flat. So I think we are going to see a lot of birdies anyway, maybe more so now. But, a lot of that stuff is not as big of an issue when you're playing match play. It's just hole on hole. I mean, you could almost be playing in a parking lot, and match play in the Ryder Cup is going to be compelling. As long as there's some risk reward out there, as long as there's some difficult shots to hit or pull off, I think we are still going to be in for a treat in terms of the golf. You just sort of hope it doesn't linger into Friday and Saturday, because those days are 36-hole days with not a ton of daylight at the end. They're starting at 7:10 in the morning, and there's not a lot of buffer in there. So hopefully we get the bad weather out of the way here in the next 2 days.
Bob, we got 60 seconds. I have to have you make a prediction. So the United States to raise the trophy -150, Europe +155, or a tie. If you want to be boring, 13-1. Just kidding. But what would be your prediction for the weekend?
That would be something if it were a tie, wouldn't it? That's only happened twice, and obviously Europe would retain the cup if that happens, which is sort of a weird oddity of the whole thing. But I'm going with the Americans. I mean, I think Keegan's striking the right notes, Keegan Bradley. I think the home course and the home crowd really does matter in some ways. It can be the difference between a half point, winning a match or tying it, or losing it or tying it. So I'm going to stick with the Americans and say that the home course thing, prevails once again.
Bob, we really appreciate it. Thanks for giving us some time. Enjoy the golf this weekend, and hopefully we can do this again soon.
Thanks so much for having me. I look forward to it.
Great stuff. And I'm rolling with Bob as well. So right now you could actually get USA, the Americans, -150, Europe +120. Like I said, the draw, the tie, 13-1. I'm rolling with Scotty this weekend as well. Anything better than 3-1. Bob Herrig right there. One of the best to cover the sport. Golf writer for Sports Illustrated. Also author, Drive, The Lasting Legacy of Tiger Woods, which I read not once, but twice. Technically, I listened and then I read. I have to do that, but, I still appreciate Bob's work. So big praise, big props for giving us some time here on a Tuesday night. Busy week. We'll come back. We'll recap some Major League Baseball scores, talk some football. That's what we do. BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Indiana and Iowa is going to be a night game at Kinnick. This has been a super interesting game. Indiana, the early look-ahead line, was a 2.5-point favorite. They got all the way up to as high as 8.5. Now they're back down to 7.5. I think anything over 7 would be a look for me with Iowa, just because that is a really difficult place to play at night. And it's strength on strength. Indiana, top 5 rushing offense. Iowa, top 15 rushing defense. The key is that Iowa does not have a good pass defense, and Indiana is efficient passing the football. But Indiana usually beats up on other teams making mistakes, and the fact that they're so well coached and so disciplined, and Iowa is the same way. They're always amongst the leaders in the country in fewest penalties committed. They never turn the ball over. They know their identity, and again, they're really tough to beat at home, especially at night. And usually that's where top 10, top 15 teams go to die. So it would only be Iowa or pass for me. I do think Fernando Mendoza, when his passing props yardage comes out, I would look at that, because I think I'm probably going to bet the over, because, again, Iowa's so good against the run. Mendoza probably going to have to make some plays through the air. Tennessee, Mississippi State, interesting game. Vols a 7.5-point favorite on the road against the Bulldogs. This was as high as 9.5, come back down to 7.5. Probably not going to be a play for me in the game. Tennessee should have won that game against Georgia, had a bye week to think about it. Now they go on the road against a much improved Mississippi State team that had a really good win a couple weeks ago against Arizona State. Would probably be Mississippi State or pass for me, but again, no strong thoughts on that game. Arizona's going to take on Iowa State. The Cyclones, a 6.5-point favorite against Arizona. Total in the game is 49.5. Arizona coming off, both teams are coming off a bye. Arizona, very experienced team with a good quarterback in Noah Fafita. Iowa State has had some nice wins, some nice performances already this season. Again, it feels like the line is right. I think Iowa State in a money line parlay, good option this week going up against Arizona. All right, two of the biggest games that we're going to have all season, Penn State and Oregon from Happy Valley on Saturday night. This is all about the number for me. If Penn State, if you get a -3, I would take Penn State. If you get a 3.5, I would only take Penn State on the money line. We all know James Franklin's track record in these big matchups and what he does against top 10 teams. If Penn State wins, it's not going to be a blowout, because Franklin just isn't going to blow out. Oregon is extremely talented, but it's a whiteout game at Penn State. Oregon's rushing defense, I think, is a little bit of a question mark in this game, and that's not something that you want against Penn State. They have not looked impressive up to this point, but Penn State also hasn't played anybody yet this season. Feels like everybody's going to be on the dog in this game. But Oregon really hasn't played anybody either. Oklahoma State just fired their head coach. Northwestern's one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. Oregon State's a disaster this season. So neither of these teams have really played anybody. Penn State at home, off a bye week. I like them. Again, -3, take Penn State, 3.5. I like Penn State, a 3-point favorite in that game. I do like Bama in this game, you guys. +3, I like them on the money line as well. Bama is the more desperate team. They lose this game, they already have 2 losses on the season, and then they're probably going to have to run the table if they want to make it to the college football playoff. Kirby Smart, if there's one team he struggled against, as Patrick was talking about, it is Bama. He's only been able to beat them one time. And look, you're not supposed to tease college football. You're not supposed to do that. But if you were ever to tease a game, it feels like Bama +9 would probably be the spot for a teaser, because if Georgia wins this game with Kirby and how he struggled to beat Bama in the past, with DeBoer's track record in these high-profile games, and the fact that Bama needs this win.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's BetMGM Tonight, the After Dark variety. I'm Ryan Horvath. Brad Evans done for the night, but he'll be back with us tomorrow on a wonderful, wacky Wednesday, September 24th. Hump day around here, we call it. Check out the podcast, though, after the show, of course, around 11 p.m. Eastern. You can go wherever you find your podcasts, and all you got to do, type in BetMGM Tonight, like, subscribe, review, and we will appreciate you. You could also listen to the show every night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. You can stream the show on Twitch, YouTube, sometimes right here on Twitter, usually the first hour on game night, second hour on non-game night. We got Brandon Combs running the board, executive producer, Mike Montgomery, video producer, and like I said, I'm Ryan Horvath. You can give me a follow on X, on Twitter, @Ryan Horvath. Quick reminder, BetMGM account holders are going to receive any sport parlay boost tokens. You can score a bigger payout if your wager with the parlay boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. That's just some free promo right there for BetMGM, because I have to do that read every Saturday, and I just want it to be quick like that. And I just want the people at BetMGM to know how much I appreciate them for signing these checks and for giving me access still to their sports book, because there's a lot of cowards out there, PPH, bookies, and just legal sports books that don't let me bet more than $20 on college football anymore. But BetMGM does allow me to do so. And they also allow me to go over to MGM National Harbor out in Maryland, make bets right there at the kiosk and at the window, and at BetMGM over at Nats Park if I ever am in town to catch a Nats game, which is not very often because the Nats stink, right? And, it's football season. But shout out to BetMGM, the king of sports books. All right. Sad day for your boy here out in Bethesda, Maryland on the East Coast is I wake up feeling really good about the day. We hit the gym, not to brag, but, we hit the squat rack, more than 3 plates still, even though we're pushing 40 years old. Testosterone's pumping, feeling really good. Heart's feeling good. Skin's looking clear. We do need a haircut, which is why we're rocking this hat and we look like we're in a frat or we're 19 years old. But you know what? They quickly turned to crap. I almost swore. That's how sad I am. See, I host the tailgate kickoff every Saturday morning. You can catch that 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Tell a friend's friend. We also stream the show sometimes live on Twitter, so you can just watch it right there. You just go right on Twitter or X, whatever we're calling it these days. Try to avoid all the weird porn and, murder photos. Go right over to BetMGM Network. That's where you're going to see me giving out college football bets. Like I promised, we don't win every week, but we are going to win 8 of the 12 weeks. And so far, we've won every week, and I'm feeling really good about this week. But one of my favorite Heisman bets, the one that went we went a little bit harder than pizza money on, was John Mateer to win the Heisman at 25-1. Unfortunately, John Mateer, we find out today, is going to miss some time. So we're going to get to that story here in a second. As I'm a little distracted, not going to lie. There's something going on here with my cell phone. So we're back. We're in business. All right. John Mateer, who gets injured in the first quarter of that game last week against Auburn, still has a Heisman moment, leading the team back, plunges into the end zone on a rushing touchdown, feeling really good. He's the overwhelming favorite to win the award. And then today, I see on 3 that John Mateer is going to miss multiple weeks. he has to have hand surgery. His head coach, Brent Venables, comes out. He's like, well, we're hoping that it's not for the season and that he's going to be back at some point. But right now, there's no timetable. A lot of people are hoping that it's for the Texas game that he's back. I don't know, man. I'm not feeling all that good. Plus, he's a quarterback with a hand injury that's having surgery. So Hawkins is the backup. He got run last year as a freshman. He's probably good enough to survive this week, maybe even keep him in the running until Mateer comes back. But the Heisman ticket, which went from 25-1 all the way down in some shops to 7-1, all that closing line value goes in the trash. And it sucks also because I'm not an Oklahoma fan. I'm a Notre Dame fan. So I've already given up on the season because I think Notre Dame loses this week actually to Arkansas. We bet Arkansas pretty big. And somebody else did today as well because Arkansas went from being a 5.5-point underdog coming off a loss to Memphis all the way down to a 4-point underdog. 1.5, pretty big in the betting market. So somebody really, really liked Arkansas today against Notre Dame. But my team stinks. So I kind of bought into Oklahoma. You got Venables coaching for his job. And I like Mateer, man. I really liked him at Washington State. I really like the OC, Ben Arbuckle. I think he's going to be a head coach next year. I think if UCLA, if the AD there had any brains, he would call right now and say, we want you. Like the old Army ads. You want Ben Arbuckle as your next head coach, man. Really innovative, creative, offensive mind. Really good coordinator. And I think he's going to be a really good head coach. He comes over with Mateer. The rushing numbers were good. The passing numbers were good. Had the signature win, a key win over Michigan on the road. He goes down, and it sucks because I really was kind of falling in love with that team. I like watching Mateer. Not the biggest dude, and like I said, sucks. He's out. So now what I want to do here is look at the Heisman market because Mateer's done for the year, and all of a sudden, Fernando Mendoza, the Indiana quarterback, is the favorite. And I would not bet Fernando Mendoza right now at the current price. You know, anything less than 9-1, I'm not taking a stab on him. He's plus 850 as I pull up the odds. Fernando Mendoza. I think that's a little bit of an overreaction. Now, don't get me wrong. I think he's going to be a first-round pick. I think he's going to be a really solid pro at the next level. Could be a franchise quarterback. But Indiana's going to lose at least 2 more games this season. They have to play, let's go through their schedule really quick here. One, I think they might be on upset alert this weekend. I bet Iowa, and that went up to 8.5. So now I really like Iowa in Iowa City at Kinnick. After that, they get Oregon on the road against Oregon. Oregon's going to be pissed off because I'm hoping that they're going to be coming off a loss to Penn State this weekend. After that, they get Michigan State. Don't sleep on Michigan State. They just played USC tough. They get UCLA. They're terrible. But then November 8th, on the road against Penn State. So Mendoza, if he balls out in those games, he's going to win this award. But I don't think that they beat Oregon on the road October 11th, and I don't think they beat Penn State on the road November 8th. So I'm not going to play him at plus 850. And you've missed the price on Fernando Mendoza. You could have had better than 60-1 before the season. Dante Moore at 11-1 still intrigues me if you like Oregon this weekend against Penn State. Or if you can't find another loss on their schedule after Penn State and you think he has a solid enough game. Because right now, Oregon has a top 5 offense in the country. Dante Moore has been excellent. 8 touchdown passes, only 1 pick. Big game coming up on the road against Penn State. Again, if you like Oregon to cover the 3.5, win that game outright, I would maybe play Dante Moore right now at 11-1. You're not going to get a better price. Jeremiah Smith's 11-1. Ohio State with kind of a sneaky, tricky, tough game this weekend. They have to go on the road to play Washington. So you get a young quarterback, Julian Sayin, making that cross-country trip to the West Coast. Good luck, man. I do love Jeremiah Smith's skill set, though. I think he's going to be a top 10 pick in next year's draft. Carson Beck, you could still get 14-1. I do think Miami's the real deal. That defense is legit good. Right now, they're the favorites all of a sudden to win the ACC. Big game for them coming up next week against Florida State. So if you like Beck, I would play him right now at 14-1 because if they knock off Florida State, another top 10 team, he outplays Thomas Castellanos, their starting quarterback, he's probably going to go from 14-1 down to the single digits, 8-1, 7-1. Marcel Reed, Texas A&M quarterback, 14-1. I have no interest there. Gunnar Stockton at 14-1. If you like Georgia to beat Alabama, I would play that right now. Because if Georgia takes care of business as a 2.5-point favorite at home against Bama, all eyeballs on that game, Stockton's going to go probably from 14-1 to 8-1 if he has a good game. And I know I'm bringing up a lot of quarterbacks, but, that's who's atop these boards. I actually like Bama in the game, so I'm not going to play Gunnar Stockton. I would instead look to play Bama's starting quarterback, who you could find right now 20-1, Ty Simpson. But I bet that in the summer at 66-1, so that's not a buy for me. Garrett Nussmeier, LSU's quarterback, big game coming up for them on the road this weekend against Ole Miss. I like Ole Miss in the game. I like Ole Miss because of their defense. But if you like LSU in that game and you think Nussmeier is going to ball out against a really good defense and they're going to continue their undefeated season, I would grab Nussmeier right now, 16-1. My play, though, today, Drew Aller. The prices are all around. You could get 30-1, which is what you want. Even if you bet $1, that wins you 30. That's what simple math tells you. You could get right now as low as 25-1, or you could get 28-1. So Drew Aller at 30-1 really intrigues me. Now, he doesn't have Heisman-like stats so far. He's only got 600 passing yards. He's only got 4 touchdown passes, and he's got 1 interception. And they played nobody. Like, they played Villanova so far. That's probably their toughest opponent. But look at these games they got coming up. Now's where the schedule gets tough. And if James Franklin and Penn State don't win double-digit games and get back to the college football playoff, if they don't get to the Natty this year and win the Big Ten, I don't think it's ever going to happen. So Aller at home gets Oregon and that defense this weekend. I think they're going to look to shut down the run, shut down Singleton and Katron Allen, and force Drew Aller to beat him with his arm, just like Notre Dame did in the college football playoff. And what did Drew Aller do? Had a stinker. Went from being a potential top 10 pick to everybody being like, this is the guy that you guys have been hyping up. He's no good. He can't throw the football. He has a chance to redeem himself this season in the big games. He's got a couple of them. Ohio State down the road, and then this one against Oregon. So I'm going to buy in right now on Drew Aller, 30-1 to win the Heisman. I like Penn State in the game. I got a big bet on them on the money line, not playing around with the spread, and I parlayed that. Not really parlayed it, because that would be dumb, but I also mixed in a little Drew Aller Heisman bet today. Some other interesting ones, as far as the market, Josh Hoover, TCU's quarterback, I feel like people are sleeping on a little bit. They got a big game coming up this weekend, this weekend, Friday night. We'll be live on the air for it against Baylor. I actually, I bet against TCU in that game, though. So I probably wouldn't look at Hoover right now, but damn, I really do like his season so far. Also going down the board right now, Thomas Castellanos is 25-1. If you like Florida State against Miami, probably the best price you're going to get on him. And then Haynes King. A lot of love for Haynes King. He's 25-1. Right now, Georgia Tech is undefeated and kind of a sleeper in the ACC. I see in the chat, Brando puts Dylan Raiola at 50-1 as a sneaky, decent play, too, with his numbers. Here's the thing. I was going to avoid this for tonight, but I'm done with Dylan Raiola. Now, the counting stats are good, and I think he's a solid quarterback, but I think he's a freak. I think he's a weirdo. The more I watch, and I'm a little angry right now because Nebraska did cost us money, and I do have Nebraska making the college football playoff. I just don't trust them, man, right? And like every other year we do this with Nebraska, and I bought in this year too for Matt Rule because it's year 2, and this is where he wins. I don't know about that, man. Like, Nebraska hasn't been relevant since what? Eric Crouch, Tom Osborne, and they let us down again. They couldn't beat Michigan at home, right? Freshman 18-year-old quarterback. Granted, he's awesome. And then the whole time that I'm watching the broadcast, I don't know if you had the sound on for that one, I'm hearing like, Dylan Raiola doesn't want to be compared to Pat Mahomes. He wants to be his own man. Oh, yeah? Well, then here, weirdo, get a different haircut. Get a different number. You do his entrance. You do his touchdown celebrations. You have his mannerisms. It's weird. It's really weird. It's like when I come home and my wife's watching Lifetime and there's one of those stalker specials. That's what that reminds me of. The dude has the talent. I really like the offense the last 2 years since Dana Holgerson took over as play caller. He's getting rid of the ball quicker. The counting stats, the numbers are good. But I don't know that I could do it, Brando. And I know it has nothing to do with the Heisman bet, and it is a good price at 50-1, but I don't think Nebraska wins 9 games. I'm kind of out on them, especially on the defensive side of the ball after Michigan walked up and down the field. And Raiola just gives me the creeps. When I heard he just wants to be his own man and he's sick of the Mahomes comparisons, I was like, what world are you living on, dude? What planet are you from? You wear his number. You have the same haircut. And you do his celebration. If you want to be your own man, wear number 8. Shave your head. Dye your hair blonde. Do what Caleb Williams does. There's somebody that's his own man, but you do not want to be your own man. You want to be this person.
Yeah, he's interesting, man. And look, I get where you're coming from with the he's weird thing, but his numbers are really good, man. And that's a really bad offensive line, and his numbers still look really – he's completing 75% of his passes still with that bad offensive line. He's still got 1,100-plus yards passing. He's still got 11 touchdowns to 1 interception. He's got passed for more yards than Mendoza has this season. And, I mean, obviously – wins and losses, I'm not so sure that should be a thing that's considered in the Heisman category. Same way I don't believe it should be considered in the MVP category, but I know it is. But I'm just saying 50-1 for a guy with those numbers isn't a bad look.
Yeah. I'll go in on Drew Aller right now, and dude, Ty Simpson at 20-1. If I didn't have 66-1 in my back pocket would be my move. Unless you like Georgia in the game, then it's probably Gunnar Stockton. But there's going to be a lot of eyeballs, obviously, on those 3 games this weekend that we hit on there. Ole Miss, LSU, Georgia, Bama, and then, of course, Penn State, Oregon. We wrap up the show next year on a Tuesday night.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Indiana and Iowa is going to be a night game at Kinnick. This has been a super interesting game. Indiana, the early look-ahead line was a 2.5-point favorite. They got all the way up to as high as 8.5. Now they're back down to 7.5. I think anything over 7 would be a look for me with Iowa, just because that is a really difficult place to play at night. And it's strength on strength. Indiana, top 5 rushing offense. Iowa, top 15 rushing defense. The key is that Iowa does not have a good pass defense, and Indiana is efficient passing the football. But Indiana usually beats up on other teams making mistakes, and the fact that they're so well coached and so disciplined, and Iowa is the same way. They're always amongst the leaders in the country in fewest penalties committed. They never turn the ball over. They know their identity, and again, they're really tough to beat at home, especially at night. And usually that's where top 10, top 15 teams go to die. So it would only be Iowa or pass for me. I do think Fernando Mendoza, when his passing props yardage comes out, I would look at that, because I think I'm probably going to bet the over, because, again, Iowa's so good against the run. Mendoza probably going to have to make some plays through the air. Tennessee, Mississippi State, interesting game. Vols a 7.5-point favorite on the road against the Bulldogs. This was as high as 9.5, come back down to 7.5. Probably not going to be a play for me in the game. Tennessee should have won that game against Georgia, had a bye week to think about it. Now they go on the road against a much improved Mississippi State team that had a really good win a couple weeks ago against Arizona State. Would probably be Mississippi State or pass for me, but again, no strong thoughts on that game. Arizona's going to take on Iowa State. The Cyclones, a 6.5-point favorite against Arizona. Total in the game is 49.5. Arizona both teams are coming off a bye. Arizona, very experienced team with a good quarterback in Noah Fafita. Iowa State has had some nice wins, some nice performances already this season. Again, it feels like the line is right. I think Iowa State in a money line parlay, good option this week going up against Arizona. All right, 2 of the biggest games that we're going to have all season, Penn State and Oregon from Happy Valley on Saturday night. this is all about the number for me. If you get a -3, I would take Penn State. If you get a 3.5, I would only take Penn State on the money line. We all know James Franklin's track record in these big matchups and what he does against top 10 teams. If Penn State wins, it's not going to be a blowout because Franklin just isn't going to blow out. Oregon is extremely talented, but it's a whiteout game at Penn State. Oregon's rushing defense, I think, is a little bit of a question mark in this game, and that's not something that you want against Penn State. They have not looked impressive up to this point, but Penn State also hasn't played anybody yet this season. Feels like everybody's going to be on the dog in this game, but Oregon really hasn't played anybody either. Oklahoma State just fired their head coach. Northwestern's one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. Oregon State's a disaster this season. So neither of these teams have really played anybody. Penn State at home off a bye week. I like them. Again, -3, take Penn State. 3.5, I like Penn State on the money line. Georgia-Bama, going to be an awesome game too. Georgia, a 3-point favorite in that game. I do like Bama in this game, you guys. +3, I like them on the money line as well. Bama is the more desperate team. They lose this game, they already have 2 losses on the season, and then they're probably going to have to run the table if they want to make it to the college football playoff. Kirby Smart, if there's one team he struggled against, as Patrick was talking about, it is Bama. He's only been able to beat them one time. And look, you're not supposed to tease college football. You're not supposed to do that. But if you were ever to tease a game, it feels like Bama +9 would probably be the spot for a teaser, because if Georgia wins this game with Kirby and how he struggled to beat Bama in the past, with DeBoer's track record in these high-profile games, and the fact that Bama needs this win, I think if Georgia wins, it's going to be a one-score game. So Bama +9 in a teaser, I think, is a good option this week. But I think they win the game, and I certainly like him at +3 as well.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight, Ryan Horvat, final segment of the night. Usually we do a little NFL recap, but we just spent some time talking about the Heisman market because we got 3 really big games. I mean, a lot of big games this weekend and some injury news. John Mateer, Oklahoma's quarterback, who was the frontrunner, the favorite to win the Heisman, is going to miss multiple weeks. We don't know his timetable, but he's having hand surgery, so not looking good. The new favorite is Fernando Mendoza, Indiana's quarterback. This has to be one of the first times, maybe the first time ever, Indiana's quarterback was the front runner to win the Heisman. That would not be my bet, though. We talked about some other options. You could go back, check out the podcast. Right now, no football, of course, tonight, but we do have Major League Baseball going down. We got Miami out in Philadelphia, tied up at 3. If you want to live bet the Marlins, they're +102. To live bet the Phillies, -132 is the price. The live total in the game in the 10th is 8.5. Minnesota up on Texas right now, 4-1. Kansas City up 2-0 right now on the Angels. That game's in the bottom of the 4th. Royals -330 favorites on the live line. Live total 7.5. Colorado with a rare lead. They were greater than +300 tonight. I saw the Mariners close as -300 favorites. It's early, kind of, bottom of the 4th, but Colorado with a 1-0 lead. And now Seattle down to -146. So if you didn't want to bet the Mariners at -300, you could get them at a discounted price. It's like getting the Jordans on sale, Brando, right now. -146 on Seattle at home against Colorado. Dodgers up early, 1-0 on Arizona. Actually, not so early. That game's in the top of the 5th. San Diego up a touchdown right now on the Brewers, 6-0, but the Brewers really don't have a whole lot to play for. Giants up 4-3 on the Cardinals. I actually liked the over in that game and didn't bet it. Now I'm mad at myself. I think it closed at 7.5. Live total already 12.5. Houston and the A's tied up at 1. Games that went final earlier. Baltimore 6-0 winners over Tampa. Cleveland stays hot, Brando. The Guardians 5-2 winners over Detroit. They were +136 dogs tonight against Skubal, who takes the loss. Looking at the stats tonight, Skubal throws 95 pitches, Brando. Does give you the over. He has 8 Ks. Gives up, though, 3 walks, an earned run. He only gave up 1 earned run, even though he had 3 walks, gave up 4 hits, and lasted 6 innings. Interesting. All right, well, that's why he's one of the best in baseball. Pirates 4-2 winners over the Reds. Nobody cares. Yankees 3-2 winners over the White Sox, who are atrocious. Boston 4-1 winners out in Toronto earlier. The Braves get past the Nats 3-2, and the Cubs blow a lead and lose to the Mets 9-7. If you had the Mets, you're a -110 winner. Total goes over 7.5. WNBA action. Vegas. I bet Vegas tonight. 8.5-point favorites. Up 50-41 right now on Indiana. Live numbers 10.5, so we're getting some closing line value. No Caitlin Clark. Indiana, a fun story, but they were the number one public bet, and they stole game one. Ace is clearly the better team, so I had to say, and laid the big number. Earlier, if you laid the big number with Minnesota, you're a loser because they lose outright. It's 7.5-point favorites. Phoenix takes that game in overtime, 89-83. Total goes over 160. Brando, I got 13 bets now for the weekend, all right? I want to go through them with you. Penn State -160 on the money line against Oregon. Penn State's winning that game. It's a whiteout. James Franklin needs this. The narrative is he can't win the big one. When's Dan Lanning going to win the big one? I like Dan Lanning. I don't like James Franklin. But if Penn State, with this loaded-ass team, can't beat Oregon, take care of business at home, done with them forever. Give me the Nittany Lions on the money line. Florida Atlantic covering 13.5 against Memphis. This is just a letdown spot, I think, for Memphis. Good football team. Right now, they would be the favorites, not Boise, not Navy, to be that college football playoff non-group of 4 team. But I think this is a classic letdown spot. Give me the Owls, even though they're terrible. They're horrendous. They do cover the 13.5, I feel. I'm going to bet Arizona +5.5 against Iowa State. This Arizona team is actually pretty good, man. I know that they lose Tet McMillan, but Fafita's been all right. And the defense, especially the run defense, has been solid. I'm going to continue to fade Iowa State. Has not made me any money yet this year, but I do not buy the Cyclones. You know who I do buy, though? The Hawkeyes. They're catching 8.5 against Indiana. Everybody loves Indiana now. Signetti, best thing since sliced bread. You know who doesn't love Indiana as much as everybody? Me. I do love Mendoza. I just think that they beat up on Illinois, and now there's a little bit of a market overreaction. So I will fade Indiana, and I will bet the Hawkeyes 3:30 p.m. Eastern kickoff, 2:30 out in Iowa. And I think that they're live in that game. Iowa's offense, kind of fun, man. Kind of fun. Their defense, though, woo. Good luck getting stops against that offense. Ole Miss, I'm going to bet Ole Miss on the money line against LSU. I bought LSU this season, over 8.5 wins to make the playoff. Now's where I sell a little bit. Ole Miss has this game at home. Give me Lane to the pants, Brian Kelly. I'm going to take Pitt +4.5, even though I could have had 6 if I would have bet this a week ago. Got down to 3, now we're at 4.5. I think Pitt beats Louisville. I'm still waiting to see, though, if their stud running back Desmond Reed even plays in the game. I took Arkansas +5.5 against Notre Dame. I think Arkansas beats Notre Dame. Notre Dame just gave up 30 points to Purdue. That's not Drew Brees behind center at Purdue. Checks notes. When's last time Purdue had a winning season? Don't even remember. Kansas State, we're going back to the well. It's been a while, as Stained once sang. We're going to bet Kansas State as a 5.5-point favorite over Scott Frost in Central Florida. We're going to Pound Town on that one. I'm going to take the points with Brad's Boys, Illinois. Nobody wants to bet them. I'll bet them. That game kicks off at 9 a.m. local time for USC, dude. Those kids, those are college kids. Not like you and I, Brando, pushing 40, pushing 50, whatever we are now, getting up for that game. I'm going to take Arizona State against TCU. Earlier, I accidentally said Baylor. That's just my mind melting and me trying to break down 100 games. I'm not in love with Arizona State, but they're at home. Everybody loves TCU. I'm going to sell. Give me the fighting Kenny Dillinghams. UVA, I bet at 7.5 against Florida State. Florida State has some injuries, so I feel good about that one. And then Thursday night, I'm taking Arizona. Everybody loves the Seahawks. Give me Arizona. Give me Jonathan Gannon's defense to get some pressure, hopefully, on Sammy Darnold. Everybody likes Seattle a little bit too much for my liking. My preseason team that I bought in on was the Cardinals. +150 to make the playoffs, over 8.5 wins. Damn it, we need this one. I'm going Arizona on the money line. Now that we had the reverse line movement, and they went from being 1.5-point favorites to 1.5-point dogs, I'll buy in on the Cardinals. Anything that you like this weekend? Any bets or early looks that you have so far, Brando?
Yeah, look, there's a few player props that have dropped. Obviously, I jumped into that Bears Raiders game. I like,
Of course.
there's so much. When you look at Caleb Williams passing yards set at only like 234.5, that's an over for me against this Raiders defense. You have Roma Dunze's yards set at 54.5. That's an over for me. He's gone over that in all 3 games this season. He seems to be the top wide receiver and target for Caleb Williams as well. And then the under in that game as well is appealing. It's set at 47.5. I like that under. I like it a lot, actually. So and Bears money line in that game as well. I also like, I'm fading your pick with Penn State. I'm going with Oregon. I just think Oregon's too much for Penn State. I can't believe in this Penn State team until they prove it to me. And I texted you earlier, and I told you earlier I thought that Drew Aller might be a sneaky good play at 30-1 for the Heisman. And I still think that that's a sneaky good play, but he's got to win this game. I just don't know that I trust him to win this game. So I'm going to put the money down on him to win the Heisman just in case he proves me wrong. And I hope he does prove me wrong because I like the kid. But I would bet Oregon in that game as well. I'm with you on the FAU play. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I'm definitely with you on that one. And then the Seahawks and the Cardinals, I can't buy in on Sam Darnold. And I I'm not a big Arizona Cardinals guy. I'm not a big Kyler Murray guy, but I'm with you on that bet as well. I like the Cardinals in that game. I'll take them on the money line. I don't even need the points. I'll take them on the money line and get the juice.
Anytime anybody comes on the show and says the wrong team is favored, I'm going to bet that team. That's my new rule.
Yeah.
That's my new rule. So I'm rolling with Arizona. And not the strongest bet, though. That's like a half of a unit play for me. Just a little action on Thursday night. I got to be honest, though, man. Thursday night, no props for me in that one. I just don't have a great read on that game on a short week, to be honest, dude. Now, everybody's going to play JSN props. I say that now. I haven't bet any props yet. We still do have 24 hours. I might take it light just because I love this college slate. I just read off 13 bets that I have. I bet no NFL other than Arizona so far, though. I haven't even been able to dive into Sunday yet. Usually I got all that done. I just keep going back and watching Penn State. I keep watching Oregon. And I keep watching USC. I like this USC team. They really remind me of more of a Lincoln Riley Oklahoma team rather than what he's had at USC the last couple of years. They could ground and pound. But now I think is where we sell some of these teams. USC is laying a huge number against Illinois. And I know they just got steamrolled against Indiana, but that was a bad matchup. And if USC comes out and tries to run the ball against Illinois, I think that they're going to be able to hold their own a little bit. So I did take that. We'll have plenty more college bets before we get to the weekend. Tomorrow, limits open up, so you're going to see a lot of line movement. So we'll look at where the markets go, and I'll probably add a little NFL as well. Right now, sweating out some WNBA action because that's what kind of time it is. Vegas up 58-44 on Indiana, so feeling really good about that bet. Bet them at 8.5. Now they're up to 12.5. We're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, here on the BetMGM Network. Brandon Combs, executive producer. Mike Montgomery running the video. And myself, Ryan Horvath. Back tomorrow night, 7 to 11, like I just said, twice. BetMGM tonight. Oh, wait.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I would never bet the other quarterback in that game, Drew Aller, who right now at BetMGM is 30-1. On the surface, hey, Penn State's a national title contender. Drew Aller's favored on Saturday. Oregon, a 3.5-point dog, as Penn State's a home favorite in the whiteout game. 30-1. That sounds like a bet, right? Like, what if Penn State wins the game? They're favored to win it, and Aller plays well. Isn't that price going to drop down a little bit? Yeah, probably. 30-1 might become like 20-1, 15-1, something like that. But Drew Aller's stats suck, man. Like, his stats are terrible. And they played nobody. That is alarming as far as I'm concerned. They played Villanova, these other scrubbed schools in football. Like, their schedule has been cupcake soft. This is the first test game for Penn State of the year. And you would think when you're playing a bunch of nobodies, you would put up some big numbers. Well, it's been the opposite. Drew Aller, through 3 games, they're coming out for the bye, but through 3 games, he has a QBR of 38.8. That's out of 100. That ranks nationally. And think about how many programs we have, about 120 plus programs in college football. Drew Aller's QBR ranks 106th. Does that sound like the Heisman Trophy winner? Doesn't sound like it to me. And Drew Aller's been very polarizing. I know some people in the NFL love Drew Aller. They say this is the next guy. He's a franchise quarterback. I don't really see it. Just watching college football, being honest, don't see it at all. Like, I don't think he's that good. And I think he just plays on a really good team. And just because you have a really good team, it doesn't mean that you deserve to have a Heisman Trophy winner. That's not how these things go. So for me, I would pass on Drew Aller entirely. I would not bet him. Even if Oregon loses the game and Penn State wins, I still don't think it's worth a bet because I don't think Drew Aller is going to win the Heisman Trophy.
I've been intrigued with this conference, thinking it was pretty wide open, that we don't know a lot since the summer. And I still kind of lean that way. Here's where I'm at this morning, and I want to throw it at you.
Colin, can I write this team down first before you say it? Because I really have a team. I dropped my notepad. I have a team that's down the board that I'm thinking, like, I never thought this in the summer, but I'm thinking it now. And it's not in the 10-1 range. It's not. So you go first, and let's see if we're on the same page.
What if we were all wrong about Seattle? Oh, boy.
I knew
30-1 for the NFC.
I knew it.
Yeah. What if we were all wrong?
I got the.
And I'm not.
I got the goosebumps right now.
This is not. This isn't even a Bosa thing. Like, but now that helps. They're 7-1 for the division. They've been impressive. That's a hell of a defense, and maybe it's just going to take McDonald a year to figure things out, get a real offensive coordinator. Man, they look good. I don't want to overreact. I don't want to overreact to one game, especially when it's against New Orleans. But they look super impressive, and that division is open now.